Chapter 1. The Half-Demon Girl of the Spirit Fox Clan. Chun Lian Entry. Manager Fang, you have surpassed a century of life, yet remain unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I fear your lifespan is drawing to a close. In the grand hall, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and skin as delicate as ice and jade sat elegantly with one leg crossed over the other. She gazed at the elderly man before her enchanting eyes flickering with disdain as she spoke coldly. Though the old man appeared frail, there was a spark of wisdom in his eyes. He sighed softly. Elder Mo, are you intent on expelling me from the spirit sect? Since you are aware, why inquire further? Here are 10 low-grade spirit stones. Go find a place in the mundane world to spend your remaining days. The woman replied with a hint of impatience, tossing a bag towards him, her elegant leg revealing a glimpse of allure. The old man accepted the bag, his expression betraying a struggle and helplessness. Reflecting on his life, having traversed into this world of cultivation, he found himself blending into the masses, reduced to a mere errand manager for decades, now facing expulsion from the sect due to his age. He silently nodded, preparing to resign himself to fate when suddenly an electronic voice erupted in his mind, causing his expression to freeze in astonishment. Beep beep. Detected that the host has traversed to the cultivation world. The charming system has been activated. This system will assist the host in overcoming the celestial geniuses to attain longevity, becoming the idol of countless fairies. Detected that the host possesses ordinary talent. A new reward is granted, the supreme celestial sun body. Detected that the host has encountered the pure-hearted girl, Mo Wuxia. Possessing exceptional aptitude, the difficulty of conquest is simple. Attempt to attract her with youthful charm. Fang Yang stood frozen in place, his aged body stiffening. A system? The charming system? The pure-hearted girl, Mo Wuxia? Memories flooded back. Nearly 80 years ago, during the Outer Sect Disciple Recruitment Assessment, a radiant and innocent figure had passed by him, flashing a pure smile. My name is Mo Wuxia, what is yours? Let's team up. A hint of blush crept onto Fang Yang's youthful face as his heart raced at the sight of her charming visage. Yet in the blink of an eye, over 80 years had slipped away, and the world had transformed beyond recognition. Snapping back to reality, Fang Yang looked at the woman before him, unable to reconcile her with the pure-hearted girl from his memories, as her face was now etched with the superficiality and harshness wrought by time, likely having forgotten him entirely. Elder Mo, may I remain in the sect for a while longer? I feel as though I am on the verge of glimpsing the constraints of my cultivation. Fang Yang, as if awakening from a deep slumber, suppressed his excitement and spoke. Mo Wuxia furrowed her brows, her expression dripping with disdain and mockery. Do not persist in your absurdity. If you could truly sense the threshold of foundation establishment, the sun would have to rise from the west. Brother Fang Yang, face reality, it can be brutal. You possess neither talent nor opportunity, and your life has been one of mediocrity. Not only will no woman ever look your way, but even the disciples of the sect will regard you with scorn. Only the lowly errand workers might harbor some trepidation towards you. Her words struck deep, and had this been in the past, Fang Yang would have crumbled, but now he felt only restrained exhilaration, disregarding her remarks entirely. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a surge of pure energy within him, and had it not been for the system's assistance in concealing it, he would have likely radiated golden light at that moment. Detected that the pure-hearted girl, Mo Wuxia's affection for the host has sharply declined, reaching 100. Activating base compensation reward. A bundle of binding immortal ropes, effective against cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Guaranteed binding. A new system prompt echoed in his mind, and Fang Yang's face lit up with delight. Is it truly possible? This system is remarkably considerate. However, he wondered why it had taken so long, nearly 80 years to activate. Seeing Fang Yang suddenly wear a look of joy, Mo Wuxia's expression stiffened, her disdain and contempt intensifying as she furrowed her brows, unwilling to utter another word. Get lost. You repugnant old fool, your presence nauseates me. Fang Yang regained his composure, unfazed, and flashed a bright smile. Just give me 2 more days, Elder Mo. If I haven't broken through by then, I will certainly leave. Leave, leave, leave. A new errand manager will take your position atop the errand peak in one day. If you have not departed by then, I will have you beaten to death with a stick. Mo Wuxia kicked him out of the grand hall, her face a mask of disdain and contempt. Rising from the ground, Fang Yang brushed off the dirt from his clothes, feeling the overwhelming energy within him, eager to return to the errand peak. As he made his way, many onlookers covered their mouths, laughing and whispering, a sight he had long grown accustomed to, for as the errand manager, his true standing was even below that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. Upon returning to the errand peak, the day had already darkened, the sounds of insects chirping filling the air, and a gentle breeze rustled the trees. As Fang Yang approached his dwelling, he noticed a frail figure curled up at his doorstep, obscured by the night. Taken aback, he couldn't recall which errand worker it was, and inquired, "What are you doing here?" The weak errand worker opened her dark eyes and crawled toward Fang Yang, grasping his ankle with a feeble voice, pleading, "Manager, could you spare me some food? I am at death's door." Fang Yang furrowed his brow. Years of experience had transformed him from the naive youth he once was. He had intended to dismiss her when the system's voice rang in his head. Detected half-demon female cultivator Chun Lian, possessing average talent, bearing the mixed bloodline of the Spirit Fox clan. The difficulty of conquest is simple. A half-demon female cultivator? Upon hearing those words, Fang Yang was taken aback, a shiver coursing through him. In this cultivation realm, not only humans existed, there were demon clans as well. For the past 80 years, the relationship between humans and demons had been fraught with conflict, the humans emerging victorious, enforcing a temporary truce upon the demons. Yet the enmity between the two races had not diminished significantly over the years. Fang Yang was unaware of the true extent of the war between the two races. He had narrowly escaped with his life, having witnessed the earth tremble and the sky turn crimson with blood, culminating in the human emperor's triumph over the demon king, marking a temporary cessation of hostilities. To think a half-demon with mixed blood would infiltrate the sect? Fang Yang crouched down, gently pushing aside the hair from Chun Lian's forehead. She instinctively flinched, revealing a face that was grimy and neglected. In the dim moonlight, he struggled to discern her features, so he lifted her into his arms and carried her inside. Under the glow of the lanterns, her appearance became clearer. She was emaciated and frail. Her dirty face, once cleaned, revealed a pallid complexion, indicating severe malnutrition. Her gaze was filled with caution and a hint of desperation, clearly starving as she dared to approach him. Fang Yang decided to no longer suppress the energy within him, allowing a pure golden aura to envelop him as he entered the kitchen to prepare some spirit rice. Chun Lian curled up on a chair, and upon seeing the golden aura radiating from him, her dark eyes brightened. After a moment of astonishment, she rushed toward him, embracing his frail figure from behind. It was as if the golden aura held an irresistible allure for her. Fang Yang was momentarily taken aback, turning to see her expression of bliss, her cheeks flushing with the warmth of his golden aura. Detected that the half-demon female cultivator Chun Lian's affection for the host has risen to 20% reward, 20 supreme spirit stones. Receiving the unexpected surge of affection and reward, Fang Yang paused, then beamed with joy. Simultaneously, he felt the long-constricted meridians within him begin to break free. The once insurmountable chasm that had separated him from his former self, now appearing within reach. In a fleeting moment, all the blockages in his meridians were cleared, his vitality surging as the thin, cool air around him began to rush into his body. Chun Lian, who had clung to him, appeared startled, her eyes trembling. Fang Yang quickly retrieved the 20 supreme spirit stones he had just acquired, and immediately, the energy shortage he faced was alleviated as the spirit energy from the stones was rapidly absorbed. Before long, a tremendous force erupted from within him, concealed by the system's intervention. Foundation establishment successful. Fang Yang reveled in the boundless energy coursing through him, his expression one of uncontainable joy, tears streaming uncontrollably from his aged eyes. 80 years. Heaven, Do you know how I have endured these past 80 years? In that moment, all the pent-up frustration and suffering within him seemed to dissipate, rekindling the fighting spirit that had long been extinguished. The half-demon girl, Chun Lian, sensing the sudden surge of his aura, displayed a hint of surprise and delight on her flushed face. Fang Yang, regaining his composure, lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the inner room, laying her down atop the couch. Artistic creation is no easy feat, dear brothers, so your support is greatly appreciated. This article combines text and imagery, rich in emotion and bold imagination. Early engagement with updates is crucial, and I hope my brothers can read the latest chapters daily. Currently, the update frequency reaches a minimum of 10,000 words per day, providing ample content. My gratitude knows no bounds. Chapter 2. The Half-Demon Girl. It was detected that the half-demon female cultivator Chun Lian from the Spirit Fox clan has developed a 50 affinity for the host, rewarding him with 1,000 premium spirit stones. Fang Yang lay on the couch, embracing the half-demon girl Chun Lian, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through his veins, as if he had been rejuvenated. Despite his century-old physique, he felt capable of striking down a bull with a single blow. The celestial Yang's sacred body and the breakthrough in his realm had revitalized his life force, shedding some of the excess weight, yet his appearance retained the visage of old age. Unless he could procure a miraculous elixir that reversed aging, even a breakthrough in his realm would only enhance his temperament, complexion, and physical condition, but would not reverse the ravages of time. Those who maintained their youthful appearances had consumed longevity pills in their youth. He, however, was already aged, and even consuming such pills would yield no benefit. Nevertheless, he believed that one day he would truly regain his youth and reclaim his former physique. Chun Lian curled up in his arms, her cheeks flushed with a healthy hue. Her overall appearance significantly improved. The pure and abundant yang energy within him seemed to provide her with essential nourishment, rendering her unnecessary to consume spirit rice. Fang Yang felt a twinge of surprise. Although he was aware that his heart remained youthful, his exterior undeniably reflected the frailty of old age. This girl was remarkably unbothered by his condition. Her affinity for him had inexplicably risen to 50, a true oddity. He gazed down at the slender girl in his embrace, his aging face softening with tenderness as he gently caressed her cheek with his weathered hand. Chun Lian opened her eyes, her once dull and weak black pupils now shimmering with vitality, showing no resistance to Fang Yang's touch, and even revealing a hint of dependence in her gaze. It was evident that her prior existence had been akin to an abyss, so much so that she could tolerate the presence of an elderly man, even developing feelings of fondness and reliance. "Do you not find me repulsive, old man?" Fang Yang inquired. Chun Lian paused for a moment, then shook her head gently. "Thank you, grandfather manager. I do not find you repulsive." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she leaned closer. The aura emanating from Fang Yang, a result of the celestial Yang's sacred body, acted as a potent elixir, awakening the bloodline of her spirit fox ancestry. Fang Yang felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt stir within him, but it was merely a fleeting sensation. The night passed in silence. In the morning, dozens of junior disciples gathered in the courtyard, appearing utterly dispirited, some sporting injuries. Fang Yang stepped outside, pushing open the door to the outer courtyard, his attire appearing quite presentable, and he looked significantly more invigorated than before. Upon seeing him, the group of junior disciples was taken aback, momentarily believing they had mistaken him for someone else, wondering how the old manager had transformed overnight to such a vibrant state. Fang Yang efficiently assigned the upcoming tasks to the junior disciples before preparing to return to rest, as he had not felt such vitality in decades. Now that his body was revitalized, he intended to savor it. Just as he was about to close the outer door, an approaching aura caught his attention. A man, appearing middle-aged and well-groomed, approached with a smile. "Manager Fang, you haven't left yet?" This individual, also stuck at the pinnacle of chi refinement for years, seemed to have come to claim his position. "Tell Elder Mo that I have broken through and will continue to oversee the junior disciples here," Fang Yang replied coolly, revealing no excess emotion. The man scoffed at his words. "Elder Fang, have you lost your wits? You should leave quickly, or I might break your old legs, and then you won't be able to escape." As the man approached with ill intent, Fang Yang swiftly struck him across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, a bright red handprint blooming on his cheek. The man howled in disbelief, scrambling away from the junior disciple's peak. "Humph," Fang Yang snorted, closing the outer door and returning to his leisurely pursuits. Though he had acquired a system in his old age, his mindset had ultimately shifted from his younger days. He had no desire to recklessly roam about with youthful fervor. Days passed swiftly. Since the man had been driven away by Fang Yang, he had not returned, nor had anyone else come to disturb him. Fang Yang remained in his abode, immersing himself in tender and affectionate exchanges with the half-demon girl from the Spirit Fox clan. In the span of a few days, Chun Lian was no longer the emaciated figure she once was. She had gained a bit of weight and appeared much more proportionate. While still slender, she looked significantly more appealing, her complexion radiant. Most importantly, her affinity for Fang Yang had risen to 70%, granting him several thousand additional premium spirit stones. It can be said that Fang Yang was utterly astonished, compelled to exclaim that the lineage of the Spirit Fox clan indeed possesses a certain reputation. They are remarkably unselective in their dietary preferences. On this day, under a radiant sun and amidst a pleasantly cool breeze, a paper crane fluttered in from outside the servant peak, gracefully descending into Fang Yang's courtyard. Fang Yang stepped out to receive the paper crane. Immediately hearing the imperious voice of a woman, "Fang Yang, come see me at once." Emma Wushui. Fang Yang furrowed his brow, recalling the woman's deeply negative impression of him, which inevitably stirred some apprehension within him. Nevertheless, he resolutely made his way toward the exit. "Xiaolian, I shall be stepping out for a while," he informed Qin Lian upon his return. Qin Lian's expression revealed a hint of dependence, and her alluring gaze began to display a touch of seduction. Do take care." "My dear," she responded in a soft, delicate tone. Not long after, Fang Yang arrived at the entrance of a private residence where he paused momentarily to knock, a sense of nervousness washing over him. The door swung open, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him from within. With a steely resolve, he stepped inside. He had intentionally disheveled his appearance slightly on his way there, ensuring he did not seem too different from before. Passing through the courtyard, he arrived at the grand hall. Peering inside, he beheld Emma Wuxia, adorned in a striking red gown, seated regally at the head of the table. She propped her right elbow on the table, resting her hand against her cheek, seemingly lost in thought. As Fang Yang approached, she snapped back to reality, her dark brows knitting together as she fixed her gaze upon him. Noticing the faint aura of foundational energy emanating from him, her expression tightened further, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "Come here," she commanded imperiously, her countenance betraying her displeasure. Fang Yang furrowed his brow slightly and leaned closer to her. Despite the systematic concealment, he remained apprehensive about the schemes this woman might be concocting. "Elder Mo, I fortuitously managed to break through to the Foundation establishment stage a few days ago," Fang Yang stated cautiously, offering a slight bow. The woman before him, however, wore an expression of astonishment, her gaze fixed intently upon him. To his surprise, she reached out and seized his throat with an external surge of vital energy. Fang Yang's expression suddenly shifted, his nerves tensing. "How did you achieve the breakthrough?" Emma Wuxia fixed his gaze upon him, delivering a venomous inquiry. Fang Yang furrowed her brows, revealing her inner turmoil. "Elder Mo, you misunderstand. My breakthrough was entirely coincidental." "Nonsense. If you don't confess, I shall take your life," Emma Wuxia retorted venomously, her strikingly beautiful face momentarily contorting into a fierce and menacing expression. Fang Yang's eyelids twitched incessantly, his jaw clenched tightly. Without further hesitation, he employed the celestial binding rope previously rewarded by the system. This enchanted rope could ensnare any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. And Emma Wuxia just so happened to be at the perfected golden core stage, yet not yet transcended into the realm of nascent soul. Suddenly, the golden rope materialized, catching Emma Wuxia off guard. She attempted to mobilize her true essence to dispel the rope, but instead found herself bound tightly, unable to channel her energy. With a look of astonishment, she glared at Fang Yang and exclaimed, "What have you done?" Fang Yang's gaze was icy, his chest rising and falling with agitation as he met her eyes. "Elder Mo, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Despite our shared history as disciples, you have now transformed into this venomous serpent. Today, I shall act as the instrument of justice and deliver due punishment upon you. Fang Yang's tone grew increasingly frigid as he approached her. Emma Wuxie struggled desperately, overwhelmed by humiliation, her face a mask of astonishment and agitation. Get away. How dare a worthless creature like you come near me? If you even think of laying a hand on me, you shall meet your demise. Scoundrel. You dare. You beast. I vow to tear you to shreds. Fang Yang wore a fierce and playful expression as he reached out with his rough, large hand to grasp her hair. Yanking her upwards, Emma Wuxie was unceremoniously lifted from her seat by her hair, appearing utterly disheveled, yet she continued to struggle and curse. Her face a portrait of humiliation and extreme anger. Fang Yang, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her cheeks marked by the vivid imprint of his hand, rendering her appearance even more disheveled. Her tangled hair was firmly grasped by Fang Yang. Emma Wuxie, lost in bewilderment, felt her eyes tremble. It took several heartbeats before she gradually returned to herself, revealing an expression filled with hatred and a desire for vengeance, glaring fiercely at Fang Yang. "Mo Elder, you truly seem oblivious to the current situation," Fang Yang remarked with a smile, his eyes glinting with mockery and a hint of violence. With that, he yanked Emma Wuxie's hair, forcibly dragging her from her seat and compelling her to kneel before him. Without hesitation, he struck her once more, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in shock, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. At such a tender age, she had never endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a mere lowly servant whom she had never regarded with any seriousness. This overwhelming sense of disgrace nearly drove her to the brink of madness. Fang Yang gazed upon her disheveled state, and the gloom that had enveloped his heart dissipated entirely, replaced by a serene smile that graced his lips. Chapter 3. The Demon Realm Empress? Entry. It was detected that the pure-hearted maiden, Emma Wuxie, had suffered a profound emotional upheaval and injury, leading to a drastic decline in her affection for the host, triggering a unique compensatory reward. The host was bestowed with a sword of emotion, a weapon devoid of rank and limitations, capable of incessantly absorbing the negative emotions emanating from those around the host, thus augmenting its power. The sword of emotion began to absorb the intense negativity radiating from Emma Wuxie. The sword ascended to level 1. The sword ascended to level 2. The sword ascended to. The sword ascended to level 10. Elder Mo, this is the consequence of your own actions. I am not one to be trifled with, Fang Yang declared, shutting the recording stone and storing it within his spatial ring, addressing the woman before him, who had been rendered almost unrecognizable. Emma Wuxie's eyes were vacant, yet her parched lips continued to curse hoarsely. "You despicable beast. I will slay you." Fang Yang cast a glance at the dimly lit sky outside before turning and saying, "If you do not wish for the entire sect to witness your disgraceful state, then behave yourself." With that, he departed, and it was only after he had distanced himself that the binding immortal rope on Emma Wuxie was retracted. At that moment, Emma Wuxie was utterly slumped in his chair, rendered immobile, appearing disheveled and lost, yet he continued to mutter impotent curses, tears of despair glistening at the corners of his eyes. The host's current notoriety and charm had yet to reach a threshold. Diligent effort is required. Presently, one female cultivator harbors affectionate feelings towards you, while another harbors deep-seated animosity. Your youthful physique and vitality are your most significant assets. Persevere. As he made his way home, listening to the system's notifications, Fang Yang could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, although he was aware that the system had its quirks. Hearing such remarks still felt peculiar. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the system's initial rewards were quite substantial. This unique constitution was undoubtedly exceptional. Throughout his journey, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and Fang Yang safely returned to his sanctuary. He relished this sense of stability, having grown weary of tumultuous experiences. Taking each step with caution suited him well. Currently, the human race and demon race were embroiled in turmoil. The initiation of side quests aimed at vanquishing the demon race presented the most straightforward path to becoming a figure of renown among humans, essentially, a hero. Current progress, 0-100. The ultimate goal of the side quest, to capture the demon queen. Rewards will be revealed as progress is made. Upon returning home and opening the door, Fang Yang received yet another peculiar task from the system, his brows furrowing slightly as a strange sense of disconnection washed over him. The war between the human and demon races had long since concluded. Why pursue yet another campaign? Fang Yang feigned ignorance, however. As he opened the door and traversed the outer courtyard, he watched Qin Lian sprinting out from the inner room. At that moment, a new system notification echoed ominously. Detection of the Demon Queen. Danger level, hellishly terrifying. The probability of host survival is 0. Would you like to activate the self-destruct feature? Fang Yang's eyes widened almost instantaneously, his pupils involuntarily constricting, and a jolt of anxiety surged through him. He hastily responded within, "No, no, no. What on earth? What is this nonsense about the demon queen?" Suddenly, a delicate half-demon girl, agile and graceful, dashed towards him and leapt into his embrace as the system continued to emit a crimson alert. A fierce assault from the demon queen has been detected. Zzzz. Fang Yang's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he cupped the delicate and fair visage of the half-demon maiden before him, finding only dependence and acquiescence reflected in her eyes. This system has truly gone awry. It was functioning well moments ago, yet now it is soured. Fang Yang found himself at a loss for words. After calling out internally, he discovered that the system remained unresponsive. Consequently, he chose to cast aside thoughts of the system and embraced a state of well-being akin to that of the elderly, tuning out the distractions from the outside world as he continued to rekindle a second spring with the half-demon maiden. However, to his astonishment, another remarkable event soon unfolded. It was detected that the host had vanquished the demon queen and had imposed a severe punishment upon her. The progress of the side quest to eradicate the demon clan had risen to 50,100. The host was rewarded with the demon clan's Hezi, royal-level color will I, a legendary Hezi of the Tianhu tribe, capable of controlling the minds of others, disturbing their souls, and causing death unseen. Fang Yang wore a look of astonishment as his once stagnant eyes underwent a transformation. His originally dark pupils morphed into a striking crimson, tinged with a hint of pink, exuding an enchanting and beguiling aura. "Grandfather Guan," Shenlian softly called out, her beautiful eyes trembling with surprise as she gazed into Fang Yang's. Her expression instantly shifted to one of bewilderment, as if merely looking into his gaze was enough to disturb her very senses. Fang Yang was taken aback, his aged heart momentarily at a loss for how to find solace. Tears unexpectedly streamed down his weary eyes. These 80 years, the old man had not waited in vain. "It's all right, Xiaolian. I am profoundly moved." Fang Yang regained his composure, his aged gaze emanating an enchanting bewilderment. In less than a day, Fang Yang had thoroughly completed this side quest and received the ultimate reward. "Congratulations, host, for the complete accomplishment of the side quest to vanquish the demon race. With your extraordinary strength, you have subdued the demon queen and quelled the chaos, truly a sovereign among men." System anomaly host's current allure level remains uninitiated. Acquired ultimate reward of the royal level nine-tailed celestial fox, the nine-tailed celestial fox of the celestial fox lineage. A creature said to exist only in legends, was once possessed solely by the ancient ancestor. With this tail, one can command the demon race with a single hand. Endowed with 9 lives, Fang Yang felt an extraordinary power surging within him, utterly astonished. Behind him, 9 blood-red tails suddenly sprouted, each imbued with astonishing strength, simultaneously transforming his entire demeanor, resembling an ancient and cunning fox spirit. "Grandfather, you." Qinlian was equally stunned, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. She alone was aware of her half-demon identity, and despite not understanding what had occurred with Fang Yang, her bloodline stirred restlessly, leaving her with no thoughts other than submission and reverence. Detected that the half-demon female cultivator Qinlian has 100% favorability towards the host. Reward: 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Congratulations to the host for gaining the first admirer with a favorability of 100, achieving the initial stage of charm, and receiving the title of Heartthrob. Under the title's enhancement, the host's charm value increases by 100%. Listening to the myriad of system notifications, Fang Yang took a while to recover. He retracted his 9 tails and lay back on the couch with a silly grin. "Little Lian, it seems your grandfather has become quite formidable." "Formidable? Grandfather, why did you grow tails just now?" Qinlian leaned closer, her heart inexplicably fluttering as she gazed at the elder, feeling a warmth flush her cheeks. "Because your grandfather is truly amazing now." Fang Yang was overwhelmed with joy. The sensation of rising in his old age left him at a loss for words. Being old is actually the time to make one's mark. Chapter 4. Interrogating Mo Wuxia outside the Linghao sect. An urgent situation prompted the gathering of several outer sect elders for a small meeting. Within the somber atmosphere, several inner sect elders and nearly 10 outer sect elders were present. Among them was Mo Wuxia, who sat in a daze, her mind far from the pressing matters at hand. "Elder Mo, are you unwell?" The middle-aged inner sect elder in charge glanced at Mo Wuxia, an expression of covetousness flickering in his eyes as he inquired gently. Returning to her senses, Mo Wuxia's expression remained vacant as she shook her head lightly. "I am fine. Elder Chen, if you're feeling unwell, you may return. The matters of this meeting are neither trivial nor grand." Recently, A small secret realm was discovered in the 10,000 Great Mountains, accessible only to cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Upon hearing this, some elders appeared already aware, while others expressed surprise. No need, I am quite well. Emma Wuxie regained some composure, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. The issue is that our sect has only been allocated 3 disciple spots for this secret realm. Although the realm is small, our Lingyao sect is a second-tier major sect. And it seems the Zhengqi alliance is being rather unfair. The middle-aged inner sect elder spoke indignantly. At this, the other elders also displayed expressions of anger and began to murmur in agreement. What about the Huiyuan sect? How many spots did they receive? An outer sect elder inquired. The middle-aged inner sect elder's expression grew even more serious. 5. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. The entire southern cultivation world was aware of the rivalry between the Lingyao sect and the Huiyuan sect, and the disparity in allocations signaled clear manipulation. These scoundrels. When did they become so chummy with the Zhengqi alliance? An outer sect elder fumed. After a lengthy discussion filled with discontent, the middle-aged inner sect elder sighed. Alas, we have no choice but to bow our heads while under this roof. This small secret realm is hardly remarkable. If our core disciples were to enter, they would likely become targets of the Huiyuan sect. You all deliberate and decide who will take the spots. It opens in 5 days. Hearing this, the others ceased their complaints. After years of navigating these treacherous waters, each was as cunning as the next, and they began discussing who would be the most suitable candidates. At this moment, Emma Wuxie's expression shifted slightly, and after a brief pause, she addressed the inner sect elder. Elderchen, what if I bring along a candidate? Oh, who? Elderchen inquired, a glimmer of curiosity and intrigue in his gaze. It is a junior of mine. Though his cultivation is not particularly formidable, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, he is quite aged. I believe it is essential to provide opportunities for our elder disciples, fostering a more diverse atmosphere within the sect. Emma Wuxie forced a smile, concealing malice and resentment beneath her facade. These past few days, her mind had been in turmoil, nearly driven mad by the desire to see Fang Yang suffer. Yet she feared repercussions. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. She intended to ensure that the man who had wronged her would perish within this secret realm. Upon hearing her words, the inner sect elder grew somewhat intrigued but refrained from rejecting her suggestion, opting instead to consult the other elders. The remaining elders, perceptive to the nuances of expression, quickly chimed in, agreeing that it was indeed reasonable to offer opportunities to the elder members of the sect. They ultimately acquiesced to Emma Wuxie's request, granting her the authority to decide on one of the spots. Thus, they soon concluded discussions on the remaining 2 candidates and adjourned the urgent meeting. Afterwards, as Emma Wuxie flew back to her residence, the inner sect elder followed closely, smiling. Elder Emma, who is this person you mentioned? What are your intentions? Emma Wuxie contemplated revealing her wish for this person to meet a tragic end, but hesitated. Instead, responding disingenuously, he is a junior of mine, the steward of the miscellaneous peak. Elderchen, are you familiar with him? That fellow? Elderchen expressed surprise, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. Yes, we joined the Lingyao sect together long ago. Although he is now over 100 years old and barely established his foundation, I wish to assist him out of camaraderie. By the way, Elderchen, could you refrain from mentioning that I recommended him? I would not want him to hold any grudges. Emma Wuxie spoke sweetly, her demeanor exuding charm. Oh, I see. Of course, that is a trivial matter. By the way, Elder Emma, would you care to join me for a stroll sometime? Elderchen replied with an air of superiority. Certainly, but I will need to enter seclusion for a while. I will come to find you later, Emma Wuxie responded. That evening, Fang Yang stormed into Emma Wuxie's residence, startling her into a state of shock. Before she could unleash her fury or attempt to subdue him, Fang Yang swiftly utilized the binding immortal rope, binding her in a humiliating position. Elder Emma, I've missed you these past few days, Fang Yang exclaimed, his face flushed with vigor, the signs of age now imbued with a certain masculinity as he spoke cheerfully. You beast, why have you returned? Emma Wuxie cursed venomously, attempting to struggle but finding herself ensnared by the faintly glowing golden rope, her humiliation and rage palpable. Yet, a flicker of fear and guilt crossed her eyes as she pondered whether Fang Yang had discovered her intentions. Fang Yang found himself at a loss, completely unaware of how he had inexplicably become a participant in this peculiar secret realm. It seems you remain unrepentant, Elder Emma. Have you yet to learn the pain of your past? With that, Fang Yang approached, a hint of malevolence flickering across his aged visage. He delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on her fair and delicate skin. Emma Wuxie was momentarily taken aback. But soon her expression contorted into one of frenzied rage, unleashing a torrent of curses and screams, her demeanor utterly vile. Fang Yang immediately unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her, subsequently subjecting her to relentless torture. In the blink of 3 days, Mo Wuxie had utterly lost her humanity. Satisfied, Fang Yang returned to the servant's peak, only to receive a letter delivered by a paper crane. Fang Yang mused, somewhat taken aback as he opened the envelope. To Fang Yang, the servant's overseer, the sect bestows upon you an opportunity. Await at the outer gate square at dawn 2 days hence, for a journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains, where you shall join fellow cultivators from the southern immortal realm in exploring a newly discovered secret realm, bringing glory to the sect. As he pondered the enigmatic black characters that floated before him, Fang Yang was filled with astonishment, utterly bewildered. What is this? He contemplated refusing. Yet the imposing seal rendered him unable to do so. Perplexed, he could not fathom why he had been chosen. Before long, he deduced the reason and hastened back to Mo Wuxie's residence, where he subjected the still-recovering Mo Wuxie to further interrogation and torment. Speak. Are you the one behind this? Fang Yang demanded, brandishing his rough, aged right hand with a fierce intensity. Mo Wuxie, weak and drained, cursed incessantly, her strength waning, yet she stubbornly remained silent. Thus, after another day had passed, Mo Wuxie finally broke down in tears and revealed the truth. Fang Yang let out a cold snort. Choosing not to continue the interrogation nor to seek an escape from this opportunity, since he was present, he decided to proceed. Fang Yang regained his composure and retrieved a pill from his storage ring, tossing it at Mo Wuxie, where it struck her face and fell to the ground. Take it, he commanded. Get lost, beast. Mo Wuxie's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred as she rasped weakly in response. Surely, you don't wish for me to bear you a hefty child, Fang Yang mocked, striding away. He left Mo Wuxie standing in stunned silence. Her expression one of humiliation as she eventually bent down to pick up the pill and swallowed it. Chapter 5, Journey to the Little Secret Realm. The proud and willful female cultivator, be careful, Grandpa in charge, she cautioned. Inside the modest quarters of the servant's peak, Fang Yang, the 100-year-old steward, donned a relatively neat black attire before dawn. It was evident that over these past days, he had transformed from a somewhat portly figure into that of a tall, slender old man, his garments fitting him rather well. His complexion and demeanor had also improved significantly, lending his aged visage a touch of refined elegance. Qin Lian stood before Fang Yang, expressing her concern as she embraced his frail body. Fang Yang gently ran his fingers through his lustrous black hair, smiling as he reassured. Rest assured, my dear, I shall return shortly. Qin Lian tilted her lovely face upwards. Her enchanting eyes, unbeknownst to her, had blossomed with a hint of allure and charm. She delicately rose onto her tiptoes and bestowed a tender peck upon Fang Yang's cheek. Fang Yang maintained his composure, while Qin Lian's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Subsequently, Fang Yang departed from the servant's peak, leaving behind the token of authority for Qin Lian. Before long, the outer sect square became bustling with numerous disciples, predominantly comprised of envious outer sect members alongside a few inner sect disciples, all eyes fixated on the 2 prominent young cultivators at the forefront, filled with admiration and engaged in spirited discussions. Accompanying the 2 young cultivators were 2 elders, one being Elder Qin from the inner sect, and the other an elder from the outer sect. 3 slots remained, but who was the 3rd individual? Indeed, who could it be? The surrounding disciples buzzed with speculation. And at that moment, a louder murmur arose from a certain direction as some disciples parted ways. Instantly, this drew many curious gazes, as it was naturally assumed that the disciple for the 3rd slot had arrived. However, when the frail figure emerged, the crowd's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a cacophony of complaints. Wasn't this the steward of the servants? What purpose did he serve in this gathering? Indeed, at his age, what a shameful display to seek attention. As the crowd continued to grumble, they noticed the elderly figure making his way to the front, eliciting looks of bewilderment. Hey, old man, have you lost your marbles? What are you doing here? One disciple scoffed, prompting a wave of laughter from the others. Fang Yang, remaining silent, stepped forward to face the 2 elders. At first glance, it was difficult to discern who among them was the elder, for he appeared to be the eldest among the 5 present. The 2 young male and female cultivators gazed at his arrival with expressions of surprise and curiosity, exchanging glances. Elders, I have come, Fang Yang declared, presenting a document that clearly articulated the reason for his visit. Elder Qin furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Fang Yang with renewed interest before accepting the paper and nodding. Now that everyone is here, let us set forth. This statement resonated among the gathered disciples. leaving them momentarily speechless and exchanging bewildered looks. Soon after, a chorus of discontent erupted, filled with complaints about why this elder was permitted to go while they were not. Elder Chen, wearing a stern expression, reprimanded them until they fell silent. Then, a magnificent flying vessel appeared in midair, expanding from small to grand in a breathtaking display. Fang Yang lifted his gaze, marveling at the flying vessel before him. It was his first encounter with such a magnificent craft at close quarters. Elder Chen, accompanied by the outer sect elder, guided Fang Yang and the others aboard the flying vessel, which then set off without delay. On the deck, Elder Chen casually offered a few words of advice before descending below deck. The two young cultivators, a man and a woman, stood alongside Fang Yang. Their expressions tinged with awkwardness as they exchanged curious smiles. "Greetings, senior brother. I am Wang Gong," spoke the young man. "I am Lu Xiaodai," added the young woman. They introduced themselves with a hint of embarrassment, glancing at the elderly figure who seemed rather amiable. "Hello, I am Fang Yang. You may simply call me Fang Yang," he replied with a gentle smile, his face radiating warmth. The two nodded in acknowledgement, still somewhat awkward, before making their way below deck. Fang Yang stood alone on the deck, feeling the gentle breeze tousle his white hair as he surveyed the breathtaking landscape of mountains and rivers. A sense of wonder swelling within him. Had it not been for the emergence of the system, he mused, he would have likely been expelled from the Lingyao sect by now. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. In the past few days, he had made notable progress, advancing to the second stage of foundation building. The thought of potentially facing some of the sect's prodigies filled him with exhilaration, pondering whether his newfound strength would suffice to hold his ground, especially since this minor secret realm permitted only cultivators below the golden core stage, likely resulting in many who had reached the pinnacle of foundation building. Several hours later, the flying vessel soared over a verdant expanse of forest, and from the deck, they could discern a gathering of cultivators and several large flying vessels in the distance. Elder Chen, the outer sect elder, and the two young cultivators emerged from below deck, sharing awkward smiles with Fang Yang. Standing at the bow of the vessel, Elder Chen, hands clasped behind his back, assumed an air of authority as he addressed them. "This journey into the minor secret realm will likely be fraught with peril. You three should look out for one another and avoid unnecessary conflicts with others, prioritizing your safety above all." "Yes, Elder," the young cultivators responded earnestly, and Fang Yang echoed their sentiment without hesitation. As the vessel reached its destination, Elder Chen and the outer sect elder led the trio down from the flying vessel, gracefully landing amidst a gathering of onlookers, instantly drawing their attention. Fang Yang cast a sweeping glance around the assembly, discerning that a multitude of cultivators adorned in a diverse array of garments had gathered. Among them were more than a dozen individuals in some groups, while others, like those from the Spirit Path sect, numbered only 3. Notably, a contingent clad in vibrant crimson attire bore a hostile demeanor, their gazes fixed upon him, seemingly engaged in derisive whispers. Among them, a striking woman with an alluring figure and an air of arrogance possessed the sharpest gaze, her eyes brimming with mockery as they locked onto Fang Yang's. Subsequently, she raised her hand to make a gesture of pinching. Fang Yang smiled silently, a fleeting blush of pink and crimson flickering in his eyes. An intangible force instantly transcended the distance, piercing into the woman's gaze, causing her to momentarily freeze, her expression turning vacant. Suddenly, her heart began to race inexplicably, an extraordinarily peculiar sensation surging within her, making her beautiful eyes widen in disbelief. "Senior sister, the Spirit Path sect is truly amusing, even bringing an old man to participate. Ha ha ha," a disciple nearby mocked derisively. She quickly regained her composure, awkwardly diverting her gaze, an unusual flush creeping onto her cheeks. "Senior sister, what is wrong with you?" a male cultivator inquired. "Huh? It's nothing, just an old man. I'll go in and deal with him," Ling Shuyue stammered, appearing quite peculiar. She thought to herself, "Am I going mad? Why am I suddenly feeling this way?" Chapter 6. Entering the secret realm, Ling Shuyue's astonishment and fear. Entry. The 5 members of the Spirit Path sect quietly lingered in a designated area, refraining from conversing with disciples from other sects, nor did they seek out greetings from the larger sections. After approximately another quarter of an hour, the number of attendees increased, with dozens of distinct attires indicating the presence of numerous sections. Some sects had several dozen slots, while others had only a few, like the Spirit Path sect, which had merely 3 slots, or even fewer, sometimes just 1. The allocation of these slots was naturally determined by the so-called alliance of righteousness based on the comprehensive strength of each sect. However, it was peculiar that the Spirit Path sect had 2 fewer slots than the Fire Element sect, the reasons for which were complicated and difficult to articulate. At that moment, in the center of the clearing surrounded by the forest, a white-haired elder soared into the air, clad in solemn white robes. He spoke with authority, esteemed guests. Since everyone is gathered, let us commence the opening of this small secret realm. Young talents from each sect, please step forward and arrange yourselves in order. Awaiting my signal to enter. Remember, within the secret realm, various uncertainties and dangers abound. Once you enter, your lives cannot be guaranteed. This secret realm is known as the Celestial Secret Realm. With a total duration of 1 month, it will automatically close after a month, and those who remain alive will be brought out accordingly. The elder's words were filled with caution as the participating disciples from each sect consciously gathered and lined up according to their sect strengths. Elder Chen of the Spirit Path sect offered a few words of advice to Fang Yang and the others, then gestured for them to proceed as well. Fang Yang, accompanied by 2 individuals, immediately captured the attention of several disciples, particularly as their gazes fixated upon him, engaging in hushed discussions. After all, Fang Yang was the sole elder present among the assembly. Elder, you cannot enter with your juniors. It would be best for you to return, declared a middle-aged cultivator clad in white as he approached Fang Yang. Fang Yang smiled and said, I am a disciple of the Lingdao sect participating in this minor secret realm. Upon hearing these words, several disciples nearby could not help but burst into laughter, some even mocking him outright with hearty guffaws. The middle-aged cultivator in white was momentarily taken aback before stifling his laughter and soaring into the sky. Fang Yang shook his head in resignation. The prejudices entrenched in people's minds loomed like an insurmountable mountain. His 2 companions, feeling awkward, wished fervently for a crack in the earth to swallow them whole, instinctively distancing themselves from Fang Yang. As they retreated to the back of the line, a disciple from the Hui Yuan sect turned around not far ahead and began to mock. Old fellow, with 1 foot already in the grave. What are you still doing here? Ha ha ha, Lingdao sect is truly a source of amusement. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. Fang Yang remained silent. His brow slightly furrowed, his gaze fixated upon the voluptuous female cultivator among the 5. Upon meeting his eyes, she promptly averted her gaze in an unusual manner. Soon, a surge of turbulence erupted ahead, its aftershocks sweeping through the crowd, billowing their robes and sending their long hair swirling. Alongside this, an extraordinary energy radiated outward. And Fang Yang, peering from a distance, observed a fantastical rift tearing through the colossal stone at the forefront. One by one, the disciples of the sect entered this enigmatic opening, and before long, it was Fang Yang and his companion's turn. Fang Yang exchanged a glance with his 2 fellow disciples, silently urging caution before stepping into the unknown. As his consciousness blurred, he felt as though he soared beyond the clouds, his vision engulfed in an abyss of emptiness. In the next moment, a resounding hum enveloped him, restoring his sight and sense of touch. He beheld an unfamiliar yet somewhat daunting environment, marveling at its strangeness. Surrounding him lay a marshy expanse, stiflingly humid, with peculiar trees standing sentinel. In some of the swamps, odd bubbles emerged, adding to the enigma. Is this the secret realm? How wondrous it is. Fang Yang sighed inwardly as he surveyed his surroundings. This was the first time he had ventured into a secret realm since his arrival. It is said that the origins of such realms are manifold. They may be the private domains crafted by ancient powers or perhaps the product of natural formation. Regardless, they are imbued with both opportunity and peril, capable of aiding disciples in their ascension. Fang Yang summoned the pure and rich true energy within him, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At that moment, a sound of a branch snapping echoed from a distance. Fang Yang lifted his gaze and beheld a familiar, alluring figure. Ling Shiyue, upon noticing the elderly man in her line of sight, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a half-step, her expression betraying a mixture of confusion and unease. She had not anticipated such a coincidence. Having just entered the secret realm, she found herself in the same vicinity as this elderly man. Her beautiful eyes fluttered as memories resurfaced of the peculiar sorcery he had unleashed outside, which had stirred unsettling feelings within her. Instantly, she became alert, refraining from drawing upon her full cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Fang Yang's aged eyes shimmered with a profound and enigmatic hue as he smiled. In this realm, he could confidently assert his invincibility, for he possessed the extraordinary artifact known as the Binding Immortal Robe. The disciples here, at most, were of the Golden Core stage, none capable of challenging him. "My dear lady, what a serendipitous encounter," Fang Yang remarked, his expression radiating a gentle warmth reminiscent of a benevolent grandfather as he approached the woman. "Do not come any closer," Ling Shiyue exclaimed, her face betraying a vigilant apprehension as she issued her warning. Fang Yang continued to approach, his eyes enveloped in a brilliant crimson hue tinged with pink. As his color wheel gaze fixated upon her, Ling Xue met his gaze, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, her heart inexplicably racing. In a flurry, she shook her head and summoned her true energy to strike at Fang Yang. The overwhelming force surged towards him, yet Fang Yang effortlessly evaded it, displaying the strength of a second-level foundation establishment that left her astounded. In the blink of an eye, the binding immortal rope was cast towards her, ensnaring her tightly. Struggling with all her might, she realized that she could not summon her true energy. Panic etched across her face. "What have you done to me?" "Such noise," Fang Yang murmured, moving closer to silence her, carrying her away on his shoulder. At that moment, the system emitted a notification, detecting the humiliation and anger of the Fire Origin sect's prodigy. Ling Xue has been consumed by the Sword of Emotion. Detecting that Ling Xue is affected by the crimson color will gaze, she has developed peculiar feelings towards the host. Triggering side quest, devour the Fire Origin sect. The Fire Origin sect and the Spirit Path sect have long been embroiled in fierce conflict. Attempt to consume it to further your charm on the path of allure. Completion reward. Activate the first divine ability of the Heavenly Sun's sacred body, Yang Xing. This ability can temporarily amplify combat power by 1 to 10 times, based on the amount of Yang energy stored within. Receiving the series of notifications, Fang Yang responded with an intrigued, "Oh, devour the Fire Origin sect?" This reward seemed rather enticing. He had yet to activate much of the Heavenly Sun's sacred body, with none of the inherent divine laws awakened. Ling Xue continued to struggle, but it was evident that she was powerless against her predicament. Fang Yang casually found a cave to serve as a temporary encampment and began to admonish the younger generation who failed to respect their elders. "You old fool. Do you know who my father is? If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will certainly not let you off." Ling Xue spat out in humiliation, her eyes betraying her underlying panic. "Who is he?" Fang Yang inquired indifferently. "My father is the master of the Huiyuan sect," Ling Xue asserted with false bravado, attempting to intimidate the elderly man before her. However, she soon realized that he remained remarkably calm, seemingly oblivious to her words, which only intensified her fear. "Oh, that is splendid," Fang Yang replied, slightly surprised as he scrutinized her intently. Chapter 7. Ling Xue's Anomalies and Complexities, Part 1. 2 days swiftly passed. Fang Yang secured Ling Xue's neck with the binding immortal rope and departed from the cave. Compared to 2 days prior, Ling Xue appeared utterly transformed, radiating a blend of trepidation and compliance. Her eyes, filled with fear and grievance, also harbored an inexplicable sentiment. As she gazed at the old man before her, a tumult of hatred and bewildering emotion surged within her, prompting her to incessantly question her own sanity. Fang Yang summoned the Sword of Emotion, guiding it with Ling Xue as they soared through the air, propelled by their true energy, embarking on their exploration of this hidden realm. Before long, the two found themselves standing atop the flying sword, arriving at a remarkable area. As they gazed ahead, a towering giant tree came into view in the distance. This magnificent tree, lush and verdant, radiated vitality, resembling a celestial giant. Surrounding this colossal tree, a multitude of steps cascaded downward, densely packed and seemingly numbering in the hundreds. They could also discern tiny black dots, reminiscent of ants, at the base of these spiraling steps, attempting to ascend. Fang Yang, filled with curiosity, continued to soar forward, soon encountering a group of cultivators. Clad in white garments, they comprised 4 individuals, both male and female. Upon noticing Fang Yang and the trailing Ling Xue, their expression shifted to one of astonishment. The leading male cultivator inquired, "Is that Ling Xue from the Fire Yuan sect?" Ling, compelled to be addressed by name, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her in the face of their gazes, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. She quickly concealed herself behind Fang Yang, unable to bear the thought of facing anyone. Fang Yang cast a discerning gaze over several cultivators, accurately assessing their strengths, one at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, 2 at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, 1 at the 8th level, and another at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. Fang Yang responded with a courteous smile and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" One of the male cultivators, with a peculiar expression, glared at Fang Yang and brusquely asked, "What is your relationship with junior sister Ling?" Fang Yang replied naturally, "As for us, we are merely friends. We encountered each other and decided to explore together, ensuring mutual company." The group exchanged glances and murmured among themselves for a moment before gradually approaching Fang Yang and Ling Xue. Fang Yang released the binding rope of the celestial beings from his grasp, allowing it to entwine around Ling Xue's neck like an exquisite ornament. Ling Xue, feeling flustered and embarrassed, stepped out from behind Fang Yang, casting her gaze upon the approaching male cultivator and managing to muster a faint smile. Senior brother Lin. What a coincidence. Junior sister Ling, it truly is you. How fortunate. The male cultivator's face brightened instantly. Seemingly aware of Ling Shuyue's esteemed lineage as the daughter of the Fire Origin sect's leader. The three cultivators accompanying him also displayed amiable smiles towards Ling Shuyue. However, their expressions slightly stiffened when they glanced at Fang Yang, revealing an unusual sense of discomfort. Among them, one male cultivator at the third level of Foundation establishment appeared somewhat out of place, yet he did not exhibit any signs of inferiority, merely wearing a gentle smile. Fang Yang returned his gaze with a courteous smile. And who might this be? Inquired the Lin surnamed cultivator, directing his attention towards Fang Yang. My name is Fang Yang. Are you all equally captivated by this magnificent spectacle before us? Perhaps we could venture forth together, Fang Yang suggested politely, embracing the principle of kindness. The Lin surnamed cultivator responded with a smile. Very well, let us proceed together then. Junior sister Ling Shuyue endeavored to maintain her composure, offering a smile as she softly acknowledged, Fang Yang stood behind her, issuing a silent warning. Subsequently, a group of individuals advanced together, and Fang Yang learned that these four were disciples of the Xian Yuan sect. Although the Xian Yuan sect could not be considered a major sect, it was nonetheless more formidable than the Ling Dao sect and the Hui Yuan sect, and it was one of the allied sects within the Righteous Alliance, albeit a lesser one. After several years apart, Ling Shimi had become even more radiant, her strength having reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, truly a prodigy of exceptional talent. A male cultivator with the surname Lin complimented Ling Suyu, who appeared visibly flustered and glanced at Fang Yang intermittently. You too, Lin Shixiang. Haha, you flatter me. Ling Shimi. As they conversed, the seven of them arrived at the base of a colossal tree. As they drew nearer, an unusual sensation permeated the air, an intangible pressure surging towards them. It was astonishing. One could not have anticipated such grandeur within this minor secret realm. This journey had indeed been worthwhile. The male cultivator with the surname Lin gazed at the giant tree with longing and desire. Ling Shimi. Let us ascend these steps together and seize the treasures of heaven and earth, he proclaimed, displaying a hint of excitement. Suddenly, several powerful auras approached from another direction, capturing the attention of the group. Upon turning her gaze, Ling Xiu froze in place. For the two individuals approaching bore attire similar to her own, disciples of the Hui Yuan sect. Shiji, at last, I have found you, exclaimed one of the Hui Yuan disciples, joyfully moving toward them. The male cultivator with the surname Lin also beamed a friendly smile and waved. However, as the two Hui Yuan disciples drew closer, they sensed something amiss. They noticed the elderly figure standing beside Ling Suyu. At that moment, Fang Yang swiftly summoned his flying sword, whisking Ling Suyu into the tiered area above, ascending rapidly. Upon entering, he felt a faint pressure enveloping him, yet it was bearable. Shiji, the Hui Yuan disciple shouted. The male cultivator with the surname Lin, noticing the commotion beside him, turned to see Fang Yang had already taken Ling Suyu away. A look of bewilderment and confusion etched on his face. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly stepped into the tiered area, intent on capturing the old man. However, the instant he set foot on the steps, he nearly lost his balance and stumbled. How is this possible? His expression was one of disbelief as he watched Fang Yang ascend higher. The two disciples of the Hui Yuan sect had also reached the base, attempting to climb, and felt the same disconcerting effect. Shiji, you wretched old man, do not let us catch you, shouted one of the Hui Yuan disciples in anger. Fang Yang had already grasped the rope around Ling Shuyue's neck, a playful smile gracing his lips as he bid farewell. Farewell, my friends, I shall take my leave first. Simultaneously, a notification echoed from the system, detected the Pinduoduo version of the World Tree. Please attempt to acquire usage rights. Oh, what is this peculiar thing? Fang Yang's gaze sharpened as he lifted his eyes to behold the towering giant tree. Is this the World Tree of a Pinduoduo version? Although he was uncertain of its nature or utility, since the system had suggested it, he decided to give it a try. Fang Yang skillfully maneuvered his flying sword, swiftly surpassing several cultivators who were struggling on the steps. These cultivators, witnessing an elderly man accompanied by a young woman soaring past, could not help but feel disheartened. Ling Shuyue, carried by Fang Yang, bore an expression of astonishment. Bound by the binding ropes of the immortal, she felt no pressure herself, however. Observing the arduous struggle of the cultivators, especially the Lin clan cultivator and the two disciples of the fire element sect at the rear, contrasted sharply with Fang Yang's effortless flight, evoking her surprise. As she recalled the peculiar golden spiritual energy residing within Fang Yang, her expression shifted and her curiosity deepened. The system detected the inferiority complex arising among the passers-by due to the host. It also registered the resentment, the jealousy, and the sense of despair. All emotions had been absorbed by the sword of emotion. Gazing at the system notification that appeared before him, Fang Yang distinctly felt the incessant influx of black and purple energy surging from the black sword beneath him. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting a shift in direction towards areas with more people, his intentions becoming apparent. He soon arrived beside a young male cultivator clad in white. This cultivator, having achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, radiated abundant spiritual energy yet wore a face of struggle, drenched in sweat. "Come on, I can do this. My life is mine to shape," he roared, rallying himself, only to suddenly feel that the sun was not as oppressive. Lifting his gaze, he realized someone stood before him, shielding him from the sun. "Thank you." He began to express his gratitude, but upon perceiving the calm and composed demeanor of the elderly man before him, he froze, his expression one of shock and disbelief. "You." Fang Yang chuckled. "Youngster, you have already performed admirably, yet alas, you still fall short compared to me. Allow me to ensure that this day does not obscure your vision." Upon hearing these words, the young prodigy immediately faltered, his breath unsteady and his eyes twitching in disbelief. How could this be possible? This staircase was meant to be traversed more easily by those of greater talent and potential. How could this white-haired elder, at such an advanced age, have only reached the second level of foundation establishment and still appear so untroubled? He roared within, his heart shattered. And then he spat a mouthful of blood, plummeting downward. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming emotion erupted, entirely absorbed by the emotional sword beneath Fang Yang's feet. In that moment, Fang Yang felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, and with a satisfied smile, he playfully delivered a celebratory slap to Ling Suyu's rear. Chapter 8. The Tree Spirit, the serene young woman Gu Qingshui. Fang Yang, accompanied by Ling Suyu, advanced towards the towering ancient tree, absorbing the emotional energy of numerous individuals along the way. As they ascended, they noticed that the number of people dwindled, revealing increasingly gifted cultivators. Among them were prodigious disciples from prominent sects, who were left astounded and questioning their own abilities by Fang Yang's effortless demeanor. Many suffered a complete psychological collapse, some even spitting blood and fainting on the spot, resulting in a scene of utter despair. Meanwhile, Fang Yang continued to absorb their emotions, maintaining a relaxed state through the emotion sword in his innate Tianyang sacred body, aided by the presence of 2 royal-level demon offspring. Gradually, they reached a height of over 100 steps, where only a single cultivator remained visible, a female practitioner. From her silhouette, she appeared tall and slender, her black hair tied up neatly, with a white longsword floating behind her, emanating an aura of complete foundation establishment. Her delicate face, as pale as jade, wore a striking blend of elegance and icy resolve, reminiscent of a solitary white lotus standing resiliently on a snowy mountain in the autumn and winter. Her straight, exquisite nose accentuated her facial structure, rendering her breathtaking even without a trace of makeup. "Master Qing Shui will surely succeed." She clenched her fists, biting her lip, and ascended another step. The chilling true energy swirled around her, enveloping her in an ethereal mist, causing frost to delicately form on her long eyelashes. Yet, despite her unwavering determination, she could not escape the oppressive weight of the staircase, as if an invisible giant hand were pressing down upon her. Gradually, her consciousness began to waver, and a distant voice of an elderly man echoed in her ears. "Child, do not rush for success." Her beautiful eyes fluttered, bringing her back to a semblance of clarity, and she murmured in surprise, "Master, is that you imparting encouragement?" The voice drew closer, distinct and resonant. "I am not your master." Startled, she turned her head sharply, her eyes widening in astonishment upon realizing an old man beside her, carrying a woman. Her body trembled, nearly losing her balance, and as her surprise intensified, she blurted out, "Who are you?" "I am the spirit of this majestic tree. To reach its base, one must possess more than mere willpower or talent," Fang Yang replied with a benevolent smile. "If you pass my test, I shall guide you further." "She is the girl who has passed my test," he remarked, patting Ling Xiyu gently. Ling Xiyu turned to Gu Qingshui, her eyes widening in disbelief. She recognized the woman before her as Gu Qingshui from the Spirit Sword sect, a truly formidable sect beyond their humble means. As she listened to Fang Yang's deceptive words, her expression subtly shifted, and an unsettling thought emerged in her mind, an irrational desire for this paragon to endure the same trials as she had under this old man's scrutiny. Realizing the darkness of her own thoughts, she was momentarily taken aback, turning her head away as waves of guilt surged within her, chastising her conscience. Gu Qingshui, meanwhile, regarded the elderly figure before her, locking eyes with him. From his gaze, she discerned only kindness and warmth, devoid of any sinister undertones. Test? What kind of test? Esteemed tree spirit? She inquired politely, bowing respectfully to Fang Yang. Remarkably, she felt a considerable alleviation of pressure as he stood before her. Fang Yang smiled gently and continued earnestly. The trials are manifold, and the first of these is a test of your temperament. It is said that a cultivator must cast aside the 7 emotions and 6 desires, relinquishing the burdens of the mundane world, achieving a state of purity in the senses, in order to attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Gu Qingshui listened intently, nodding in agreement. Fang Yang then inquired, "What do you think of my appearance?" Gu Qingshui paused momentarily, contemplating before responding, "Senior, your visage is kind. It is evident that you possess a benevolent heart." Fang Yang shook his head. "Incorrect. Take another look." As he spoke, the mesmerizing colors of his eyes revealed themselves, and a subtle transformation swept over his demeanor. Gu Qingshui's expression momentarily faltered, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Gazing at the elder before her, she found herself inexplicably struck by an odd thought and sensation, perceiving him as remarkably handsome. Suddenly regaining her composure, she recognized the unwelcome thoughts surfacing within her mind, causing her brows to furrow in dismay, accompanied by a wave of self-doubt. "I apologize, Mr. Tree Spirit. I have failed the test," she murmured, lowering her gaze in chagrin. "Very well, accept your punishment." Fang Yang replied with a hint of seriousness in his tone as he regarded her. Gu Qingshui looked up in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently bit her lip and nodded. "What will the punishment be, Mr. Tree Spirit? Please proceed." "The punishment is to relinquish all that you have acquired within this small secret realm," Fang Yang stated earnestly, devoid of any jest. Upon hearing this, Ling Shiyue's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that his intention was one of material gain, rather than something more carnal, stirring within her an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Yet, she thought to herself, it's unlikely she would actually comply. After all, she wasn't foolish. "Very well, Mr. Tree Spirit," Gu Qingshui replied resolutely, proceeding to extract an array of items from her storage ring. Ling Shiyue was left utterly dumbfounded. "Good girl. You must take time to reflect. Do not be overly eager for quick results. There are still over 20 days left until this secret realm concludes. Continue to cultivate your understanding," Fang Yang said gently, running his calloused hand over Gu Qingshui's head. He then collected the assortment of unnamed items into his own storage ring with ease. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior," Gu Qingshui replied earnestly, her eyes clear and serious as if she were pledging allegiance. She nodded obediently, then respectfully bowed deeply to Fang Yang before walking down the steps. No longer attempting to assert herself, Fang Yang smiled contentedly and continued to lead Ling Xiyu upward. "You are truly a complete scoundrel," Ling Xiyu muttered indignantly. Fang Yang remained utterly unconcerned, stating, "I am merely assisting her in honing her mental fortitude." "What nonsense are you spouting, girl? It seems you are in dire need of education." Ling Shiyue immediately tensed, covering her mouth in response. Thus, Fang Yang continued his ascent, facing no significant strain on the remaining half of the staircase. Within less than a quarter of an hour, he reached the summit, where he could more clearly behold the towering giant tree before him. Truly a sight to behold, both magnificent and astonishing. The tree obscured the sun, and a surge of vibrant life instantly filled Fang Yang's nostrils, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. Ling Shiyue, too, gazed at the colossal tree, her eyes trembling as if caught in a dream. After being inexplicably abducted by an old man into this hidden realm, she now found herself standing before this majestic giant. Chapter 9. Cultivating with Ling Shiyue for 5 days, Part 1. Yet, is there anything particularly special about this giant tree? Apart from the dense spiritual energy present here, Fang Yang, maneuvering his flying sword around the colossal tree, conducted a meticulous search for several hours, only to find nothing particularly noteworthy as twilight began to descend. The notion of acquiring any form of access rights, as suggested by the system, seemed increasingly elusive. Observing the darkening sky devoid of the moon, Fang Yang descended on his sword, temporarily relinquishing his exploration, pondering that, at this juncture, the tree might merely serve as a decorative element. Upon landing beneath the robust roots, he beheld Ling Suyu seated upon a luminescent patch of grass, her back resting against a stone, knees drawn to her chest, embodying a pitiful demeanor. The binding rope of the celestial restraint remained fastened around her neck, the other end tethered to a stone. As Fang Yang returned, a flicker of color ignited in her vacant gaze, only to be swiftly concealed once more. The distant hum of insects surrounded them, infusing the now inky blackness of the night with a touch of atmosphere. Fang Yang sheathed his emotional blade, advancing towards Ling Xiyu with a dignified presence befitting his tall and well-proportioned elder form. He retrieved an array of resources procured from Gu Qingxue within his storage ring, revealing uniquely colored fruits, elixirs contained within porcelain vials, fragrant spiritual plants exuding ethereal energy, as well as demon cores emanating a palpable aura of vitality and various peculiar stones. Ling Xiyu gazed up in astonishment, taken aback by the exceptional quality and sheer abundance of these resources. It was evident that this celestial maiden had invested considerable effort to gather such treasures, only to see them squandered by this old man. Before she could fully regain her composure, Fang Yang produced yet another pile of exquisite spirit stones from his storage ring, scattering them like they were worthless. In an instant, the surrounding area became suffused with the alluring fragrance of spiritual energy, so thick it seemed to condense into liquid. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief as she stared at Fang Yang. Fang Yang then settled himself in a cross-legged position, immediately beginning to savor the bountiful spoils before him. As for these exquisite spirit stones, they were, of course, acquired during his efforts to elevate his rapport with Chen Lian, amounting to several thousand in total. The crimson fruits were sweet upon the tongue, succulent and juicy. Their flesh, once ingested, swiftly transformed into energy that coursed through Fang Yang's entire being. Fang Yang expressed his satisfaction with a soft hum, savoring the delightful flavors. He immediately began to channel the pure and potent yang energy within him, drawing it in. The rich and refined spiritual energy emanating from the exquisite spirit stones surrounding him was also summoned forth, flowing into his countless pores. 5 days swiftly passed. During this time, Fang Yang remained beside the towering ancient tree, consuming resources and capturing Ling Shuyue for cultivation. In just 5 days, he sensed a notable elevation in his realm. Marveling at the extraordinary constitution bestowed upon him by the system, his talent for cultivation had transformed dramatically, soaring to heights previously unimaginable. On this day, although the sun was absent from the sky, the atmosphere was remarkably bright and cheerful, creating an intriguing spectacle. Fang Yang donned his attire and secured the rope, then wielded the flying sword to soar into the sky alongside Ling Xiyu, eager to observe any changes that may have transpired over the course of 5 days. The passage of time had bestowed upon Ling Xiyu a distinctive allure, rendering her more mature and infused with the charm of a young woman. The previous air of spoiled defiance had faded, replaced by a newfound gentleness and docility. This transformation was not solely due to Fang Yang's influence. Rather, it stemmed from her own experiences during these days, which had been fruitful, leading her to succumb to the depths of insatiable greed. "Old man, could you please refrain from holding the rope? I won't run away," Ling Xiyu implored, adorned in her alluring attire, her fair legs subtly visible beneath the flowing skirt, and her beautiful visage now tinged with a rosy hue. "Absolutely not," Fang Yang replied, his attention undeterred by her plea. Gripping the end of the binding rope, his gaze swept over the hundreds of steps ahead, where numerous small figures dotted the lower region. The most prominent among them was a dark speck positioned near the center. He guided the flying sword forward, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Ling Xiyu ceased her requests, her expression betraying a blend of embarrassment and humiliation. Fang Yang, guiding his flying sword, traversed a considerable distance before discerning the figure at the forefront of the countless steps, none other than Gu Qingxue, whom he had assisted 5 days prior. As Fang Yang approached, Gu Qingxue, with her white long sword suspended behind her and an air of cool seriousness, noticed him and her face lit up with a hint of surprise. "Mr. Tree Spirit?" she called out. Fang Yang brought his flying sword to a halt before her, his countenance radiating warmth and kindness. "Young lady, you've ascended again? How has the past 5 days treated you?" Gu Qingxue's eyes flickered with emotion, as though she had a multitude of thoughts to express. She nodded earnestly. "Yes, Mr. Tree Spirit. After your enlightening words 5 days ago, I engaged in introspection and recognized the unrest and agitation within my heart, as well as certain aspects that lacked clarity. I have earnestly sought to amend them." Observing her earnest and obedient demeanor, Fang Yang felt an irresistible urge to pat her head, and he promptly acted upon this impulse. Very good, dear child. Now, let me test you once more. As I mentioned previously, these steps cannot be traversed solely through willpower and talent." Ling Xiyu, standing behind Fang Yang, suppressed a smile and rolled her eyes. Gu Qingxue, appearing as a diligent student in a classroom, nodded attentively, her expression brimming with anticipation. Mr. Tree Spirit, please proceed with the assessment. Fang Yang nodded gently, then slowly let his rough, large hand slide down from her head to rest upon her fair and delicate cheek. Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes widened slightly, revealing a fleeting moment of surprise. But it was quickly dispelled, leaving her gaze remarkably clear. Fang Yang's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning as he once again activated his Sharingan, transforming his gaze into a striking crimson hue. In their close encounter, it came as no surprise that Gu Qingxue lost her composure once more. It took her a while to regain her senses. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes quivered, and her face displayed a mix of regret and self-reproach as she gently bit her lower lip and cast her gaze downward. Mr. Tree Spirit, I'm sorry, I have disappointed you again. Do not be disheartened, he replied with unwavering sincerity. I believe it will not be long before you pass the trial. There is no need for self-doubt. Please retain the resources you have gathered over these past few days and take some time to reflect. Fang Yang's expression remained composed, his demeanor entirely earnest. Gu Qingxue, taken aback, did not hesitate for a single moment, promptly surrendering all the resources she had accumulated over the past 5 days. Her tiny fists clenched. Mr. Tree Spirit, next time, I will certainly pass the assessment. Please believe in me. With that declaration, her face aglow, she made her way downward. Fang Yang collected all these resources and then soared towards the other nearby cultivators, deliberately disrupting their mental states to shatter their Dao hearts, thereby generating immense emotional energy to fuel his emotion sword. As Gu Qingxue descended, she heard the distant, yet near shouts and witnessed some cultivators tumbling down from the hundreds of steps. Turning her head, she spotted Fang Yang approaching the other cultivators. Mr. Tree Spirit is truly benevolent, willing to assess so many individuals, she murmured softly, a hint of unusual color shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 10. The Pure Spirit Bone of the Serene Maiden Gu Qingxue. Old man, how old are you this year? Ling Shiyue inquired of Fang Yang, who was seated cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation beneath the towering ancient tree. Fang Yang opened his aged eyes and replied softly, 109 years. Ling Shiyue was momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing an unusual complexity. And you? Fang Yang countered. 29. Ling Shiyue's demeanor grew increasingly awkward. 29, you say? With a perfected foundation, your innate talent is quite commendable. Yet, why have you only reached the second level of foundation establishment? Ling Shiyue inquired, her previous strangeness dissipating as she raised her gaze. My talent is lacking, Fang Yang responded indifferently, closing his eyes once more as the rich, golden spiritual energy swirled around him. Ling Shiyue felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. This was hardly a case of lacking talent, but rather an extraordinary aptitude that was almost absurd. She found her curiosity bubbling uncontrollably, becoming increasingly attentive to the elderly figure before her. Upon realizing this peculiar shift in her feelings, she immediately buried her face between her knees, wrapping her arms around her legs, her heart screaming incessantly. Fang Yang was utterly unaware of the peculiar transformations within her heart, akin to the Stockholm Syndrome. He merely regarded her as a transient pet. The passage of time had long since stripped him of his youthful naivety and immaturity, and decades of struggle had endowed him with the wisdom and shrewdness of a centenarian. In his mind, concepts of good and evil had ceased to exist. Only considerations of self-interest dictated his actions. He would no longer idolize love as a sacred scripture, nor would he harbor unnecessary dreams and fantasies that revealed his ignorance and folly. Gone were the burdens of unwarranted responsibility, morality, and fervent sincerity. He felt neither guilt nor pity. Even if Ling Shiyue had not regarded him as an adversary from the outset, he would have acted without hesitation. Just as he would view Gu Qingxue as a mere tree spirit, he would strike without a flicker of remorse or moral qualm whenever the opportunity arose. This was precisely why, on the very first night he encountered the half-demon maiden Xinlian, he indulged himself without reservation. Essentially, he was a sinister and selfish old man. There is a saying that opportunity favors the prepared mind. He was resolute that, for the present version of himself, this impending opportunity was one he could and must seize. As days slipped away, nearly 10 had passed in the blink of an eye. Within this minor realm, approximately 20 days had elapsed, leaving only the final 10 days remaining. During this time, Fang Yang continually expended resources to enhance his abilities, freely utilizing Ling Shiyue, and had, half a day prior, ascended to the third stage of foundation establishment. Gradually, As the daylight began to illuminate the surroundings, he noticed the emergence of golden rays in the sky, subtly different from the initial appearance. Rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze upon the towering, lush tree, his eyes narrowing in focus. With only 10 days remaining, he was uncertain whether he could attain the rights to utilize this magnificent tree as per the system's assertions. He tethered the slumbering Ling Yue to its roots and, taking to the skies on his flying sword, ventured outward to ascertain the situation beyond, curious about Gu Qingshue's whereabouts. Over these 10 days, he had faintly sensed some distant tremors, leaving him wondering about the intense and exhilarating upheavals that may have transpired outside. Upon breaching the border of this realm, he was taken aback by the sight of numerous cultivators ascending the staircase. Several dark figures had reached higher levels, and it appeared that in no time they would approach the summit. The midsection was now teeming with people, a stark contrast to the earlier state of affairs. Fang Yang pondered whether the difficulty had diminished or if they had become stronger. Fang Yang swiftly propelled the sword of emotion towards the distant black dot ahead. As he drew nearer, an unsettling familiarity enveloped him. As anticipated, it was none other than Gu Qingxue. Sensing Fang Yang's approach, Gu Qingxue lifted her gaze. Her face illuminated by a joyous expression tinged with a subtle blush. The cultivators lingering behind also caught sight of Fang Yang, their faces contorted with hostility and ire. "Master Tree Spirit!" Gu Qingxue exclaimed with delight, her demeanor reflecting a notable transformation compared to 10 days prior. The most conspicuous change was the aura of golden core energy radiating from her. This hidden realm only permitted cultivators below the golden core stage to enter. Yet within its confines, one could ascend from the perfected foundation establishment stage to the golden core. "Little girl, you have made a breakthrough?" Fang Yang inquired, his countenance softening into a gentle and benevolent smile as he approached her. "Yes, it is all thanks to Master Tree Spirit's guidance and vigilance." Gu Qingxue replied with a serious expression, her eyes filled with admiration and respect. Fang Yang maintained his expression, nodding slightly. "How are you holding up? Can you still persevere?" Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes shimmered with determination as she nodded and continued to ascend, appearing to exert herself only moderately. This left Fang Yang secretly astonished. Remarkable. Having exhausted all resources, she still managed to break through to the golden core stage. Is this the true essence of a prodigy? Perhaps she will ascend without needing my assessment at all. Just as Fang Yang contemplated these thoughts, a cacophony of male cultivators' insults erupted from below. "Old man, if you have the guts, come down and face me one-on-one. Old geezer, don't let me reach the top, or you'll be finished." Fang Yang followed the sound and gazed at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces. While he could not remember each one distinctly, he vaguely recalled that they had all evoked emotions within him. Fang Yang remained unmoved, while Gu Qingxue furrowed her brows and addressed him. "Mr. Tree Spirit, do not take offense. They lack discernment and understanding." "Indeed, I am unperturbed," Fang Yang replied with a gentle smile, subsequently following her as they ascended together. Thus, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Gu Qingxue, initially in a state of perseverance, gradually became drenched in sweat, her delicate form trembling. She lifted her gaze towards the towering ancient tree, realizing that fewer than 100 steps remained. Clenching her teeth, she incessantly encouraged herself, while Fang Yang refrained from interruption. As time passed, the sky dimmed, and Gu Qingxue found herself distanced by several dozen steps from those behind her. She drew ever closer to the summit, buoyed not only by her indomitable spirit but also by the presence of the elder beside her, who served as a unique source of mental fortitude. 20 steps. With only 20 steps remaining, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, each movement demanding immense effort, as if an invisible hand were pressing down upon her. In that moment, a surge of pure white spiritual energy enveloped her, propelling her to take another step forward. Fang Yang followed closely behind her, somewhat astonished. Pondering the nature of this ethereal white energy, he detected a woman endowed with an innate pure spirit body, Gu Qingxue, whose challenge level was categorized as difficult. Her current affinity towards the host stood at 69. Upon elevating this affinity to 90, the reward would be a pure spirit bone. A skeletal structure nurtured by the essence of innate energy, as pure as jade and impervious to destruction. The bearer would possess a resilient and untainted disposition, advancing in cultivation at an astonishing rate, endowed with immense strength and a formidable physique. The tardy system notification piqued Fang Yang's interest. Pure spirit bone. Indeed, a valuable asset, would serve to enhance and transform his own skeletal structure. Gu Qingxue was enveloped in pristine spiritual energy, steadily progressing forward. Soon confronting the final 10 steps, These last 10 tiers loomed over her like 10,000 mountains, pressing down upon her, rendering her unable to advance further. Her beautiful eyes quivered, her teeth clenched as she grappled with feelings of helplessness and unwillingness. Gradually, she sensed her consciousness beginning to wane, her legs failing to uphold her upright stance. Ultimately, was it beyond her reach? Her eyelids fluttered as a torrent of emotion surged within her. At that moment, a benevolent and gentle figure materialized before her. "My dear girl, congratulations, you have passed the assessment." Upon hearing this final pronouncement, she lost consciousness and drifted into slumber. Chapter 11. Gu Qingshue's Bewilderment. Entry. Mr. Tree Spirit, what are you doing? Gu Qingxue awoke suddenly, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. "Fear not, child, I am merely assisting you in establishing a connection with the divine tree. I am but a spiritual entity, engaged in a legitimate endeavor. Do not overthink it." Fang Yang's expression was grave, his aged visage devoid of any lasciviousness. Yet, Gu Qingshue's expression shifted repeatedly, her delicate face flushing crimson, her lovely eyes trembling as if she were aflame, rendered speechless. "Please, stop." Her voice carried a hint of a sob. Fang Yang maintained a serious demeanor, urging, "Take a moment to reflect upon yourself. This is a gift from the divine tree, my dear child. Are you truly certain you wish to relinquish it? I understand this may be difficult for you to accept, but I am merely a tree spirit, and I hope you will not overthink it." Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes trembled as she observed his expression, her own feelings becoming increasingly complex. After a brief moment of introspection, her eyes widened in surprise. What was this pure and abundant energy coursing within her? Could it truly be as it seemed? She found herself momentarily bewildered and at a loss, the words of abandonment failing to escape her lips. A gift from the divine tree. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, one must cast aside the 7 emotions and 6 desires, discarding all distractions. Is the tree spirit imparting wisdom to me? I must not allow my thoughts to wander. This is merely a gift. Her beautiful eyes quivered as she engaged in an internal dialogue. Meanwhile, the kaleidoscopic eyes of Fang Yang were in constant motion, a unique smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Forgive me, tree spirit. I misunderstood you. I am willing to accept the gift," Gu Qingxue declared, her eyes reflecting a hint of dazed realization. "Good child," Fang Yang responded, his face softening with a benevolent smile as he gently ruffled her hair. After concluding the bestowal upon Gu Qingxue, Fang Yang retracted his kaleidoscopic eyes and soared upward on his flying sword towards the great tree. "Congratulations, host. The innate pure spirit body of Gu Qingxue has reached a favorability rating of 75. Continue the good work." Fang Yang sensed some changes in the colossal tree. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching the summit, he observed that the lush green leaves at the top of the immense tree emitted a vibrant, emerald glow. Fang Yang approached with curiosity, only to witness the large green leaves, emanating a faint glow, surging forth with vibrant emerald energy that converged towards him. He immediately felt a refreshing and invigorating sensation enveloping him, distinctly aware that this energy would greatly benefit his cultivation. Fang Yang's face was alight with surprise as he gazed at the few leaves of the towering tree that emitted a verdant glow. He pondered whether the efficacy of this tree was related to the number of individuals accompanying him, or if it was contingent upon the circumstances within the small secret realm. Perhaps it became more potent the further one ventured, or perhaps its effectiveness increased with the extent of exploration within the secret domain. Fang Yang was perplexed, yet he understood that the vibrant emerald energy surrounding him must be absorbed. Under the cloak of night, he seated himself cross-legged upon his sword and commenced the absorption process. Numerous leaves, radiating a verdant glow, surged forth, converging their energy towards him. Concurrently, it was evident that even more leaves began to emit their luminescence, as if life itself were awakening anew. The night slipped away in an ephemeral breeze, as a hazy light emerged on the horizon. Fang Yang found himself enveloped in the emerald energy, akin to a metamorphosis of vitality. It became apparent that amidst his pale hair, several strands of black had manifested, and the wrinkles upon his face seemed to have diminished. Fang Yang opened his eyes, and within the depths of his aged gaze, vibrant green energy surged. He could distinctly perceive the progress he had made throughout the night, a hint of astonishment gracing his countenance. However, this revelation did little to illuminate his understanding of how to obtain the rights to utilize the towering giant tree. After a thorough exploration yielded no further discoveries, he descended. Upon reaching the ground, he beheld Gu Qingxue seated cross-legged in a nearby area, engaged in her cultivation. A subtle flow of energy from above had permeated this space, rendering it no longer devoid of benefit. Meanwhile, Ling Shiyue remained tethered by Fang Yang on the opposite side, having neglected Gu for nearly a day. Fang Yang descended before Gu Qingxue, captivated by her serene and pure beauty. Gu Qingxue sensed his presence and opened her enchanting eyes, which shimmered with a hint of unusual color, softly uttering, "Mr. Tree Spirit." As she called out, her expression subtly shifted upon observing the elderly man before her. Sensing a slight, yet indefinable change in him, "Xiaoxue, how do you fare? Have you gained much from this encounter?" Fang Yang inquired with a gentle smile. "Indeed, thank you, Mr. Tree Spirit," Gu Qingxue replied, rising respectfully and bowing. Fang Yang approached, extending his rough, large hand to gently caress her small head, solemnly stating, "That is good. The blessings of the divine tree have arrived once more. Accept them and refine them." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxue's delicate frame quivered slightly, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and a deep crimson hue spread across her face, rendering her both flustered and at a loss. Observing her reaction, Fang Yang, undeterred, took the initiative and began bestowing upon her gifts, under the condition that she offered no resistance. 5 days passed in a mere moment. Less than 5 days remained until the conclusion of the small secret realm. During these days, the energy of the giant tree grew increasingly potent, saturating the entire area. With Gu Qingxue's assistance, Fang Yang ascended to the 4th level of foundation establishment, achieving another breakthrough. Congratulations to the host. The affinity with the innate pure spirit body, Gu Qingxue, has risen to 80. Fang Yang concluded a new round of cultivation with Gu Qingxue, unaware that over the past 5 days, his hair had darkened significantly, and his visage had gained a touch of youthful collagen. Though he still bore the appearance of an elder, he looked considerably better than before. His wrinkled countenance transformed to reveal a hint of charm, resembling a somewhat handsome old man. "Mr. Tree Spirit, I appreciate your efforts," Gu Qingxue said. Rising to don her attire, her cheeks flushed. "It was no trouble at all. It is what I ought to do," Fang Yang replied with a gentle smile, before dressing quickly and soaring away on the sword of emotion. Upon reaching the edge, he beheld a young cultivator who had just broken through to the golden core stage. Ascending the final step and leaning over the edge, panting while erupting in joyful laughter, radiating excitement. Clad in white garments similar to Gu Qingxue's, he likely belonged to the same sect. "Ha! The heavens have not given birth to Li Gang. The heavens have not given birth to me, Li Gang. Senior Sister Gu, I have come to rescue you," he exclaimed with fervor, throwing his head back in a triumphant howl, as if all the pent-up grievances within him had been utterly vanquished. "Damn that old man, come out!" he bellowed angrily, rising from the ground with a sword in hand, fixing his gaze forward. Fang Yang, wielding the sword of emotions, drew closer, perfectly entering his line of sight. Simultaneously, Gu Qingxue was also drawn to the commotion, soaring over on her white longsword. Upon hearing the words exchanged, her expression instantly transformed into one of fury. "Senior Sister Gu, are you unharmed? I have come to rescue you." The male cultivator's eyes widened in astonishment, a clear expression of admiration and affection shimmering within. However, upon catching sight of Fang Yang, his face contorted in rage. "Damn old man, I will slay you." Fang Yang smiled silently, while Gu Qingxue, her face contorted with anger, was the first to speak, reprimanding, "Li Gang, have you lost your mind? I've told you time and again that Elder Tree Spirit is a good person." Li Gang, taken aback, wore an expression more grotesque than that of one who had just consumed excrement, his demeanor twitching incessantly. "Junior sister, what have you done to my senior sister?" Li Gang glared at Fang Yang, fury radiating from him as he directed his sword towards Fang Yang, the aura of his golden core revealing itself unabashedly, stirring the winds and clouds around them. "Xiaoxue, is this person your junior brother?" Fang Yang inquired, feigning a look of helplessness as he addressed Gu Qingxue. A hint of embarrassment and shame flickered across Gu Qingxue's face. "I apologize, Mr. Tree Spirit, for the discomfort he has caused you. He has succumbed to madness. Allow me to escort him on his final journey." Fang Yang leaped from the emotional sword, grasping it firmly in his hand, exuding an air of righteous determination. Simultaneously, the emotions emanating from Li Gang surged forth, converging towards the emotional sword in Fang Yang's grasp. At this, Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing her features. After all, they were fellow disciples. How could she have anticipated that Fang Yang would so readily seek to take this man's life? Is the path of righteousness devoid of compassion? Have you begun to waver? Fang Yang's words, steeped in righteous resolve, reached Gu Qingxue's ears, causing her beautiful eyes to tremble as she regained her composure, biting her lip gently and lowering her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Gang's fury intensified, his expression becoming more sinister as he hurled curses, unleashing his full power. The spiritual energy surrounding him transformed into a sword, charging towards Fang Yang with lethal intent. Fang Yang, with his profound cultivation at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, displayed no semblance of trepidation. His entire being was suffused with a rich and pure golden true energy, which surged and coalesced towards the ebony long sword in his grasp. In an instant, an astonishing force and momentum erupted forth. With a sweeping strike, the immense power transformed into a radiant golden sword chi. Carving a deep trench in a straight line before him, aimed at the adversary ahead. The sword chi shattered the true energy, morphing into a spiritual blade, leaving Li Gang astounded and bewildered. Though he sought to resist, it was too late. He was effortlessly cleaved in two, vanishing from existence. Fang Yang felt the astounding power coursing through him, ripples swirling in his aged eyes, and his heart raced. Foundation establishment, 4th layer, annihilating the 1st layer of Golden Core. Chapter 12, 10th grade Golden Core. Fang Yang felt the surge of his own power, his heartbeat quickening, and the blood within him boiling and flowing. A trace of youthful vigor emerged upon his aged visage. Simultaneously, he observed that the slain cultivator transformed into a translucent energy, soaring towards the towering ancient tree behind him. Realizing this, Fang Yang immediately regained his focus and turned to confirm that it was indeed a spectral essence flying towards the colossal tree. A bold hypothesis sparked in his mind. Could it be that the activation of this great tree relied upon the demise of the fallen cultivator? This would explain why the tree appeared increasingly vibrant as time passed. Holding on to this audacious theory, Fang Yang glanced back at Gu Qingshui, who wore an expression of complex bewilderment. It seemed she was unable to remain unaffected by the sight of her fellow sect member's tragic fall. Xiaoxue, you should return to your cultivation. Opportunities are fleeting. Do not burden yourself with the remaining matters. Every individual in this world has their own fate. Some possess fragile minds, which may lead them astray. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the sins of others, nor should you feel pity simply because you share a sect. Fang Yang, embodying the demeanor of a venerable elder, spoke with a gaze imbued with the power of the Sharingan, fixating intently upon her. Gu Qingshui momentarily lost herself in thought, subsequently dispelling the excess concerns and complexities from her countenance. With a gentle nod, she responded, I understand, Mr. Tree Spirit. Qingshui shall heed your teachings. Having spoken, she gracefully turned to soar back toward the towering ancient tree, while Fang Yang continued his ascent outward. Upon reaching the edge, he cast his gaze and observed that several cultivators were drawing near, with only a few dozen steps remaining, as a multitude of other practitioners had also begun to follow closely behind. Fang Yang's demeanor was tranquil, his aged eyes momentarily sharpening as he glanced back, confirming that Gu Qingshui was not behind him. The depth of his gaze grew colder as he wielded the sword of emotions, directing it towards the individuals before him. The towering giant tree flourished with vibrant foliage, its lush leaves emanating a radiant green light, enveloping the entire vicinity in this life-giving energy, thus creating an unparalleled cultivation ground. Gu Qingshui sat cross-legged beneath the giant tree, wholly immersed in the process of refining and absorbing. Fang Yang gradually returned from the outside, lifting his gaze to the magnificent tree, now brimming with energy, and smiled with satisfaction. He then ascended, soaring to the top of the colossal tree, where he immersed himself in the overwhelming vitality and energy, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation as the verdant energy continuously surged into his being. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Only a little over a day remained before the entire small secret realm would close. With a burst of golden light, Fang Yang's long hair danced wildly, his robes billowed, and the true energy around him shimmered as he entered the 5th stage of Foundation establishment. He opened his aged eyes, the golden light swirling within them, and he appeared noticeably younger than 3 days prior. His once snow-white hair had transformed into a luscious black mane. At first glance, he resembled a strikingly handsome elder, akin to a serious patriarch. He gazed upward, observing that the sky was nearly engulfed in a crimson hue, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, with strange sounds echoing from various directions. He wielded the sword of emotional mastery and flew outward, revealing a landscape ablaze in fiery red. As the entire secret realm had been consumed by flames, save for the area surrounding the towering giant tree and the hundreds of layers of steps encircling it, Fang Yang maintained an impassive demeanor, unaffected by the spectacle before him. He wielded the sword of emotion, traversing the staircase in search of any remnants. And within a mere quarter of an hour, he had eradicated all traces. The secret realm now contained only himself and 2 women. Suddenly, A resounding roar erupted from the towering ancient tree, its vitality surging to an extraordinary peak. The lush, verdant leaves shimmered with a vibrant emerald glow. The entire area was imbued with an exceptionally rich and pure spiritual energy, reminiscent of a sacred land for cultivation. Fang Yang soared swiftly toward the colossal tree. Upon reaching its majestic presence, he gazed upon the trunk, stout as a mountain, and extended his hand to make contact. In that moment, he sensed an alluring force emanating from within the bark. It was as if the great tree resonated with him, drawing his consciousness away from his personal perspective and transforming it into that of the immense tree itself. He felt as though he had become the deity of this secluded realm, wielding the ability to command the surrounding spiritual energy and manifesting power that was not inherently his own, while perceiving every nook and cranny of the environment. He could see Gu Qingxue meditating beside the tree, deeply engrossed in her cultivation, observing every pore of her skin, and he could also discern Ling Shuyue, tethered to the roots, greedily absorbing the energy around her. Fang Yang's eyes sparkled with clarity as he regained consciousness, a look of delight flooding his face. He had succeeded. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired control of the Pinduoduo version of the World Tree and gained the right to utilize this small secret realm. To transform the Pinduoduo version of the World Tree into a true World Tree, one must traverse various secret realms and nurture it to facilitate its metamorphosis. Listening to the system notification resonating in his ears, Fang Yang exhaled a breath of relief. Simultaneously, energy surged from all directions into his body, and in that instant, he felt as if he had become an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing everything in sight. Below, Gu Qingxue was roused from her stupor, rising to witness the transformation around her, her beautiful eyes quivering in astonishment. Upon raising her gaze to the sky and spotting Fang Yang, her expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief. Mr. Tree Spirit, she murmured in astonishment, refraining from intruding. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day slipped by as Fang Yang continued to voraciously absorb energy. Even the overwhelming and rich energy present was consumed by him in abundance. His cultivation advanced remarkably, soaring from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the pinnacle of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. The efficiency was astonishing. The act of devouring energy showed no signs of abating. Fang Yang hovered like a deity in the air, enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance, his long hair billowing gracefully. Gradually, a circle of golden light emerged around him. Moments later, 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles, until a total of 10 golden rings appeared, enveloping him uniformly from head to toe. At that moment, the energy within him reached an astonishing limit, bringing his absorption to a halt. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue and Ling Shuyue below were left in a state of shock. Their beautiful eyes trembled as they gazed upward, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. 10 rings? Ling Shuyue stammered, her lips quivering in disbelief. The golden light surrounding Fang Yang during the golden core breakthrough represented the quality of the golden core itself. 1 to 9 rings indicated levels 1 to 9. With 1 being the lowest and 9 the rarest, in the entire southern cultivation realm, there were scarcely a few existing 9-rank golden cores, and none had appeared in recent years. Yet this old man had achieved such a feat and even surpassed it by 1 ring? Was this a 10-rank golden core? Little did she know that Fang Yang not only completed a 10-rank golden core, but also, unbeknownst to anyone, had perfected the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment beyond the ordinary during his cultivation. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, causing the energy within Fang Yang to erupt, creating a golden wave in the air that was both awe-inspiring and mesmerizing. Fang Yang opened his eyes, a golden light swirling within them, reminiscent of a deity descending to the mortal realm. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed a powerful punch, generating a resounding echo and a wave of energy that shattered the vacuum before him. His expression radiated unrestrained joy, fully revealing the exhilaration and excitement coursing through his heart. It felt as though he were in a dream, transforming from an ordinary old man with a lamentable lifespan into an extraordinary prodigy. Given some time, would this day truly eclipse all that he once knew? Chapter 13. The Submission of Ling Shuyue, the Trimmer in the Southern Cultivation Realm Entry. As Fang Yang descended slowly, he beheld the astonished and shocked expression of Gu Qingxue, lost in contemplation. Mr. Tree Spirit, you. Gu Qingxue appeared somewhat bewildered, her mind struggling to grasp certain notions. Yet under the influence of the color wheel's gaze, she found herself unable to unravel anything. Xiaoxue, this secret realm has come to an end. Allow me to escort you out, Fang Yang declared earnestly upon landing. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of reluctance. She sensed an abundance of questions lingering in her heart, yearning for clarity, Yet inexplicably, she felt an odd sense of attachment, as if hesitant to part ways. Gazing at the elder before her, her emotions swirled in a complex and peculiar manner, leaving her momentarily unable to discern the cause of her turmoil. "Are you truly the tree spirit?" Gu Qingxue finally inquired, her delicate eyes trembling as she clutched the hem of her garment. Fang Yang gazed thoughtfully, as if lost in contemplation, and replied, "Perhaps it is. Or perhaps it is not. Even I find it difficult to discern." He continued, "Xiao Xue, we shall meet again. Until that time, please refrain from divulging our matters, even to your closest confidants." As he spoke, a hint of tenderness flickered in Fang Yang's aged eyes. He leaned closer to Gu Qingxue, gently pressing his forehead against hers. In the midst of her complex and unprepared state, Fang Yang then transported her away, thus averting unnecessary troubles. With the conclusion of the minor realm, nearly all disciples had perished, and those outside would undoubtedly be displeased, especially upon witnessing that he, the old man, had somehow survived. Hence, it was prudent to send Gu Qingxue out first. Her renowned status as a prodigy of the Grand Sect would make her departure more palatable. As for himself and Ling Shuyue, they would exit later. Even if the news were to spread, inciting speculation and doubt, it would certainly be preferable to emerging now. Fang Yang pondered meticulously, finding it exceedingly reasonable. He strolled towards the other side and soon beheld Ling Shuyue, tethered to the roots of a tree. It had been several days since they last met, and Fang Yang had nearly forgotten her. Upon seeing him, Ling Shuyue's expression shifted dramatically, resembling a forsaken creature, her eyes suddenly brimming with a desperate yearning for survival and an air of submission. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return?" she inquired pitifully, her gaze still harboring remnants of the astonishment she had witnessed. Having watched Fang Yang complete the 10th grade golden elixir, Fang Yang remained silent, leaning closer to gaze down at her, observing the 30% affinity rating hovering above her head. The system had issued a side quest to annex the Fire Origin sect, thus this woman must be preserved. However, her affinity rating was too precarious to be carelessly revealed. Fang Yang crouched down, locking eyes with her in close proximity. She trembled slightly, her expression revealing a mix of anxiety and unease, as her throat involuntarily convulsed, causing her to lean back a fraction. "I'm sorry, but we must say goodbye," Fang Yang stated with an unassuming tone that concealed a hint of danger. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuyue's expression froze, her face a portrait of astonishment. After a few moments, she stammered in fear, What did you say? What do you mean? Take me with you?" Her eyes sparkled with a fierce desire to survive as she grasped Fang Yang's arm. "But taking you with me would expose my position, and I cannot fully control you," Fang Yang replied matter-of-factly, his profound gaze infused with wisdom. Ling Shuyue, still in shock, quickly insisted, "No, I won't betray you. I beg you, take me with you." Her voice quivered with desperation, tinged with the threat of tears. Meanwhile, something new manifested above her head, not a measure of affinity, but a metric known as submission, which surged from 0 to 20% in an instant. Detection confirmed the daughter of the Fire Element sect's leader, Ling Shuyue, with submission levels rising to 20%. "Oh?" A flicker of surprise and cunning glimmered in Fang Yang's eyes as he extended his calloused hand to her face, gently caressing it. "Is it true?" he inquired. "Indeed. I swear. You may command me to do anything," Ling Shuyue pleaded through her tears. Fang Yang's lips curled into a wicked arc. Outside the small secret realm, the elders of various sects had once again gathered, each eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the secret realm and the triumphant return of their disciples. Among them, the larger sects, particularly those with the most slots, were the most expectant, and many sect members, including elders and senior brothers and sisters, had arrived. The most distinguished among them was undoubtedly the Zhengqi sect. As the leading sect of the Zhengqi alliance, they nearly dominated the entire southern cultivation world. This time, they had the most slots, a staggering 30, 10 times that of the Lingdao sect. Not far off, the Lingjian sect, clad in white, was not far behind, with 25 slots. It was estimated that Gu Shimi and Li Gangshidi would complete their golden core this time, though it was uncertain what grade they would achieve. I suspect Gu Shimi might attain a 7th grade golden core, and Li Gangshidi could also achieve it. Even a 6th grade golden core would be a cause for celebration. Several elders and deacons of the Lingjian sect smiled, one kindly old man proudly gazing at the entrance of the secret realm, waiting for his beloved disciple's return. Third elder, "What do you think?" someone asked him. "I believe Qingxue can achieve a 7th grade golden core. After all, she is my most cherished disciple," the old man replied, his eyes not only brimming with pride but also concealing a hint of insatiable longing. Just then, An unusual stir occurred at the entrance of the secret realm. A flash of light erupting forth. Instantly, everyone present snapped to attention. Isn't there still half a day left until it ends? What is happening? The crowd was astonished and quickly gathered around. Soon, they beheld a stunning figure clad in white, appearing like an ethereal being, her pure and cold demeanor evoking admiration. Yet only this singular figure emerged. The elder of the Lingjian sect immediately recognized her, and upon sensing Gu Qingshue's 8th grade golden core aura, his expression transformed into one of delight as he rushed over. Qingxue, why did you come out early? The elder inquired hastily, while others from various sects approached. Their faces filled with astonishment. Gu Qingxue surveyed the scene before her, displaying a dazed and bewildered expression, as if she had not fully regained her senses. Her mind still haunted by the image of a certain figure that lingered relentlessly, stirring her emotions. Master, she raised her gaze to the elder before her. Inexplicably feeling a loss of the reverence and dependence she once had, her thoughts consumed by the visage of another elder. The old man, too, was momentarily taken aback. Frozen in place, he sensed something was amiss. How could the innate pure spirit body be damaged? His eyes trembled, and his expression twisted into one of distress. The others from various sects continued to inquire about what had transpired. Faced with this situation, Gu Qingshue's expression shifted dramatically, and she suddenly screamed, covering her ears. Overwhelmed by chaos, her piercing cry silenced those around her, and a senior sister from the Lingjian sect promptly took Gu Qingxue away. The elder spoke, "Don't panic." After the Lingjian sect members steadied Gu Qingxue for a moment, she finally regained her composure and shook her head dejectedly. I don't know. I ascended hundreds of steps to the giant tree and began my cultivation, only to be taken away afterward. Her words echoed in the ears of everyone present, causing a ripple of urgency among the other sections. The Zhengqi sect and the Lingjian sect nearly clashed. However, the Lingjian sect was not to be trifled with. And under pressure, they took Gu Qingxue back to their sect first, leaving a few members behind to observe the situation. The stunned elder had no choice but to act as if nothing had happened, accompanying Gu Qingxue back to the sect. Attempting to inquire further, but finding himself unable to extract any information, clearly sensing the shift in Gu Qingshue's attitude towards him. The atmosphere among those remaining outside the secret realm grew extremely oppressive, and after waiting for another half-day, it finally erupted. No one is coming out. What does this signify? Either the secret realm is flawed, or everyone else has perished. Members of the Zhengqi sect even suggested that Gu Qingxue might have killed everyone, which naturally provoked outrage from the Lingjian sect. Ultimately, due to the pre-established agreement regarding life and death before entering the secret realm, the Zhengqi sect could not forcibly unleash their fury upon the Lingjian sect. Nevertheless, it was evident that many sects harbored grievances and even hostility towards the Lingjian sect, especially since only one of their disciples had emerged, and she had achieved an 8th grade golden core. The last occurrence of an 8th grade golden core in the southern cultivation world was over 20 years ago. Meanwhile, upon returning to her sect, Gu Qingxue immediately garnered the attention of the sect leader, and the elder could no longer press for more questions. Days passed swiftly. Yet no new individuals emerged from the small secret realm, leaving all sects in profound distress, particularly the major sects, as they had sent dozens of promising disciples, including those considered key talents. Notably, the elder from the Lingyao sect was not at all surprised, as he had not expected much from the 3 disciples he had brought along, and instead felt a sense of relief, initially angered by the limited slots, now pleased that fewer slots meant less loss. It is worth mentioning that on the day of the incident, the sect leader of the Huiyuan sect personally came to the entrance, collapsing in tears and calling out his daughter's name. Chapter 14, Return. The complexity of Mo Wuxia. In a matter of days, the events surrounding this small secret realm had spread throughout the southern cultivation world, leaving people bewildered and rife with speculation. Such an occurrence had never transpired in recent years, where only one disciple emerged alive from a secret realm. Although the talents who entered were not the absolute pinnacle, the loss to the southern cultivation world and various sects was nonetheless significant, particularly for some ordinary sects that had sent their most precious talents, often just 2 or 3 disciples. The Zhengqi Alliance even held a prayer session for the disciples who had not returned, just when everyone thought the matter was settled. A small group of individuals still stationed at the entrance of the secret realm witnessed a disturbance, and another female figure emerged. Upon recognizing her, the crowd was struck with astonishment, and the sect leader of the Huiyuan sect rushed over, weeping as he embraced Ling Shuyue. Daughter, woe is me. I should not have allowed you to come. It is all my fault. How wonderful that you are safe. How wonderful indeed. The master of the Fire Origin sect wept like a 3-year-old child, while Ling Shuyue, whom she tightly embraced, appeared utterly despondent. Remaining silent in the face of her father's inquiries, the onlookers promptly communicated with their sects, eager to uncover the truth behind such an unfathomable occurrence, something that had not transpired in nearly a millennium. Ignoring the urgency of those present, Ling Yun, the master of the Fire Origin sect, took Ling Shuyue back to their sect, resolutely declaring that anyone daring to lay a hand on his daughter would face dire consequences, even to the point of destruction. Within half a day, members of the Righteous Alliance visited the Fire Origin sect, not with demands, but under the guise of offering condolences. Ultimately, Ling Shuyue, still in her state of bewilderment, recounted the events as she had been instructed by Fang Yang, repeating the fabricated narrative he had drilled into her. Fewer words. A grand deception unfolded. Chaos in the minor secret realm had claimed the lives of those who failed to ascend the hundreds of steps to the core area. Though she had not entered the core herself, by sheer happenstance, she found refuge in a location that allowed her to escape the ensuing disaster. The gravity of her words weighed heavily on the great powers present, and in conjunction with Gu Qingshue's account upon returning to the Spirit Sword sect, no discrepancies could be found, nor could any conspiracy theories be concocted. The narrative was seamless. Gu Qingxue had narrowly escaped due to her extraordinary talents, while Ling Shuyue survived purely by fortune, leaving the other disciples to perish in the engulfing flames. After departing from the Fire Origin sect, the Righteous Alliance swiftly disseminated news of the incident, issuing a statement to the various sects involved in the minor secret realm. The higher-ups of each sect felt a pang of sorrow but also nurtured a glimmer of hope that their own disciples might likewise evade disaster. The following morning, further turmoil emerged from the minor secret realm. An elder, much like Ling Shuyue, was transported out, equally disoriented and traumatized, his aged visage etched with fear and trepidation, bordering on madness. Upon confirming his identity as a disciple of the Spirit Path sect and ruling out any suspicion, communication was sent to the Spirit Path sect. Elder Chen of the Spirit Path sect felt a mix of surprise and cautious optimism, making the necessary arrangements to arrive at the scene a few hours later, escorting Fang Yang back. As this news spread, other sects began to harbor even greater hope and anticipation. On the return journey aboard the flying vessel, Elder Chen faced Fang Yang, observing the seemingly rejuvenated elder without a shred of suspicion, feigning concern as he remarked, "Surviving proves your fortune and fate are substantial. The nature of your gains is of little consequence." With a pat on Fang Yang's shoulder, Fang Yang flinched slightly, feigning shock. With a smile, he rose to leave. Once Elder Chen departed, Fang Yang shed his disguise, revealing a hint of malevolence. As anticipated, everything was well within his control. Whether suspicions would later fall upon him was inconsequential, for he now possessed ample backup and confidence. Over the course of several days, he had thoroughly conditioned Ling Shuyue to the point of absolute obedience, achieving a compliance rate of 100%. In addition to receiving system rewards, 5-dimensional shrinking talismans capable of facilitating instantaneous escapes across vast distances immensely valuable. Moreover, under the system's guise, he masked his cultivation to that of an ordinary second-tier foundation establishment practitioner, exhibiting no signs of anomaly. The system's disguise was remarkably reliable. Upon returning to the Spirit Path sect after several hours, night had fallen. Elder Chen took Fang Yang to the administration office, bestowing upon him a small token of spirit stones as consolation before sending him on his way. "Thank you, Elder Chen." Fang Yang expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Yes, in a couple of days, you may be summoned to recount your experiences within the minor secret realm," Elder Chen stated solemnly, nodding his head and maintaining the facade of a benevolent elder. Fang Yang nodded and departed from the management office with a bag of condolences. The night was moonless, accompanied by the faint chirping of insects. Fang Yang ascended the Servant Peak, and upon reaching the summit, he detected a foreign presence within his dwelling, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. It seemed that during his brief absence, the peak had already assigned someone new to his residence. He pondered the well-being of Chun Lian. If she were in trouble, there would be little he could do, as he had not anticipated the unfolding circumstances within the secluded realm. Fortunately, Fang Yang did not sense Chun Lian's presence. He approached his residence and forcefully kicked the door open. Instantly, a youthful and piercing voice rang out from within. "Who goes there? Do you seek death?" Fang Yang sensed the presence of a 9th-tier qi refining aura, shedding the demeanor he once exhibited before Elder Chun, now replaced solely by a chilling coldness and an undercurrent of irritation. "Who the hell are you?" With a resounding bang, the door swung open, revealing a man clad only in nightwear, who emerged from the inner room. Upon catching sight of Fang Yang, he shuddered slightly, his expression shifting to one of caution. "Who the hell are you?" Fang Yang approached him, his expression remaining unchanged. However, the other party displayed a hint of panic, directly channeling the spiritual energy within his body, and launched an assault towards Fang Yang. Fang Yang merely swung his fist, shattering the man's skull into a crimson mist akin to that of a smashed watermelon. Fang Yang maintained his expression as he strode forward, oblivious to Chun Lian's presence. He swiftly commanded the Sword of Emotion and soared towards the outskirts of the Servant's Peak, heading directly for Mo Wuxia's residence. Meanwhile, within the confines of Mo Wuxia's estate, she sat in the courtyard, clad in delicate, sheer garments that tantalizingly hinted at her exquisite form. Her demeanor was one of deep contemplation, her thoughts seemingly adrift. A few days prior, upon learning about the circumstances surrounding the minor secret realm, she found herself devoid of the expected satisfaction or sense of vindication. Instead, an inexplicable discomfort settled in her heart, intensifying her resentment, leaving her perplexed by the complexity of her own emotions. Initially, she attributed this turmoil to the nonchalant demise of a certain individual, believing it stemmed from unfulfilled vengeance. However, just half a day ago, upon discovering that an elder from the Lingyao sect had emerged alive from the secret realm, a wave of unexpected joy washed over her. This revelation led her to a deeper realization of her emotions, prompting her to dissect her inner turmoil. Ultimately, she had to concede that, despite her profound hatred for this elder, he had also bestowed upon her surprising gifts, a mysterious force capable of enhancing her own abilities, as well as his sudden transformation and the formidable treasures he possessed that could even subdue her. All these factors contributed to a peculiar and unsettling shift within her. Before long, Fang Yang, wielding the Sword of Emotion, descended before her. She snapped back to reality, her expression betraying a mix of discomfort and tension, igniting the anger and hatred simmering in her eyes as she glared at the elder before her. Yet, upon witnessing his transformation, she was rendered speechless, her gaze frozen in astonishment. With long, dark hair and a visage that appeared somewhat rejuvenated, he exuded an entirely different aura. Before she could utter a word, Fang Yang stepped closer, mercilessly seizing her delicate neck and lifting her effortlessly. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, instinctively prompting her to resist. To her dismay, she found her breath constricted, unable to summon any power against the elder, who had not employed the peculiar ropes he had used previously. "You," Mo Wuxia stammered, taken aback by Fang Yang's cold and displeased gaze. "How is this possible? I am at the peak of the Golden Core stage. How could I be subdued by him? His realm, Golden Core." Her expression morphed into one of disbelief and shock as she stood there, utterly stunned. Fang Yang was taken aback, directing his gaze towards the mansion behind her. He could sense Chun Lian's presence emanating from within. Now it was Fang Yang's turn to be astonished, as he shifted his attention back to the woman's face, releasing his grasp and allowing her to descend. He then proceeded to walk inside, while Mo Wuxia remained in a state of astonishment, her face still reflecting a profound sense of shock and bewilderment. Upon entering, Fang Yang beheld the slumbering figure of the half-demon spirit fox girl, Chun Lian, in a chamber. Her sleeping visage bore traces of sorrow and melancholy, yet her fair complexion remained vibrant and healthy. Fang Yang stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned, his expression a blend of surprise and subtle delight. He stepped inside and settled beside Chun Lian, gazing closely at her exquisite visage, his rough, calloused hand gently caressing her delicate face. Mo Wuxia followed closely, pausing at the entrance, his demeanor revealing a complex and peculiar resentment. "Grandfather Guan," Chun Lian murmured softly in her slumber, evoking a sense of tenderness. Fang Yang gazed at her, unable to suppress his contemplation regarding whether he harbored any feelings for this unexpectedly appearing half-demon girl. Perhaps not. It was merely that she had brought him numerous benefits, and she was the first girl to accept him since acquiring the system, thus evoking a somewhat peculiar sentiment. "Xiaoyan," Fang Yang softly called out. Chun Lian instantly fluttered her brows and gradually opened her sleepy eyes. After a moment of surprise, she rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Grandfather Steward?" She promptly sat up and embraced Fang Yang tightly, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. "Whoa, Grandfather Steward, you have finally returned. I knew you would be safe." Fang Yang gently ruffled her small head, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "Do not worry, Xiaolian, I am perfectly fine." As he spoke, Fang Yang turned his gaze towards the doorway, where Mo Wuxia stood with a complex expression of resentment. In a calm voice, he inquired, "Did you bring her here?" Mo Wuxia's eyes flickered momentarily, and she hesitated to respond. However, upon sensing Fang Yang's icy demeanor, she trembled slightly, her expression betraying a mix of resentment and grievance. Before answering, "Yes, what of it?" Fang Yang maintained his indifferent demeanor, regarding her with no special attention. Merely stating with irritation, "It seems you are not entirely foolish. You understand that I would return and that you should not completely sever your own path." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuxia momentarily froze, lightly biting her lower lip as she clenched her fists in quiet resentment, her eyes reflecting a deeper shade of hatred and grievance. Chunlian, raising her gaze, spoke softly, "Grandfather, it was the older sister who saved me." "Yes, I know, but she is not a virtuous person. She is merely a wretch, and you need not feel indebted to her," Fang Yang replied softly. Chunlian's expression revealed a hint of complexity and confusion, yet she refrained from further inquiries. Chapter 15. Mo Wuxia's Residence. The Spread of the Fiery Inferno. Entry. Fang Yang spent an entire day at Mo Wuxia's residence, elevating her compliance to 50% before returning to the servant's peak with Chunlian. As for the newly appointed steward whom he had dispatched so casually, there were naturally no further developments. Firstly, Mo Wuxia, as an external elder, was handling the matter. Secondly, even if word were to spread, it would bear little consequence. After all, his disguised state upon returning made it entirely plausible that a verbal dispute had escalated to fatality. He remained the steward of the servant's peak, still perceived by the majority within the sect as a feeble old man, unchanged since before his journey to the minor secret realm. And no one harbored any suspicions about him. After spending a day at the servant's peak with Chunlian, Fang Yang was summoned by a paper crane to the outer gate. Upon arriving at the council hall presided over by Elder Chun, he noticed that apart from Elder Chun and 2 members of the sect, all present were unfamiliar faces. However, their attire suggested that they belonged to the Righteous Alliance. It was evident that they were merely there to conduct a formal inquiry regarding his specific experiences in the minor secret realm. Fang Yang, having adeptly disguised himself, entered with an air of feigned humility, appearing as though he had not yet fully recovered from an earlier shock. Responding to the inquiries of the members of the Righteous Alliance, he recounted a carefully prepared narrative, one that bore striking resemblance to that of Ling Xiua, yet was articulated with an even greater degree of authenticity and precision. He detailed events that had transpired within his secret realm just days prior, culminating in his entrapment in a peculiar cave, leaving no detail unexamined. The elder of the Righteous Alliance nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently produced a small pouch, presenting it to Fang Yang with the words, "This is a token of compensation from the Righteous Alliance. Please accept it." Fang Yang hurriedly declined with utmost respect, expressing his gratitude after offering a few compliments. "I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed sirs." Subsequently, the members of the Righteous Alliance took their leave, and Elder Chin exchanged a few words with Fang Yang before permitting him to depart. Thus, for the ensuing month, no unforeseen incidents transpired. Fang Yang spent a month in a state of fulfillment and security, during which his primary labor involved managing the menial tasks at the servant's peak. The remainder of his time was spent either with Chunlian or with Mo Wuxia, successfully elevating Mo Wuxia's submission level to 80%. Only an additional 10% was required to secure a reward. Despite being ruthless in both words and actions towards Mo Wuxia, she displayed an understanding of the situation, leaving Fang Yang quite satisfied. This experience imparted a profound lesson. It is not the troublesome nature of the courtesan that vexes one, but rather the courtesan who remains beyond one's control. Throughout this month, Fang Yang remained acutely aware of the developments within the small secret realm. Since his departure, no disciples had emerged, and everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Moreover, during this period, no significant suspicions arose, save for the conjecture that Gu Qingxue had eliminated all others, thereby obstructing the aspirations of those wishing to ascend. Consequently, the relationship between the Lingjian sect and numerous other sects deteriorated significantly. Nevertheless, Gu Qingxue garnered exceptional attention from the Lingjian sect, being appointed as the holy maiden of the sect and receiving focused cultivation. The 8th grade golden pill drew envy and admiration from forces across the entire southern cultivation realm. Meanwhile, Ling Xiue frequently contacted Fang Yang through special means, expressing her longing to see him and assuring him that there were no peculiar circumstances on her end, and that her father harbored no suspicions. Fang Yang did not respond, fearing exposure and harboring concerns about whether she might unveil their situation. He He truly did not anticipate that. Despite having given all necessary warnings, she would succumb to the pangs of solitude. It seemed she had indeed contracted a severe case of Stockholm Syndrome. On this day, Imo Wuxia sent a message while Fang Yang basked in the sun in the courtyard. Upon receiving the news, his brow furrowed in apprehension, and a grave expression crossed his face. He promptly rose and took to the skies on his flying sword, making his way to Imo Wuxia's estate. The message relayed by Imo Wuxia revealed that another disciple had emerged alive from the minor secret realm. This revelation left Fang Yang considerably astonished. The sudden turn of events disrupted his previously stable and manageable life. Before long, Fang Yang arrived at Imo Wuxia's residence, his demeanor still serious, only to sense another somewhat familiar presence as he drew near. Elder Chen. Fang Yang swiftly concealed himself behind a tree, his presence masked by the assistance of the system, remaining undetected. After approximately 15 minutes had passed, Elder Chen emerged from Imo Wuxia's residence, departing with a hint of displeasure. Once he was certain that the elder had completely left, Fang Yang promptly entered Imo Wuxia's abode. At that moment, Imo Wuxia also exited, appearing anxious and flustered. Upon seeing Fang Yang, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, revealing a trace of subservience within their depths. What is happening? Fang Yang furrowed his brows as he descended. Imo Wuxia hastily replied, "News has arrived that another disciple has emerged from the small secret realm, a disciple of the righteous sect, and he is an ordinary male disciple." Fang Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. Despite his thorough investigation, he had not anticipated that someone had indeed survived by sheer luck. Although he held dominion over the tree of the world akin to a Pinduoduo version, his control extended only to the realm above the steps, while the rest, engulfed by a sea of flames, remained beyond his reach and investigation. Thus, it was conceivable that this individual had genuinely escaped calamity as he had fabricated. Fang Yang wore a solemn expression, deep in thought, and after a few moments, he composed himself. What was Elder Chen here for? He inquired, raising his gaze to Imo Wuxia. Imo Wuxia displayed a hint of unease and promptly explained. He has taken an interest in me and wished to invite me for an outing, but I declined under the pretense of needing to enter seclusion. As she spoke, she scrutinized Fang Yang's demeanor, seemingly attempting to discern some hidden nuance. Yet regrettably, Fang Yang remained entirely unfazed, showing no change in his expression in response to her words. "You may go, but not at this moment," Fang Yang replied with a cool detachment. Upon hearing this, Imo Wuxia was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing even more peculiar as she lightly bit her lip. Fang Yang remained composed, contemplating as he continued, "Go and gather real-time information. Inform me of any updates immediately, but be sure not to overdo it." Imo Wuxia's eyes flickered with an unusual sensitivity, and she responded slightly uncomfortably, "Understood." With that, she soared towards the estate's exit, while Fang Yang, with a mere thought, vanished from his location. Shifting his consciousness, he entered the secluded realm beneath the towering tree. He now possessed the ability to traverse this sanctuary at will, though he was uncertain which formidable beings could forcibly expel him. He wielded the sword of emotion and flew outward, arriving at the edge of the staircase. Upon glancing down, his eyes widened in alarm. The inferno that had only recently engulfed the lowest tier of hundreds of steps had now spread upward over a dozen levels. If this continued, it would be devastated within a few years. The energy of the giant tree was resisting the encroachment of the flames, but the rate of expansion was likely to accelerate. This secluded realm and the colossal tree were undeniably invaluable treasures. He could not simply stand by and watch them perish. It was imperative to locate specific resources or alternative sanctuaries to nurture this great tree and its hidden domain. He sensed intuitively that this place would become crucial for him in the future. Chapter 16. The Female Sect Master of Lingdao Sect. After careful consideration, Fang Yang exited the secluded realm and returned to Imo Wuxia's estate. Just as he was about to wield the sword of emotion and depart, a sudden, chilling voice emerged from behind him, freezing him in place for a moment, his entire being tensed. "What brings you to Elder Mo's residence?" The voice was icy and haunting, imbued with an intangible pressure. Most notably, Fang Yang had been utterly unaware of the individual's approach, indicating that this person's cultivation level was at least in the nascent soul stage, and likely at the later stages, or even perfected. Beads of perspiration appeared on Fang Yang's forehead, and the hand hidden within the sleeve of his right arm was tightly clenched, almost compelling him to unleash its power. The disciple had been summoned by Elder Mo to arrange certain matters. Fang Yang suppressed the tension and pressure within him, striving to respond as naturally as possible. This individual had not witnessed his sudden emergence from the small secret realm. They had only appeared after he had emerged. Otherwise, they would have acted immediately rather than inquiring. As for the identity of this person, he remained unaware and dared not glance back, yet he harbored certain suspicions in his heart. You are the steward of the Servant's Peak, the disciple who miraculously survived the perilous trials of the 10,000 Great Mountains? A chilling voice resonated from behind, causing every pore on Fang Yang's body to stand on end. Indeed, Fang Yang replied solemnly. Thus, several breaths passed in silence, and the cold voice behind him ceased to echo, the oppressive weight he felt suddenly dissipating. Fang Yang felt an immense sense of relief. His previously tense body relaxed instantly. With a hint of lingering fear, he took deep breaths. Had this individual chosen to act directly just moments ago, he would have been utterly unprepared, revealing a lack of vigilance on his part. This person was none other than the esteemed leader of the Lingdao sect, Mu Xianyin. Fang Yang's mind was faintly illuminated by the image of a stunning and aloof figure, her appearance now a blur. Yet he recalled the astonishment he felt decades ago upon witnessing her beauty. The reason he instinctively recognized her was twofold. First, through her voice, and second, by intuition. Why had she suddenly appeared and posed such a question to him? Could it be that she harbored suspicions? Or had she acquired some other means of gaining information? Fang Yang furrowed his brows, deep in thought, unable to comprehend where he had revealed any weaknesses. After a long while, the sky darkened, and Fang Yang sat in the courtyard of the Servant's Peak, gazing up at the silver moon above. Chun Lian sat quietly on the stairs behind him, resting her chin on her hand, not interrupting his contemplation. At last, a message arrived from Mo Wuxie. Fang Yang immediately regained his composure and received the message. There was news. This individual held little renown within the Jingqi sect, merely an ordinary disciple. The reason he secured a spot seemed to stem from significant contributions made during a previous sect mission. His basic account revealed no information regarding you, merely stating that he fortuitously became ensnared in a restriction at a certain location, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. As for the specific circumstances of others, including those concerning the 100-tiered steps, he expressed his ignorance. Fang Yang, grasping the jade tablet of communication, absorbed the words resonating in his mind. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the gravity etched upon his features dissipated. However, a flicker of doubt soon crossed his countenance. What is this person's name? Please provide me with a thorough investigation of their background, Fang Yang replied in a solemn tone. The following day, based on the account given by this individual upon their emergence, not only did it absolve Fang Yang of any suspicion, but it also fortified his narrative. In contrast, Gu Qingxue found herself beset by intensified scrutiny and whispers, with many suspecting her of having eliminated those vying for ascension, for otherwise she could not have attained the 8th grade golden core. Yet, despite such conspiracy theories and conjectures, they could only issue mild moral rebukes, lacking the means for any tangible repercussions. Nevertheless, the discord fostered by these events undoubtedly strained the relations between the Lingjian sect and other prominent sections. In the dwelling of Mo Wuxie, Fang Yang surveyed the surroundings before inquiring, "Is it not possible to prevent the intrusion of Yuanying masters here?" To which Mo Wuxie, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Indeed, I can sense any approach immediately. Without my consent, others would have to forcibly breach the protective array of the estate." Fang Yang furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, "What if it is the sect master?" Mo Wuxie was momentarily taken aback as Fang Yang recounted the unexpected events of the previous day, her face immediately reflecting astonishment. "The sect master, it is inconceivable that she would come to me without reason." Mo Wuxie's expression grew somewhat grave, revealing a hint of unusual concern. "Is that so?" Fang Yang, however, remained unfazed. She lifted her gaze to the heavens, squinting at the cerulean sky. "It's fine. There is no conflict of interest between us." Shi Wunti arbitrarily silenced me. Observing his calm demeanor, Mo Wuxie's expression softened, dissipating the peculiar worry that had lingered in her beautiful eyes. "Let us discuss that individual from the righteous sect in earnest." Fang Yang turned towards the room, and Mo Wuxie hurriedly followed. Simultaneously, Fang Yang received a system notification indicating that Mo Wuxie's submission level inexplicably increased by 1%, rising from 80 to 81%. Fang Yang found the situation both surprising and not surprising at all, prompting her to inquire further within the confines of the room. She learned that this male disciple of the Jingqi sect, named Jiang Fan, was in his 20s and possessed a cultivation level of the third stage of foundation establishment. While he was not particularly outstanding, he was by no means lacking. Originally hailing from a modest familial background, he had joined the Jingqi sect due to certain circumstances. Moreover, he seemed to have a remarkably gifted fiancée, which rendered him especially esteemed within the sect. As Fang Yang listened, he began to sense something amiss. Particularly upon hearing the mention of a fiancée, his expression instantly transformed into one of intrigue. He found himself lost in thought for a considerable time before regaining his composure. If one were to suggest that this was mere coincidence, he would vehemently refuse to believe it. The concept of fate, as he aged, had become increasingly tangible to him. Thus, he was convinced that Jiang Fan was no ordinary individual. He even began to harbor suspicions that Jiang Fan might be concealing truths about himself. For he was not as simple as he appeared on the surface, nor had he merely survived by luck. It was entirely possible that he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Fang Yang's expression grew increasingly serious as he firmly etched this individual into his memory. Given the premise that this person might possess some knowledge of the situation yet chose not to reveal it, it indicated that he harbored his own thoughts. At least from the perspective of his script and circumstances, he appeared to be in a repressed state, yet to unleash his potential and trample upon his disdainful fiancée. Thus, at this juncture, Fang Yang found himself resonating with him. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly seek to meet this individual and subtly probe his intentions. Is something amiss? Mo Wuxia inquired gently. Nothing of concern. You should proceed with your usual activities without undue worry or vigilance. There is no need for you to contemplate the rest, understood? Fang Yang commanded, regaining his focus. Yes, understood, Mo Wuxia replied obediently. Then, Fang Yang paused momentarily, his eyes widening slightly as a face surfaced in his memory. Among the white-clad cultivators he encountered in the small secret realm, one individual, a foundation establishment cultivator of the third level, appeared somewhat distinct. Could it be? It seemed prudent to keep a close watch on this fellow. With his thoughts settled, Fang Yang returned his attention to the present. Chapter 17. The Enchantment of the Night. The night was moonless, accompanied by the gentle chirping of insects and a refreshing breeze. Fang Yang and Mo Wuxia, having concluded a half-day's conversation, were making their way back to the miscellaneous peak when, quite unexpectedly, they sensed a familiar aura. Before them appeared Elder Chen, a faint smile gracing his features as he inquired, Fang Yang, where are you headed? Fang Yang's eyes glimmered with a peculiar hue before he responded with a courteous smile. Elder Mo summoned me for a matter, and I went to see her. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. But it quickly dissipated. I see. You two entered the sect together, did you not? Indeed, Elder Mo is an exceptional person. Were it not for her, I would not have been able to maintain my position as a steward. I am genuinely grateful to her, Fang Yang replied sincerely. Elder Chen nodded gently and then embraced Fang Yang's arm, saying, That's wonderful. By the way, do you know what Elder Mo enjoys in her spare time? Fang Yang's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Perhaps she has a penchant for cultivating resources? She has always been diligent, her innate talents shining brightly. Unlike myself. Is that so? Very well, I understand now. You may return. Elder Chen, deep in thought, smiled before soaring into the sky. As he traversed the path back to his mountain peak, a flicker of longing and desire danced across his face. Next month, at the grand auction of the Golden Merchants Association in Tianyuan City, I shall see if I can acquire something of value. Surely, Elder Mo will not refuse me then? He held no suspicions regarding any ambiguous relationship between Fang Yang and Mo Wuxia. After all, to him, Fang Yang was merely a humble old man. How could he fathom that this seemingly insignificant figure could effortlessly possess the woman he yearned for? Furthermore, any acquisitions made would ultimately find their way into Fang Yang's coffers. Fang Yang returned to the servant's peak and arrived at his residence, where he found Chun Lian sitting alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. Her delicate face appeared somewhat pitiful, lost in thought. Xiao Lian, Fang Yang called gently. Chun Lian immediately snapped back to reality, her beautiful eyes turning towards him. Filled with a sense of dependence, she sprang to her feet and ran over, enveloping Fang Yang's tall, aging figure in a warm embrace. Grandfather Steward, you have returned, she said, her soft voice tinged with affection and a hint of playful coaxing. Fang Yang smiled gently, tenderly stroking her little head. What is the matter? What are you pondering over there? I had a peculiar dream. Chun Lian's slender, fair arms wrapped tightly around Fang Yang, revealing that over the past month, her figure had grown graceful and appealing, no longer resembling the frail form he had first encountered. A peculiar dream? What kind of dream? Fang Yang inquired softly. Well, I dreamt that I had left Grandpa Guan and was captured by a fairy, Chun Lian said, her voice imbued with fear and reluctance. Upon hearing these words, Fang Yang was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding blossoming within him. Surely, this dream could not be so coincidental? He recalled the incident when the system mistakenly identified Chun Lian as the queen of the demon race. Gently cupping her face, he scrutinized her delicate features, noting her enchanting eyes that shimmered with a captivating allure. Ethereal, graceful, and mesmerizing, she exhibited a near-perfect beauty, albeit lacking a touch of mature sophistication. Were she to be seen by others, she would undoubtedly incite envy. Could it be that she possessed some extraordinary identity? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the darkness suddenly brightened, causing Fang Yang's pupils to constrict slightly. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on a moment that seemed to freeze in time. The moonless night abruptly shed its clouds, revealing a resplendent silver moon. A breathtakingly elegant figure emerged under its glow, her cascading black hair glistening like crystal. 6 long tails swayed alluringly behind her, while pointed, perky ears adorned her head. Every aspect of her being appeared as if crafted by an artist's hand, captivating all who beheld her. Her pink eyes radiated a bewitching charm. After that fleeting moment of fixation, a wave of lethal intent surged forth, transforming the once enchanting aura into one of imminent danger. Chun Lian, equally stunned, turned her gaze skyward, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The figure before her mirrored the one from her dreams, identical in every way. Unbidden, a thin veil of mist pooled in her enchanting gaze, and she clung tightly to Fang Yang's form, appearing utterly vulnerable and endearing. Damn human, immediately get away from her, came the cold, haughty voice imbued with hostility from the unexpected woman as she descended slowly, an oppressive presence enveloping the entire courtyard. Fang Yang's gaze was intense, and he exhaled a breath of stale air. In an instant, his dark pupils transformed into an enchanting crimson hue wrapped in pink, while 9 scarlet tails emerged behind him, swaying gently in the breeze. This spectacle replaced the oppressive atmosphere of the courtyard with a new, supreme, and unassailable aura of intimidation. Simultaneously, Fang Yang's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, exuding the cunning wisdom of an ancient fox, his eyes radiating authority and dominance, swiftly reversing the situation at hand. As the woman descended slowly, her delicate form trembled abruptly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her beautiful eyes quivered violently, and her expression shifted to one of disbelief and shock. Goosebumps erupted across her skin, and cold sweat prickled as an unyielding pressure bore down upon her. The mere sight of the elder before her rendered her breathless, her blood surging and heart pounding, as if she were on the brink of being mercilessly extinguished, leaving no room for resistance. Only astonishment and dread remained. Witnessing the transformation in her demeanor from haughty invincibility to sheer terror and trepidation, a glimmer of cunning delight flickered in Fang Yang's eyes. Excitement surged within him as he felt the unique power of his tumultuous bloodline. With a steely gaze, he uttered 2 commanding words, "Kneel down." Almost instantaneously, the woman suspended in midair seemed to be seized by an unyielding, coarse hand, abruptly descending to the ground. Her porcelain-like body trembled, her expression one of utter astonishment. As she averted her gaze from Fang Yang, her trembling lips uttering in disbelief, "How is this possible? Who are you?" At that moment, Chun Lian, who was clasped in Fang Yang's embrace, was also taken aback. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes devoid of any color but love, trembling as she realized that the man before her was indeed her destined one, an irreplaceable fate. "It is I who should inquire about your identity," Fang Yang replied in a deep voice, sensing the extraordinary power of the woman before him. Yet, under the suppression of his royal-grade ocular prowess and 9 tails, it was evident that she had lost the ability to resist. Fang Yang temporarily parted ways with Chun Lian and approached the woman before him. Captivated by her exquisite and alluring visage, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Her beauty was extraordinary, reminiscent only of the hazy memory of the sect leader that lingered in his mind. At this moment, Chun Lian lacked the mature allure that characterized her. This inherent charm was not something she deliberately displayed. Coupled with her unique pride and dignity, it rendered her utterly irresistible to men. In comparison, Mo Wuxia appeared somewhat diminished beside the enchanting woman before him. Fang Yang approached, extending his rough, aged hand to grasp her delicate, fair neck. Chapter 18. The Spirit Fox Clan. Fox Spirit Heir, Demonic Power, Entry. Who are you? And why? Why? Even as Fang Yang tightened his grip around her throat, the young woman maintained an expression of disbelief, her trembling red lips repeating the question. Fang Yang did not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap across her face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on her fair and delicate cheek. Answer me at once. You wretched vixen. Fang Yang's old, captivating eyes radiated an irresistible force that encroached upon the woman's consciousness, rendering her momentarily dazed. She began to part her crimson lips and utter, I have been sent to seek the remnants of the Empress. Upon hearing this, Fang Yang's expression subtly shifted, while Chun Lian, standing behind him, felt a tremor in her beautiful eyes, her demeanor undergoing a slight transformation as well, reigning in his aura. Fang Yang issued further commands. The woman immediately suppressed all her presence, and Fang Yang retracted the 9 blood-red tails that had been trailing behind him, significantly diminishing his aura. Yet the enchanting hue in his ancient eyes remained, overshadowing the fox demon before him. What is your aim? To revive the demon clan? Fang Yang's tone softened slightly as he continued to interrogate her, gripping her neck and lifting her as he led Chun Lian into the room, firmly closing the door behind them. You ventured here recklessly, yet went unnoticed? Fang Yang pressed on. The fox demon knelt and replied, No. Fang Yang slightly relaxed his brow and seated himself on a chair. Chun Lian also regained her composure, her beautiful eyes trembling as she murmured, Grandfather Steward. What on earth is happening? It's all right, Xiaolian, you go inside first, Fang Yang gently replied, glancing at her. This time, a hint of hesitation crossed Chun Lian's face. She no longer exhibited the same obedience as before. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she obediently made her way inside. Left with only the fox demon before him, Fang Yang continued to interrogate her. Answer me, is your aim to revive the demon clan? The woman's enchanting eyes regained a flicker of awareness, yet she instinctively dared not harbor a shred of rebellion. Instead, she gazed up at the elder, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, as if a pair of rough hands, stemming from her very bloodline, callously constricted her innermost feelings. Who exactly are you? She stammered, her beautiful eyes quivering, unable to suppress her emotions as she inquired once more. The only response she received was a sharp slap. I did not permit you to ask. Fang Yang spoke assertively, and she exhibited no inclination to resist, her lips closing in a somewhat reluctant and complex manner. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yang continued, What is the current state of the demon race? Ever since the cessation of hostilities between our two races, you have been dutifully retreating to the demon realm. Have you not? Upon hearing these words, the woman before him immediately displayed a visage marred by hatred, gritting her teeth as she replied, The Empress. The Empress could never be defeated by that wretch. If it weren't for the traitors within our ranks, the demon race has been utterly ravaged by that beast. I have painstakingly located the remnants of the Empress. I must ensure her safe return, overthrow that beast from the throne, and restore our demon race to its former glory. As the fox demon spoke with fervent animosity, her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, and her delicate frame trembled incessantly. Fang Yang was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the conflict between the two clans harbored such underlying secrets. The commonly accepted narrative among the human race was that the human emperor of the central continent had triumphed over the demon queen, securing victory for humanity. Are you the ancestral spirit of the Spirit Fox clan? The fox demon approached, grasping Fang Yang's calf, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope and longing as she gazed up at him. Consider me as such. I no longer feel the need to prove anything to you. Fang Yang locked eyes with her, choosing not to deny this identity for the time being. The fox demon was momentarily stunned, and then tears welled in her enchanting eyes, revealing her emotional turmoil, while hope flickered within them, rendering her appearance both poignant and captivating. However, Fang Yang felt no trace of compassion for her at that moment, nor could he empathize with her, as he remained fundamentally a member of the human race. On the contrary, witnessing her in such a state ignited within him a somewhat morbid desire for destruction and control. Ancestral spirit, this is wonderful. I have found the remnants of the queen's body and encountered the ancestral spirit. MMM. The fox demon wept tears of joy, as if she had suddenly relinquished all her pretenses and wariness, revealing the most tender and vulnerable side of her innermost being. Fang Yang placed his rough, large hand upon her head, relishing the sensation of control. You may take Xiaolian away, but not at this moment. Before I give my instructions, you will serve as my attendant, concealed beside me and Xiaolian. Do you understand? Fang Yang's aged eyes shimmered with an otherworldly allure, his voice resonating like an enchanting melody of spirits. The enchanting woman raised her gaze, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she softly murmured the name Shaolian. Then, in a trance, she nodded earnestly, looking up at the elder before her, her eyes brimming with devout reverence and submission. I understand, ancestor. Hu Lingo will undoubtedly obey your instructions and commands, fulfilling all your needs and desires. She spoke with loyal compliance, bowing like a docile fox and kissing Fang Yang's boot. Fang Yang could not help but feel a surge of warmth in his eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. The unexpected arrival of the fox demon, Foxlinger, imbued him with newfound confidence and assurance. It seemed that destiny favored him. He was determined to claim both the demon clan and the human clan for himself. In Fang Yang's ancient gaze, fervor and ambition intertwined, ultimately engulfing his eyes entirely. Foxlingo, I shall unify the demon clan in the near future, Fang Yang declared, his aspiration swelling as he spoke each word with conviction. Foxlingo lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, filled with a dawning realization as she stared blankly at Fang Yang. Upon detecting that the yield and affection levels of the spirit fox clan's demoness, Foxlinger, a fully realized six-tailed fox, had reached an astonishing 100%. The system announced a reward, an advancement of the host's color wheel eye and an enhancement of demonic power. As the system's notification resonated, a greedy joy illuminated Fang Yang's countenance, accompanied by a surge of restless and pungent demonic energy bursting forth from his heart, coursing through his limbs and bones. This energy greedily melded with his corporeal form, complementing and integrating with it. Even the celestial sun's sacred body was stirred, as golden spiritual energy erupted within him. The two forces colliding and merging to create a unique and astonishing new power. Fang Yang, possessing the cultivation of the human race, simultaneously acquired the prowess of the demonic lineage, becoming a formidable entity that amalgamates the strengths of both factions. His eyes, imbued with an enchanting shade of pink, grew even more mesmerizing, as if the very flow of time had altered. He felt as though he could pierce through the essence of all things. The fox spirit, Ling Er, kneeling before him, appeared to sense this transformation. She gazed at Fang Yang with an entranced expression, her beautiful eyes reflecting an increasingly intense emotion, ultimately morphing into a complex interplay of yearning admiration and devout reverence. Chapter 19. The Distress of Mu Xianyin within the Demonic Realm, the Xuanhu Clan. Once the foremost of the 12 sacred clans, betrayed the royal lineage of the demon race, namely the Linghu clan. At a critical juncture of the war between the two races, this treachery led to the downfall of the demon queen at the hands of a young human emperor. On the brink of enslavement, the demon queen shattered her essence, discreetly severing a remnant of herself. Consequently, the Xuanhu clan usurped power, leading to the demon race's defeat and retreat into the demon realm, where they forged a treaty with the human race, resulting in decades of mutual non-aggression. Meanwhile, the human race was firmly led by that hero who established himself as the human emperor, taking residence in the central state. He reformed the entire cultivation world, transforming its previously chaotic state, rife with powerful beings, into a centralized regime centered around the human emperor and the golden throne. The dominion of the central state expanded to encompass the 4 major cultivation realms to the east, west, south, and north, even reaching the savage lands in the Lingyuan domain. The southern cultivation realm, where Fang Yang resided, was not particularly robust, led by the Righteous Qi Alliance and centered around the 10,000 Great Mountains, managing to sustain itself for several decades. In contrast to the original landscape, under the Righteous Qi Alliance's guidance, certain factions thrived, while others inevitably faced oppression and exclusion, such as the Lingyao sect to which Fang Yang belonged. The above constitutes Fang Yang's comprehensive understanding, drawn from Ling Er's first-hand recounting of the past conflict between the two races, coupled with his own insights into the cultivation world over the years. Fang Yang reclined on the couch, drawing his thoughts back to the present. He was currently engaged in a systematic side quest to annex the Fire Element sect, which would activate the first divine ability of the Heavenly Sun's sacred body, Yangxing. This mission was one he was determined to accomplish. Additionally, he needed to focus on Gu Qingxue, who had returned to the Spirit Sword sect and had been esteemed as a saintess. Her affection level had yet to reach 90, which was essential to obtain the reward of pure spirit bone. As for the minor realm, the encroaching sea of flames required a solution, for if left unchecked, it could engulf everything within a year. On a more personal front, he had to consider the leader of the Spirit Path sect, a woman named Mu Xianyin. There was also Jiang Fan from the Righteous Qi sect, who appeared to possess a template for a comeback and had encountered Fang Yang, likely concealing knowledge that he had not disclosed to his sect. These were the matters currently weighing on his mind. The voice of the ancestral spirit, laced with a beguiling allure, drifted into his ears. Turning his head, Fang Yang beheld Hu Linger, her gaze laden with seductive charm, calling out to him. It was evident that this fox had undergone a remarkable transformation since her initial appearance. His 9 tails and Sharingan had exerted a profound influence on her. Coupled with half a day of interaction, she had evolved into a primal vixen. Her perfected nascent soul cultivation was no illusion. And she possessed formidable abilities in stealth and infiltration, which would undoubtedly prove advantageous to him in the future. Fang Yang extended his aged yet distinctly knuckled hand to gently stroke her head, while a daring thought blossomed in his mind. He pondered whether, should he venture directly into the demon realm, he might seize dominion over the entirety of that realm. However, the answer was a resounding no. The spirit fox, Linger, elucidated this to him, stating that, as a member of the spirit fox clan, she was unable to resist his authority, yet, other demon clans, though they would also feel the weight of his power, could not be entirely subdued if the disparity in their realms was too vast. Furthermore, the sheer number of adversaries would significantly diminish his capacity to maintain control. Fang Yang nodded, temporarily dispelling the unrealistic notion. Hu Linger, however, momentarily displayed a flicker of doubt in her enchanting eyes, though it quickly dissipated, leaving only submission and infatuation. Even if this ancestor felt somewhat peculiar, the presence of the 9-tailed fox and the color will eyes instilled in her no trace of rebellion or suspicion. You shall quietly infiltrate the Fire Yuan sect. Locate Ling Suyu, the daughter of the sect leader, and inform her that she must refrain from acting rashly, including any communication she mistakenly believes to be undetectable. Fang Yang softly instructed. Hu Lingo immediately wagged her tail, resembling an obedient puppy. Am I also a servant of the ancestor? Indeed, Fang Yang replied, plucking a few strands of hair and handing them to her. Present this to her, and convey that if she cannot comply, she is to be discarded. Hu Lingo carefully accepted the strands, treating them like precious treasures, inhaling their scent with rapt fascination. I understand, ancestor. I shall go at once. After donning her attire, she vanished from Fang Yang's abode. In the Ling Dao sect, atop the highest peak, shrouded in clouds with cranes soaring gracefully, a breathtaking woman, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, stood in her private cave filled with rich spiritual energy. Her flawless, porcelain-like figure resembled an exquisite work of art, devoid of any imperfections. Her gaze fell downward, obscuring her delicate toes, while her fair jade-like hands held a piece of red parchment, her beautiful eyes fixated upon it. Her dark brows slightly furrowed as though contemplating something. Each gesture and expression radiated unparalleled elegance, rendering the surrounding greenery and everything else devoid of color, leaving only her ethereal silhouette. Old man, secret realm, she murmured softly, her enticing, crystal-like lips parting to utter these 4 words. The red parchment she held bore 4 black characters that shimmered with a mystical glow. What is so special about that old man? Soon, she tucked away the parchment and lifted her gaze toward the horizon, her melodious voice flowing gently, laced with hints of doubt and confusion. At that moment, a paper crane suddenly swooped down, landing gracefully in her cave before her. Clearly visible upon it was a distinct red seal bearing an unusual character. Mu Xianyin gazed at the paper that had transformed from the crane, her brows knitting together as she grasped the paper, revealing a series of written lines. Xianyin Fairy, I miss you dearly. Will you not consider meeting me? I have heard that the conflict between your Ling Dao sect and Fire Yuan sect has intensified, causing you great distress. I, Gu, am genuinely enamored with you. Xianyin Fairy, grant me the opportunity to be your Dao companion. Will you? If you agree, I shall immediately resolve all your troubles and become your steadfast support. As Mu Xianyin read the words, her chest heaved with rising agitation, her beautiful eyes betraying anger and disdain. In a fit of frustration, she crumpled the paper in her hand, dissolving it into the air. Yet, moments later, a flicker of struggle and helplessness crossed her otherwise regal and aloof features, revealing a fleeting vulnerability that vanished just as quickly, replaced by resolute strength. She departed the cave, her gaze directed toward a certain point, moving swiftly. Before long, she found herself hovering above the miscellaneous workers' peak, concealed within the mist, her eyes cast downward towards the dwelling below. However, upon glancing down, she momentarily froze, a faint blush of embarrassment creeping onto her face. In broad daylight, that old man, she murmured to herself, withdrawing her consciousness before. After a brief pause, curiosity took hold once more, and her face flushed as she extended her awareness once again. Chapter 20. Mu Xianyin's Peeping. Ling Suyu's Longing Part 1. Fang Yang's captivating eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing pink hue, and a subtle smile danced at the corners of his lips. After the evolution of his color wheel eyes, his perceptive abilities, including his capacity for disguise and deception, had ascended to a new realm. He could distinctly sense the exquisite figure concealed among the clouds beyond his estate. Indeed, this woman possessed an intriguing eccentricity. What knowledge did she harbor? What doubts or speculations had arisen within her? Fang Yang remained oblivious, convinced that his camouflage bore no flaws. However, since this woman had chosen to fixate upon him, he welcomed her scrutiny. After all, she exhibited no overt hostility, instead emanating an aura of curiosity or an insatiable desire for exploration. Yet, it seemed this noble and aloof sect leader harbored some unexpected contrasts. Was he becoming somewhat captivated? Fang Yang tenderly cared for Chen Yan. As if completely oblivious to the happenings outside, and so 2/4 of an hour passed before the woman, concealed among the clouds, blushed and departed. Meanwhile, Fox Lingo had stealthily infiltrated the Fire Origin sect, leveraging the innate stealth abilities of her spirit fox lineage, drawing closer to Ling Shuyue's private quarters without making a sound. The Spirit Sword sect and the Spirit Dao sect shared a similar geographical layout, constructed upon dozens of peaks, forming an expansive sect. The only distinction lay in their more simplistic and austere decorative style, which, upon entering, immediately imparted a sense of the profound ambience cultivated over time, making it more suitable for sword cultivators to reside and practice. Atop the largest peak, a luminous spirit sword stood embedded at its summit. Its aura restrained yet exuding an impression that it could unsheathe at any moment to vanquish foes. This was the treasured heirloom of the Spirit Sword sect, representing one of its greatest sources of strength. With such a foundation, even more powerful sects would find it difficult, if not perilous, to invade. However, the current circumstances rendered it impossible for any sect to unleash the grand scale of conflict witnessed a century ago, making these esteemed resources seem somewhat less significant. Fox Lingo observed the sword with heightened vigilance and, as expected, successfully infiltrated the main peak without provoking its response. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the entrance of a solitary and tranquil cave dwelling, hovering in the air. Looking down, she spotted a figure seated in the courtyard, lost in thought. Appearing melancholic, with her eyes brimming with yearning, Fox Lingo blinked her beautiful eyes, studying the woman's expression, before instinctively revealing hostility, a contemptible human woman. She cursed silently, concealing her excess emotions, and produced Fang Yang's hair. Do not relay any messages to the master arbitrarily, it may expose him. Understand? She conveyed to Ling Shuyue. Upon hearing the sudden voice in her mind, Ling Shuyue jolted, her expression shifting to one of caution and surprise. She then raised her gaze. Drawn to the strands of hair enveloped in energy, her beautiful eyes widening as she caught a faint scent, grasping the hair tightly. It carries the scent of the old man. Her face lit up with surprise and emotion as she clutched the hair, scanning her surroundings with her spiritual awareness, only to find nothing amiss. "Who are you?" she inquired, her expression changing slightly. "You need not know. Just refrain from any rash actions," Fox Lingo's voice continued in her mind, calm in tone. Ling Shuyue's eyes flickered as she bit her lip, a stronger yearning surfacing on her face, but as she inhaled the scent of the hair, she nodded. "I understand. That's all that matters." "I shall take my leave," Fox Lingo replied succinctly before departing. Ling Shuyue held the strands of hair close, inhaling its scent, her cheeks flushing with a hint of infatuation. "Old man, I miss you so much." In the Zhengqi sect, the foremost power in the southern cultivation realm and the main sect of the Zhengqi alliance, the atmosphere was rich with spiritual energy and grandeur. Countless prodigies gathered here, and many cultivators aspired to join as disciples. This momentum had intensified over recent decades, solidifying the Zhengqi sect's status as the undisputed leading force in the southern cultivation world. Also recognized by the Emperor of the Central Plains as the central authority of the southern realm. On a certain peak, within a cave dwelling, Jiang Fan sat contemplatively in the courtyard. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed a unique aura that radiated resilience and tranquility. Shortly, a petite figure appeared behind him, alighting atop his head. This small figure had flaming red hair, her delicate features presenting an air of grace. Perched on Jiang Fan's head, she crossed her arms, her brow furrowed, and spoke. "Xiao Fanzi, that old man is not to be underestimated. He certainly harbors many secrets. If the opportunity arises, you must delve deeper. Preferably seize the fortuitous encounters he possesses." The petite woman, despite her refined demeanor, spoke with a tone of earnestness and determination. Jiang Fan snapped back to reality, nodding gently, still lost in thought, recalling something that brought a flicker of reluctance and trepidation to his face. He eliminated everyone, shrouding the truth and deceiving the outside world. Most importantly, I am aware of his control over that woman from the Fire Origin sect. But how did he manage to sway Gu Qingxue of the Spirit Sword sect? Jiang Fan pondered, his expression growing grave. Perhaps Gu Qingxue has also fallen under his influence? An old man compelling two beautiful women to submit is indicative of his inscrutable methods, the red-haired woman replied. Jiang Fan's eyes twitched slightly. As if envisioning the scenario in his mind, a hint of envy surfacing. Sister Hong, do you think he remembers me? We met in the secret realm, Jiang Fan mused. His brow furrowing. Consider the worst-case scenario. He remembers you and has already marked you as a target, the small woman, referred to as Sister Hong, stated solemnly. Thus, you must also list him as a target from this moment forward. Do you understand? I understand, Sister Hong, Jiang Fan affirmed, his gaze steady. Good. Now that you've achieved the 9th grade golden core, no one is aware. In a few days, when the coast is clear, venture out, I will take you to a place. The petite woman continued. Jiang Fan nodded earnestly, and then she flew into the necklace around his neck, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Fang Yang remained unaware of Jiang Fan's circumstances and hidden tactics. The two were separated by great distances and had yet to exchange a single word. Yet, unbeknownst to them, both had already marked each other as targets to eliminate. The difference lay in Fang Yang's greater confidence and a more composed mindset. He did not prioritize Jiang Fan's affairs as urgent but focused on his own present, living a fulfilling and repetitive life with the woman, patiently awaiting the arrival of prey within the sect. Chapter 21. Summoning Mo Wuxia, Entry. The tempest stirred by the small secret realm in the southern cultivation world gradually subsided, leaving only the elders of each sect harboring hopes and prayers for their disciples, yearning for their miraculous return. However, such hope had become a mere wish, seemingly impossible to realize. Within the Spirit Dao sect, after the sect leader Mu Xuanin's covert observation yesterday, Fang Yang's expectations were met the following day as she indeed returned. Today, Fang Yang continued his leisurely existence, resembling a carefree retired elder managing a stress-free position, indulging in the covert manipulation of the subordinates he favored. At least in Mu Xuanin's eyes, Fang Yang appeared in this manner, inciting both disdain and aversion in her heart. Were it not for the clues provided by the blood-soaked parchment linked to him, she would have disposed of the old man on the spot. Leading a life of indulgence and seemingly entangled with Elder Mo from the outer sect, it was evident that no ordinary manager could achieve such feats. And surviving the secret realm was perhaps not merely a stroke of luck. Concealed among the clouds, Mu Xianin observed with a mix of disdain and curiosity, a slight flush appearing on her cheeks. Moments later, her brows knitted in determination as she waved her hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck Fang Yang's courtyard with a resounding crash. Even though Fang Yang had sensed it in advance, he was still startled, pondering the peculiar nature of this woman and her intentions. What exactly was she up to? It seemed she was quite engrossed in her surveillance. Yet, she neither took action against him nor summoned him. What was her true aim? Before long, Mu Xianin departed. At the very moment she left, Hu Ling'er appeared in Fang Yang's room. She had successfully completed her mission the previous day, and her concealment abilities had allowed her to evade Mu Xianin's scrutiny. Indeed, quite impressive. Master, should I seize an opportunity to apprehend this woman? Hu Ling'er inquired sweetly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, revealing a hint of confusion. Fang Yang gently shook his head, saying, No need. At present, there is nothing else for you to do. Just ensure the safety of both myself and Xiaolian. I have my own methods to deal with this woman. Understood, Hu Ling'er responded obediently. Then, does the ancestor require anything from me? I am ever ready to fulfill all your needs. She fell silent for a moment before softly expressing her desire to speak again. Let me think. That can be arranged, Fang Yang replied, appearing contemplative. He mused that since Hu Ling'er could conceal her own presence and true strength, it would matter not if Mu Xianin were to catch sight of her. This would provide an opportunity to further probe and observe whether she might exhibit any new reactions. After all, both Hu Ling'er and Qin Lian were exceptionally beautiful, with Hu Ling'er rivaling Mu Xianin in allure. Surely, upon encountering them, Mu Xianin would be taken aback, her heart filled with increased caution and vigilance, which might inadvertently reveal her own flaws. The following day, as Fang Yang had anticipated, Mu Xianin returned to spy once more. Upon discovering the situation within the room, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and it took several moments for her to regain her composure, her gaze lingering with an unusual hue of disbelief. These two, are they truly mere servants? How could that be? When did the sect acquire such exquisite attendants? They must surely rank among the top on the beauty list. The turmoil within Mu Xianin was palpable. Despite her century of cultivation, the shocking scene had momentarily shattered her composure, leaving her rattled. Fang Yang indulged himself in the moment, yet today, the woman still refrained from taking action, which left him somewhat perplexed. As the leader of a sect, must one be so cautious? If there were any suspicions, couldn't she simply seize him or summon him directly? It was truly peculiar. For 3 consecutive days, the woman returned to spy on him, yet she made no further moves, leading Fang Yang to wonder if she merely enjoyed the act of voyeurism. On this particular day, he received a message from Emma Wuxia, informing him that matters pertaining to the small secret realm had stabilized. And Jiang Fan from the Righteousness sect had disclosed no new information. Consequently, Fang Yang summoned Emma Wuxia, having not seen her for several days, to observe whether the sect leader would exhibit a new reaction upon encountering fresh developments. Emma Wuxia arrived, her visage adorned with an alluring radiance that was more pronounced than before. It was evident she had meticulously applied her makeup. However, upon gracefully descending into the courtyard, she discovered the presence of a new woman, whose beauty rivaled her own, leaving her both startled and astonished. Fox Linger, with her arms crossed, displayed no signs of goodwill, locking eyes with Emma Wuxia from less than 5 meters away, igniting a palpable tension in the air. "Who are you?" Emma Wuxia inquired, her demeanor shifting to one of hostility, reminiscent of her earlier attitude towards Fang Yang. Unfazed, Fox Linger's enchanting eyes sparkled with mockery and derision, her lips curling into a bewitching smile as she retorted, "Are you, a lowly human slave, addressing me?" The scornful words struck Emma Wuxia like a thunderbolt, rendering her momentarily speechless. The atmosphere grew heavy, and her expression soured dramatically. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Fang Yang emerged from the house, casting a warning glance that deflated her resolve. She bit her lip, a flicker of anxiety and indignation surfacing in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Fox Linger, reveling in her triumph, was intent on further humiliating the woman who dared to entice her revered ancestor, but Fang Yang preemptively silenced her. "Enough of this noise, both of you, come inside," he commanded, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, compelling both women to heed his words. They exchanged fierce glares before reluctantly following him indoors. Fang Yang sat at the head of the table, while the 2 women willingly knelt before him, exuding an air of obedience and compliance. Fang Yang observed the 82% yield displayed above Emma Wuxia's head, remaining cautious and refraining from revealing the identity of the fox spirit, Linger. She, without his directive, was well aware and kept her silence. "Emma Wuxia, my next objective is the sect leader. How much do you know about her?" Fang Yang inquired, his rough, knotted hand resting gently on her head. Emma Wuxia met his gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and something unusual. She obediently replied, "The sect leader is regarded as the foremost beauty in the southern immortal realm, known as the greatest female cultivator of our time. Her strength is unfathomable. Since the passing of the former sect leader, she has been solely responsible for managing the sect. She has many distinguished admirers throughout the southern immortal realm, the most renowned among them being the second elder of the righteous sect. It is rumored that he has made numerous attempts to approach sect leader Mu, yet he has never succeeded. However, in recent years, the Lingyao sect has encountered various obstacles, seemingly linked to this individual, who appears to be targeting us covertly. For instance, in the recent minor secret realm you visited, our sect was typically entitled to at least 5 slots, yet we were allocated only 3. As she spoke, subtle changes flickered across Emma Wuxia's expression. Fang Yang appeared contemplative. "Are you suggesting that this individual intends to employ underhanded tactics to coerce Mu Xianyin into submission?" "Well, I believe that is one aspect. The second reason is that the Lingyao sect has consistently shown little regard for the Righteous Alliance, prompting the latter to exploit external forces." Fang Yang nodded thoughtfully, pondering deeply. These matters were unknown to him. Thus, what could this woman's act of spying on him signify? A connection between the 2 remained elusive. In his perplexity, Fang Yang decided to cease his conjectures and observed Emma Wuxia as she gently patted the girl's head, saying, "For the time being, you shall stay with me. Mu Xianyin will come to spy." Fang Yang spoke with a serious demeanor, instructing her on matters for the upcoming days. Upon listening, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and her long fluttering eyelashes resembled the wings of a vibrant butterfly, rendering her somewhat alluring. The following day, as Fang Yang anticipated, Mu Xianyin returned to spy once more, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene within the room. Her expression was a mixture of unusual surprise and an inability to gaze directly, as her exquisitely beautiful face became suffused with crimson. After peeking for a while, her enchanting eyes suddenly widened. "What is this? What is this energy? Could it be? This is his source of confidence and secret? Such pure and rich energy, could it not be a rare and extraordinary constitution?" Mu Xianyin's blush faded, her expression growing considerably more solemn and serious. As some of her confusion began to clear, is this the hint provided by the bloodskin paper, related to him? But what does the bloodskin paper desire from me? Deep in thought, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, revealing a strong sense of peculiarity and resistance. As she shook her head repeatedly, her brows furrowing before she vanished into the clouds. Meanwhile, Fang Yang in the room wore a slight smile, thinking he had finally reeled her in. The Heavenly Sun's sacred body was indeed a deliberate revelation on his part. He too wished to uncover the secrets of this woman, to understand what had led her to suspect and take notice of him. Be cautious. This woman might resort to underhanded tactics due to her covetousness for your body. Hu Lingo expressed her concern. Emma Wuxie also appeared pensive, her beautiful eyes reflecting a blend of tension and embarrassment, unlike Fang Yang and Hu Linger. She could not sense Mu Xianyin's presence, thus remaining perpetually on edge. Chen Lian, on the other hand, chose to remain silent, listening quietly without overly participating in the discussions. Do not worry. Let us see how she acts next. I believe she will likely summon me rather than attack directly. She has been vigilant from the very beginning, Fang Yang replied calmly, exuding an air of strategic composure, his aged yet robust visage radiating maturity and steadiness. Another day passed. To Fang Yang's surprise, Mu Xianying did not take any new actions, nor did she return to spy. Another day later, Emma Wuxie suddenly received a message, summoning her to an outer sect meeting. She hurriedly donned her attire and prepared herself before departing, while Fang Yang remained in the safe house, awaiting her news. Several hours later, under the cloak of night, Emma Wuxie returned, gracefully landing beside Fang Yang. How did it go? What is the matter? Fang Yang inquired with a serious tone as he sat in the courtyard. Emma Wuxie's beautiful eyes held a hint of something unusual as she gracefully descended and knelt beside Fang Yang. There was an urgent meeting. The Huiyuan sect has been meddling with the mining vein. That vein is shared equally between our sect and the Huiyuan sect. Upon hearing this, Fang Yang pondered intently. So, Mu Xianying likely refrained from spying due to these developments. It is probable that sect leader Mu personally confronted the Huiyuan sect's leader, Ling Yun, and it seems the Righteous Qi Alliance has also taken the opportunity to intervene, but they will undoubtedly show bias, Emma Wuxie stated earnestly. Fang Yang pondered thoughtfully while absent-mindedly stroking Emma Wuxie's head. After a brief moment, he rose to his feet. Linger, he called softly. And the fox spirit Ling immediately appeared before him, embodying unwavering loyalty. Please, esteemed ancestor, give your command. Fang Yang gazed at her and said, Come with me for a while to assess the situation. Upon hearing this, Emma Wuxie, kneeling, blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Fang Yang then turned his attention back to her and instructed, You shall remain here. If there is any news from within the main gates, relay it immediately. And take good care of Xiaolian. Emma Wuxie obediently nodded, replying, Understood. Please take care of yourself as well, my master. Fang Yang gently stroked her head, observing the 85% submissiveness displayed above her, while a sliver of wariness lingered in his heart. Subsequently, he and the fox spirit vanished from their location, heading towards the mine. This was a major vein of or situated between the Lingyao sect and the Huiyuan sect, where abundant spiritual energy permeated the air, with veins sprawling in clusters and lines. Viewed from above, under the luminous night sky, it resembled a constellation of stars shimmering on the ground, each twinkling point flickering in and out of sight. Yet, at this very moment, the atmosphere in this vast mining area was intensely grave, akin to a volatile interplay of ice and fire. Numerous formidable cultivators hovered in the air, locked in a standoff. The palpable pressure emanated primarily from Mu Xianying on one side and Ling Yun, the leader of the Huiyuan sect, on the opposite. The two bore hostile expressions, tension palpable, as two utterly divergent auras clashed in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to quiver subtly. Behind them stood several elders from their respective sects, each wearing expressions of animosity and anger, seemingly on the verge of erupting into a fierce battle. Simultaneously, on the sidelines, several cultivators clad in white robes could be seen. Some elderly, others middle-aged, all adorned with intricate embroidery of small white clouds, an emblem of the Zhengqi Alliance. The middle-aged man at the forefront surveyed the unfolding scene, betraying no hint of panic or anxiety. Rather, a glimmer of amusement and cunning sparkled in his eyes. He fixated on Mu Xianying, unabashedly revealing his yearning and avarice, and spoke, Fairy Xianying, let us remain calm. Whatever grievances we hold, let us sit down and discuss them. A moment of impulsiveness could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Lingyao sect. Despite his seemingly conciliatory tone, an undercurrent of coercion and temptation laced his words. momentarily causing Mu Xuannin's expression to falter. She then furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting a chilling fury. Ixio, do you truly believe such words can intimidate me? If you wish to oppress my Lingyao sect, you must first step over my corpse. Otherwise, it shall never come to pass. As her voice rang out, a frigid pressure enveloped the air, chilling it to the bone, compelling the cultivators opposite to exhibit signs of unease. The Huiyuan sect's leader, Ling Yun, remained silent, his long hair flowing as he maintained a stern expression. Ixio, the middle-aged man, momentarily displayed a flicker of apprehension in the face of Mu Xiannin's wrath. But it was fleeting. He quickly resumed speaking. Fairy Xiannin, why must we take such a path? Would it not be better for us all to strive towards a more favorable direction? As he spoke, he discreetly conveyed through thought. Fairy Xiannin, should you consent to become my partner, I promise to introduce you, allowing the Lingyao sect to join the Jingqi alliance, and together we shall progress and flourish. What do you say? Upon receiving this insidious proposition, Mu Xuannin's heart seethed with indignation, her demeanor growing even colder and more disdainful as she retorted through thought. Do not even think about it, you scoundrel. Her words caused a visible change in his countenance, revealing the malevolence of a petty man. This mining area had long been delineated a century ago. The Huiyuan sect's attempts to extend their grasp into forbidden territory were utterly futile, even if the entire southern cultivation realm were to know of this. The Lingyao sect held the moral high ground. Mu Xiannin withdrew her gaze and turned to the Huiyuan sect's leader, declaring coldly, Ling sect leader, you are truly adept at making baseless accusations. It seems you merely wish to exploit this situation. Ixio, the man beside her, rebutted, Ling sect leader, we of the Huiyuan sect harbor no guilt in this matter. Even if the truth is widely known, justice resides in the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, from a distance, concealed behind a tree, Fang Yang and the fox spirit observed the situation, utilizing their abilities to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. Fang Yang's gaze swiftly swept across the few individuals present, soon settling on the middle-aged male cultivator named Ixio from the Righteous Alliance, who was also at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It appeared that this fellow harbored intentions of seizing what he desired. However, Mu Xiannin was undoubtedly his prey, and he would never relinquish her without a fight. Fang Yang's gaze once again fell upon Mu Xiannin, captivated by her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her current expression of anger held a unique charm. With her yuaning imperfection, one could surmise that this extraordinary beauty, unlike any ordinary person, yearned most fervently for a breakthrough. A transition into the realm of divided spirit would bestow her with the confidence she seeks, for in this world, power dictates all. Yet, if the moment of desperation truly arrives, will this enchanting beauty acquiesce? Fang Yang believed that it would indeed be the case. Therefore, rather than allowing the beautiful maiden to fall into the hands of this scoundrel and let him succeed, it would be better for him to take the initiative first. Chapter 23, The Summons of Mu Xiannin, Part 1. Fang Yang observed the situation from a distance. He silently watched the standoff between the two sides for half an hour, and ultimately, no conflict erupted. Clearly, Mu Xiannin harbored some reservations. The matter ended inconclusively, with the miners injured due to the fire element sect and the losses of the small mining area receiving neither compensation nor explanation. Fairy Xiannin, you must consider this carefully. This time will not be the last. There will be countless instances to follow. As long as you do not acquiesce to my demands, this will persist, unless you devise another solution. But remember, on the side of the Righteous Alliance, I have sealed all exits. Ishi watched as both parties prepared to disperse, and then he sent a sinister and malevolent message to Mu Xiannin. With her teeth clenched and fists tightly balled, Mu Xiannin did not conceal the chill and disdain on her face. Her eyes suppressed a simmering fury. She signaled for several experts from the Spirit Path sect to depart from the scene, leaving Ixio, the second elder of the Righteous sect, and Ling Yun, the leader of the Fire Element sect, behind. Ixio, it was a pleasure cooperating. I shall take my leave now, Ling Yun stated before departing with his followers from the Fire Element sect. Not at all, Ixio replied, a wicked smile gracing his face as he watched Mu Xiannin retreat. He made no attempt to hide the lewdness in his gaze. One day, I shall make you my servant, Mu Xiannin. Fang Yang personally witnessed the entire unfolding of this upheaval, observing Mu Xiannin's transition from fury to helplessness, which fortified his resolve. He and Hu Ling'er promptly made their way back to the Spirit Dao sect, propelled by Hu Ling'er's fully realized yuaning strength, their speed rivaling that of Mu Xiannin. Elder, this woman finds herself in a predicament, vulnerable and caught between a rock and a hard place. Should we seize this opportunity to strike her unawares? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Hu Ling'er's eyes. Fang Yang shook his head, a hint of amusement flickering across his aged yet uniquely charismatic visage. No need. She will come to find me, and by then, no intervention will be required. She will make the right choice herself. It is a matter of whether to remain indifferent and gradually descend into the abyss or to make sacrifices for the better preservation of the Lingao sect. Rather than succumbing to coercion or temptation, I trust she will make the choice befitting an astute individual. The fox spirit, Linger, with her enchanting eyes, inquired softly. Do you mean that this woman will proactively seek the essence of your primordial yang to enhance herself? Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Fang Yang replied with a smile. Linger furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly reluctant to allow her venerable ancestor to be taken advantage of by a mere mortal woman. Yet, recognizing it was her ancestor's own will, she understood her place was to assist and serve as best as she could. Understood, ancestor. I will remain concealed. And should she intend to act against you, I shall respond immediately. Very well, Fang Yang nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning to the Lingao sect, it wasn't long before dawn broke, and Mo Wuxia was summoned for yet another meeting. Fang Yang had come to a clear understanding of the situation. The third elder of the Qin family within the Lingao sect was nothing short of a malignant presence, treating both significant and trivial matters with apathy. Seemingly due to some hidden connections, being a descendant of a long-deceased elder who had greatly contributed to the sect, thus securing his position. As the first light of day appeared, Mo Wuxia returned, succinctly recounting her findings. As anticipated, the elder had convened a lackluster meeting for the outer disciples before hastily departing for an urgent assembly convened by Mu Xianyin. Within a few days, she will likely take action, Fang Yang mused, seated in the main hall, his gaze firmly fixed on the ground illuminated by the soft morning light. Exuding an air of strategic contemplation, Mo Wuxia knelt before him, nodding. At this point, it seems that the only way for Sect Master Mu to alter the current predicament of the Lingao sect is to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough. With that, Fang Yang rose and leisurely returned to the inner chamber with them, as if all was well. Time flowed swiftly, and several hours passed. Finally, Mu Xianyin arrived again. Hidden among the clouds, her exquisitely beautiful face marred by a frown, peering down to observe whether Fang Yang's life remained undisturbed. A myriad of complex emotions danced in her captivating eyes, before a delicate paper crane materialized in her alabaster hand, drifting forth. Imbued with pure spiritual energy and a unique fragrance, gliding into Fang Yang's courtyard, after which she vanished into the ether. Simultaneously, Fang Yang emerged with a knowing smile. Retrieving the paper crane, the alluring scent wafted into his nostrils, captivating him momentarily. As he unfolded the crane, he beheld neatly inscribed characters, to the steward of the miscellaneous affairs, Fang Yang, upon receiving this letter. Please proceed to the main hall of the summit at the sect master's behest. An unmistakable seal adorned the bottom right corner, impossible to forge. Linger and Mo Wuxia stepped out, their expressions revealing a hint of surprise as they regarded the envelope in his hand, their respect for him deepening. Ancestor, shall we set forth? Linger inquired softly. Fang Yang gently shook his head, saying, There is no haste. It is not I who should be in a rush. Fang Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he observed the paper crane miraculously restored and suspended in midair within the courtyard, appearing untouched. He then led his companion back inside. Both Hu Linger and Mo Wuxia displayed varying degrees of surprise, seemingly unprepared for Fang Yang's clever maneuver. Thus, another day passed in a gentle and joyous manner. Under the bright sunlight, Mu Xianyin approached in a state of agitation and frustration. As she gazed down from the clouds and spotted the unopened paper crane in the courtyard, her beautiful eyes momentarily widened in disbelief, soon followed by an expression of irritation and anger. This meddlesome old man, it seems, is relentless. Feeling vexed, Mu Xianyin channeled her spiritual energy, directing the paper crane to fly into the house. What followed was a captivating performance worthy of an esteemed actor. As Fang Yang feigned astonishment while reading the words inscribed on the letter, the hand of the sect leader, his expression radiated surprise. Mo Wuxia and Hu Linga joined in the charade, their faces reflecting a hint of panic and confusion, particularly Mo Wuxia, who held the esteemed position of an outer elder in the Lingao sect. Fang Yang hastily donned his attire and arranged his appearance, rushing out the door in a flurry. Observing this, Mu Xianyin, concealed in the air, focused her beautiful gaze, meticulously scrutinizing him, seemingly in search of some flaw. However, she found none and thus returned to her grand hall atop her main peak, seated regally in the principal chair, exuding an air of majestic elegance that demanded reverence. Awaiting Fang Yang's arrival. Before long, an elderly yet unkempt figure appeared outside the hall. He seemed somewhat flustered and anxious, clutching a piece of paper, casting furtive glances as he entered. Mu Xianyin's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon him, observing his gradual approach until he crossed the threshold of the hall and turned his gaze towards her, revealing an expression of astonishment. He lingered at the entrance for several moments, and a flicker of yearning appeared in his aged eyes, prompting Mu Xianyin to furrow her brow in response. Fang Yang, recovering from his daze, quickly composed himself and hurriedly stepped into the hall, bowing respectfully and lowering his head. I am Fang Yang, the steward of the miscellaneous duties. Paying my respects to the esteemed sect leader. Chapter 24. The turbulence of Mu Xianyin. Fang Yang presented himself in a manner fraught with tension, bowing deeply. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his performance strikingly realistic. Mu Xianyin sat gracefully in the prominent seat, her hands resting on the armrests. Enveloped in white robes that accentuated her poised and enchanting figure, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her beautiful eyes held a mixture of disdain and confusion as she regarded the seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary elder before her. Perplexed by the secrets he harbored and why he had chosen to masquerade as a steward for decades. Was it perhaps an opportunity he had only recently acquired? Furrowing her brows slightly, Mu Xianyin parted her rosy lips and spoke in a voice as melodious as jade. Do you understand why I have summoned you here? Fang Yang's throat constricted slightly, revealing an unmistakable tension and unease, as if he harbored a guilty secret. He hurriedly shook his head, insisting, I am unaware, my lord. Mu Xianyin furrowed her brows, still perturbed. Observing his present demeanor, and recalling the unsettling scenes she had encountered during her visit to his dwelling. A wave of disgust and irritation washed over her. In her eyes, this elderly man was nothing more than a lecherous and vile creature, abusing his position as a mere steward to torment countless women, while colluding with the outer sect elders. Were it not for her underlying concerns, she would have severed his head with a single stroke of her sword. Release that peculiar true energy within you, Mu Xianyin commanded, her voice laced with irritation. Fang Yang feigned a look of astonishment, remaining stunned for several moments before he stammered in response. What is the esteemed leader speaking of? I possess no extraordinary true energy. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an invisible pressure surged towards him, rendering his body truly paralyzed and his nerves taut. Enough with the idle chatter. I lack the patience for it, Mu Xianyin commanded coldly, her brows furrowed in irritation. Fang Yang extended his right hand, channeling the vital energy within him, simultaneously revealing his cultivation level at the initial stage of the golden core. As radiant as the essence of the sun, the vital energy surged forth from his palm, swirling and shimmering, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon sensing his true strength, and the exceptionally rich and unique vital energy within his palm, Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes widened slightly in instinctive surprise, her enticing lips slightly parted, revealing a flicker of varied emotions. Master of the sect, I assure you, my loyalty to the Spirit Path sect has never wavered. I joined the sect in my youth, and now, over a century later, I have never acted against its interests. My loyalty is as evident as the sun and moon. The reason for my concealment lies in my timid nature. I sought to avoid drawing attention and wished only to live in peace. Fang Yang spoke earnestly, meeting Mu Xianyin's gaze. However, the words fell upon her ears as an entirely different sentiment, filling her with profound disdain and contempt. As if that were not enough, his weakness and cowardice were coupled with a hidden malice, targeting the female disciples of the servant's peak, a behavior she deemed utterly despicable. Fortunately, her thoughts did not lead her to suspect that Fang Yang's current state was a deliberate fade. She stood up and approached him, her exquisite figure both graceful and enchanting, and as she neared, a hint of infatuation sparkled in her eyes. Mu Xianyin focused on the searing energy emanating from Fang Yang's palm, her feelings a complex mix of turmoil. The exceptionally pure and dense vital energy resembled solar energy, a rarity in the world, something she had never encountered in her lifetime. Yet, how could such a lowly figure possess such vigorous and potent energy? It defied all logic. As she reached Fang Yang, a unique and comforting fragrance enveloped him, bringing a sense of tranquility, prompting him to inhale deeply. Mu Xianyin gently touched the concentrated vital energy in Fang Yang's palm with her delicate, white hand, causing her body to quiver slightly. And her expression froze in a moment of shock and bewilderment. With the influx of this energy, she felt as if the millennium-old icy chill within her body was gradually melting under the scorching sun. Every cell within her seemed to awaken, greedily and eagerly consuming this incoming solar energy, depleting it almost instantaneously, causing her beautiful eyes to tremble and a warm flush to rise upon her cheeks. She gazed at the elderly man before her, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, with a glimmer of surprise hidden in her gaze. She had tried various spirit pills, extraordinary fruits, and countless methods, yet none compared to this fleeting moment of experience. Could this vital energy truly heal the lingering ailments and toxins accumulated over the years? Mu Xuaning's eyes trembled, her emotions surging, leaving her uncertain on how to confront this unexpected joy. This vital energy, it could aid her in healing her injuries and toxins, potentially allowing her to break free from her shackles and reach the spirit separation realm. If this were true, she would no longer need to worry about the covetous eyes of thieves nor fear the decline of the spirit path sect under her stewardship. But what should she do? Her exquisite visage reflected a tumult of emotions, a rare occurrence in decades, revealing a blend of surprise and confusion that captivated Fang Yang, etching the scene vividly into his memory. Every gesture of hers was enough to stir a man's soul, a natural allure that required no pretense. A living testament to test the hearts of countless male cultivators. Master of the sect, what troubles you? Fang Yang inquired with a hint of nervousness. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Xianin snapped back to reality, her expression a flurry of uncertainty, quickly regaining her composure to mask her tumultuous feelings. It's nothing, she replied, yet her delicate hand remained on Fang Yang's palm, continuing to draw on his vital energy, akin to a famished infant greedily sucking nourishment. Master of the sect, are you consuming my vital energy? Fang Yang feigned terror, trembling as he spoke. Mu Xuaning's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar light, her delicate hand hesitating to withdraw, internal conflict and humiliation stirring within her. Here she was, the illustrious Mu Xianin, reduced to siphoning the energy of a lowly elder? Though it was a necessity, her pride and dignity suffered a blow, leaving her feeling somewhat degraded. Silence. Mu Xuaning's eyes shimmered with struggle as she released her energy. Chapter 25, Mu Xuaning's resistance and struggle entry, following Mu Xuaning's instruction. Fang Yang released more vital energy, which she eagerly absorbed, her expression becoming increasingly animated. Soon, Fang Yang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his voice quivering as he spoke. Master of the sect, I fear I may run low on vital energy. At his words, Mu Xianin regained her composure, halting her absorption and withdrawing her hand. Her expression had transformed, replaced by astonishment and exhilaration, her once cold body now radiating warmth. A peculiar sensation coursing through her, causing her heartbeat to quicken, her beautiful eyes fluttering, and beads of perspiration forming on her brow. As she gazed at Fang Yang, the hues in her eyes shifted continuously, ultimately settling into a complex and entangled expression, with a hint of resistance and rejection hidden beneath. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she clenched her teeth with resolve. For the sake of the sect, she was willing to sacrifice even what mattered most to her. As Mu Xianin made her move, Fang Yang felt a sudden disorientation, his expression one of genuine surprise as his senses heightened. However, he soon realized he was not harmed, but rather ensnared in a dizzying state, and to his astonishment, his color wheel eyes activated involuntarily, preserving a sliver of awareness. From the beginning, he had refrained from fully employing the power of his color wheel eyes, fearing Mu Xianin might detect it, as this revelation could not yet be unveiled. Yet now, in this forced state of unconsciousness, the power of the color wheel eyes was activated autonomously, seemingly unnoticed. Fang Yang's sensations transformed into something extraordinary, as if he had shifted from the first-person to a third-person perspective, allowing him to observe both Mu Xianin and his own unconscious self. At that moment, he sensed that the concealed fox spirit, Linger, was becoming restless. Thus, he promptly conveyed a message to her with a fragment of his awareness, signifying that she need not intervene, as he was unharmed. Linger restrained herself, yet her face remained etched with concern and indignation. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with hostility and murderous intent, yearning to descend and slay the lowly human slave who dared to treat the ancestor with such disrespect. Within the palace, a fragment of Fang Yang's consciousness observed, unfurling the ability to shift perspectives at will. He was imbued with curiosity, eager to witness the actions of this proud and resilient woman. He beheld Mu Xianin standing in place, her expression a tapestry of complexity and inner turmoil as she struggled for quite some time before embarking on a series of audacious attempts. Mu Xianin was in a flurry of anxiousness, her demeanor exuding a certain charm that captivated the fragment of Fang Yang's awareness. She resembled a flustered child, her expressions a captivating blend of resistance, disdain, and reluctant concession. However, to her astonishment, even after overcoming a myriad of conflicting emotions, she found herself at an impasse. Naturally, it was futile, for the reins of control remained firmly in Fang Yang's grasp. Even in this third-person awareness, he retained dominion over his own body. Some matters cannot be manipulated simply by desire. To daze the old man, believing it would suffice? How utterly laughable and charmingly naive this woman is. The proud and esteemed top figure of the Red Beauty ranking, the foremost female cultivator in the southern immortal realm, exhibited such an endearing state, evoking a delightful itch in one's heart. In this context, her innocence was strikingly adorable, even bordering on adorably foolish. The contrast was remarkably vivid. Fang Yang wore a mischievous grin, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle before him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. In stark contrast, Mu Xianyin found herself in a state of disarray. No amount of energy transmission seemed to alleviate her frustration, leaving her flustered and agitated, even resorting to slapping her own palm in exasperation. Fang Yang felt his consciousness returning to his body as the third-person perspective abruptly vanished. He slowly opened his eyes, feigning a drowsy demeanor. Once fully awake, he pretended to be startled and alarmed, hastily rising to his feet, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. Before him stood Mu Xianyin, once again assuming that aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Fang Yang, inwardly amused, continued to feign reverence on the surface. Zone master. His face bore an expression of sheer terror as he implored, I am utterly loyal to the sect, Zone master. If there is anything I can do, I shall exert all my efforts. I beg you, spare my life. Mu Xianyin, observing his demeanor, harbored no suspicions. While maintaining an aloof facade, her heart remained troubled. She then waved her hand once more, and Fang Yang felt as though he had lost both sight and hearing. Yet, under the influence of his color wheel eye, it was akin to experiencing a third-person perspective during a moment of unconsciousness. He promptly activated this state again, but immediately pretended to be in a state of panic, lunging forward to grasp Mu Xianyin's rounded thigh. Do not kill me. Please, do not kill me. Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes widened in shock, displaying a mix of embarrassment and resistance. She swiftly kicked Fang Yang away and hastily gestured to immobilize his body, rendering him unable to move and sealing his mouth. Following this, Mu Xianyin remained rooted in place, struggling internally, her expression undergoing subtle changes, at times filled with shame, at others with resistance, occasionally revealing a comical demeanor, as she deemed the entire situation utterly absurd. Ultimately, she found herself compelled to take this step, her enchanting eyes reflecting disdain and reluctance. Fang Yang found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate or encapsulate the entirety of his experience. He sensed that his soul was on the verge of transcendence. His visual and auditory faculties were restored under the third-person perspective of the color wheel eye. And he even discovered the ability to switch between third-person and first-person viewpoints at will. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly as Mu Xianyin led Fang Yang back to his humble abode on the servant's peak. He was gently placed at the doorstep, while she ascended into the cloud-laden sky with a look of complex emotions. With a mere wave of her hand, Fang Yang regained control over his physical body, as well as his hearing and sight. However, his perspective remained ever present, and in that moment, he had already envisioned his performance in his mind. As soon as he was restored, he began to display an acting prowess akin to that of an Oscar winner. There was an undercurrent of trepidation, an ineffable sense of satisfaction and fervor, a glint of wickedness, and an expression that hinted at unfulfilled desires. All these emotions were flawlessly portrayed, epitomizing the state of a cowardly yet lecherous old man. Was she truly the esteemed leader? Fang Yang murmured softly, her face flushed, and her blood surged, resembling a creature in the throes of youthful desire. Above, Mu Xianyin observed her with keen eyes, and instantly felt a wave of shame and humiliation wash over her. Tightening her jaw, with a tremor in her beautiful eyes, she fled the scene, yearning to return to her palace, wishing to linger not a moment longer, nor witness the visage of that individual again. Over the course of 5 days, her pride and self-respect had been gradually cast aside, her bottom line eroded, leaving her unable to accept her current self, her once lofty dignity trampled beneath her own feet. Chapter 26. Initiative and Passivity. Sensing Mu Xianyin's departure, Fang Yang retracted her faade, her expression morphing into one of wicked enjoyment. Brushing off the dirt from her attire, she stood still, relishing the moment. After a brief interlude, uncontrollable heat enveloped her entire being. Mu Xianyin was indeed a rare gem. This was a fortuitous convergence of time and circumstance that granted her this unparalleled opportunity, affording her experiences that even celestial beings might not attain. It was evident that compared to being coerced and enticed by that righteous sect's individual, Mu Xianyin preferred this method where she wielded greater autonomy and control. casting aside all pride and boundaries solely to heal her own afflictions and break through to the spirit division realm, thus safeguarding the Ling Dao sect. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Fang Yang had been masquerading as prey from the very beginning, waiting for her to take the bait, all the while possessing the additional perspective granted by her ocular prowess, resulting in no loss for her, but rather a substantial gain. One could only commend her as the foremost fairy on the beauty list, a presence that lingers in the heart and mind. Master, this woman has utilized your body to heal a significant portion of her long-standing afflictions. If she were to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, we might find ourselves at her mercy. Hu Ling'er manifested before Fang Yang, her delicate visage displaying confusion and frustration. To her, it seemed that her master was the one at a disadvantage, having been outmaneuvered by a lowly human woman. However, the reality was otherwise. For Fang Yang had also greatly benefited, feeling a slight loosening in her realm, as though she was on the verge of advancing to the second level of the Golden Core stage. This pace was astonishing within the entirety of the Southern Immortal Cultivation realm, given that it had been less than 2 months since her return from the Minor Secret realm. Even among the exceptional, those who entered the Golden Core stage often encountered increasing obstacles, with minor breakthroughs taking years and significant advancements lasting decades, potentially exhausting their lifespan before reaching the peak of the Golden Core stage, a plight faced by many ordinary prodigies. Those with superior talents or better fortune might at least achieve the nascent soul stage, but whether they could further ascend depended on their innate capabilities. Individuals like Mu Xianyin, having attained perfection in the nascent soul stage for over a century, were considered top-tier talents within the Southern Immortal Cultivation realm. If it weren't for the lingering toxicity within her, which had plagued her for decades, she would have already ascended to greater heights, gaining a voice of authority in the Southern Immortal Cultivation realm. The Spirit Division realm represented the pinnacle of the Southern Immortal Cultivation realm, with no higher realms to aspire to. This limitation stemmed significantly from the scarcity of resources in the Southern Immortal Cultivation realm, compounded by a long history of turmoil during numerous epochs of cultivation, rendering it one of the most desolate realms for cultivation. Consequently, the powerful bloodlines failed to perpetuate, and such disparities might require several cultivation epochs to rectify, if they could be rectified at all. Such is the nature of reality, especially now that the entire cultivation world is unified under a centralized monarch, further solidifying the fixed allocation of resources. What belongs to you is limited, and what does not belong to you cannot be forcibly seized. Bloodlines are of paramount importance for cultivators, far surpassing mere luck, a notion held by many within the cultivation community. Years ago, Fang Yang had perused tomes that spoke of sages from the central continent giving birth to offspring who innately entered the chi refinement stage, requiring no physical training. The notion of achieving foundational establishment by the age of 10 was unfathomable within the Southern Immortal Cultivation realm. This underscores the significance of bloodlines, continuously inherited and nourished by superior resources, an advantage unattainable through sheer passion alone. Rest assured, she is indeed a fully realized nascent soul cultivator. And within the Ling Dao sect, she possesses the ability to mobilize its resources. Therefore, any forceful attempts would be futile. I maintain control. She has not gained substantially from me. To completely eradicate the residual toxicity within her and achieve a breakthrough to the Spirit Division realm is impossible. I have merely cast a slight bait. Without the upper hand and authority, she cannot attain her desired outcome, Fang Yang articulated with calm confidence, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, Hu Ling'er's expression shifted subtly. Truly, you are worthy of being my master. So, what does Ling'er need to do next? She inquired obediently. You need not remain by my side for protection any longer. I require you to investigate Jiang Fan of the Righteous Chi sect. There is no need to approach him directly. Rather, maintain utmost vigilance and never underestimate him, especially regarding any potential hidden depths he may possess. Do you understand? Fang Yang instructed thoughtfully, her demeanor serious. Hu Ling'er paused momentarily, instinctively nodding, her face reflecting a grave sense of importance. Focus on investigating his former fiancée, as well as his birthplace and family background, Fang Yang continued to advise. Understood. I will complete the task assigned by my master and keep your instructions in mind. Hu Ling'er replied earnestly. Fang Yang nodded with satisfaction and gently grasped her delicate hand, akin to that of a young willow, as they stepped into the courtyard. Night had fallen, and before embarking on their endeavor, it was time to unwind. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Fox Spirit had already set out on her mission the previous night, leaving Fang Yang's abode with only Imo Wuxue and Chen Lian remaining. During this time, Fang Yang deliberately encouraged Chun Lian to refrain from overthinking, even subtly influencing her subconscious with his ocular powers, suggesting she simply return to her previous, obedient nature. There was no need for her to worry about the sudden changes. He had always cared for her. Thus, she maintained a carefree demeanor, still addressing him affectionately as grandpa, embodying innocence and charm. Fang Yang found it impossible to associate her with the notion of a demon queen. As for Mo Wuxia, upon Fang Yang's return, her face, which had once been tinged with worry, now bore a flicker of joy. She appeared more compliant, gradually becoming proactive. Nevertheless, Fang Yang remained somewhat cautious of her and refrained from disclosing the intricacies of his relationship with Mu Xianyin. Observing her current submission level at 82%, he was acutely aware that her underlying nature was not entirely benevolent. Even if she seemed docile now, this could change in an instant. After all, even Gu Qingxue had reached an affection level of 85% by the time of her departure. The fact that this woman, under his rigorous training and the influence of his ocular powers, had only attained 82% was indicative of the formidable strength of her self-awareness, allowing her to resist even his abilities. Is everything truly all right with Master Mo? Mo Wuxia nestled against Fang Yang, her voice soft with concern. Everything is fine. There is no need for unnecessary worry, Fang Yang replied, gently patting her cheek. Chapter 27. Breakthrough. The Summoning of Mu Xianyin. Entry. 5 days slipped by in an instant. The submission level of the pure-hearted girl, Mo Wuxia, had risen to 85%. Fang Yang grasped Mo Wuxia by the neck and tossed her aside like a discarded rag before rising to stride outwards. Simultaneously, Foxlinger returned, appearing before Fang Yang, her face adorned with a hint of infatuation as she knelt. Ancestor, I have conducted a thorough investigation. Speak. Fang Yang commanded as he settled into a chair in the courtyard, with Foxlinger dutifully following suit in her kneeling position. Jiang Fan was born in a place called Utopia City, the scion of one of its prominent families. The head of this family, who was also his father, is a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, making him the most formidable individual within the clan. As for his former fiancée, she too hails from Utopia City, belonging to another family. However, her exceptional talent caught the attention of a female elder from the Righteous Chi sect, who took her as a disciple. Now, she is considered a core disciple of the Righteous Chi sect, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th rank of the Golden Core stage. Foxlingo elaborated meticulously, clearly having conducted a comprehensive investigation. Fang Yang listened attentively, nodding gently as he placed his hand upon her head. You haven't approached Jiang Fan, have you? He inquired cautiously. Gulinger nodded. No. I found out through my investigation that he is currently not within the Jingqi sect. A few days ago, he applied to leave the sect for training. As for his specific whereabouts, I am unaware. His former fiancée, Morongyu, is currently in seclusion within her cave dwelling, preparing to break through to the 8th level of the Golden Core. By the way, Ancestor, it seems these two have some sort of 10-year agreement, established when Morongyu visited to annul their engagement, and Jiang Fan resolutely set the terms. Now, 9 years have passed, leaving less than a year remaining. Upon hearing Hu Linger's words, Fang Yang's brow furrowed tightly. This fellow is indeed enigmatic. According to the narrative of the fated child, this so-called 10-year agreement guarantees his victory, implying that he will attain the strength sufficient to conquer Morongyu within less than a year, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core. This is merely the baseline. Considering only his inherent strength, the external factors remain an unknown. What a remarkable Jiang Fan. Thus, Hu Linger continued to recount various other matters of lesser significance. And upon concluding her account, Fang Yang exhaled deeply, taking her by the hand and leading her into the house. Days later, a beam of golden light surged into the sky, only to be swiftly obscured by the system's intervention. Golden Core, 2nd level. Fang Yang finally achieved his long-cherished aspiration. Several hours later, a paper crane appeared in the courtyard once more, carrying the same distinctive fragrance. Fang Yang picked it up and gazed at the inscription. A profound smile gracing his lips. Come to the main hall. Just 5 simple words. Fang Yang smiled silently. Having just listened to Mo Wuxia's report regarding the recent upheavals within the entire realm of cultivation, there have been no new disciples emerging from the minor secret realm, and the various factions had largely succumbed to despair, relinquishing their hopes and nursing their secret sorrows. At the Fire Element sect, however, there were constant provocations aimed at the Spirit Path sect, with the latter currently under the temporary oversight of the Grand Elder. who had made decisions that were slightly conciliatory, all of which were preordained by Mu Xianyin. She had now wholly redirected her focus onto herself. Acutely aware that only by breaking through to the spirit-severing stage could all these issues be genuinely resolved. Having already shattered her pride and boundaries, there was no turning back. Should this path prove unviable, and she be coerced into compromising her autonomy to become a mere consort or slave to another, she would rather embrace death. Furthermore, there loomed another significant event in the southern cultivation realm, the impending Starfall Lake competition, scheduled for a year hence. As its name implies, this would be a grand martial exchange among the major factions of the southern cultivation realm, held once every decade. The previous iterations had seen the disciples of the righteous Qi sect claim the top honors. Currently, amidst discussions among the cultivators, there was a consensus that this time would also favor the righteous Qi sect, perpetuating their illustrious legacy. After all, the unparalleled prodigy from 10 years prior had, over the decade, attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage, thereby overshadowing the new generation of talented cultivators. This individual, known as Zhang Tianyi, had even caught Fang Yang's attention, despite his years of seclusion at the miscellaneous peak. His meteoric rise had led some to believe that even upon entering the central continent, he would carve out a remarkable reputation. This was, without a doubt, the highest commendation for a youth in the southern cultivation realm. However, currently, Fang Yang found himself rather indifferent towards him, even using Zhang Tianyi as a benchmark to reassess Jiang Fan's potential. Based on this template, he was confident that, by the time of the forthcoming competition, he would undoubtedly surpass Zhang Tianyi, implying that Jiang Fan would possess strength comparable to that of a nascent soul expert, with a high likelihood of achieving victories against opponents of higher tiers. Master, has the sect leader summoned you again? Emma Wuxia emerged from within, dressed and bearing a hint of curiosity and concern. Yes, I shall step out for a while, Fang Yang replied, tucking away the parchment. Emma Wuxia's expression shifted slightly as she stepped forward, grasping Fang Yang's arm with a delicate demeanor, saying, Master, Elder Chen has sought me out again. He expressed a desire to invite me to the auction in Tianyuan City. I do not wish to attend. With that, she tightened her embrace around Fang Yang's arm. Fang Yang's expression slightly stiffened. You may go, just ensure he does not approach you. However, Emma Wuxia, displaying an unwilling demeanor, coyly replied, I do not wish to engage with any man other than my master. I simply desire to remain by my master's side. Fang Yang turned to her, observing the unwavering yield rate of 85% above her head. A flicker of doubt lingered in his heart, despite the enticing words she spoke in her current state. After a brief moment of hesitation, he cast aside any lingering sympathy, recalling her harsh and venomous demeanor during the times when he had nothing. He then struck her sharply across the face, causing her expression to freeze, revealing a look of grievance and helplessness, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Do as you're told, and spare me the trivialities. It would be best if you could trick him into obtaining more valuable items to bring back for me. Fang Yang commanded sternly, his face devoid of any tenderness. I understand, master. Mo Wuxia replied, clutching her reddened cheek, appearing both wronged and sorrowful, her enchanting eyes glistening with moisture. At that moment, the system erupted in Fang Yang's mind. Detection indicates that the pure-hearted maiden Mo Wuxia's yield rate has risen to 86%. Taken aback, Fang Yang's expression shifted to one of playful mockery as he rose and soared towards the outskirts of the servant peak. A wretched woman is indeed a wretched woman, he mused. It seemed his concerns and doubts were justified. He had nearly felt pity for her. Yet, he feared that if he allowed himself to feel compassion, her yield rate might plummet instead. Chapter 28, Seeking Mu Xianyin, the Disreputable Female Disciple, Part 1. Fang Yang ascended to the main peak, successfully entering with the paper in hand. The spiritual energy here was abundant, far surpassing that of the disciple's peak. He soared upward along a narrow path. But upon reaching the summit, he encountered a woman of exceedingly foul temperament who obstructed his passage. This woman bore an expression of indifference, her demeanor exuding unabashed pride and scrutiny. With her finely sculpted chin slightly raised and arms crossed, she regarded him with a haughty glance, her tall and graceful figure undeniably alluring. How did you gain entry to the main peak, old man? She inquired, her voice youthful yet laced with disdain. Fang Yang immediately recognized her as Zhao Yunhe, a disciple of Mu Xianyin. Despite her tender age, she had already achieved the formidable cultivation of the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, making her the only outstanding prodigy in recent decades capable of rivaling the elite of the grand sects, and Mu Xianyin's most cherished disciple. Master has summoned you. Senior Sister Zhao, Fang Yang said, his face adorned with a courteous smile as he presented the paper. Zhao Yunhe, however, offered no amiable response. Her gaze filled with condescension as she snatched the paper from his grip. After glancing at its contents, she let out a cold laugh. You old fool. Do you think you can simply waltz into Tianxiao Peak with a mere piece of paper? With that, she raised her foot to kick at Fang Yang without mercy. His expression shifted in alarm. Such force, if he were still the same old man at the peak of qi refinement, could easily have led to his demise. Just as he was about to be struck down, a powerful force surged forth, separating the two, accompanied by an imperious voice that brooked no defiance. Yunhe. Cease your reckless behavior. Upon hearing Mu Xianyin's voice, Jiang Yunhe's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Master? She exclaimed, before turning her gaze back to Fang Yang. Her contempt unabated. What gives you the right to be summoned by Master? Fang Yang's expression darkened as he locked eyes with her, momentarily shedding his facade. This sudden revelation rendered the woman momentarily speechless, instinctively causing her to feel a twinge of trepidation. Upon realizing her own momentary fear, her expression transformed into one of greater disbelief as she fixed her gaze intently upon Fang Yang. Fang Yang soared past her, ascending with unwavering resolve, refraining from further discourse, already designating her as a mere livestock slave in his mind. Shortly thereafter, he arrived once more at the grand hall of Mu Xianyin. Donning a facade of feigned decorum as he stepped inside, servant Fang Yang pays his respects to the esteemed sect master. Fang Yang lowered his head, avoiding the piercing gaze of Mu Xianyin seated at the head of the table, concealing any inappropriate desires and displaying a demeanor of anxiety and tension. In contrast, Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes harbored an unusual glimmer, unable to dispel the disquiet within her heart. Her delicate hands gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, and she hesitated to part her lips and speak. After a full 10 breaths, she finally opened her rosy lips. From whence did you acquire such power? Upon hearing her inquiry, Fang Yang responded with a tense demeanor. To answer the esteemed sect master, it was through a fortuitous encounter that I obtained it. The figure in my dreams claimed I could assist the Lingyao sect in reversing its predicaments, urging me to remain ever prepared. Listening to his response, Mu Xianyin's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. It was evident she recognized his fabrications, yet she chose not to press further. You seem to have mastered this power with remarkable ease, Mu Xianyin inquired again. Indeed, if the esteemed sect master has any tasks requiring my assistance, please command me. I shall exert every effort to aid you, Fang Yang replied, maintaining a posture of sincere loyalty. Mu Xianyin's eyes shimmered with complexity and peculiarity as she continued. I wish for you to attempt to employ this power to specifically aid me in dispelling certain injuries and poisons within my body. Should you succeed in lending me assistance, I shall reward you handsomely, and I might overlook the ignoble deeds you have previously committed. However, should you entertain any treacherous thoughts, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Mu Xianyin spoke directly, and with her final words, her tone turned chillingly cold, enveloping the great hall in an atmosphere of oppressive gravity. Fang Yang immediately commenced his performance, adopting an expression of trepidation and bewilderment. He hastily responded, as your humble servant. I shall exert every effort. Even if you were to grant me a modicum of courage, I would not dare entertain any ulterior motives. Observing this, Mu Xianyin's dark brows slightly unfurled, after which she rose and proceeded toward a side passage. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yang promptly followed, captivated by her enchanting silhouette, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. Soon, under the guidance of Mu Xianyin, Fang Yang entered a grand chamber adorned with antique charm. Mu Xianyin, wearing an unusual expression, seated herself upon a round stool, which accentuated her exquisite figure. In the words of the ancients, she possessed the ideal physique. Yet what rendered Mu Xianyin truly mesmerizing was her graceful waist, devoid of any excess flesh. Her perfect waist-to-hip ratio could indeed be described as a deadly allure. Master, what should I do? Fang Yang's throat slightly constricted, revealing his anxious demeanor. Mu Xianyin, wearing an odd expression and a hint of discomfort, feigned composure and aloofness, replying, What do you think? As she spoke, she turned her body, presenting her stunning back to Fang Yang. As Fang Yang approached, he exhibited an awkward demeanor. Both nervous and dazed, he summoned the true energy within him, a rich and pure golden essence swirling around his gnarled hands, gradually coalescing into a concentrated stream of golden vitality. With a racing heart, he manipulated the energy in his palm, guiding it into Mu Xianyin's body from behind her. Master, This may be difficult to control. Might I dare to inquire? If my hand were to touch your esteemed form, it could be quite inappropriate. Fang Yang stammered. Mu Xianyin took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she closed her beautiful eyes. You may boldly attempt it, but should the outcome be unsatisfactory, I cannot guarantee my own restraint. Upon hearing this, Fang Yang feigned a moment of alarm before nervously extending his trembling hand toward Mu Xianyin's exquisite back. The instant he made contact, he felt as though he had touched ancient ice. Although he had previously experienced the power of the Millennium Ice during those 5 days, he was still taken aback. Mu Xianyin, feeling the flow of true energy, involuntarily shuddered, biting her lips to stifle any strange sounds, her beautiful eyes tightly shut. After a brief moment, she came to a clear conclusion. Allowing this old man to take control would yield far superior results. Conversely, if she were to let herself descend into an uncontrollable state in an attempt to safeguard her remaining pride, the effectiveness would be severely diminished. Her cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat adorned her stunning face. The cold poison within her had been alleviated to some extent, yet the root remained untreated. As long as it persisted, it would merely be a temporary relief, for these long-standing afflictions would rebound the moment she resumed her cultivation, as she had experienced just days prior. Realizing her predicament, she reluctantly summoned this old man who had brought her pride and dignity to their nadir, even though he had yet to personally take charge. Master, are you feeling any better? Fang Yang inquired, his face flushed with anxiety. Mu Xianyin remained silent, and after 10 breaths, Fang Yang felt himself ensnared once more. His senses abruptly dulled, and his body immobilized. Yet, the additional perspective provided by his ocular powers quickly restored his awareness. Oh, Master, your pride is truly formidable, he thought to himself with a smirk. Mu Xianyin, her expression a complex mix of shame and humiliation, rose to face Fang Yang, whose eyes had become vacant and unresponsive. 5 days later, as anticipated, Fang Yang was unceremoniously returned to the outside of his humble quarters. After ensuring that Mu Xianyin had departed, he allowed a playful expression to surface. Master, your pride is indeed extraordinary. However, this cyclical pattern ultimately serves only as a superficial remedy. It is only a matter of time before you seek me out. At that moment, Hu Linger appeared before him, exclaiming, Old ancestor, this woman truly does not recognize her own fortune. To be favored by you is her blessing, yet she continues to act coyly, believing herself to be above it all. Fang Yang smiled silently, saying, It is of no consequence. There is always a process. Pray, tell me if there have been any new developments over the past 5 days. Indeed, Imo Wuxie departed half a day prior alongside Elder Chen from Linghao sect, as the ancestor had instructed her to do so. Linger did not attempt to impede her. However, Linger cast a spell upon her, stipulating that if she were to engage in any dubious activities with another man behind the ancestor's back, I would be immediately informed and would impose punishment upon her. The fox spirit Lingo spoke obediently, leaning closer to Fang Yang, exuding an air of yearning for praise. Fang Yang reached out to gently ruffle her hair, complimenting her on her performance. He then led her back to the house. Outside the Lingdao sect, a flying vessel returned, aboard which stood a man and a woman at the bow, Elder Chun and Imo Wuxie. It was evident that Imo Wuxie appeared somewhat distracted, lost in her thoughts, while Elder Chen, brimming with enthusiasm, chattered incessantly. Elder Imo, did you enjoy our trip to the auction? He inquired with a smile, aware that the event had significantly lightened his purse. Yes, it was quite enjoyable, thank you, Elder Chen, Imo Wuxie replied. Snapping back to reality and managing a faint smile, Elder Chen seemed to notice her indifference. The entire experience had felt rather mundane. He furrowed his brow, troubled and perplexed, pondering where the issue lay. Despite being an inner sect elder while she was merely an outer sect elder, his proactive demeanor had failed to advance their relationship. Elder Mo. The path of cultivation, while requiring the abandonment of worldly desires, becomes increasingly solitary with age. Do you not share this sentiment? Elder Chen feigned profundity. Imo Wuxie, still somewhat preoccupied, responded, Yes, a little. Indeed, what is the ultimate purpose of cultivation? In my youth, I believed it was for immortality and transcendence. However, as I age, I realize the arduousness of this journey, even deeming it nearly impossible. Thus, why should we persist in such relentless pursuits? I sometimes wonder if finding a beloved partner and siring offspring to share my remaining days might not be preferable. Elder Chen, draped in his flowing robes, adopted a somber demeanor. Imo Wuxie, however, did not engage with his musings. Instead, upon their arrival at the Linghao sect, she stated, "Elder Chen, follow your own inclinations. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she departed from the vessel, leaving Elder Chen momentarily stunned. After a while, he clenched his fists, his expression darkening with frustration, giving rise to sinister and extreme thoughts. Emma Wuxia, meanwhile, soared towards the miscellaneous peak. Her countenance a tapestry of complex longing, yearning for the affection and concern of that unfeeling elder. She was perplexed by her own turmoil, feeling as though she had lost her mind. Since that day, she had transformed into this version of herself, sensing a voice within calling out and resisting. Yet, she found herself unable to control it. She had succumbed, whether to the benefits she could gain or to the pressures accumulated throughout this journey. In that moment, she was entirely disinclined to heed that inner voice, only wishing to see that slender, aged figure and to be cherished. Before long, she returned to the miscellaneous peak, landing swiftly in Fang Yang's courtyard. Rushing to the door, she knocked and called out, "Master, I have returned." Fang Yang opened the door and beheld her appearance, a profound glimmer of meaning flickering within his aged eyes. Emma Wuxia, on the other hand, was momentarily overtaken by a tumult of emotions reflected in her beautiful gaze, her eyes trembling slightly as they fixated on the elder before her. Her luscious lips parted, hesitating, as she struggled to suppress the urge to rush towards him. "What did you obtain?" Fang Yang inquired softly. Without delay, she activated her storage ring and retrieved an object, then gracefully knelt before Fang Yang, her exquisite visage turned upward, exuding a fervent desire for affection. "He captured this for me," she uttered, presenting a jade pendant that possessed the ability to nurture the soul. Cradled delicately in her hands, Fang Yang gazed at the jade necklace, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Observing the hue that exuded an air of opulence, he acknowledged its worth, even though it might hold little significance for him personally. Fang Yang picked up the pendant and adorned it around his neck, then gazed down at her, gently stroking her head. "Well done." Feeling the warmth above her, Emma Wuxia slightly pursed her crimson lips, revealing an unprecedented charm. In the presence of Elder Chen, despite her efforts to please him with lavish gifts, she remained indifferent and aloof. Yet, at this moment, a mere compliment made her heart blossom with joy, unable to contain herself. "I missed you, master," Emma Wuxia shyly murmured, her gaze momentarily shifting in modesty. "Come in," Fang Yang said with a hint of a smile. 3 days later, Mu Xianyin sent forth a paper crane to summon him, which did not take Fang Yang by surprise. During these 3 days, Emma Wuxia's submission reached 86%, gradually increasing further. Had it not been for Fang Yang's system notifications, one might have assumed she was already at 100%, resembling a creature from the primordial forest. Fang Yang donned his attire and set forth. Upon arriving at Tianxia Peak, he encountered the notoriously irritable Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Yunhe did not conceal the animosity and disdain reflected in her eyes, coldly inquiring, "Why has the master summoned you for labor?" Fang Yang, however, did not grant her a pleasant demeanor and coldly replied, "Do I need to inform you, little girl?" Being addressed as little girl instantly caused Jiang Yunhe to display a look of indignation. She was on the verge of throwing a tantrum and retaliating, but was once again halted by the voice of Mu Xianyin. With a face full of exasperation and frustration, she silently cursed, "Just you wait, old man." Fang Yang let out a cold chuckle, shaking his head as he departed. Upon reaching the grand hall, he donned a fade reminiscent of an Oscar-winning actor, feigning deference with an air of submissiveness. "Master, do you require the assistance of this humble servant once more?" His face, adorned with a mask of servility, inadvertently revealed some unsettling thoughts, causing Mu Xianyin, who was seated in the main seat with an expression tinged with peculiarity, to furrow her delicate brows. She did not respond immediately, and the atmosphere remained tense for several breaths before she finally parted her lips, speaking softly. "If I were to say that I permit you to indulge in some of your fanciful imaginings regarding me, what would you think?" Chapter 30, A Month of Healing for Mu Xianyin, Part 1. Although the words spoken by the enchanting Mu Xianyin provoked boundless speculation, what Fang Yang felt more acutely at that moment was a palpable weight of oppression and gravity in the air. He steeled himself, refraining from any inappropriate actions or words, and instead adopted an earnest and loyal demeanor as he replied, "Master, I am not the sort of despicable person you might imagine. I would never dare to entertain any disrespectful thoughts about you in my mind. Should such a thought arise, I would be utterly unworthy of forgiveness. You are an esteemed presence whom I have revered since my entry into the Lingao sect. I would never harbor any such ambitions regarding you. However, if you require my assistance, for the sake of the sect or for your own, I am willing to sacrifice my life without hesitation." This place has sheltered me for decades and has become my second home. Without it, I would have nowhere to go. Master, I assure you, my loyalty is unwavering, and I am prepared to risk my life for you and for the sect. Fang Yang spoke with fervor, as if he were about to lay bare the aging depths of his soul for Mu Xianyin to behold. His words resonated with heartfelt sincerity, evoking deep emotion. Were it not for Mu Xianyin's knowledge of his private conduct, she might have been swayed by his rhetoric. Yet now, even with her awareness of Fang Yang's true nature, many matters lay beyond her control. A flicker of turmoil crossed her beautiful eyes as she tightened her grip on the armrest of her chair, relinquishing the last remnants of her boundaries and pride. This fade, though insincere, perhaps was precisely what she required. At least it allowed her to preserve the final vestige of her obsession deep within. In recent days, she had felt somewhat disoriented, even contemplating a withdrawal from the sacrifices she had made for the Lingdao sect. However, the chains of her convictions clung to her, compelling her sense of duty and morality. Alongside the profound shackles imposed by her venerable master, an unwavering sense of guilt threatened to engulf her, making it impossible to extinguish the thoughts of betraying her sect. Hence, she found herself compelled to continue placing her hopes in this elder. The hollow words offered her a modicum of solace, reinforcing her belief that she acted for the sect, that she was engaged in righteous endeavors, and that her integrity remained untainted. She was still whole. Follow me, she breathed deeply, allowing the final flicker of resistance to dissipate, transforming into a demeanor that exuded a cold detachment, a regal air that demanded reverence and forbade desecration. As she rose to walk inward, Fang Yang was momentarily taken aback, his heart instinctively racing, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes as he rose to follow. It is Master Zone. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Fang Yang remained in the company of Mu Xianyin, who publicly claimed to be in seclusion. Under Fang Yang's deliberate guidance, Mu Xianyin experienced a remarkable recovery of approximately 40 to 50% from the decades of accumulated injuries and toxins that plagued her, although the root issues remained unresolved. This improvement was a significant departure from her previous state of complete affliction. Mu Xianyin was filled with astonishment, her emotions too profound for words. She found the entire situation absurd, leaving her spirit in turmoil, a blend of joy and unspoken complexities. How could she genuinely disregard her feelings when she had willingly offered her most cherished possessions to someone devoid of any emotional connection? Yet, even if she cared, what could she do? She had taken that crucial step, leaving her heart entangled in a web of unresolved sentiments. In a desperate bid for catharsis, she resolved to liberate herself further, striving to eliminate the long-standing toxins and transcend to a state of spiritual clarity, thereby addressing the current predicaments of the Lingdao sect. Only then could she find solace and perhaps untie the knots within her heart. If all her sacrifices culminated in an unfavorable outcome, she feared she would succumb to madness and lose her reason. As the sun and moon continued their eternal cycle, the palace remained unchanged on the surface. Yet it was no longer what it once was within. Fang Yang sat at the edge of the couch, imbibing a potent elixir that flushed his cheeks and ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. His cultivation had ascended to the third level of the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Mu Xianyin turned her back to him. Her ethereal beauty, already akin to that of a celestial being, seemed to have gained an additional layer of exquisite charm over the course of the month. The icy demeanor that once enveloped her had softened somewhat, revealing a touch of warmth in the vibrant hue of health. Deep in contemplation, she furrowed her brow slightly before eventually turning her head to regard Fang Yang. Fang Yang appeared to have undergone a subtle transformation compared to a month ago. His once weathered visage seemed to have regained a hint of youthfulness, with fewer wrinkles adorning his face. His long, dark hair, previously dulled, now flowed more gracefully, and his sharply defined features exuded a certain charm, particularly accentuated by his deep-set eyes and brows. His tall frame had also gained additional muscle, a testament to a month of nourishing treatments and the announcement from the system a fortnight prior. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked an achievement and earned the title of Heartthrob. Your charm value has increased by 30%. Upon receiving this notification, Mu Xianyin had paused momentarily, taken aback by the sudden change in perception. How do you feel? She inquired softly. After a month of interaction, she had lowered her defenses and prejudices towards Fang Yang, gradually becoming accustomed to his presence. However, her current concern was rooted in the disparity in their realms. Ultimately, he could not assist her in dispelling the deep-seated toxins accumulated over the years. Currently, she had achieved only 50% progress, seemingly hitting a threshold. After some analysis, She concluded that Fang Yang's cultivation was indeed lacking compared to hers, and despite his extraordinary physique, he was beginning to appear somewhat overwhelmed. While there were certainly reasons for this, the underlying issue was Fang Yang's intentional hindrance of progress. He was not about to easily relinquish what she desired, for that would diminish his leverage. Furthermore, his disguise was executed so adeptly that Mu Xianyin harbored no suspicions towards him. Fang Yang exhaled deeply, his body drenched in perspiration and flushed with heat, displaying a somewhat grave expression as he replied, "Master, the effect of the supplement feels quite similar to the previous one, albeit more intense. Let us give it a try." Mu Xianyin furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of anxiety concealed within her gaze. A day later, Mu Xianyin had come to a complete understanding of the issue, relinquishing any lingering hopes of chance. Clad in her attire, she turned to Fang Yang with a serious demeanor and declared, "I shall take you to the forbidden grounds of the sect to assist you in breaking through your cultivation." Fang Yang appeared astonished, humbly questioning, "Is it truly acceptable, esteemed sect leader? Would it not be an extravagant use of resources on an old servant like myself? You need not feign modesty. Your current rate of advancement is astonishing, one that few can fathom," Mu Xianyin replied, seemingly able to see through him. Turning to face him, he continued, "If you are unworthy of utilizing the sect's resources, then none shall be deemed worthy." Chapter 31. Sun and Moon Lake. Entry. As Fang Yang accompanied Mu Xianyin, departing from Tianxia Peak, an unexpected figure suddenly emerged within their line of sight, obstructing their path. At first glance, Fang Yang appeared to be the same woman known for her exceedingly unpleasant demeanor. However, upon sensing the presence of her master, Jiang Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically as she turned her head. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion?" Before Mu Xianyin, she displayed a markedly different demeanor, exuding an air of whimsicality. Yet, upon noticing Fang Yang standing beside Mu Xianyin, her expression abruptly stiffened, revealing a hint of astonishment. "You, what are you doing here as well?" Fang Yang smiled silently, while Mu Xianyin gently parted her delicate lips, saying, "Yunhe, come with me. I shall take you to Sun Moon Lake." Sun Moon Lake. Jiang Yunhe's face lit up with surprise, quickly followed by a hint of concern. "Master, are we truly going to Sun Moon Lake? But have the quotas been confirmed?" Mu Xianyin waved her hand, beckoning her along with Fang Yang as they swiftly took flight in a certain direction. "Do not worry, I have my own considerations." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhe's anxiety deepened, and she responded somewhat helplessly, "Master, if the Grand Elder learns of this, he will surely be displeased." Fang Yang listened thoughtfully nearby. He had heard some rumors about Sun Moon Lake, yet throughout his years in the Lingdao sect, he had never laid eyes upon it. This lake represented one of the most profound treasures of the sect, nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, and was said to be usable only once every decade. Each use required a decade of nurturing anew, and only a select few among the core disciples, after much deliberation, could be granted the privilege to partake. What did Mu Xianyin imply? Was she intending to reserve this opportunity of Sun Moon Lake for him and that insufferable girl? How generous indeed. One could not help but admire her resolve and decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. In the face of significant matters concerning the sect, she cast aside unnecessary considerations, truly embodying the role of the sect master. However, should success be achieved, Fang Yang's advancement would elevate her into the spirit separation realm, thus silencing any dissent from the elders of the sect. Yet, should she recklessly expend such a precious resource without attaining the desired outcome, leading the Lingyao sect into an insurmountable predicament, the consequences would be dire. The lightest repercussions could stir internal discord, while the gravest could even result in expulsion from the sect. Such scenarios were not unfamiliar from past experiences. "I have made my decision. No further words are necessary," Mu Xianyin replied resolutely. Jiang Yunhe's heart raced, and she turned to Fang Yang with a look of confusion tinged with rejection. "Master, what is his role in this?" "Naturally, he will share this experience with you," Mu Xianyin declared without hesitation, her tone leaving no room for doubt. In the next moment, the three found themselves before a secluded, ethereal lake rich in spiritual energy. This lake resembled a taiji diagram, divided into two halves, one side representing Yang and the other Yin, delineating the essence of the sun and moon, with males embodying Yang and females embodying Yin. The lake's effects were most potent the closer one approached the taiji eye. Jiang Yunhe's expression abruptly shifted, revealing disbelief and rejection. "Master, you mean him? On what grounds?" As her words escaped her lips, Mu Xianyin cast her a disapproving glare. Under that piercing gaze, she promptly fell silent. though the confusion and resistance remained evident on her face. Fang Yang remained silent, presenting a stark contrast to her, almost as if she were the one being unreasonable. Suddenly, Mu Xuannin's jade-like hand emitted a deep azure essence, activating the sun-moon pond, causing two distinct streams of radiant energy to emerge. The atmosphere around Xiao Ten was consequently affected, half imbued with chilling coldness and half with warm heat. In the past, Mu Xuannin's stunning beauty and icy pride had led her to unabashedly reveal her extraordinary talents, resulting in an inability to harmonize with the Yang Pond. Its disciples fled in droves, nearly transforming the entire Sun-Moon Pond into a realm of shadows. It was precisely this that left her with the subtle traces of a latent affliction, which later intensified due to various circumstances, culminating in her being plagued by poison and injury. Gazing at the Sun-Moon Pond before her, she involuntarily drifted into memories, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, pondering whether a less haughty demeanor in her past might have altered her present circumstances. Yet, she quickly reclaimed her thoughts, recognizing that the past is irretrievable, and that it is wiser to focus on the present. Step inside. Mu Xuannin's gentle voice floated through the air. Jiang Yunhe appeared utterly bewildered, unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Fang Yang, without hesitation, stripped off his clothing and leaped into the sunlit pond. The instant he submerged, he felt a peculiar restlessness within his body, as if an ineffable connection had formed with the pond, filling him with unparalleled exhilaration, causing his pores to open wide. He swam forward, where the effects were most potent at the pond's center. Mu Xianyin's eyes twitched slightly. She sensed that Fang Yang was being deliberately provocative. Yet she found herself unable to express her ire. After all, disrobing before entering the water was common sense, albeit no one had ever acted so brazenly before. Jiang Yun, he stood frozen in disbelief, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of invective, her frustration bubbling over as she considered how this insufferable old man dared to enter the sunlit pond, let alone expose himself before their master, sullying her eyes in the process. How utterly intolerable! Her heart seethed with rage, but under Mu Xianyin's urging, she hesitantly drifted into the shadowy pond. That wretched man! How dare he share the splendor of the sun and moon pond with me? I shall ensure he meets a fate most dire. She cursed inwardly. Her resentment intensified not only by her distaste for the old man, but also by the special treatment he received from their master. What right did he have to enjoy such favor? How could he come so close to their revered mentor? It was utterly outrageous, beyond forgiveness. Fang Yang, oblivious to her thoughts, swam to the center of the Yang pool, where he felt an intensified sensation engulf him. The heat surged forth, overwhelming enough to potentially scald an ordinary cultivator. Yet, Fang Yang felt no pressure whatsoever. On the contrary, as he summoned the vital energy within him, the entire Yang pool began to boil, creating an unprecedented phenomenon. Standing at the pool's edge, Mu Xianyin widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, immediately aware of the marvel Fang Yang had conjured. The vital energy from the Yang pool swelled and surged towards the Yin pool, flooding into Jiang Yunhe's body in an instant, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief and discomfort. Shock and wonder mingled on her face as she struggled to comprehend the overwhelming force of the Yang springs, whispering the incredulous phrase, "How is this possible?" Simultaneously, she unleashed her full power, reaching the 7th layer of her golden core cultivation, and an icy aura erupted forth in an attempt to repel the encroaching forces of the Yang pool. For a brief moment, her efforts bore fruit, yet soon after, Fang Yang exuded an even purer essence of vital energy, which swiftly engulfed the Yin pool once more. This peculiar sensation washed over her again, causing her to cry out in response. Mu Xianyin, observing from the shore, was equally taken aback. In a sudden movement, she leaped into the Yin pool, claiming the center for herself and pushing Jiang Yunhe to the pool's edge. Jiang Yunhe's face flushed with embarrassment and astonishment, her petite visage glowing crimson as she trembled. Seeing her master occupy the core of the Yin pool, she was utterly at a loss. Was it truly necessary for her master to personally take charge of the Yin pool's center to restore balance against this old man's formidable prowess? Fang Yang and Mu Xianyin exchanged a distant gaze, and in that moment, under the blessing of the sun and moon lake, an extraordinary magnetic field was born. Chapter 32. The Mandarin Duck Pool. Entry. Master, what should I do next? Fang Yang inquired earnestly, his demeanor serious. Mu Xianyin, feeling the flow of the Yang pool water from his side, was both surprised and delighted. Instantly, She summoned more of her strength to bolster Fang Yang's efforts. In an instant, the Yin pool began to stir, transforming into a silvery expanse, reminiscent of mercury undergoing a chemical reaction. The liquid splattered, cold and eerie, swiftly driving back the encroaching waters of the Yang pool. Some of the silvery liquid even began to flow towards the golden liquid as Fang Yang sighed. Resembling boiling water, emitted steam when invaded by the waters of the moon pool. Do your utmost to resist, Mu Xianyin urged, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation and curiosity, intrigued by the extent of his capabilities. Yes, master, Fang Yang replied with solemnity, and immediately. An overwhelming force surged from within him, revealing the unmasked prowess of his golden core third stage, exuding an astonishing aura. Even displaying the fluctuations typical of the later stages of golden core. The Yang pool water surrounding him began to boil more vigorously, steam rising as it countered the approaching waters of the moon pool. Mu Xianyin was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Jiang Yunhe, who had been moved to the periphery by Mu Xianyin, stood in utter disbelief, her expression one of incredulity as her eyes trembled. This remarkable power emanating from that elder seemed utterly incongruous, a striking discordance. Yet, even so, Fang Yang had yet to unleash his full potential. He reveled in the presence of the golden liquid in the Yang pool, which perfectly matched his needs, feeling both joyous and slightly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that Mu Xianyin would be so generous, directly providing him with the sect's foundational essence. Reflecting on their current circumstances, it was clear that they were now bound by a mutual interest, akin to a straight line advancing in unison, at least in her judgment. It should be perceived as such. Fang Yang felt an unprecedented exhilaration as she greedily absorbed the energy of the sun-moon pool. Meanwhile, Mu Xianyin, experiencing an intensity of sensation starkly different from her youth, found her cheeks involuntarily flushed. This sun-moon pool yielded the greatest benefits for young disciples at the golden core stage. Yet she could hardly anticipate that, under Fang Yang's influence, even she, a consummate nascent soul cultivator, would feel a flutter of excitement. Igniting the silver essence around and within her, which had long ceased to serve her, now rendered precious and coveted. The two of them were immersed in their respective pools, their gazes locking, and at that moment, a subtle connection sparked between their hearts, transcending the physical distance. Mu Xianyin was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes trembling as her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, an unprecedented emotional turmoil surging forth within her, causing the fluctuations on her face to intensify to a point of disbelief. Until now, she had been certain that she harbored no inappropriate feelings towards this individual, her intentions solely driven by the necessity to break through, at most producing a physiological response. Yet this sensation of spiritual resonance was entirely novel. She paused, her mind recalling something. The sun-moon pool, known for its daily and nightly nurturing of the essence of the sun and moon, had a historical significance that few were aware of. Long ago, when the spirit path sect was a dominant and formidable force, this place was revered as the Mandarin Duck Pool. Any male and female disciples who cultivated together within it, if they achieved a certain harmony, could experience an exceptionally amplified effect in their training and, to varying degrees, develop an indescribable affection for one another, often culminating in the formation of life partners. However, due to various reasons in the recent era of cultivation, no couples had emerged that could harness the full potential of the sun-moon pool, leading to the absence of such enchanting occurrences. At this moment, as Mu Xianyin recalled these events and combined them with her inexplicable feelings, her beautiful eyes quivered, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability laced with the bashfulness characteristic of youth. The pure and innocent sensation enveloped her, leaving her in disbelief that such feelings could manifest within her own being. Fang Yang, too, felt a rush of crimson coursing through him, sensing the peculiar atmosphere that sparked a hidden delight within his heart, an unexpected gain. Seizing this moment, a subtle blush illuminated his gaze, appearing ethereal amidst the swirling mist. He locked eyes with Mu Xianyin, intensifying her unusual sensations, causing her enchanting eyes to widen slightly, almost evading his penetrating stare. Had it not been for the last vestiges of coldness and pride within her that swiftly quelled any embarrassing impulses, she might have wished to vanish into the earth from sheer mortification. "How do you fare, esteemed leader? Is this the correct course of action?" Fang Yang inquired, feigning modesty. His voice resonated through the sun and moon lake, unexpectedly captivating Mu Xianyin, deep and clear. She felt a sudden rush of madness, her mind momentarily blank, and hastily summoned her internal energy to suppress these strange emotions. Concurrently, she intensified the eruption of silver liquid surrounding her, directing it to combat the encroaching golden liquid. Thus, you shall exert your utmost strength, and I shall maintain equilibrium between both sides. Mu Xianyin responded, yet her voice carried an unusual tremor. Even stammering slightly, biting her lip, her face flushed crimson. She promptly closed her beautiful eyes and focused on harnessing this power to nurture the lingering toxins still residing within her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhe swiftly closed her eyes as well, concentrating her mind and circulating her energy to commence her cultivation. Fang Yang observed the two individuals and closed his eyes, focusing intently on the surrounding warmth of the sunlit pool and its invigorating heat. The sensation was extraordinarily enchanting. At that moment, the system abruptly announced detection of host indulging in the Yuanyang pool, detection of the sun and moonstones at the bottom of the pool, activating powerful absorption mode automatically. Fang Yang was taken aback. The sudden system prompt left him momentarily bewildered. He felt the agitation of the sun-moon lake intensifying at an astonishing pace. As two stones deeply embedded in the ground suddenly shimmered with brilliance, one radiating a silver glow, the other exuding a fiery golden light. Mu Xianyin, startled, opened her beautiful eyes. The abruptly surging energy of the lake caused her to reveal a slightly bashful expression. Chapter 33, The Mandarin's Pond. A month of Mandarin's Bath. Entry. A month had swiftly passed since the unexpected intervention of the system. Everything had spiraled into chaos and confusion. The so-called Sun-Moon Lake had indeed transformed into the Mandarin's Pond, and the events unfolding within were blessings even the celestial beings could not savor. Should the deities in the heavens witness it, they would undoubtedly yearn to descend to the mortal realm and indulge in such worldly delights. Meanwhile, the Lingdao sect remained in a state of targeted oppression. The Righteous Qi Alliance, represented by Yi Xiu and the Fire Element sect's leader, Ling Yun, frequently stirred up trouble, leaving the Grand Elder no choice but to endure, as Mu Xianyin had instructed him before her seclusion. However, the current situation, based on his own judgment, filled him with profound despair. It seemed there was no possibility of turning the tide. The Grand Elder understood that Mu Xianyin had harbored toxic injuries for many years, and even if she could reach the spirit separation realm, it would take at least several hundred more years, a luxury the Lingao sect could not afford. Outside the Lingao sect, in an uninhabited forest, the Grand Elder appeared, his face etched with seriousness and struggle. Another man followed closely behind, none other than Yi Xiu, the third elder of the Righteous Qi sect, who had long coveted Mu Xianyin. With a cunning demeanor and a smile gracing his face, he emerged beneath the falling withered leaves. Elder Lin, your wisdom is commendable. Elder Lin, burdened by inner turmoil and a tinge of guilt, struggled to respond. Yi Xiu continued, your choice is evidently wise. This cannot be blamed on you. If there is blame, it should fall upon that woman for her ignorance. Elder Lin, you have not wronged the Lingdao sect. On the contrary, you are saving it. Mu Xianyin's obstinate attitude is the primary cause of the sect's predicament. Yi Xiu leaned closer, almost whispering in Elder Lin's ear. The latter clenched his teeth, his internal struggle slightly dissipating. I can cooperate with you, but on the condition that the Lingdao sect can join the Righteous Qi Alliance. Yi Xiu's expression shifted instantly, darkening with a hint of warning as he spoke deliberately. The longer you deliberate, the more the stakes will change. Surely, you do not still believe that woman can find a resolution? You are well aware of why she has been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for so long. She is no longer the extraordinary Mu Xianyin of yesteryear, awakened to reality. I can grant you 3 more months, no more. If you remain indecisive by then, you will be eliminated. As he concluded, Yi Xiu's tone grew cold, and he placed a hand on Elder Lin's shoulder. The latter swallowed hard, his face a mask of solemn struggle. Thank you. 3 months, for them, was but a fleeting moment. He was uncertain how to proceed from here. As the Lingdao sect faced unique challenges and oppression, other forces were similarly afflicted. The most notable among them was the illustrious Lingjian sect. Like the Lingdao sect, it had not joined the Righteous Qi Alliance, making it one of the most distinctive powers among the sections. The Lingjian sect boasted a profound heritage, having once been the sole dominant force in the southern immortal realm, but alas, times had changed. Since the conclusion of the Human-Demon War, a series of events had unfolded. The establishment of the Righteous Qi Alliance, led by the Central State Emperor, had marked the beginning of a widening rift. Competing for position with them had become nearly impossible for the Lingjian sect. Fortunately, its deep-rooted foundation allowed it to remain steadfast. However, following the recent incident in a minor secret realm, many sects began to harbor grievances against the Lingjian sect. The Righteous Qi Alliance took this opportunity to engage in underhanded tactics, plunging both factions into a state of turmoil. The public sentiment in the southern immortal realm pointed toward the upcoming Falling Star Lake competition, where strength reigned supreme and prowess spoke volumes. This competition would serve as a stage for the younger generation of disciples to showcase their skills, indirectly indicating which forces would thrive in the future. Discussions suggested that the Righteous Qi sect would hold a significant advantage, given that, over the past few decades, numerous prodigies had been monopolized by them. The new generation of Golden Core prodigies included several remarkable talents, particularly Zhang Tianyi, who had outshone his contemporaries. The Falling Star Lake competition would be divided into two categories, one for Foundation Establishment disciples and another for Golden Core disciples. A decade prior, Zhang Tianyi had dominated all Foundation Establishment prodigies, captivating the entire southern immortal realm. Now, 10 years later, having reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, he was anticipated with great eagerness. Although the Righteous Qi sect had not explicitly stated it, their intentions to groom him as the future sect leader had long been apparent. Thus, amidst this turbulent confrontation, the Lingjian sect clearly found itself at a disadvantage. Even though the older generation could still hold their ground, what of the future? Lingdao sect, Fang Yang and Mu Xianyin, along with Jiang Yunhe, remained intertwined in the embrace of the Mandarin duck pool. Meanwhile, Hu Ling continuously observed from the shadows, vigilant of Fang Yang's safety, her enchanting eyes ever clouded with a mixture of infatuation, envy, and jealousy. On the other hand, Imo Wuxie was occupied with Qianlian, attending to the trifles befitting his position as an outer sect elder, all the while sitting by the couch, inhaling the scent of Fang Yang's garments, lost in reminiscence. On this day, dark clouds loomed ominously over the Lingdao sect, obscuring the once bright sunlight. Upon returning to the sect, Elder Lin appeared distracted, and after his disciples expressed their concern, one voiced the true purpose of their visit. Master, when will the sun and moon pool be opened? I wish to make a final push to bring glory to our sect in the upcoming Falling Star Lake competition. Elder Lin snapped back to attention, his absent demeanor dissipating, yet a slight frown creased his brow. The sect master is currently in seclusion, and I am not authorized to make decisions regarding this matter. The disciple revealed a hint of anxiety. I understand. Then, hesitantly, they inquired, Master, has our sect been facing frequent external hostilities in recent years? Surely there is nothing to worry about? Elder Lin, taken aback, revealed a trace of unease in his expression. There is nothing to worry about. Just focus on your own responsibilities. The sect will rely on you in the future. The disciple acknowledged with sincerity, bowing deeply before departing. Alone, Elder Lin sat upon his chair, his expression increasingly tormented. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he turned to a specific direction, the sun and moon pool. He vanished in an instant, racing towards its location, only to be intercepted by a figure as he neared. At first glance, this figure was none other than Sect Master Mu Xianyin herself. Though her aura wavered slightly, her demeanor remained unchanged, clad in flowing white garments that accentuated her grace. Sect Master, what has transpired at the sun and moon pool? Elder Lin inquired, astonished, noticing a fleeting glimmer of unease in Mu Xianyin's eyes. After a brief silence, she responded, Elder Lin, you must perceive nothing amiss. Trust me, I will guide the Ling Dao sect forward. Her words left Elder Lin momentarily stunned. As if he grasped the deeper implications, his expression a tumult of surprise and concern. Sect Master, please, do not act rashly. Are you truly intent on pushing yourself to your limits? What if you fail? Why not align with the Righteous Alliance? At least the sect could continue to thrive. Elder Lin's outburst elicited a starkly cold response from Mu Xianyin, her expression turning icy. A powerful aura surged from her, causing Elder Lin to flinch. Though both were at the peak of their cultivation, a palpable disparity in strength was evident. What did you say, Elder Lin? I can pretend I didn't hear that. Her voice was chilling, as if his words had struck a nerve. Elder Lin's eyes twitched, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He gritted his teeth, struggling internally, rage simmering beneath his facade. Ultimately, he chose to retreat, murmuring, I spoke out of turn. Sect Master, do as you wish. With that, he turned to leave. But his expression morphed into one of unrestrained fury as he exited. Mu Xianyin's gaze was a turbulent blend of complexity and coldness. She bit her lip, remaining suspended in the air for a few moments before conjuring a barrier and sending a message to the second elder of the sect. Then, She soared back toward the sun and moon pool. "Sectmaster, what has happened?" Fang Yang inquired. His body flushed as he stood in the sun and moon pool. Jiang Yun, he was submerged in the shadowy waters, appearing tranquil as her vital energy flowed steadily. Mu Xianyin gently shook her head. Yet the lingering sorrow in her beautiful eyes was unmistakable. "It's nothing. Continue." She descended gracefully, unsealing the precious jade. 5 months swiftly passed. Within the sun and moon pool, both Mu Xianyin and Fang Yang unleashed their vital energies simultaneously, golden and silver lights flaring as if to pierce the heavens. However, Fang Yang's system concealed the fluctuations, while Mu Xianyin deliberately masked her aura. With a resounding crash, the waters of the sun and moon pool lost their celestial essence, reverting to mere ordinary water. In that moment, Mu Xianyin radiated a brilliant light, an imperious aura enveloping her. A dazzling spectacle of overlapping silhouettes that soon settled into tranquility. Her entire being transformed, illuminated by the silver moonlight, her beauty transcending earthly bounds. Akin to a celestial being drifting down from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her. Fang Yang gazed intently at her, both momentarily lost in reverie. Mu Xianyin had achieved a breakthrough, entering the long-anticipated realm of divided spirit, ascending to the pinnacle of combat prowess within the southern immortal realm. Meanwhile, Fang Yang, through 6 months of relentless dedication and toil akin to that of a plow ox, had elevated his cultivation from the 3rd level of golden core to the 6th. To accomplish the remarkable feat of surmounting 3 minor realms in just half a year was nothing short of astounding. Were outsiders to learn of this, they would surely be left agape. For even the unparalleled prodigy Zhang Tianyi of the righteous Qi sect could manage only an average of 1 minor realm per year at the golden core stage. In contrast, Fang Yang shattered 3 minor realms in 6 months, and prior to his entry into the small secret realm, he had progressed from the 9th level of Qi training to the 6th level of golden core in less than a year. Moreover, his golden core was of the 10th grade, surpassing the legendary 9th grade golden core, thus necessitating an even greater accumulation of energy and refinement time. Logically, this should have required more time for consolidation. Yet, he achieved such an extraordinary feat. This remarkable advancement was further aided by the system, which forcibly activated the sun and moon stone, releasing its energy entirely. Coupled with the synergistic relationship between him and Mu Xianyin, they both reaped significant benefits, culminating in their astonishing elevation. Fang Yang himself was taken aback. After all, his initial intentions did not align with this outcome. Nor did he foresee allowing Mu Xianyin to transcend the spirit separation stage so swiftly. Yet, as circumstances unfolded seamlessly, he felt compelled to proceed, recognizing the tremendous enhancement it would bring to himself as well. Under the moonlight, Mu Xianyin gracefully ascended, a vision of beauty that was utterly enchanting. Bathed in silvery radiance, she gazed upward, lost in reverie for a full quarter of an hour. Fang Yang did not disturb her. He merely focused on consolidating his own cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhe, who had been lingering at the periphery and sipping soup, experienced a breakthrough. Advancing to the 8th level of the golden core stage, she could distinctly sense that her gains over the past 6 months transcended a mere single realm. Her very constitution had undergone a transformation, benefiting immensely from the presence of Fang Yang and Mu Xianyin. In simpler terms, her innate talents had shifted in a way that was previously thought immutable. Her face was a canvas of astonishment and bewilderment as she first gazed at herself, then lifted her eyes to Mu Xianyin, who stood gracefully in midair like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Eventually, her gaze shyly drifted towards the distant Fang Yang, only to be quickly averted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity, leaving her uncertain on how to confront the individual she had once held in contempt. Despite his prior misdeeds and harsh words, she now found herself benefiting from his influence, evoking a sense of shame within her. At that juncture, Mu Xianyin elegantly turned, as if performing a magical transformation, donning a pristine white robe. With a mere wave of her delicate hand, a surge of power flowed into Jiang Yunhe's mind, rendering her momentarily dazed, her expression one of utter confusion. Mu Xianyin erased a fragment of her memory, ensuring she would forget the events of the past 6 months. With no time to consider the implications, Mu Xianyin had been compelled to allow this third party to linger. Now that the moment had passed, it was imperative to erase her memories, lest her dignity as a master be compromised. Master, Jiang Yunhe, still in a state of bewilderment, slowly regained her senses, no longer recalling the heart racing, tumultuous scenes that had once captivated her. Looking up at her exalted master, she felt a resurgence of the admiration and reverence that had initially filled her heart, devoid of any other sentiments. As for her own presence here and her breakthrough, her memories had been conveniently altered. She recalled being suddenly brought here by her master, accompanied by the very figure she found most detestable, an old man, entering the sun and moon pool, and subsequently entering a retreat for 6 months, awakening only now. She called out to her master and glanced at Fang Yang, only to be met with the resurfacing of the unmasked hostility and aversion she had felt 6 months prior. Fang Yang became aware that a brief segment of her memory had been erased, and she smiled knowingly. Indeed, Yunhe is broken through. Mu Xianyin slowly descended, her ethereal aura swirling around her, exuding an air of unapproachable elegance. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Fang Yang, a fleeting glimmer of embarrassment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Put on your clothes and follow me. Fang Yang regained his composure, suppressing the enigmatic smile that had graced his lips, and solemnly responded, yes, esteemed sect leader. Like Mu Xianyin, he reverted to the respectful demeanor he had maintained 6 months prior, a facade he feigned with precision. This sudden display evoked a sense of dissonance within Mu Xianyin, as if the individual before her was a stranger, for during the past half-year, Fang Yang had taken the reins, immersing her in the healing of her wounds and the pursuit of breaking free from her constraints. Mu Xianyin averted her gaze, grappling with the peculiar feelings that seemed to take shape in her heart, her emotions a tumultuous blend. With a decisive wave of her hand, she led Fang Yang and Jiang Yunhe away. The Yuanong Pond, now a thing of the past, had, in its final bloom, truly manifested its inherent essence. Upon detecting an increase in Mu Xianyin's favorability to 50%, the system rewarded her with enhanced swift escape boots as her favorability ascended. The boots' efficacy would also elevate. As the name suggests, upon wearing them, the wearer would experience varying degrees of enhanced agility and escape speed. Currently, her true agility would increase by 50%, and her linear escape speed would soar by 500%. As the night enveloped them, propelled by Mu Xianyin's power, Fang Yang was suddenly alerted by the system's notification, leaving him pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that this woman would genuinely develop feelings for him. Was it the influence of the Yuanyang Pond, or had time fostered affection? Fang Yang remained unaware, yet he was confident that his decisions were sound. Given the deviations from his expectations, he resolved to adapt his subsequent actions accordingly. At the very least, with a 50% favorability rating, Mu Xianyin would not pose any threat to him. Their relationship was undoubtedly one of mutual benefit, aptly termed a brotherhood of mutual advantage. 6 months seemed to have slipped away in the blink of an eye, prompting Fang Yang to reflect that perhaps, as his strength continued to grow, his perception of time underwent subtle transformations. He couldn't help but ponder the passage of time and how Jiang Fan was faring. Was his progress surpassing his own? In Chapter 35, a conversation unfolded within the hall between Mu Xianyin and Fang Yang. After firmly establishing her cultivation, she remarked on the upcoming Falling Star Lake competition in 5 months, expressing her desire for him to achieve commendable results. Mu Xianyin escorted Jiang Yunhe back to her own cave, her demeanor serious as she admonished her. Jiang Yunhe nodded earnestly, assuring, "Disciple understands and shall not disappoint, master." However, as she caught a glimpse of Fang Yang, a flicker of disdain surfaced on her face, though it lacked the previous condescension and instead reflected a sense of rejection. As if grappling with the reality of an elder being esteemed by her master, Mu Xianyin nodded gently and led Fang Yang back to her grand hall. In an instant, they found themselves within its confines, an ability unattainable by those of the nascent soul stage. Even the swiftest of nascent soul practitioners could not traverse physical barriers. However, upon entering the spirit-severing stage, many concepts shifted dramatically. There exists a notion that the divide between nascent soul and spirit-severing is insurmountable. Even the weakest of spirit-severing experts could easily overwhelm the most formidable of nascent soul practitioners. This is articulated due to the fundamental differences between the two realms. Spirit-severing feels akin to accessing another dimension, while nascent soul merely represents the pinnacle of silicon-based existence. Fang Yang gazed at the enchanting silhouette of Mu Xianyin, and for reasons unknown, an unusual sentiment began to stir within him, perhaps akin to affection. He could not quite comprehend it. Perhaps the Yuanyang Pond truly held some ineffable wonder. He was certain that his feelings towards the woman before him were distinctly different from those he harbored for Mo Wuxue and the others. His regard for Hulinger resembled that of a superior to a subordinate, while his feelings for Qin Lian were akin to those of a father or brother. In contrast, His demeanor towards Emma Wuxie resembled that of a celestial body, yet at this moment, an unmistakable sense of concern blossomed in his heart for Mu Xianyin. Congratulations, esteemed leader. Now, no one can easily oppress our spirit path sect, he thought, sensing that he appeared somewhat younger than he did 6 months prior, more defined in his features. Resembling a dashing old gentleman in his 60s. Before Mu Xianyin, he shed much of his deliberate facade, allowing his inherent charm and composure to shine through. With her back turned, Mu Xianyin's exquisite form captivated the gaze, rendering one entranced and insatiable. Forget these memories, you no longer need to hold on to them. Her tranquil voice emerged from her jade lips, concealing her expression from view. Upon hearing this, Fang Yang fell silent for a moment. A hint of reluctance evident in his demeanor. Is it possible to forget? I wish to retain these memories, even if in the future we have no connection whatsoever. Yet, Mu Xianyin's tone remained unwavering. However, I believe our relationship has not yet reached its conclusion. A trace of maturity crossed Fang Yang's face, dispelling the flicker of reluctance in his eyes. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, nor do you towards me. The spirit separation realm is merely the beginning. Striving to become stronger and more confident is not something to be ashamed of. I find it entirely natural. Much like how I require your esteemed presence as the lofty sect leader to accomplish certain endeavors that I long to pursue but find myself at a loss on how to initiate. Fang Yang's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, causing Mu Xianyin's alluring eyes to widen instinctively. After a brief silence, she turned her back and replied, "What gives you the audacity and confidence to believe that I would assist you in any endeavor? I merely resorted to your help to achieve my own breakthrough. Now that I have succeeded, I have no further need for you. Moreover, if I wish to continue to exploit your abilities, I could easily confine you. What do you think of that?" As she spoke, Mu Xianyin's tone suddenly turned frigid, enveloping the entire hall in a suffocating chill. Nevertheless, Fang Yang remained unfazed, asserting, "The matters I intend to pursue are intricately linked to you and the Lingyao sect. Even though you have achieved your breakthrough, our fates remain inextricably intertwined as a shared interest." Fang Yang's calm demeanor once again left Mu Xianyin slightly astonished. Upon hearing his words, she retracted the slight pressure she had initially exerted. "Do tell," she invited. Her fair and delicate feet, bare and as beautiful as precious jade, captivated the eye as she gracefully advanced, eventually turning to take her seat at the head of the table, a hint of curiosity gleaming in her enchanting gaze. Fang Yang cast a fleeting glance at the delicate, ivory foot before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke earnestly. "At present, we hold the advantage due to the disparity in information. In their eyes, you remain a consummate Yuanying, still the anxious and helpless Mu Xianyin. Given this, let us devise a scheme to lure our adversaries into a trap, where we shall swiftly eliminate them." Listening intently, Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she met Fang Yang's gaze. "How shall we swiftly eliminate them? Even if I were to enter the state of separation, I could not openly slay the elders of the Jingqi Alliance unless they were to utter certain statements or engage in specific actions. The masterminds behind this treachery are cunning and deceitful. They will not reveal their true intentions. Instead, they will operate within manageable limits, employing various machinations to gradually erode our strength through coercion and temptation. I fear that, within 6 months, many high-ranking members of our sect may have already turned traitor." Fang Yang's expression remained composed as he replied, "Indeed, the words of the sect master ring true. This situation provides an opportunity to uncover these internal traitors one by one, eradicating all troublesome issues in the process." Mu Xianyin met his gaze in silence for several moments before parting her crimson lips. "What course of action shall we take?" Fang Yang spoke with a hint of confidence, asserting that he could manipulate Ling Yun, the esteemed leader of the fire element sect, to ensnare that individual. At the opportune moment, the truth would be revealed, and the infiltrators would be unmasked one by one. With the evidence thus gathered, you would be justified in taking action, while simultaneously making a formal declaration to the world that you have ascended to the divine separation realm, marking your emergence as a new force within the southern immortal realm. Mu Xianyin was captivated by the confidence radiating from this man before her. Strangely, she felt no inclination to scoff at his words. Nor did she perceive him as merely spouting grandiose claims. "If it is indeed as you say, then there would be no need to erase memories. We would remain partners in this endeavor. However, how do you intend to manipulate Ling Yun?" Mu Xianyin inquired softly. "First, the sect master should quietly observe and consolidate his cultivation. I will take action myself. Even in the event of failure, it will not affect you in the slightest. Should you doubt my loyalty, you may choose not to follow my directives and instead orchestrate your plans as you see fit," he replied. Fang Yang smiled softly. his expression exuding an aura of comfort, stability, and groundedness. It seemed as though obeying his words would lead to a smooth outcome, leaving one with no sense of pressure or anxiety, instead fostering a profound tranquility within. Muxian fell into silence for a few moments before gently nodding his head. Very well, let me see just how capable you truly are. If you can indeed assist me in resolving these issues, then perhaps I shall consider fulfilling your requests. Fang Yang's eyes flickered with fervor as his gaze swept once more over her fair and delicate jade-like feet. It could not be more perfect. The old servant eagerly anticipated this moment. Chapter 36. Punishment of Elderchen. Journey to the Fire Origin Sect. Upon returning to the miscellaneous peak from the Tianxia Peak, Hu Lingao immediately appeared by Fang Yang's side. After half a year apart, her beauty remained intact, yet her longing had visibly reached its zenith. Having silently observed for 6 months, she felt as if she might perish from desire. Ancestor, you have finally returned, Hu Lingao approached, her fragrance intoxicating. Out of respect and the instinctual decorum derived from their bloodline, she refrained from drawing too near, maintaining a slight distance. Fang Yang felt a fleeting moment of bewilderment. Though these past 6 months had seemingly passed in the blink of an eye, the sight of Foxlinger once more left him momentarily disoriented. Without hesitation, he enveloped her in his embrace, murmuring, "You have been watching over me all this time. It must have been arduous for you." Almost instantly, as he held her close, Foxlinger became entranced, rendered speechless, as if the mere scent of Fang Yang and the warmth of his touch were enough to leave her utterly captivated. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly turned, her eyes widening in surprise as she glanced toward the courtyard. Fang Yang soon sensed that something was amiss and turned to look, unable to detect the presence of Mo Wuxue and Qin Lian within the courtyard. "Where are they?" Fang Yang inquired. Hu Lingao, her expression tinged with mild astonishment, momentarily subdued her infatuation and replied, "I come to check on them every other day to prevent any unforeseen mishaps with the Empress. I just observed them yesterday, and now they are gone." As she spoke, anxiety and a hint of trepidation crossed her features. She instinctively sniffed the air. There was a presence not long ago. Without delay, she led Fang Yang in a swift search through Lingao's sect, and soon they arrived at the entrance of a cave dwelling. Fang Yang furrowed his brow, and both individuals immediately sensed the presence of Qin Lian and Mo Wuxie, as well as the aura of Elderchen. Almost instantaneously, they unleashed their formidable power, shattering the protective array of the cave with a resounding crash. In the next moment, a figure appeared before them in astonishment. It was Elderchen, her face a mask of shock as she beheld the unexpected visitors. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, barely given the chance to utter her words. Without allowing for further discourse, the fox spirit erupted with a surge of turbulent demonic energy, and a fierce killing intent rendered Elderchen momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. In the next instant, she attempted to escape, channeling her cultivation at the 8th level. Yet, just as she felt she was breaking free, her vision shifted, and she found herself inexplicably rooted in place. Overcome with astonishment, her expression turned to one of utter incredulity, only to be further compounded by the sudden suppression of her own power, forcing her to kneel upon the ground. The fox spirit stood before her, entirely devoid of the submissive demeanor she had displayed towards Fang Yang, her expression one of predation, eye shimmering with a blood-red glint, her gaze overwhelming. "Ah, ah, ah." Elderchen cried out in horror, as the depths of her consciousness were consumed by the sensation of enduring excruciating torment. Fang Yang immediately rushed inside, only to find Mo Wuxie and Qin Lian both sealed and rendered powerless, collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, their attire remained intact, and they had not fallen victim to this person's malevolent hands. Fang Yang's brow slightly relaxed, while Mo Wuxie and Qin Lian displayed expressions of profound emotion, particularly Mo Wuxie, whose gaze seemed to shimmer upon seeing Fang Yang, lips gently pursed as she murmured the words "master." Qin Lian, on the other hand, appeared pitiably endearing, evoking an instinctive desire for compassion. Fang Yang swiftly approached and initiated the sealing contact with the two women, who immediately leaned into his embrace, enveloped by an enchanting fragrance. Mo Wuxie clung tightly to Fang Yang's neck, akin to a piece of chewing gum that had firmly adhered to him, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her gaze shimmering with an ethereal light. Qin Lian, too, displayed a demeanor of dependence, wrapping her arms around his waist. After a considerable time, under the guidance of Foxlinger, Elderchen had transformed into a formless entity, his face streaked with tears, kneeling before the four. "Who instructed you to do this?" Fang Yang inquired. "And no one compelled me. It was my own moment of folly," Elderchen trembled, responding in a state of utter disarray. Fang Yang turned to the side, glancing at Mo Wuxie. "What is the matter?" Mo Wuxie wore an expression of feigned innocence and grievance. "He sought me out several times, but I ignored him. Later, upon discovering my presence in your residence, he became infuriated out of shame. Fang Yang furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze away as he grasped Elder Chen's hair. His eyes, suddenly imbued with a mesmerizing crimson hue, met Chen's, leaving the elder in a state of stunned disbelief. Be honest with me, or your fate will be death. The low, resonant words penetrated Chen's ears, causing his expression to fluctuate between shock and trepidation, as if the command struck directly at his vulnerable spirit. I understand, he replied, terror-stricken. His gaze unfocused until it landed upon the jade pendant hanging around Fang Yang's neck, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded once more. Subsequently, Fox Lingo employed her ocular techniques on him several more times before the four finally departed, returning to the humble abode at the Servant Peak. Once there, Fang Yang sat in the courtyard, relishing the gentle breeze and observing the sky gradually darkening with nightfall, feeling utterly content. Home is indeed the most comforting place, he mused. For it had been his residence for several decades. 3 women lingered beside him, some kneading his shoulders with delicate hands, others kneeling by his side, massaging his legs. Yet, it was evident that their desires extended beyond these simple comforts. However, Fang Yang, indulging in the tranquility of the moment, remained oblivious to their intentions. 5 days later, Fang Yang donned his attire and, accompanied by Huling Air, departed from the Ling Dao sect, setting forth towards the Huiyuan sect. Elder, shall we employ her daughter as leverage to coerce the leader of the Huiyuan sect? Huling Air inquired softly along the way. Fang Yang smiled silently, nodding gently. It had been quite some time since he last saw Ling Shuyue, and he wondered how she had changed. From Gu Qingxue, Fang Yang had gathered some news. She was highly regarded by the Spirit Sword sect, and had been appointed as a saintess, now focused on her cultivation and personal growth. Could she assist us in confronting her father? Hu Linger displayed a flicker of doubt and curiosity. We'll find out by trying. Besides, we are not without the option to negotiate. Fang Yang exuded confidence, his appearance seemingly more youthful, and his entire demeanor transformed. Hu Ling's beautiful eyes revealed unmasked admiration and affection. After half an hour, the two successfully infiltrated the Fire Element sect and arrived at the entrance of Ling Shuyue's cave abode, confirming there was no danger or anomaly. They concealed their presence and entered. Fang Yang felt the breath of Ling Shuyue the moment he fell into the instant. Months had passed without any longing for this woman. Were it not for her utility, she would have been forgotten. After all, having been desecrated by the stunning Mu Xianyin for several months, he found himself less captivated by the relatively unimpressive qualities of Ling Shuyue. Silently traversing the outer courtyard, he peered through the window, observing Ling Shuyue in a state of rapture, inhaling the scent of her own hair that Fox Spirit had gifted her during her last visit. Fox Spirit, witnessing this scene, could not help but blush, feeling it somewhat ludicrous, even though she too cherished the old ancestor's hair. Chapter 37, Taking Away Ling Shuyue. Ling Yun's shock outside the Fire Element sect. Ling Yun and an elder of the sect soared through the air, exchanging words. Sect Master, if this continues, it won't be long before the Spirit Path sect is no longer worthy of comparison with us, the elder remarked gleefully. Ling Yun, maintaining a stern expression, observed closely, revealing a hint of worry hidden in his eyes. After a brief conversation, they parted ways, and Ling Yun flew towards the main peak. Whereupon he hurried to his daughter's cave dwelling, concern etched upon his face. For the past few months, every time Ling Shuyue had seen him, she appeared listless, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Despite his persistent inquiries, she revealed nothing, denying any incidents in her small secret realm. He had been attentive, continuously purchasing gifts for her. Yet she remained despondent, which deeply troubled him. Yeah, may I enter? Ling Yun knocked on the door of the cave, calling out. After a considerable time without a response, he felt a pang of surprise, wondering if his daughter had finally resolved her inner turmoil and was willing to emerge. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. There had been no news of Ling Shuyue throughout the sect, nor was there any record of her departure. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within Ling Yun. He commanded his followers to search the sect, but after an hour, no trace had been found. Anxious and frantic, he took out a treasured item, channeling his vital energy into it. The artifact pointed him towards a specific direction, leading him directly to Ling Shuyue's cave. Upon entering, he was struck with shock at the sight of a necklace discarded on the floor, his expression shifting dramatically as the aura of his perfected nascent soul surged uncontrollably, leaving the accompanying elders momentarily stunned. Daughter. Ling Yun's eyes burned with rage as he picked up the necklace, his voice a desperate roar. This was a precious item he had prepared for Ling Shuyue after her emergence from the secret realm. capable of locating her position and withstanding a full-force strike from a nascent soul powerhouse. Yet he could never have imagined that someone could silently infiltrate the fire element sect and abduct his daughter. Sect Master. The elders rushed in, panic etched on their faces. Fully aware of how precious Ling Shuyue was to this man, she was the culmination of his love for his late wife, who had perished due to unforeseen circumstances. Since that tragic day, his demeanor had transformed. He blamed himself for her demise and regarded Ling Shuyue as his most cherished possession, even more valuable than his own life. Ling Yun lost control and shot out of the cave, heading towards the fire element sect's exterior. In a secluded forest between the fire element sect and the spirit path sect, within a cave, Fang Yang bound Ling Shuyue with a celestial rope, gently caressing her hair. Ling Shuyue gazed at him with an almost overflowing affection, nuzzling against his leg. I missed you so much, old man. Why did it take you so long to find me? Fox Spirit, standing aside, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, averting her gaze from the scene. Your father is quite different. If he finds out, he may very well devour me alive, Fang Yang mused thoughtfully. At his words, Ling Shuyue quickly lifted her face, displaying her most adeptly cultivated petulance. It doesn't matter. He doesn't know. And if he does find out? Fang Yang countered. If he knows. Ling Shuyue's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes trembling with a mix of struggle and irritation, displaying a whimsical demeanor. If he knows, what of it? What I choose to do is my own business. I don't need him to interfere. Fang Yang chuckled inwardly, gently stroking her head. Now, convey a message to him. I wish to have a serious discussion. If your father intends to take my life, would you acquiesce? Ling Shuyue met Fang Yang's Sharingan gaze, her emotions surging intensely. And she quickly shook her head. Absolutely not. Old man, you cannot die. I will never allow my father to kill you. Fang Yang smiled gently. Is that so? Then let him come alone. I wish to have a sincere conversation with him. It would be best to address the discord between our two factions, thus eliminating all obstacles and allowing you to remain by my side. What do you think? Ling Shuyue's beautiful eyes trembled as she nodded repeatedly, seemingly completely entranced. Everything Fang Yang said felt right to her. She nodded in agreement. Good girl. Fang Yang's warm hand caressed her cheek, and she blushed, leaning in closer. Half a day later, Ling Yun was already approaching a frenzied state. Upon receiving a message and hearing his daughter's voice, he immediately lost control, disappearing into thin air and racing towards a certain location at full speed. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon sensing his daughter's presence within, joy and relief flooded his face, and tears streamed down his cheeks. However, the moment he entered the cave, his expression froze, his pupils dilating in shock. To his astonishment, he saw an additional man and woman inside the cave. Particularly alarming was the elderly man, who had his daughter in his embrace, grinning broadly, while his daughter showed no signs of resistance or fear, appearing rather content. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from Ling Yun, matched by the release of energy from Hu Linger, who instinctively countered. Ling Yun was taken aback again, just as Ling Shuyue urgently called out, Father. Stop. This cry left Ling Yun utterly stunned. He gazed incredulously at his daughter, whose expression had twisted into one of extreme distress, while a torrent of hatred and murderous intent threatened to erupt from within him. He glared fiercely at the old man, forcing the words through clenched teeth. If you harm my daughter, I will ensure you meet a terrible fate, even if it costs me my soul. In response, Fang Yang remained unfazed, maintaining his amicable demeanor as he smiled. Master Ling, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Why such anger? Anger will not resolve the issue. I advise you to behave properly and prevent anyone else from entering my perception range. Otherwise, as he spoke, his aged hand gently brushed against Ling Shuyue's delicate neck. Ling Yun's expression grew tense, a deep fear welling up in his eyes, causing him to deflate like a punctured balloon. He retracted his aura and stammered, What do you want? Chapter 38. Mu Xianyin fulfills his promise. I never go back on my word. Entry. What do you want? Ling Yun's expression twisted in anguish, the suffocating dread and sense of collapse reminiscent of when he had felt powerless in the face of his wife's tribulations, tearing at his heart. Father. Ling Shuyue's heart ached at the sight of him in such a state. Fang Yang maintained his demeanor and said, I wish for you to atone for all the wrongs you have previously committed. I require your service. In the mutual depletion between the Fire Yuan sect and the Spirit Dao sect, who ultimately stands to gain? I believe you are quite aware that it is merely a matter of settling for a lesser loss, making a choice you deem more reliable. Yet at this moment, are you not experiencing the consequences of your actions? Fang Yang's words pierced through Ling Yun's heart, intensifying the tumult within him. while a flicker of murderous intent and hatred shimmered in his eyes. Fang Yang remained unmoved and continued, "You have but one choice now, to assist me in my endeavors. I cannot provide you with absolute assurances, much like that individual, yet I can candidly inform you that my objective is to shatter the constraints imposed by the Righteous Alliance, allowing our sect to achieve fair and stable development. To begin with, we shall target that issue." Upon hearing these words, Ling Yun displayed an expression of disbelief, as if he perceived the man before him to be mad. However, that confidence and composure etched upon his face, what could it signify? Ling Yun found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to fathom that the man dared to utter such a statement. Yet he understood that he had no choice at this juncture. He must temporarily acquiesce. "I will comply, under the condition that no harm befalls a single hair on my daughter," Ling Yun said, his face a mask of struggle. Fang Yang smiled gently, her eyes briefly revealing an enchanting crimson hue, which left Ling Yun momentarily stunned. He attempted to resist, but upon glancing at his daughter, he was taken aback once more. An imperceptible tempest had already been stirred, unbeknownst to anyone, after successfully establishing initial control and indoctrination over Ling Yun. Fang Yang took Ling Shuyue as a hostage and returned to the Ling Dao sect alongside Fox Lingo, arriving at Tianxia Peak. Fang Yang entered as if he were strolling through his own garden, soaring into the grand hall of Mu Xianyin, advancing further within. It was evident that Mu Xianyin was not present in the hall, yet Fang Yang had already sensed her whereabouts. He proceeded through a serene corridor and arrived at the door of a chamber, lightly knocking. "Esteemed master, may this humble servant enter?" There was no immediate response. But after a brief pause, the door opened on its own, releasing a distinctive fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Mu Xianyin, adorned in flowing white garments that accentuated her graceful figure, sat poised on a round stool, resembling a celestial being from a painting, elegant and unapproachable. However, this space had once been a battlefield for the two. Every corner was intimately familiar to Fang Yang, bearing the imprints of their past encounters. Now, without an invitation, she dared to intrude upon his presence. Seated there, Mu Xianyin regarded Fang Yang as he entered her private sanctum, her expression unembellished, devoid of any excessive hue. Yet, in the depths of her beautiful eyes, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation lingered. Fang Yang closed the door behind him and stood effortlessly before Mu Xianyin, not making any overt attempt to disguise his composure, appearing rather nonchalant. "Respected sect master, this old servant has come to report the situation. In light of the urgency for the sect and your esteemed self, I took the liberty of entering without prior notice. I hope you will not take offense." Mu Xianyin gazed intently at him, perhaps aiming to pierce through his facade of confidence or to catch a glimpse of any subtle signs of anxiety. However, to her surprise, Fang Yang maintained unwavering eye contact, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing no hint of nervousness whatsoever. This elicited a cold smirk from Mu Xianyin, solidifying her belief that Fang Yang's previous demeanor had been nothing but an act, a guise crafted to achieve his own ends. "Proceed with your report," she commanded, her lips parting gracefully, her arms crossing over her chest to accentuate her majestic presence, while her delicate legs, adorned with fair and alluring feet, added an irresistible allure to her demeanor. Fang Yang boldly admired the scene before him, and then produced a recording stone, upon which moving images were conjured. Mu Xianyin slightly raised her gaze, her expression tinged with curiosity and anticipation. The images began to play, and Fang Yang provided commentary. Ling Yun has successfully accomplished the task. Now, the next step is to formulate a plan that will lure that individual into our trap while simultaneously exposing the traitor within our sect. Is the esteemed leader satisfied with the efficiency of this old servant? Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she watched the recording stone. She observed Ling Yun's distraught and helpless demeanor, as well as the dialogue exchanged between him and Fang Yang. Particularly, her gaze lingered on Fang Yang's expression, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a villain, exuding an air of wickedness. For reasons unknown, her heart inexplicably quickened, as if some hidden string had been plucked. As the scene ultimately faded away, Mu Xianyin regained her composure and once more focused on the elderly figure before her. A myriad of colors swirled in her captivating eyes, hues of admiration, surprise, and an unusual glimmer. Silently, she lowered her elegantly crossed leg and, parting her crimson lips, remarked, "Though the methods may be somewhat unscrupulous, the execution was indeed splendid. For the sake of the sect and our esteemed leader, this old servant is willing to play the role of the villain." Fang Yang replied with a gentle smile. This statement elicited a more profound gaze from Mu Xianyin, her beautiful eyes momentarily flashing with a hint of disdain, which soon transformed into an inexplicable appreciation. Strangely, She found herself devoid of any contempt or disdain towards the elder before her, instead feeling an unaccountable attraction. Moreover, being in close proximity to him brought her an unforeseen sense of peace and relaxation. Thus, a rare smile graced her lips as she asked, "Do you not feel any discontent for having made such sacrifices?" A flicker of profound amusement danced in Fang Yang's eyes. "Of course not. And I am not offering my services without recompense. Did the esteemed sect leader not say that if I could truly accomplish this, my needs would be fulfilled?" Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin's expression momentarily faltered, a hint of playful embarrassment gracing her features as she cast him a charming yet reproachful glance. "Did I ever say such a thing? Has the sect leader forgotten? Very well, let us pretend I did not speak." Fang Yang feigned disappointment, his demeanor suddenly dimmed. Observing this, Mu Xianyin was briefly taken aback, her beautiful eyes betraying a mix of complexity and shyness. "What? Are you unwilling to assist me?" "Of course not. Even if the sect leader views me merely as a common tool, I remain entirely willing." Fang Yang's performance soared, his face reflecting a blend of unrequited longing, humble mockery, deep melancholy, and a touch of resentment. Despite knowing he was merely acting, Mu Xianyin felt her heartstrings tugged, her lovely eyes fluttering as complex emotions swirled within her. She found herself on the verge of speech, hesitating before softly saying, "All right. Is it not enough that I satisfy you? I never go back on my word. I was merely teasing." As soon as she spoke, an inexplicable shame washed over her, prompting her to avert her gaze. Chapter 39. Fairy Xianyin. "I shall take the lead, annihilate Ishio." After nights of deliberation, Fang Yang and Mu Xianyin devised a flawless strategy that would ensnare Ishio, forcing her to reveal her vile nature and flaws. At that moment, Mu Xianyin would preserve the evidence, unleashing her divination realm prowess to eliminate her on the spot. They would also uncover the traitor, even though Mu Xianyin had already formed a solid suspicion regarding this individual. A silent yet expansive net had been cast, awaiting the prey to ensnare itself. "Esteemed sect leader, there is no time to waste. Let us commence our plan immediately." Fang Yang donned his attire, turning back to unabashedly admire the exquisite sight before him. Mu Xianyin shot him a pointed glance, a mix of inexplicable annoyance and shyness stirring within her as she felt his audacity grow bolder. It seemed he was beginning to disregard her authority as the sect leader, and her dignity felt encroached upon. With a wave of her hand, a fragrant breeze swept him away, the door closing behind him with a definitive thud. Fang Yang, with a smile that seemed both genuine and feigned, rose from the soil of the courtyard, adjusting her attire. This woman, indeed, exuded an increasingly captivating allure. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had swiftly passed. Fang Yang and Mu Xianyin have met with Ling Yun, whose condition is exceedingly dire. Yet, faced with an inescapable dilemma, they are compelled to acquiesce. Fang Yang shows her the status of Ling Suyu, unharmed, which allows him to slightly relax the tension that had been strung tight within him. Everything unfolds according to the meticulously crafted script, devoid of any unforeseen circumstances. A day later, members of the Fire Element sect stirred trouble within the territory of the Spirit Path sect in Tianyuan City, igniting intense conflict that almost escalated into a significant confrontation, prompting the inspectors from the Righteous Alliance to intervene. The situation mirrored that of the previous half-year, as they blatantly favored the Fire Element sect while targeting the Spirit Path sect. The latter's members were furious yet powerless, their frustration mounting over the past 6 months, with whispers of discontent about Mu Xianyin beginning to circulate, undoubtedly fueled by those seeking to incite discord. Just as the Grand Elder of the Spirit Path sect believed Mu Xianyin remained in seclusion and would have no choice but to continue retreating, she unexpectedly emerged, stirring a flicker of hope among the disciples. The elder, taken aback, concealed resentment and gloom beneath the surface. Soon, the standoff escalated to a scale reminiscent of the previous confrontation with the Fire Element sect at the Great Mine. Mu Xianyin, visibly intolerant, led her followers beyond Tianyuan City, while Ling Yun had already been orchestrated to arrive promptly. The two sides exhibited the same intensity of confrontation as before, drawing the attention of onlookers from various other factions, who gathered to witness the spectacle and engage in fervent discussion. Before long, the figure of Ishio, an elder of the Righteous Alliance, appeared. Even before his arrival, the lascivious greed in his eyes was unmistakable upon seeing Mu Xianyin. When he finally joined his compatriots, he feigned a conciliatory demeanor and began to speak with an air of pretense. "Fairy Xianyin, you have emerged from seclusion. It has been quite some time, and you remain as enchanting as ever," Ishio remarked with a hint of a smile. Mu Xianyin furrowed her brows and shot him a glare, her eyes betraying a mix of struggle and fury. "Have you reached the threshold of the spirit division yet?" I have stagnated at the peak of the nascent soul for many years. Perhaps you and I could find an opportunity to discuss this? Isho continued, his demeanor that of a predator circling its prey, still wearing a smile. Under the guise of Mu Xianyan's pretense, he perceived her as still being at the peak of the nascent soul. Yet, she remained silent, appearing increasingly pressured and conflicted. Isho, as an elder of the Righteous Alliance, you collude with others to deliberately suppress my spirit path sect, seeking to threaten me. Is this the tacit approval of the Righteous Alliance? Mu Xianyan's voice rang out, laced with indignation and struggle, deliberately loud enough for all present, including those eavesdropping from afar, to hear. Upon hearing this, several onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment and began to murmur among themselves. However, Isho maintained his composure, still smiling as he addressed the crowd. Fairy Xianyin, do not speak recklessly. I understand your resentment due to the spirit path sect's decline, but such unfounded accusations are unwarranted. I have always acted with fairness and integrity. When have I conspired with others to suppress your sect? Everything must be substantiated with evidence. Furthermore, even if you are secretly recording this with a reflective stone, I, Isho, stand firm in my righteousness. I fear nothing. I hope you will reconsider your previous statements. What do you think? While he spoke, he conveyed a sinister undertone through a private message to Mu Xianyin. Fairy Xianyin, it seems you are truly desperate. Do you think this will be of any use? Who will believe you? And if you think your madness will help? Remember, I am merely one elder. If the others in the Righteous Alliance learn of this, what do you think they will do to the Spirit Path sect? I advise you to comply. I assure you, I will treat you well, and your sect will no longer be targeted. Perhaps you could even join the Righteous Alliance. You know what choice you must make. Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes trembled, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her face, her expression a mixture of helplessness and trepidation. This reaction did not escape Isho's notice, revealing a glimmer of wild and sinister delight in his gaze, nearly breaking into laughter. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. At that moment, Lingyan interjected, Sect Master Mu, I have always been one to address matters, not individuals. Now that our sects are in conflict, I genuinely wish to resolve this. Why don't we find a secluded place to sit down and discuss calmly? This public setting is not conducive to our discourse. Lingyan's suggestion seemed preordained to Isho, his avarice intensifying. Mu Xianyin appeared torn, while the elders behind her wore expressions of anger and concern, urging her not to act impulsively. Yet, after a brief moment, Mu Xianyin resolved, very well, let us go. In an instant, a triumphant gleam flashed across Isho's face as he led the three away. The elders of the Spirit Path sect were instantly filled with worry and helplessness. The Grand Elder and another elder exchanging knowing glances. Let us return to the sect. We can only wait to see how the sect master negotiates. The Grand Elder suggested, signaling the others to head back. Fairy Xianyin, have you made your decision? I believe you are a wise individual, often. One must make the right choices. I am not threatening you. I am offering you advice. Isho spoke, a cunning glint in his eye. As they entered a deserted wasteland, with Lingyan trailing nearby, his expression fraught with conflict and reluctance. Isho, as an elder of the Righteous Alliance, how do you differ from the demonic path? Mu Xianyin suddenly halted, her face contorted with anger and struggle. You seek to possess my body. Let me make this clear today. It is utterly impossible. You are unworthy. Her resolute words stunned Isho momentarily, but he quickly turned, an extreme fury igniting within him. Unworthy? Today, I shall show you whether I am worthy or not. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he unleashed his full power, activating a prearranged grand formation, his malevolent glee fully manifesting. Ha ha, Mu Xianyin, today you will see whether I am worthy. Yet, in this moment, Mu Xianyin concealed her feigned rage and resolve, her expression suddenly turning icy, a dangerous smile curling at her lips. This caught Isho off guard, and as realization dawned on him, his eyes widened in disbelief, narrowing as he glanced at Lingyan, who displayed a countenance of struggle and reluctance, yet did not strike. At that moment, the grand formation beneath them malfunctioned with a resounding crash, dissipating into energy scattered upon the ground. Isho stared incredulously at Lingyan, utterly astonished that something had gone awry on his part. How is this possible? The stance of Wei Yuan's sect makes it implausible for them to assist Mu Xianyin against him. Lingyan, have you lost your mind? Isho bellowed furiously, then abruptly turned to face Mu Xianyin, unleashing all his strength in an attempt to detain her. If Mu Xianyin were to escape and the evidence were to leak, he would be finished. However, to his astonishment, Mu Xianyin chose not to flee. Instead, she emanated an astonishing aura, abruptly replacing the ambient atmosphere with a chilling coldness. An extreme frost tore open from beneath her feet, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of frigid desolation within moments. The trees stood crystalline, and the air became stagnant. Ishio's imposing presence dissipated instantaneously, rendered motionless and stunned as his cultivation was suppressed. Simultaneously, Ling Yun beside him also underwent a drastic change in expression. Disbelief etched across his face, his eyes trembling as they fixated on Mu Xianyin. With her long hair flowing elegantly and an exquisitely beautiful visage imbued with a chilling demeanor and a sense of vindication, she appeared ethereal in her flowing white garments, akin to an inviolable ice fairy descending from the heavens. At that moment, a sudden voice of an elder resonated through the air, casually chuckling with an air of composure and tranquility. "Marvelous, esteemed sect leader, this can now come to a perfect conclusion." Ling Yun, still in shock, gradually regained his senses. His gaze shifting to the tall elder who approached with a serene smile, his expression morphing into one of utter astonishment. For reasons unknown, he felt that this elder was the true orchestrator of the situation, rather than Mu Xianyin before him. Ishio, encased in frost, also exhibited a look of utter disbelief, his eyes sluggishly following the elder's approach. Upon witnessing the elder, his expression transformed to one of sheer incredulity, unable to accept the sudden turn of events. Why did Mu Xianyin ascend to the realm of divine separation? Why did Ling Yun betray him? Who, indeed, was this elder? All of this left him in a state of utter shock and despair, unable to comprehend it all. Even summoning his full strength proved futile for escape. Instead, a profound sense of terror and an instinct for survival surged within him. He felt the encroachment of death drawing near. Mu Xianyin, too, slightly shifted her beautiful gaze towards the elder, her expression becoming somewhat calmer and more relaxed, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. Fang Yang approached, locking eyes with Ishio, unabashedly revealing the mockery and pride within his gaze. "My friend, I can comprehend your mindset. We are all men here. However, it is regrettable that you will not be the one to laugh in the end. My apologies." The words fell upon Ishio's ears, causing his sluggish pupils to widen in shock and struggle, trembling violently as he found himself at a loss for words, engulfed in despair. "Master, please make your move." As this final, airy phrase reached his ears, he felt the world slow to a crawl, his vision fading as if everything around him began to dissolve. He was bewildered, unwilling to accept his fate, filled with despair and hatred. He was so close to success, so near to claiming the woman as his own, to possessing her entirely. Why was this happening? Who was this man? And what was his connection to Mu Xianyin? In his final moments of reluctance and confusion, Fang Yang provided him with an answer, whispering softly as death approached, "The immortal Mu Xianyin shall be enjoyed by me." Chapter 40. Ling Yun's Compromise. Completing the side quest, Master Ling, it has been a pleasure to cooperate. Fang Yang released his vital energy, searching through Ishio's body as it lay dismembered, eliminating what needed to be destroyed and extracting what was necessary to hand over to Mu Xianyin. She received the items, also utilizing her vital energy to examine them quietly, before silently returning them to Fang Yang. Meanwhile, she conveyed through thought, "Everything is clean. Keep it. I have no desire for this man as possessions." Fang Yang chuckled and replied, "All right, thank you, esteemed leader." The cold wind swept through, and the chilling atmosphere caused by Mu Xianyin remained unabated. Ling Yun stood in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. His dilated pupils were filled with fear and trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Xianyin had broken through to the divine transformation realm. He had merely acted upon Fang Yang's directives and coercion. At that moment, dread surged within him. "Do not worry, Master Ling. We are bound by a cooperative relationship. The past is behind us." Fang Yang observed his demeanor and gently smiled, allowing Ling Yun to regain some of his composure, though traces of fear lingered on his face. His eyes trembled slightly as he gazed at Fang Yang. "My daughter, I have complied with your instructions. Can you release her now?" "Of course, Master Ling. There is no need for anxiety. You might consider having a pleasant discussion with my esteemed leader, as our two sects must coexist harmoniously in the future. Wouldn't you agree?" Fang Yang stated with poise, stepping back to position himself beside Mu Xianyin, adopting a demeanor of a loyal servant. Mu Xianyin shot him a knowing glance before resuming her cold demeanor and locking eyes with Ling Yun. Under the subtle pressure of her divine transformation aura, his breath became somewhat strained as he stammered, "Master Mu, I concede, I am not worthy. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of assimilating the fire element sect, you have received rewards, and the activation level of the heavenly Yang sacred body has increased. The first divine ability, Yang Xing, has been activated. The host can manipulate the Yang energy within, temporarily enhancing combat prowess by a factor of 1 to 10. Lingao sect, miscellaneous peak. Fang Yang, who Linger, and Ling Yun returned to the courtyard of Fang Yang's residence. Ling Yun appeared disoriented. But upon seeing Ling Xiyu safe and sound with Chan Lian and Mo Wuxie in the courtyard, he could no longer contain himself. Tears streaming down his face as he rushed inside. "Master Ling, I did not deceive you. Look at your daughter. She is well and unharmed." Fang Yang remarked with a faint smile behind him. Hu Linga remained vigilant by Fang Yang's side, prepared for any sudden actions from Ling Yun. "Father?" Ling Xiyu, upon spotting Ling Yun in the courtyard, was momentarily taken aback, then rose, her expression reflecting a hint of emotional turmoil, as if sensing her father's distress. "Yue." Ling Yun stepped forward and embraced Ling Xiyu, appearing somewhat consoled. The tribulations he had endured over the past few days had left his spirit severely battered. Even a powerful figure at the peak of the nascent soul stage and a sect leader was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, seeing the last and most important source of comfort in his heart brought him some peace. "Father, why are you crying?" Ling Xiyu asked softly. "It's nothing. I am fine. It is I who did not protect you well. Yue, I am sorry. I am useless." Ling Yun wept. "That is not true, father. The old man, he treats me quite well," Ling Xiyu replied gently after a moment of emotional fluctuation. At her words, Ling Yun's expression shifted to one of shock, and he turned to Fang Yang with a blank stare. Fang Yang merely smiled. "Master Ling, sometimes you think too poorly of me." Ling Yun, struggling internally, remained silent for a moment before hoarsely saying, "Let us go home, Yue." Ling Xiyu hesitated slightly, glancing at Fang Yang. Fang Yang spoke, urging, "Return to your father. He is quite worried about you. Do come again when you have a chance." "Understood, old man," Ling Xiyu replied, reluctant to depart. Yet, she sensed the emotional fluctuations of her father and grasped Fang Yang's intent. "Fang Yang," Ling Yun stepped forward, locking eyes with Fang Yang. A flicker of fear hidden in his gaze. "Rest assured, as long as my daughter remains safe and sound, I will not stand against you." "Master Ling, you jest." "I am merely a humble steward," Fang Yang replied with a smile. "You and our sect leader should focus on mending the relationship between our two sections." Ling Yun wore a serious expression, the trepidation towards the man before him evident in his eyes. Without further ado, he took Ling Xiyu and vanished from sight. Fang Yang laughed heartily, relishing the transformation and enhancement of his physical condition at this moment, feeling utterly at ease. In that place, Mu Xianyin had already reached an agreement with Ling Yun. The two sects did not need to overtly display their profound connection. Yet this deeper bond had already been established. The recent system prompt had already informed Fang Yang that Ling Yun genuinely concurred from the depths of her heart. However, whether this agreement stemmed from fear of Mu Xianyin's current transcendent cultivation or from a sense of caution towards Fang Yang remained uncertain. "Ancestor, you are truly remarkable. Ling Er admires you greatly." Once the outsiders had departed, the fox spirit Ling Er immediately shed all traces of seriousness and vigilance from her face, her eyes sparkling with admiration and adoration. Mo Wuxie and Chen Lian swiftly approached, their expressions filled with joy and delight. Chen Lian was simply overjoyed to see Fang Yang, softly calling out to him as grandfather manager. Mo Wuxie, having surmised Fang Yang's recent endeavors, and after learning of the events that transpired outside Tianyuan City, had pieced together the situation. Now, witnessing Fang Yang's return, all her worries and apprehensions vanished completely. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of complexity hidden within her beautiful eyes as she gazed intently at Fang Yang. "Master, have all matters been resolved?" she inquired softly. Fang Yang chuckled lightly as he shifted his gaze towards her, observing her impressive 89% compliance rate. With a nod, he replied, "It has been resolved. Soon, the entire southern immortal realm will witness a magnificent spectacle, with our esteemed sect leader taking center stage." Fang Yang wore an expression of anticipation, as if he were already aware of the events that would unfold that evening. Yet, due to certain reservations, he chose not to accompany Mu Xianyin, instead returning to the Ling Dao sect with Ling Yun. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuxie displayed a hint of curiosity but refrained from further inquiry. As night fell, the upper echelons of the Ling Dao sect were thrown into disarray. Inside, Mo Wuxie knelt before Fang Yang, pausing momentarily before raising his gaze to meet Fang Yang's eyes. "Master," he inquired, "it seems there are some conflicts among the sect's higher-ups, and the outer sect is gathering the elders for a meeting. Should I attend?" Fang Yang wore a playful smile, gently stroking her head and saying, "No need. The grand spectacle is about to unfold. Let these individuals make their final moves." At this moment, Mu Xianyin had yet to take action, merely awaiting the emergence of the small and large mice from the sect. It appeared that they could no longer remain still and were beginning to reveal themselves. They would never anticipate that Mu Xianyin could break through to the spirit separation realm and, in alliance with Ling Yun, directly slay Yi Xiu, achieving an exceptionally thrilling two-level reversal. Mo Wuxia's expression shifted subtly, her mind racing with curiosity as she gazed at the man before her. She felt an overwhelming desire to submit to him, increasingly captivated by his unique charm, which ensnared her senses and made her yearn for a more significant place in his heart. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a beguiling allure. Upon detecting Mo Wuxia's submission level rising to 90%, the system granted the host a special reward, advanced binding rope. Usable on cultivators below the spirit separation realm, capable of binding them according to their true strength, with varying effects. The sudden system notification brought a flicker of surprise to Fang Yang, who glanced down at the woman kneeling before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 41. The night falls over Starfall Lake, where many powers converge. The inky darkness enveloped the entire southern cultivation realm. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. A biting chill spread from above, transforming the typically dry autumn into a tempestuous night filled with thunder and rain. As the situation escalated, various sects began to sense the anomaly, particularly the few spirit separation realm experts, who all perceived something unusual. Some were in seclusion, others in contemplation, while some engaged in their own pursuits, all looking up towards a specific direction in the sky. In the depths of the night, the few spirit separation experts in the southern cultivation realm realized that amidst the stormy clouds, a new spirit separation expert had emerged. Instantly, they moved, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye, traversing vast distances with a mere thought. An elderly figure, exuding a chilling sword intent, emerged from the mountains, sweeping away the ominous clouds over the Lingjin sect within 100 miles, allowing the silver moonlight to once again illuminate the earth. Disciples of the Lingjin sect, whether in seclusion or engaged in other activities, rushed out in surprise, sensing the sudden surge of sword intent, immediately settling down to comprehend it. Within the forbidden grounds, a stunningly beautiful girl opened her eyes, only to close them again, a white glass longsword floating around her. Above the Lingjin sect, a white-haired elder, his gaze sharp as a sword, stood tall, observing a particular direction with a hint of astonishment. Elsewhere, a burly man with a muscular physique broke through the air, dispersing the dark clouds and cold rain with a single wave of his hand. Three powerful presences surged simultaneously from three directions, driving away the ominous clouds and rain that dared to encroach beyond 100 miles of the sect. "Who has broken through?" inquired one voice, aged and gravelly. "Is it that old coot from Songyan Pavilion?" asked another, his tone hoarse. The third remained silent, observing. "One glance is enough," the first voice responded. And the three vanished simultaneously. Meanwhile, other spirit separation experts also began to move, marking the unexpected emergence of another in the realm, eliciting both surprise and delight among them. The appearance of a new spirit separation expert heralded a hopeful sign for the southern cultivation realm, suggesting a shift in fortune. Those previously stagnated now had renewed prospects, prompting thoughts of potential changes in the domain that might have facilitated this new emergence, as if destiny itself had intervened. However, not long after, in the heart of the southern cultivation realm, above Starfall Lake, a large body of water shimmered under the moonlight, enveloped in a rich aura. At the center of the lake lay an island, and the lake itself was named Starfall due to the legend of a star that had fallen into its depths long ago, now devoid of its original energy. Above, the atmosphere was heavy with coldness, and waves of oppressive energy surged forth. In the center, a graceful figure stood still, clutching a person's hair, their lifeless head dangling beneath, the sight both gruesome and unsettling. Mu Xiannin's expression remained serene, her features like a painting, revealing a hint of pride with a subtle blink. Before long, the first figure appeared about a mile away from her, exuding caution. Upon realizing who this new spirit separation expert was, he froze in disbelief. Moments later, the white-haired elder, sharp as a sword, also manifested. With his arrival, the waters of Starfall Lake began to churn violently, a fierce and uncontrollable sword intent radiating from him. Upon recognizing Mu Xianyin, the elder was equally taken aback. Both then noticed the severed head she held, and upon realizing its identity, they were struck by astonishment. Mu Xianyin, the white-haired elder, called out softly. She turned her gaze towards him, her haughty demeanor slightly softening as she politely replied, "Old Kong, it has been a while. Congratulations on your breakthrough." "Indeed, congratulations." The elder responded with a calm voice, though a trace of astonishment lingered in his expression, particularly as he glanced at the head she held. Meanwhile, the first figure, Another elder emerged as well, his presence notably restrained compared to the Lingjin sect's might. Mu Shizhi, you have truly given this old man a great surprise. Haha, congratulations. The Southern Cultivation Realm now boasts another spirit separation expert. Old Kong, it has been too long. I have missed you, the elder said, his face brightening with a warm smile, seemingly oblivious to the severed head in Mu Xianyin's grasp. Thank you, old Mo, Mu Xianyin replied with a faint smile. Just then, several more presences approached. Among them, 3 came from one side, and 2 from other directions, intensifying the atmosphere at Starfall Lake, adding a layer of gravity. Xiaomu, you've broken through? What is this? A robust voice exclaimed as a muscular middle-aged man appeared at the scene. His gaze fixated on the dead head in Mu Xianyin's grasp, gasping in shock. As his astonishment echoed, one of the 3 who had arrived with him unleashed a powerful aura, instantly thickening the oppressive atmosphere, accompanied by an enraged voice. Mu Xianyin, why have you slain the 3rd elder of my Zhengqi sect? A voice of anger resounded through the air, and an elder with an ethereal presence appeared on the scene. His gaze was fixed intently upon Mu Xianyin, a mixture of fury and astonishment etched upon his features. 2 others followed closely behind him. One was a handsome middle-aged man, while the other was a somewhat shorter elder, both displaying a blend of anger and surprise. The middle-aged man's eyes, however, held a hint of something more complex as he regarded Mu Xianyin. Faced with the 3, Mu Xianyin felt a certain pressure. Yet she exhibited no sign of retreat or trepidation. She was far from innocent. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she replied in a calm tone, causing the atmosphere to grow even more tense. Just then, a voice broke through the oppressive silence. Do not be agitated. Let us discuss this matter slowly. This voice, aged and imbued with the weight of countless years, belonged to an old matron. Soon, a stooped old woman with white hair appeared. Her expression one of surprise as she regarded Mu Xianyin. At this point, there were 8 individuals present. In the next moment, a silent figure appeared in the distance. Not approaching but remaining aloof, bringing the total to 9. This represented all the Divine Spirit Realm powerhouses in the entire Southern Immortal Realm. The arrival of the old woman alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. Even the dignified elder of the Righteous Chi sect furrowed his brow, refraining from exerting his aura further. Grandma Yun, Mu Xianyin addressed the elderly woman with a note of respect. Ah, little Xianyin, it has been many years since we last met. Your master would surely be delighted to know you have reached the Divine Spirit Realm, the old woman said with a smile that hinted at hidden depths, suggesting that those present also held her in high regard. Grandma Yun, the emergence of a new Divine Spirit Realm practitioner in our Southern Immortal Realm is indeed a positive development. Yet it does not justify her actions against a member of the Righteous Chi sect, the elder from the Righteous Chi sect interjected solemnly. The old matron furrowed her brow slightly as she glanced at the severed head in Mu Xianyin's hand, then looked back at her. Little Xianyin, why have you acted in this manner? Is there more to this story? Mu Xianyin's expression turned serious as she produced a recording stone. As it materialized, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Some displayed curiosity, others concern, and a few in unspoken anticipation. The old woman's eyes sparkled with interest as the recording stone began to play. Fairy Xianyin, have you considered this thoroughly? I believe you are a wise person. Often, one must make the right decisions. I am not threatening you. I am offering you advice. If you covet my body, let me make it clear. It is impossible. You are unworthy. The scene from that moment unfolded before the audience, their expressions shifting once more. Particularly that of the 3 Divine Spirit Realm powerhouses from the Righteous Chi sect, whose reactions were particularly animated. The recording continued, drawing their attention, when suddenly the atmosphere tightened. Yet, the elder from the Spirit Sword sect merely raised an eyebrow, dissipating the tension once more. Meanwhile, the shorter elder from the Righteous Chi sect's eyes flashed with irritation. The recording concluded just before Fang Yang made his appearance, leaving the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've always thought that Ishu was a nefarious character. Good riddance, exclaimed a burly man with a muscular build. Mu Xianyin, undaunted, responded earnestly, this individual has violated the principles of the Righteous Chi Alliance, abusing his power to conspire against my Spirit Path sect on multiple occasions, and has openly threatened and coerced me. The incident outside Tianyuan City was his final, insidious ploy to force me into a prearranged trap, intending to strike against me. Had it not been for the formation's incomplete state and my recent ascension to the Divine Spirit Realm, I fear I would have fallen victim to his machinations. Since he sought to harm me, I had no choice but to eliminate him. Her words resonated with clarity and conviction, completely reversing the tide of the discourse. The three representatives of the Righteous Chi sect exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite the Righteous Chi sect being the central authority in the southern immortal realm and the core of the Righteous Chi alliance, no faction would be foolish enough to relinquish all power to them. Even those who publicly joined the alliance would prioritize their own interests in critical decisions. Particularly the Spirit Sword sect, which had not even joined the alliance as one of the top-tier factions. Even the three divine spirit realm powerhouses of the Righteous Chi sect could not claim absolute control over the southern immortal realm. At most, they held significant influence. Alas, Ishio, I remember when he was not like this in his youth. What a pity. However, this is not your fault, little Xian. The old matron was the first to speak. The elder who had arrived first quickly followed suit, saying, perhaps he has fallen into the clutches of darkness. We cultivators should cherish the fortunes we have, for a single misstep can lead us astray. The elder of the Righteous Chi sect finally relaxed his furrowed brow and spoke. I was mistaken in my judgment, but if you had already resolved the situation, why not spare him? He could have been judged later. His crimes did not warrant death. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian's brows knitted together, unwavering in her stance. The moment he sought to harm me, in my eyes, he was already dead. This is my principle. If you, elder, believe I have acted against your sense of justice, then so be it. Her declaration once again thickened the atmosphere with tension. Just then, the elder from the Spirit Sword sect interjected, his gaze sharp as a blade. You speak truthfully. As cultivators, we must adopt such a mindset. His words caused the three from the Righteous Chi sect to frown, their gazes sparking with tension. At this juncture, instead of addressing your internal issues, you seek to cast blame elsewhere. Truly shameless, the elder continued without hesitation, heightening the intensity of the situation. The two sides exchanged fierce glances, and after a moment, the middle-aged man broke the oppressive silence. Elder Kong has a point. Given the demonic actions of Ishio, he no longer deserves to be considered one of us in the Righteous Chi alliance. He is met as just deserts. As he spoke, the elder with the ethereal demeanor attempted to interject, but was halted by the shorter elder, who subtly signaled him to remain silent. The middle-aged man then turned his gaze to Mu Xian, locking eyes with her. Sect Master Mu, this matter is my oversight. I shall personally visit to make amends in the future. In response, Mu Xian's expression remained unchanged, her tone cool as she replied, there is no need. If you do not intend to pursue my accountability, I shall take my leave. There are many affairs awaiting my attention at the sect. Farewell, esteemed elders. As the words were spoken, Mu Xian promptly vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Ishio's head plummeted downward, swiftly caught by the elder with an ethereal demeanor, who gazed at it with a complex expression, locking eyes with the severed head. The handsome middle-aged man watched the direction in which Mu Xian departed. A flicker of unusual emotion crossing his features. No one intervened, marking the conclusion of this episode. The elder from the Lingjian sect soon disappeared as well, offering no farewells, while the elusive figure remained silent and departed without a word, leaving behind three formidable members of the Zhengqi sect along with the trio. The elder from the Zhengqi sect harbored a simmering anger and restraint in his eyes, yet chose not to voice further remarks. The elderly matron of Yunjia, adopting the role of a mediator, smiled and exchanged pleasantries, to which the three responded with polite smiles. Another astute-looking elder continued to engage in small talk, while a robust man, muscles bulging, uttered a few parting words before taking his leave. Once the trio from the Zhengqi sect also departed, the emotions of the remaining three became unmasked. Strangely, they appeared genuinely unaware of Ishio's actions, their displeasure stemming more from the perceived affront to the authority of the Zhengqi alliance. Chapter 42, The Saintess of the Northern Immortal Realm, Alti. Extraordinary artifacts entry. Within the Linghao sect, the moonlight was shrouded by clouds and mist during the deep of night, with faint sounds of insects emanating from the courtyard outside. Fang Yang reclined on the couch, embracing Qin Lian and Imo Wuxie, while idly toying with a peculiar black token. This enigmatic object was unearthed from the storage ring of Ishio. At that moment, he had already confirmed with the system that the storage ring posed no danger. Furthermore, he had just received a new notification from the system indicating that Mu Xian's favorability had risen to 70%. Consequently, the system's reward, the boots of swift movement, had also been enhanced, elevating their benefits from a 50% increase in true agility and a 500% boost in direct escape speed to 70% agility and 700% escape speed. This implied that should he wish to flee, even a Yuanian cultivator might struggle to keep pace. Additionally, he had acquired a high-grade binding rope, which, while not as overwhelmingly powerful as the original, still offered significant capabilities, its effectiveness contingent upon the opponent's strength. Having successfully completed the task of annexing the fire element sect, he had also received the reward of activating the first divine ability of the Tianyang sacred body. In summary, since obtaining the system, his progress had been relatively smooth and fortuitous, leading to considerable enhancements. As for Mu Xianyin, he felt no concern. The current dynamics of the southern cultivation realm dictated that the emergence of new spirit division cultivators would not lead to collective targeting. Rather, many powerful beings would likely perceive it as a positive development. Moreover, although Mu Xianyin had only recently entered the spirit division realm, it was crucial to recognize that this stage represented a significant threshold, even if she were to face seasoned adversaries. She would at least possess the means to escape should the need arise. As anticipated, Foxling soon appeared at his side, earnestly reporting, "Master, that woman has returned. It seems she has dealt with the matters at hand." Fang Yang responded with a calm demeanor, still fixated on the peculiar black token. As he sensed something odd about it, this item was no ordinary artifact. Rather, it appeared that he had yet to discover its method of use. The token bore the inscription 18, resembling a serial number. Fang Yang was certain that this was not an object of the Righteous Alliance. Thus, what could it be? "Master, do you wish to seek her out?" Foxlingo inquired tentatively. "No, let her attend to her tasks for now. The sect has its own affairs to manage." Fang Yang replied absently, continuing to scrutinize the black token. Foxlinger, sensing his preoccupation, moved closer but refrained from interrupting, instead providing him with a foot massage. Suddenly, Fang Yang seemed to discover the method of utilizing the token, his eyes widening in realization. The black token emitted a faint glow, and he felt a connection forming between his true chi and the object. In an instant, he sensed a fragment of his consciousness detach and merge with the token. Astonished, he perceived the intricate structure and remarkable design within. It resembled a small black chamber, wherein his fragment of consciousness transformed into a diminutive figure seated upon a chair. The ceiling of this chamber featured both a large and a small opening. Fang Yang sought to delve his consciousness into the vast abyss, only to find himself unable to penetrate it. However, upon attempting to enter a smaller aperture, he experienced a profound sensation, as if he had established a connection with another being. What manner of artifact is this? A communication device, perhaps? Fang Yang suddenly felt a surge of vigilance and curiosity. Upon detecting a special item and the underlying mechanism posing a risk to the host, the system had automatically commenced its transformation. Startled by the system's notification, Fang Yang soon sensed changes occurring within the black chamber. He was transported back to the original dark room, which then brightened, transforming into a radiant white, enveloped by a golden protective membrane. The transformation was successful. The item would no longer pose a threat to the host, and no one could trace the host's location through it. As the analysis deepened, the system began to glitch abruptly, prompting Fang Yang to swiftly retract his consciousness. The system emitted a series of erratic sounds, detecting the magical cultivator Ning Kai Dai and the special item. With increasing alarm, it stammered, "Error, error, error," reconstructing this item. Listening to the system's chaotic babble, sweat beaded on Fang Yang's forehead. He pondered the cause of the malfunction, concluding it was likely due to temporal discrepancies. Given that he hailed from decades prior, what was the status of this item back then? Was it possible it didn't exist, leading the system to fail in identifying it? Perhaps this object only materialized after his arrival in this world. And what exactly was this magical cultivator named Kaidai? Was it the name of its creator? Considering the numbers and the term Ishio, it seemed plausible this was a tool from a specialized organization, with Ishio designated as number 18. The transformation was complete. The system had converted this item into the host's exclusive passageway. "Feel free to utilize it," it announced. Puzzled by the notification, Fang Yang channeled his vital energy and attempted to enter once more. This time, he felt an immediate and profound difference, as if the experience had evolved from a low-quality virtual game to something akin to the immersive reality of Sword Art Online. Furthermore, his main area had been transformed into a white-themed space, augmented by several additional elements. Fang Yang observed with clarity his diminutive self moving freely within this realm, and he was instantly enveloped in curiosity. He gazed towards the vast opening and soared inward, finally crossing the threshold. The system automatically initiated concealment and deciphered the blurred visages of the other players. Should he wish to deactivate it, he could do so independently. A voice resonated from the system, and Fang Yang became aware that his presence had morphed into an indistinct form, akin to a pixelated image. Upon entering this new domain, he was taken aback to discover two individuals engaged in conversation, a man and a woman. He could distinctly perceive their appearances. One was a fair-skinned man clad in white, his features unremarkable. The other was a stunning woman with a wheatish complexion, draped in black attire, her appearance markedly different from the conventional fairy-like garb, resembling more of an assassin. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly, and her long eyelashes framed strikingly beautiful, deep blue eyes, reminiscent of precious gemstones. Her facial features were exquisitely refined, possessing a striking three-dimensional quality, embodying a unique and exotic beauty. "Damn it, if I catch you, I swear I'll unleash my fury," the woman exclaimed crudely, her tone starkly contrasting with her delicate appearance. The man scoffed derisively. "The women from the northern immortal realm are quite the spectacle. I shan't indulge you any longer, ha ha ha." Following his laughter, he vanished, leaving behind only the woman referred to as the fierce lady from the northern immortal realm. Fang Yang's thoughts stirred. The northern immortal realm. During these decades of tedium, he had comprehended its worldview to the fullest extent. The northern immortal realm stands apart from the central continent and the other three major immortal realms, being the only one not entirely under the jurisdiction of the central continent. The defining characteristics of the northern immortal realm are its brutality and fierceness. Regardless of gender, the men are renowned for their towering stature, while the women are celebrated for their striking beauty and elegance. To his surprise, this phenomenon has a far-reaching influence, even within the northern immortal realm. Individuals partake in its practices. Fang Yang pondered, and suddenly, the woman's gaze shifted towards him. The system detected the presence of the Saintus Arti from the northern immortal realm and inquired whether to activate the abduction function. A notification sound from the system startled Fang Yang. "Who is this?" The woman, referred to by the system as the Saintus Arti, turned her head in Fang Yang's direction, displaying an expression of unmistakable displeasure. Fang Yang, without further hesitation, initiated the function of forced abduction. Although uncertain of its purpose, he trusted that this peculiar system would suffice. Despite its oddities, the system could undoubtedly be deemed exceptionally advanced. The operation was successfully executed, capturing a fragment of the divine consciousness of the Saintus Arti from the northern immortal realm. Her essence had been locked in and brought to the host's initial chamber. Fang Yang gazed in astonishment as the woman before him suddenly vanished, as if he were immersed in a virtual game. He could perceive his own body lying on the bed, while simultaneously retaining a portion of his consciousness within the apparatus. He was acutely aware of his ability to control the extent of his awareness in both realms. Promptly, he shifted from the expansive black void back to the initial white area where he had undergone system transformation. There, he observed the woman, her expression one of bewilderment as she glanced around, evidently taken aback by the sudden turn of events. However, upon seeing Fang Yang reappear, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Tension gripped her features as she exclaimed, "Was it you who orchestrated this?" In her fury, she attempted to withdraw her consciousness from the device, only to discover that escape was impossible, leaving her even more perplexed. Fang Yang discovered that within his domain, he could exert other abilities, and thus he directly took control of her. "Hello, Alti," Fang Yang said with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing her name, the woman's expression became even more captivating. Her azure eyes widened in fear and disbelief. "Who exactly are you? How can you seal my consciousness?" "Well, I don't really know. But just stay here for now. It shouldn't affect your normal life and cultivation outside anyway," Fang Yang replied nonchalantly, moving closer and daringly attempting the actions he desired. "You, get away. Don't touch me." In the northern immortal cultivation realm, amidst a desolate and bloodthirsty landscape, within a colossal fortress made of black stone, a piercing scream from a woman echoed, penetrating the hard rock. Instantly, a middle-aged man, whose physique resembled that of a rock, appeared in a large area of the fortress. The man was robust and resilient, as if clad in natural armor, exuding a potent masculine aura. However, upon closer inspection, his features were rather ordinary, even less appealing than an average man. His thick nose, prominent cheekbones, deeply set eye sockets, and jutting brow gave him an appearance that, while not ugly, was decidedly unremarkable. This exemplified the common traits of male cultivators in the northern immortal cultivation realm, a powerful physique paired with coarse features. Conversely, the female cultivators were renowned for their exquisite beauty and tall figures. A glance would reveal an array of stunning women, unlike the overly masculine traits of their male counterparts. The female cultivators retained only their slender forms and exquisitely defined features. "Lady Saint, what has happened?" The middle-aged man inquired hurriedly as he peered inside, where he saw a delicate and stunning dark-haired female cultivator dressed in form-fitting black attire, sitting on the ground with her head cradled in her hands. Astonished and at a loss, upon closer inspection, one could discern the unusual flush of humiliation on her face. Lady Saint. The middle-aged man was taken aback and rushed forward, but in the next instant, with a thunderous crash, a surge of brute force struck him, creating a gaping hole in his chest, with blood gushing forth, exposing his bones and entrails. Yet, he displayed no sign of discomfort, appearing utterly oblivious to the pain. Still wearing a concerned and hurried expression, the woman looked up at him with an unusual gaze, retracting her trembling fist and gritting her teeth. "It's nothing. Just leave." However, the middle-aged man could not shake the feeling that she was far from fine. Just as he was about to speak further, the woman swung her fist again, this time reducing his lower half to a pulp. The middle-aged man appeared bewildered, yet in the face of her command, he clasped his hands in salute and decided to refrain from further inquiries. "Understood, Lady Saint. If anything arises, I will be sure to call for you." As he spoke, his body miraculously restored to its unblemished state, the surrounding traces of blood vanished, and he disappeared from the spot. After his departure, the woman could no longer conceal her turmoil, her face a mask of extreme shame and fury. Gritting her teeth, her body writhed in a struggle between defiance and submission, her eyes blazing with a murderous intent. "If I find out who you are, I will ensure you suffer day and night in the Valley of Blade Winds. A fate worse than death." Fang Yang was unaware that he had been prematurely removed from the Book of Life and Death. After experiencing a vividly immersive VR effect, he withdrew his consciousness from the black token, leaving behind a parting remark to the woman named Alti. "Thank you for your hospitality, Northern Maiden." It was quite invigorating. The latter, however, glared at him with an expression that suggested she would like to rend him into 1,000 pieces, her azure eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Fang Yang regained his consciousness, fully returning to the reality of the cultivation world, where he found Fox Lingo meticulously attending to his feet with a thoughtful and caring demeanor. "Let us go see how things are," Fang Yang remarked as he dressed and departed with Fox Linger. "Yes, ancestor." Emma Wuxia seemed somewhat eager to join, yet upon noticing that Fang Yang had not called her, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her beautiful eyes, leaving her silent. In the main hall of the Lingao sect, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder knelt on the ground, their expressions a mix of shock and fear, not daring to breathe too loudly, their faces a vivid display of turmoil. The other elders surrounding them wore equally tense expressions, each of them too fearful to utter a word. Mu Xianyin stood at the forefront, her back turned to them, emanating an aura of unyielding authority, her entire being suffused with an invisible pressure. "Our Lingao sect shall never submit to others, even if it leads to our destruction," Mu Xianyin spoke in a cold and serious tone. She then turned to face them, her beautiful eyes as frigid as winter's chill, her gaze piercing directly at the Grand Elder. "Elder Lin, once you and my master shared a close brotherhood, and I have always held you in high regard, treating you as a mentor. Yet, you conspired with external foes, seeking to plunge our sect into peril. As the current leader of Lingao sect, I cannot overlook your actions." Her icy words sent a shiver through those present, their nerves taut with anxiety, none daring to intercede on his behalf. The Grand Elder, in a state of struggle and shock, lifted his gaze slightly, his cracked lips parting as he hesitated. "Sect leader, I acted for the sake of Lingao sect." The moment he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew even colder. Nearly everyone present was taken aback. Elder Lin's expression transformed into one of utmost astonishment, his pupils trembling as he gasped. "I was wrong. Sect leader, grant me one more chance." As his plea echoed, it was met with an overwhelming pressure that forced him down to the ground, rendering him powerless against the weight of his own despair. "Wrong? Ah, you are not the one at fault. The fault lies with me for placing too much trust in you, Elder Lin," Mu Xianyin replied, her tone resolute and unwavering, instilling fear in those who heard it. Without hesitation, she dealt a merciless blow to the Grand Elder, who had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, as well as to the Sixth Elder beside him, who was at the 8th level of the nascent soul. In an instant, both powerful figures perished, their souls scattered in the hall. The oppressive atmosphere in the main hall reached its zenith as none of the elders dared to utter a word, acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between themselves and the realm of divine separation. "Everyone, let this matter rest here. I hope you will work together to restore the glory of Lingao sect. As for the positions of the Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder, they shall remain vacant for the time being," Mu Xianyin announced, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those present, who quickly echoed, "Sect leader, your wisdom is unmatched. We shall obey your commands." With the display of power concluded, Mu Xianyin vanished from the main hall, leaving the others drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. No one dared to speak further. They exchanged hurried glances and quickly set about rectifying any past oversights. Mu Xianyin then flew to Tianxia Peak. Entering the main hall where she found Fang Yang standing inside, her expression softened, dispelling the cold severity from her face. "Congratulations, sect leader, on a job well done," Fang Yang said, clapping his hands with a smile as he approached her. Mu Xianyin's eyes glimmered with warmth as she met his gaze, replying, "Are you not afraid of me turning against you for being so brazen in my palace?" Fang Yang maintained his usual demeanor, smiling lightly as he remarked, "The donkey hasn't been slaughtered yet. Even if it comes to that, it can wait for another time. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman dies beneath a man. Becoming a ghost still glamorous. I have no other aspirations left. Even death would be worthwhile." Upon hearing his unflinching and humorous words, Mu Xuanyin's enchanting eyes sparkled with amusement, her crimson lips curving into a smile that could captivate any man. "You are correct. It is not yet time to slay the donkey." With that, she dismissed the playful glint in her gaze and spoke earnestly, "I appreciate your efforts during this time, although I am unaware of your true intentions. The fact remains that you have aided me in breaking through to the spirit separation realm and resolved the predicament of the righteous Qi sect. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost within my capabilities. If you desire a position, I can provide it. If you prefer discretion, I can also offer resources and conveniences in private." As she spoke, their eyes met, and she seemed to suddenly recall something, her words momentarily faltering, revealing a hint of shyness and modesty. "I require nothing, only your presence, my esteemed leader. This is the extent of my ambition." Fang Yang replied with an awkward chuckle. Mu Xuanyin's beautiful eyes flickered with a tinge of embarrassment, feigning decorum as she replied, "This matter depends on my availability. I fear I cannot indulge you as freely as before." "That is fine. If it burdens you, I naturally have no right to insist, and it shall be at your discretion." Fang Yang feigned disappointment. Observing his demeanor, Mu Xianyin felt a resurgence of conflicting emotions, her expression betraying a complexity she could not decipher. Was it the concern of a superior for her capable subordinate's emotional needs? Or was it that she had indeed developed feelings for him due to their encounter at the Sun Moon Lake? Her thoughts were tumultuous as she finally conceded, "Very well. Cultivating together is not without its benefits. If you desire it, do not hesitate to speak." Upon uttering these words, Fang Yang felt a rush more potent than any drug. This woman was utterly intoxicating. In the presence of others, she exuded an aloofness that seemed impenetrable, yet before him, she revealed this rare vulnerability. Who among the world's men could resist such allure? "My esteemed leader, you are truly kind to me." The next day, news of a new spirit separation realm cultivator spread throughout the southern immortal realm, astonishing various factions and practitioners alike. It had been decades since the last such cultivator emerged, that being Shun Xiankuan of the righteous Qi sect, who had once overshadowed numerous talented cultivators. Now, at a similar age as Mu Xianyin, he had attained the spirit separation realm decades prior and was now the sect leader. This generation saw the emergence of his direct disciple, Zhang Tianyi, whose remarkable prowess had further inflated the righteous Qi sect's reputation in recent years. However, the events of yesterday had presented them with a minor setback. Before noon, the righteous Qi alliance announced that the third elder of the righteous Qi sect had perished at the hands of Mu Xianyin due to demonic corruption. The shocking news rippled through the various factions, igniting fervent discussions among practitioners across the southern immortal realm. Among them, the disciples of the Lingdao sect were particularly elated, as their sect leader's advancement to the spirit separation realm signified a new height for the Lingdao sect, positioning them as beneficiaries in this new landscape. It was akin to gaining admission to a prestigious university. During their tenure, the institution had ascended to even greater heights. In addition to these thrilling announcements, the practitioners eagerly anticipated the upcoming inter-sect competition at Falling Star Lake, set to unfold 5 months hence. As the southern immortal realm evolved into a more structured environment, practitioners found themselves yearning for expression, constrained by regulations that prohibited wanton violence and treasure plundering. The Falling Star Lake competition offered an ideal outlet for their pent-up energy, featuring a fair system and environment where the risk of death was minimized. Should an opponent refuse to concede, the judges would remain uninvolved. And an additional segment allowed disciples to seek duels, creating an atmosphere ripe for rivalry and vengeance. Within the Lingdao sect, the atmosphere was jubilant. As disciples from both inner and outer circles set aside their duties in celebration of this momentous occasion, while the sect's administration maintained order amidst the revelry. Yet, the centerpiece of it all, Mu Xianin, exhibited little desire for grand celebrations or festivities, preferring to indulge in more intimate pursuits with Fang Yang in her quarters. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. The ramifications of Mu Xianin's breakthrough gradually settled, with various sects now focusing their attention on the imminent Falling Star Lake competition, eager to showcase their talents and claim victory. Some disciples, lacking sufficient resources or attention, took the risk of venturing into perilous territories such as the Beast Mountain Forest, seeking opportunities for training. Simultaneously, during these 9 days, tensions between the Righteous Qi sect and the Lingjin sect became increasingly palpable. Zhang Tianyi, the foremost prodigy of the Righteous Qi sect, boldly proclaimed that he would ruthlessly defeat all Lingjin sect disciples participating in the upcoming competition. In response, several prodigies from the Lingjin sect expressed their outrage, retorting with threats of their own, including claims that their sect's saintess, Gu Qingxue, was an 8th-grade golden core cultivator, on par with Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi dismissed their threats with arrogance, declaring, "What difference would an additional 100 or 1,000 years make for her?" Amidst all this, Fang Yang remained oblivious, disinterested in the unfolding drama. His primary focus was on cultivation, as he understood that the most effective means of advancement lay in honing his skills. Were it not for the looming uncertainty posed by Jiang Fan, he would have preferred to remain in seclusion. Why not savor the peace? Now, lacking nothing, residing peacefully within the Lingdao sect, with no one from the outside world aware of my existence, I remained concealed while enjoying the company of Mu Xianin, a figure of countless dreams and desires. Life could not be more comfortable. Alas, the presence of a certain Jiang Fan complicates matters. Having perused countless novels in my previous life, Fang Yang is acutely aware of the terrifying and threatening nature of such archetypes. Therefore, it is imperative to initiate a preliminary probe against him during the upcoming Falling Star Lake Grand Competition. Ideally, it would be best to eliminate him outright in the contest. Should I succeed in vanquishing him, revealing my own cultivation level, even becoming the target of collective ire, would be a small price to pay to escape the southern cultivation realm. Xianin, do you think if I display my strength during this Falling Star Lake competition, I might attract unwanted attention? Fang Yang pondered thoughtfully on the bed. Over the past few days, he had shamelessly referred to the sect master as Xianin Baby. Initially, Mu Xianin was reluctant to accept this nickname, but as time passed, she grew accustomed to it and ceased to correct him. Perhaps, in her heart, she even felt a sense of delight, as their rapport had risen to 80%. The efficacy of the spirit-traveling boots had also been enhanced accordingly. Naturally, should you suddenly reveal your full strength, you would undoubtedly draw the gaze of countless eyes. Do not think I am unaware. You have indeed attained the 9th-grade golden core within that small secret realm, have you not? You are the sole possessor of a 9th-grade golden core in the entire southern cultivation realm, Mu Xianin responded gently. Indeed, Fang Yang mused. Let us see how it unfolds. I shall reveal a portion of my strength. If it proves unnecessary, I shall refrain from disclosing too much. Why not continue to conceal your abilities? Or is there something you feel compelled to accomplish? Mu Xianin's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation as she gently prodded. Fang Yang nodded gently, acknowledging that there were indeed matters that required exploration. Yet he could not articulate them clearly at the moment. You need not worry too much, Xianin. Understood. Mu Xianin refrained from probing further, her enchanting eyes reflecting a myriad of swirling thoughts. Before long, the two concluded their session of cultivation. Fang Yang soared back to the Disciple Peak, while Mu Xianin departed from the Lingdao sect, her destination shrouded in mystery. Upon returning to the Servant Peak, Fang Yang was immediately beset by Mo Wuxie and Hu Linger, who approached him with an eagerness akin to that of ravenous wolves. With no alternative course of action available, Fang Yang resolved to immerse himself in his cultivation. The most apparent means of enhancing his abilities at present was the remaining reward concerning Gu Qingxue's affection, the pure spirit bone. However, the Lingjian sect was not akin to the Huiyuan sect, and given that Gu Qingxue was now the holy maiden of the Lingjian sect, he could not intrude upon their domain. Thus, he continued his training, as the system had not presented any new tasks. Just as Fang Yang pondered this, the system seemed to perceive his thoughts, emitting a notification sound. The host is increasingly progressing on the path to becoming a heartthrob. Based on the host's task to become the charming leader, In the forthcoming Starfall Lake Grand Competition, should the host secure the title of leader, the task shall be completed. Yielding a reward. The heart of the Golden Crow, a divine beast capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Bestowing upon its wielder the potential to attain sanctity in the physical form, rendering them immortal and indestructible. Hearing this unexpected notification, Fang Yang was filled with delight. Savoring the description of the reward, which ignited a surge of passion and motivation within him. He was resolute in his determination to capture the title at Starfall Lake, impervious to any opposition. A few days later, Mu Xianyin returned to Fang Yang with an array of remarkable treasures. These included the blood of pure Yang attribute magical beasts, top-tier spiritual plants, herbs, and fruits, as well as some of the finest elixirs that could be concocted within the southern immortal realm. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Mu Xianyin at Tianxia Peak, Fang Yang was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such meticulousness. Though her words were often devoid of flattery, her actions provided substantial assistance and support. While it was evident that her considerations did not solely stem from Fang Yang's perspective, but also from her own interests, this sentiment brought him considerable comfort. In the antiquated yet elegant chamber, Mu Xianyin sat beside the couch, unveiling and introducing each treasure to Fang Yang. The soft, intellectual gleam in her beautiful eyes was captivating, stirring a delightful sensation within his heart. These should prove beneficial to you. Given your unique constitution, you ought to absorb them with ease. Fang Yang took it with a deeply moved expression and said, Xianyin baby, you are truly wonderful to me. Following this, under the gentle and knowing gaze of the former, he began to consume the various essence blood, demon pills, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and spiritual plants one by one. As they entered his abdomen, Fang Yang felt a surge of vitality akin to a roaring ocean, tumultuous and unceasing. His entire being flushed a vibrant crimson, and a torrent of heat surged through him, transforming him momentarily into a fiery figure. To this, Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes widened slightly, a hint of ambiguous allure flashing within them. 3 months later, Fang Yang has ascended to the 7th level of the Golden Core, spending day and night in the company of Mu Xianyin. Their relationship has blossomed with each passing day, and their mutual affection has risen to an impressive 85%. These 3 months have flown by in the blink of an eye, and the entire southern cultivation realm pulses with excitement. With the imminent arrival of the Falling Star Lake Grand Competition in just over a month, cultivators are increasingly agitated and exhilarated, as news of various prodigies surfaces almost daily. Reports of a certain genius striving for final breakthroughs, another achieving a significant advancement, and yet another succumbing to impatience and losing their way about. However, Fang Yang remains blissfully unaware of this flurry of activity, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. As he concludes this latest round of training, he rises, dons his robes, and senses the vibrant aura of his 7th level Golden Core, feeling an inexplicable restlessness and exhilaration. With just over a month remaining, I must shift my focus onto the sect and may no longer be able to accompany you in your training, Mu Xianyin gently murmurs, her eyes radiating a warmth that has become commonplace in Fang Yang's presence, having long since shed the cold, untouchable demeanor she once displayed. Fang Yang had already reached an unprecedented level of audacity, to the point where she and Mu Xianyin were practically inseparable companions. Well, it seems fitting for me to utilize my remaining time to venture outside. Perhaps I might stumble upon something worthwhile. I'm off now, my dear Xianyin. Do not miss me too much. Fang Yang smiled with nonchalance. Mu Xianyin nodded gently, responding with a soft Fang Yang returned to the servant peak to quench the thirst of the parched Mo Wuxia before departing the Lingdao sect with Fox Linger. Along the way, Fox Linger expressed a glimmer of excitement, revealing to Fang Yang that she felt as though she had caught a fleeting glimpse of the threshold to the spirit-severing realm. Aided by his guidance, Fang Yang shared her joy. Fox Lingo had become an exceptionally loyal subordinate, more trustworthy than both Mo Wuxia and Mu Xianyin. Master, where are you headed? Fox Lingo inquired, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Fang Yang. To a place, a must-visit spot for prodigies, Fang Yang replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed ahead. Fox Linger, intrigued, softly repeated his words. Before long, they arrived at a location adorned with an abundance of temples, exuding an air of tranquility and serenity. The moment they stepped into this sacred space, an inexplicable sense of peace settled within their hearts. Fang Yang and Hu Linger ascended the mountain step by step, leaving distinct imprints with each footfall. Notably, Hu Linger had donned a disguise that rendered her rather unremarkable. resembling an ordinary female disciple devoid of any captivating allure. Similarly, Fang Yang had transformed himself into a middle-aged cultivator. Upon reaching the summit, they traversed a short distance and beheld a magnificent golden tower, soaring majestically into the clouds, its tiers exuding grandeur and sanctity. In front of them, numerous disciples adorned in diverse attires formed a queue, entering the tower one by one. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a celestial leaderboard suspended above the tower, inscribed with the names of 100 individuals, along with their respective sects and realms, arranged in descending order. Fang Yang raised his gaze, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. This place, known as Zhangmu Mountain, is an unclaimed territory where none dare to encroach, for it is rumored to be a realm crafted by celestial beings. The veracity of such tales remains uncertain. Yet it is undeniable that no one has ever dared to disturb this land. Not even the Righteous Alliance has intervened here. Naturally, the most renowned feature of this locale is the towering edifice before him, the Ascension Tower, a name imbued with grandeur. Ancient tomes have proclaimed that individuals have once ascended to the heavenly realms using this tower as their conduit. However, in contemporary times, such tales have faded from the collective memory. Were it not for Fang Yang's idle curiosity, he would not have spent his days poring over peculiar ancient texts. Presently, this majestic tower serves as an enchanting sanctuary accessible to all, irrespective of cultivation level or age. As long as one possesses innate talent, they can derive benefits within its hallowed halls. For countless years, this tower has stood resilient, a must-visit destination for all who seek enlightenment. Fang Yang raised his gaze towards the leaderboard above, where the first line gleamed in golden letters, radiating brilliance, inscribed with the name Songshin. Followed by the details, 29 years old, 9th level of Golden Core of the Lingdao sect. Fang Yang felt no surprise at this. He had been aware of it long ago. The top position on the Ascending Heaven Tower's leaderboard, maintained for countless years, belonged to the former ancestor of the Lingdao sect, a sect that indeed once basked in glory. A glance at the leaderboard revealed that none of the names in the top 30 were familiar. All belonged to figures of the past. It was not until the 31st place that a contemporary name emerged. Shun Qianquan, 36 years old, perfected Golden Core of the Jingqi sect. Fang Yang's gaze fixated upon these three characters, his eyes reflecting a newfound gravity. This individual is undoubtedly the foremost prodigy of the previous generation, now serving as the esteemed leader of the Jingqi sect. Further down the list, there are 32 names, including Mu Xianin, age 35, an 8th level Golden Core cultivator from the Lingao sect. Fang Yang blinked thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Mu Xianin possessed an extraordinary talent that could rival even that of Shen Qianquan, had it not been for the debilitating effects of the poison. Alas, the opportunity was squandered. However, I have now thoroughly cleansed her of the affliction. As I continued to examine the surroundings, I discovered that only at the 56th position did a living presence emerge. Ultimately, Fang Yang's gaze settled upon the 63rd individual, Zhang Tianyi, 39 years of age, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, belonging to the Righteous Qi sect. Upon recognizing this individual, Fang Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to Hu Ling'er, saying, "This place is fraught with complexity. Exercise caution and remain here until I return." Hu Ling'er's enchanting eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. Yet she chose not to voice her concerns further. Fang Yang stepped forward, entering the towering structure. The moment he crossed the threshold, a notification from the system echoed. It detected that Jiang Fan's former fiancée, Morongyu, was currently situated on the 61st floor. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Fang Yang's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to glance at the 99th position on the leaderboard. Morongyu, aged 29, possessing a 7th grade Golden Core, belonging to the Jingqi sect. Chapter 46. Jiang Fan's former fiancée, Morongyu. Fang Yang, embodying the demeanor of a middle-aged individual, naturally stepped into the Tower of Ascension. This structure, rather than merely a tower, resembles a meticulously interconnected microcosm. It evokes a sense of awe, for the creation of such an extraordinary artifact likely required the craftsmanship of an ascendant. It was indeed an ascendant who placed this marvel here. Upon entering, his consciousness shifted, and his gaze was drawn to a vast plain that stretched endlessly before him. The surrounding air felt refreshingly cool, while the concentration of spiritual energy was relatively mundane. Scanning the horizon, he observed numerous cultivators dashing across the expanse, ranging from Qi refinement practitioners to those at the nascent soul stage, each exhibiting varying speeds. Lifting his eyes, he noticed large characters emblazoned in the sky. First level, Trial of Speed. As the name implies, the challenge at this level revolves around swiftness. The tower's enchantment lies in its intricate functioning, which assesses the entrant's overall aptitude to determine their eligibility for advancement to the next level. Furthermore, cultivators are prohibited from engaging in combat with one another. Any violation would result in severe repercussions. Fang Yang hesitated not for a moment. With a subtle exertion of the enchanted boots beneath his feet, he surged forth with remarkable speed. In an instant, a shimmering golden light enveloped him, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, and he vanished from sight. With a mere shift of consciousness, Fang Yang found himself on the second level. The second level was the trial of strength. With a powerful punch, he was swiftly enveloped by golden radiance and disappeared from his original position. The third level presented the trial of control, set in a desolate expanse where various elemental energy spheres fell from the heavens. Fang Yang immediately summoned his true energy to shield himself. After successfully withstanding the barrage, he proceeded to the next level. The trials continued with mental endurance, stamina, and agility. After navigating through a series of fundamental challenges, Fang Yang ultimately reached the 30th level. The preceding trials had posed little difficulty, and he had breezed through them. As he ascended to the 30th level, the number of cultivators visible around him diminished significantly. Fang Yang raised his gaze and beheld the sky inscribed with grand characters. Release the pillar of true qi. Fang Yang, understanding the significance of the moment, promptly summoned the immense and blazing vital energy within him, allowing it to surge forth from the crown of his head, resembling an ethereal and fluctuating golden pillar. This remarkable display immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers, some of whom were still striving valiantly, others caught in the midst of their attempts, while a few had already grown disheartened and were preparing to depart from the Tower of Ascension. Upon witnessing Fang Yang's pure and radiant vital energy soaring into the sky, expressions of astonishment flickered across their faces to varying degrees. Another characteristic of the Tower of Ascension is that those who have made it onto the leaderboard typically achieve their best rankings and climbing records at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. This is primarily because the challenges below the Golden Core are too trivial, while those above it demand exceptional talent. Thus, ascending the tower at the Golden Core completion is deemed most suitable. Before the crowd could fully recover from their surprise, Fang Yang had already vanished from their sight, having entered the 31st level. Upon stepping into the 31st level, Fang Yang discovered that he was no longer in the expansive open area he had previously encountered. Instead, he found himself within a circular, pristine white space spanning approximately 1,000 square meters. Gazing upward, he noted the inscription, Cultivation Level. As the name suggests, this level serves as a reward tier. The preceding 30 levels offered no rewards, and only those who ascend to this level may receive the benefits from the Tower of Ascension. Although it consists of merely 30 levels, it is sufficient to eliminate 99% of participants. Fang Yang approached the area at the center, marked by a small circular formation. He then sat cross-legged, channeling his vital energy, and soon felt the enchanting array come to life. The entire space became suffused with pure and abundant spiritual energy, which began to converge towards Fang Yang's body along the outward-flowing pathways of the formation. Many previously dormant routes illuminated, transforming into a serpentine, azure glow. Fang Yang's face revealed a hint of surprise as his long hair billowed, and he began to voraciously absorb the surrounding energies. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and he had completely depleted the resources available in this realm, yet he did not feel particularly satiated. He then ascended further. With remarkable speed and ease, he surged up to the 41st level, arriving once more at a realm dedicated to rewards. This level was not one for enhancing cultivation, but rather a domain of profound comprehension. It was truly wondrous and enigmatic, as if being present here could significantly elevate one's perception and spiritual essence. Fang Yang promptly drew the Sword of Emotions. Throughout this journey, the Sword of Emotions had absorbed a considerable amount of emotional energy, derived from those who could not successfully progress and from observing the ease with which other cultivators advanced. The Sword of Emotions now floated in an ethereal manner. Having ascended to level 15, categorizing it as an exceptionally formidable weapon, with further potential for enhancement. Its blade, imbued with a dark energy, subtly radiated an aura of power. Fang Yang grasped the Sword of Emotion, immediately centering his focus. His gaze converged in the tranquil space as he began to channel the true energy within him, causing the long sword to dance with fluid grace. Each move was as natural as if it were preordained, while time itself seemed to slow. He was unaware of how long he had been in this state. During this process, thoughts flowed like a bubbling spring, intertwining his heavenly son's sacred body. The sword of emotion, demonic power, and true energy. He recognized that despite his rapid progress thus far, there remained numerous areas for refinement that he had yet to master, preventing him from fully integrating his current skills to achieve a greater effect. At times, he unleashed a golden black crescent sword aura with a single stroke, or propelled himself forward to pierce through a distance with astonishing speed. He also managed to amalgamate true energy and emotional energy into a protective layer of black golden hue surrounding him. Ultimately, when combined with the blood-red demonic power, Fang Yang felt his strength reach a level that could only be described as terrifying, and he had yet to unleash the divine power of Yangsheng. The fusion of these three forces manifested as a black blood golden energy, an awe-inspiring force indeed. Unbeknownst to him, the reward period for this level had also come to an end. Fang Yang continued onward, encountering no obstacles along the way. He deliberately showcased his prowess before many, mocking and ridiculing, which garnered him considerable emotional value, leaving a lasting impression of his middle-aged visage. Even after his departure, numerous disciples expressed their indignation, vociferously denouncing him. On the 51st level, Fang Yang experienced another elevation in his cultivation. He settled into a meditative posture, dedicating 2 days to refining and assimilating all the rewards, feeling himself draw closer to the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage. As he ascended to the 51st level, the difficulty of the challenge became markedly more pronounced. It was evident that within this vast area, few individuals remained. Those who did were all outstanding cultivators from various factions, for only the exceptional could reach this height. Yet, upon encountering Fang Yang, they were collectively taken aback. They had no prior recollection of this individual, who bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, seemingly aged. However, reaching this level attested to his strength and innate talent, prompting them to regard him with respect, though none chose to approach him for conversation or camaraderie. Fang Yang lifted his gaze and beheld that this level required him to traverse a sea of flames. A profound heat enveloped him, rendering his surroundings exceedingly arid and scorching. Before him lay an expanse of blazing fire that he must navigate through. Fang Yang promptly set off, under the curious and astonished gazes of several onlookers. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and he swiftly charged forward. Has this individual lost his sanity? Such recklessness in the face of the blazing inferno. The more he strives to break through, the more arduous it becomes, and he may even meet his demise. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Surely, he has ascended to the 51st floor and now believes himself invincible, another mocked. Yet, soon enough, no sound of him being repelled reached their ears. The crowd was once again taken aback, their expressions filled with incredulity, each one plunged into existential doubt. Days later, on the 61st floor, a woman of exquisite beauty, her complexion as fair as milk, sat cross-legged in a meditative state. With a focused and earnest demeanor, she suddenly felt a surge of genuine energy, elevating her to the 8th stage of the Golden Core. Her eyes sparkled with a crystalline hue, and joy illuminated her face, revealing not only her nobility, but also an inherent pride and confidence. In the next moment, she vanished from her spot, appearing on the 62nd floor. Upon materializing in the midst of the forest, she was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze in a particular direction, discovering a middle-aged man standing there. Who is this person? She felt a twinge of surprise. After all, anyone who could reach this level would surely be among the top 100 rankings. Yet she did not recognize him at all. Who could he be? As she looked at Fang Yang, he too turned his gaze towards her. Fang Yang had been waiting for her for approximately 2 hours, and at this moment, he gazed at the woman from a distance, a hint of profound meaning gleaming in his eyes. Jiang Fan's fiancée, perhaps? Quite intriguing. Chapter 47. Murong Yu's astonishment, transmitting true energy. Outside the Tower of Ascendancy, a sudden flash of golden light emerged from the top 100 rankings, causing everyone present to lift their gaze immediately. To their astonishment, Murong Yu, who was originally ranked 99th, had ascended to the 98th position. Concurrently, above her, a new name materialized unexpectedly: Fang Yang, aged 114. At the 7th level of the Golden Core, from the Spirit Path sect, someone read aloud the inscription of the 98th rank, and surprise etched across their face. The others mirrored the sentiment. The previous occupant of the 98th rank was now relegated to the 100th position. Who could this individual be? 114 years old, at the 7th level of the Golden Core, capable of making the list? How could this be? Surely, there must be an error in the rankings. It must be a mistake. Individuals aged 114 at the Golden Core level are commonplace and should not be able to ascend the rankings. The The crowd buzzed with speculation, and meanwhile, at the 62nd level, Fang Yang, possessing the appearance of a middle-aged man, exchanged a meaningful glance with the recently arrived Murongyu, his eyes reflecting a deeper significance. His gaze swiftly encompassed her figure, silently pondering whether this was indeed Jiang Fan's former fiancée. As expected, her beauty was striking. Murongyu, observing Fang Yang from a distance, was taken aback, her lovely eyes expressing surprise, yet she refrained from initiating conversation. Fang Yang revealed a hint of a friendly smile and took the initiative to speak. "Miss Murong, what a coincidence. You are also here to ascend the tower?" Murongyu's gaze sharpened slightly. "You recognize me? May I ask who you are?" "I am Fang Yang, an inconspicuous individual," he replied with a faint smile, a captivating allure shimmering in his eyes. Murongyu met his gaze, momentarily entranced, and responded, "You are too modest, my friend. To reach this level proves you are no ordinary person." "Miss Murong, you flatter me," Fang Yang chuckled. "Are you aware of the challenge at this level?" "I have just arrived myself." A flicker of discomfort crossed Murongyu's eyes, but the courteous demeanor of the middle-aged man compelled her to respond patiently. Level 62. As stated above, is the overcoming the heavenly waterfall. As she spoke, Murongyu lifted her gaze to behold a breathtaking scene beyond the forest, a magnificent waterfall cascading from the heavens, encircling the woods as if to progress to the next level. One must surpass it. After finishing her explanation, she soared towards a certain direction, with Fang Yang following closely. Observing her from behind, Fang Yang's eyes flickered with contemplation. "Do you have confidence, Miss Murong?" he inquired. "We shall see," she replied succinctly, refraining from unnecessary words. She immediately unleashed her power, vibrant green energy surging from within her, revealing her cultivation at the 8th level of the golden core, her aura commanding the winds and clouds. Surrounding her were 7 faint halos, indicative of the 7th grade golden core. Her expression radiated determination and confidence as she transformed into a streak of green light, charging towards the waterfall, a lotus blossoming in her hand that enveloped her entirely. With a resounding boom, she plunged into the waterfall. Fang Yang remained motionless, awaiting the outcome of her actions. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she finally surged forward, her breath fading as she ascended to the next level. Observing this, Fang Yang unveiled his fervent true energy and plunged in, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles. He tore open a rift in the waterfall, powerful enough to crush an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, and in mere moments, he traversed the celestial cascade, arriving at the subsequent layer. At that moment, Murongyu had just dispersed her true energy. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she withdrew her internal energy to regain her composure. Her entire being was drenched, subtly revealing a blend of maturity and innocence that exuded an alluring charm. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Fang Yang materialized behind her. Her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment, and she turned her head, wearing a look of sheer shock as she beheld Fang Yang standing just behind her. Fang Yang appeared utterly unfazed, not a drop of water gracing his form, exuding an air of calmness and ease, with a faint smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, Miss Murong," he remarked. Murongyu's beautiful eyes fluttered, and it took her a moment to regain her senses. A flush crept onto her face as she instinctively covered her body, channeling her inner energy to disperse the water clinging to her. "You." The astonishment on Murongyu's face was unmistakable. She was certain that her escape had been arduous, consuming a full quarter of an hour, during which she was acutely aware that no one had followed her. Yet, how could he have appeared just as she emerged? Was it possible that he had achieved this feat in such a brief span of time? The turmoil of her emotions surged within her. If this were indeed the case, it would render the man before her terrifyingly formidable, and her pride would suffer a grievous blow. "How did you get here?" Murongyu inquired, her voice laced with disbelief. Fang Yang wore a relaxed expression, as if to say, "Well, just like that," with a swift whoosh and a sudden bang. Fang Yang's casual and straightforward explanation evoked a more intense emotional response from Murongyu, her eyes quivering with disbelief. She remained in a daze for quite some time before regaining her composure, gazing at Fang Yang and inquiring, "Are you certain? May I ask where you hail from?" "The Spirit Tao sect," Fang Yang replied with an air of calmness, not concealing his origins. Given the parameters of his system task, he must secure victory in the upcoming Falling Star Lake competition a month hence. Thus, whether he revealed his identity now or later, it would ultimately amount to the same, rendering any subterfuge unnecessary. Upon hearing the name of the Spirit Tao sect, Murongyu's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment, after much contemplation. She could not fathom how such a figure could originate from that sect. Impossible. It must be a misunderstanding, she thought, shaking her head internally. Regaining her focus, she surveyed her surroundings, determined to utilize this new challenge to her advantage. This stage would test agility and judgment. Looking at Fang Yang, Morongyu tentatively suggested, Fang Yang, my friend, I need a moment to recover. Will you proceed? Fang Yang pondered for a moment and inquired, would you like assistance in your recovery? No, thank you. Morongyu replied with a faint smile. However, before she could decline further, Fang Yang had already unleashed his pure and potent vital energy. The moment it was released, it astonished her once again. Gazing at the middle-aged man before her, she felt an inner upheaval that she had not experienced in many years. This vital energy. The fluctuations on her face intensified, as she could distinctly perceive the extraordinary purity and rarity of the energy emanating from Fang Yang. There's no need for formality, Fang Yang said, his eyes shimmering with a rosy hue. He activated his Sharingan on the woman, simultaneously enveloping her with his vital energy. As it surged into her body, a flush spread across her face, accompanied by a soft, bashful exclamation. She felt an unparalleled comfort radiate through every pore of her being. The depletion within her began to mend rapidly, and just as she was about to resist, she found her body in complete agreement with the process. Her expression turned a peculiar shade of crimson, rendering her unable to refuse. Do not mention it, Miss Morrow. Our meeting is a testament to the bond we share. Fang Yang declared generously, swiftly replenishing her vitality and leaving her in a state of heightened warmth. Her cheeks were aflame, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Despite feeling a tinge of vexation, she found herself unable to rebuke Fang Yang's demeanor, caught in a web of inner conflict. Reluctantly, she managed to utter, "Thank you. Attention, dear comrades, heed my call. For our mutual enjoyment, kindly leave a 5-star review immediately, promoting this literary journey. In return for my efforts to garner attention, you shall revel in delightful reading. Let's aim for a surge of 50 reviews." Chapter 48, The World Stunned. Murongyu's anomaly, entry. The scorching and pure vital energy made Morongyu increasingly aware of the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. With her cheeks flushed, she found it difficult to voice her discontent, ultimately offering a reluctant thanks. No need for politeness. Shall we continue, Miss Morong? Fang Yang smiled, continuously activating his Sharingan, unleashing its formidable effects. This royal-grade demon, despite his cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core, could overwhelm even those at the nascent soul stage, let alone someone like Morongyu, who was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core. As anticipated by Fang Yang, although the Ascension Tower forbade mutual attacks among cultivators, it did not regulate this method, or perhaps the formidable enhancement of the Sharingan was simply beyond the tower's interference. Fang Yang chuckled to himself, imagining the splendid expression that Jiang Fan would exhibit upon discovering that his fiancée had been ensnared by him. Morongyu, oblivious to the underlying reasons for this scenario, deliberately averted her gaze. Her heart raced irregularly, rendering her somewhat at a loss for words. Please, fellow cultivator, go ahead. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yang ceased to feign reluctance. As he looked ahead, he beheld a peculiar spectacle. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour, with rain descending like sharp blades and hail striking down like heavy hammers, accompanied by the resounding clash of thunder. Fang Yang plunged into the fray without hesitation, enveloped in a protective aura of true energy, feeling no pressure whatsoever. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning descended, seemingly poised to strike Fang Yang. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, his speed astonishing enough to leave Morongyu momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes trembling in disbelief. If she had previously doubted that Fang Yang had relied on superhuman abilities to swiftly navigate the trial, witnessing it firsthand compelled her to accept the truth. Her expression gradually shifted to one of complexity, her thoughts a mystery, perhaps, as someone endowed with exceptional talent since birth. She had never encountered a being capable of evoking such astonishment and incredulity. As a top-tier prodigy, she could only marvel inwardly, acknowledging the disparity between them. Yet, who exactly was this individual? Why had there been no prior indication of his existence? Was he perhaps a top-tier prodigy concealed by the Spirit Path sect, only emerging as the Starfall Lake Grand Competition approached? This was the only possibility that Morongyu could conceive in her mind. Fang Yang continued to evade and defend himself, and just as it seemed the encounter was nearing its conclusion, he unexpectedly stepped back and appeared beside Morongyu. Startled, Morongyu snapped back to reality and exclaimed in astonishment. You? Why did you stop? Fang Yang smiled faintly and remarked, I wish to wait for Miss Morong. If I ascend alone, it would indeed be rather dull. Morongyu, taken aback, exchanged glances with Fang Yang. As she gazed into his eyes, an unusual sensation washed over her, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, her face betraying a hint of humiliation and displeasure. Fang Yang's words felt akin to mockery. Without further ado, Morongyu summoned her inner energy and plunged into the trial. Thus, under Fang Yang's watchful eye, she spent a torturous quarter of an hour before barely managing to pass through to the next level. Observing this, Fang Yang promptly followed her into the fray. Soon, he found himself reappearing right behind her once more. Morongyu, looking frail, felt her sense of defeat and resentment deepen upon witnessing his effortless arrival. And a flicker of displeasure and anger emerged in her eyes, rendering her speechless. Just then, a wave of warm energy enveloped her, momentarily startling her. As she regarded Fang Yang with a peculiar expression. No need for you to wait for me. Please, continue on your path. Our acquaintance is but fleeting. There is no necessity for such consideration. Fang Yang, however, responded with a gentle smile, assisting one another. What is amiss in that? Morongyu wished to decline. Yet as the pure and potent true energy surged into her delicate form, a flush of color graced her cheeks, silencing the words that hovered on her lips. In this manner, not long after, Fang Yang aided her in regaining her vitality, prompting her to awkwardly express her gratitude before she resumed her confrontation with the trials ahead. Meanwhile, outside the Celestial Ascension Tower, their rankings had notably improved. Morongyu ascended to the 95th position, while Fang Yang claimed the 96th, pushing those ahead of them further down the list. Concurrently, a multitude of spectators gathered, hailing from various factions across the southern immortal realm, their discussions rife with astonishment. Even some formidable experts had arrived, and the news began to disseminate throughout the southern immortal realm, reaching several major sects, and even the Spirit Path sect. Instantly, the name Fang Yang became a topic of fervent discourse among the disciples and elders of the sect, eliciting astonishment. After all, aside from Mu Xianyin, no one from the contemporary Spirit Path sect had graced the ranks of the Celestial Ascension Tower. The sudden emergence of this individual, over a century old, was truly remarkable. Upon Tianxiao Peak, Mu Xianyin also received the news forthwith. A hint of surprise and warmth flickered in her beautiful eyes, accompanied by a soft smile, though a shadow of concern soon shadowed her gaze. At the 64th level, Morongyu found herself unable to advance any further. Her complexion turned ashen as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, forcefully repelled back. Fang Yang seized the moment, directly catching her from behind, channeling his vital energy to restore her. Meanwhile, his Sharingan continued to revolve without pause, meticulously monitoring every fleeting second. The essence of the game lay in its urgency, striving to resolve the situation in the shortest possible time. Morongyu faltered, her face displaying a hint of bewilderment as she attempted to break free, only to realize her body had succumbed to a state of weakness, rendering her unable to resist. Miss Morong, please remain still. You are injured, Fang Yang gently urged. Morongyu's expression turned peculiar and awkward, tinged with a trace of vexation. Let go of me, she protested. Yet the lack of any reaction from the ascending tower indicated that, on a subconscious level, she did not perceive Fang Yang as a threat. Fang Yang, with no defenses raised, unleashed his Sharingan at close range, locking eyes with her intently. His vital energy surged forth, aiding her in the restoration of her injuries, and soon, everything felt natural. Fear not, Miss Morong, I harbor no ill intentions. Once you are restored, you may attempt once more, Fang Yang offered kindly. However, Morongyu's expression grew increasingly tumultuous, fiercely resisting his so-called benevolence. Yet, she found herself unable to maintain her defiance. The vital energy coursing through her not only helped mend her wounds, but also granted her a fleeting sense of enhancement. Deep within, her subconscious warned her that she could not allow this man to continue as he was. Something felt amiss. Gradually, the situation indeed became peculiar. Her vision began to take on a seductive haze. Her mind succumbed to confusion, as if beset by an unseen force. Gazing at the man before her, she inexplicably perceived a captivating fragrance emanating from him. Her entire state of being spiraled into disarray. Fang Yang wore a mischievous smile, tinged with a sense of triumph. Miss Morong, do not be afraid. You shall soon recover, he declared, as his hands brazenly began to disrobe Morongyu. Chapter 49. The Irresistible Force of Morongyu, Part 1. By the time Morong-yu comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Meanwhile, discussions and speculations in the outside world grew increasingly fervent. Rumors circulated within the Lingdao sect that this centenarian cultivator, Fang Yang, was actually the steward of the Servant's Peak. Few believed such claims, dismissing them as mere smoke and mirrors deployed by the Lingdao sect. Other sects engaged in lively discourse, particularly within the Jingqi sect, where disciples learned of Morong-yu's remarkable advancement in rankings. This news elicited considerable excitement, as it meant that the Lingdao sect now boasted two outstanding prodigies in its contemporary era. Within a grand palace, the sect leader of Jingqi, Shen Qianquan, sat in the principal seat, his gaze profound and expression inscrutable. Beside him was a young man brimming with self-assurance, his pride almost palpable, his face radiating confidence. This individual was none other than the Lingdao sect disciple who had survived the recent minor secret realm incident. Shen Qianquan spoke, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing his astonishment at the sudden news. After all, during the minor secret realm event, Fang Yang had demonstrated that he was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. How, within less than a year, had he ascended to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage? Such a staggering leap through 7 minor realms in under a year was almost unbelievable. Moreover, he had managed to break into the top 100 of the Ascending Heaven Tower, a feat that seemed utterly inconceivable. Unless, perhaps, he had utilized some peculiar method to suppress his cultivation upon entering the minor secret realm. Did the circumstances within that realm somehow pertain to him? Contemplating these possibilities, Zhang Tianyi, seated beside him, exhibited a certain disdain and nonchalance. Master, there is no need for surprise, regardless of how he achieved it. Even if he is a card hidden by the Lingdao sect, it remains inconsequential. His haughty words bore no hint of doubt, reflecting a confidence born from a lifetime of always being first, now tinged with a sense of arrogance. Shen Qianquan nodded, though he still harbored some concerns. He then turned to Zhang Tianyi and inquired, "Do you hold any affection for Morong-yu?" The unexpected question momentarily stunned Zhang Tianyi, but he soon replied, "Morong Jr.'s sister is quite admirable. However, I must confess, I have a greater fondness for sect master Mu Xianyin." This declaration caused Shen Qianquan's expression to momentarily freeze, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. After a brief silence, he spoke, "Is that so? It appears your ambitions are not insignificant. Sect Master Mu has already entered the divine separation realm. Even I, in my youth, could not capture her favor. Do you possess the confidence?" A surge of desire for conquest and yearning ignited in Zhang Tianyi's eyes as he answered without hesitation, "What my master cannot achieve, I must endeavor to challenge." Shen Qianquan regarded him with a look of intrigue before breaking into a light chuckle. Within the ascending heaven tower, Morong-yu, fully aware of the unfolding events and consumed by a complex mix of emotions, glared fiercely at Fang Yang, her chest heaving with rage. She felt utterly unprepared for this sudden turn of events, her shock palpable. Fang Yang maintained his smile, appearing utterly unfazed as he indulged in mischief. Within the confines of the ascending tower, Morong-yu found herself unable to unleash her full strength, and her instinctive relaxation of vigilance allowed him to stealthily seize her most treasured possession. "You despicable scoundrel! I shall surely end your life." Morong-yu uttered through gritted teeth, her eyes ablaze with an unsettling intensity and profound hatred. Fang Yang smiled gently and said, "Miss Morong, please do not be so angry. I am merely trying to assist you. Since everything has already transpired, why linger in distress? Perhaps consider attempting to break through the trials ahead." Morong-yu gritted her teeth, filled with an overwhelming urge to rend the man before her into 1,000 pieces. He was utterly despicable, shameless, and infuriating beyond measure. The thought of 1,000 tortures could scarcely alleviate her fury, for it was her most treasured possession that had been so inexplicably taken by this scoundrel. With a resolute turn, she charged towards the trials, refusing to waste another moment in conversation with Fang Yang, vowing deep within her heart that one day she would exact 1,000-fold vengeance to quell the hatred that consumed her. Fang Yang watched as she broke through the trial. A mere quarter of an hour later, she vanished from sight, having successfully passed the ordeal. Fang Yang smiled and boldly ventured forth, effortlessly making his way to the next level, which was the 65th. Morong-yu remained on the 65th floor, her emotions a tumultuous storm of complexity and fury, devoid of any joy for having conquered a new trial. Instead, her heart seethed with a burning anger over a matter that left her wishing for nothing less than to commit murder. She even contemplated leaving at that very moment. However, having finally reached this point was no small feat. In her rage, Fang Yang reappeared behind her, causing her to momentarily freeze, before she shot him a glare filled with hatred and ire. Yet, realizing that she was powerless against him only deepened her frustration. Consequently, she soared away into the distance. Fang Yang did not manage to keep up this time. Thus, she afforded herself several hours to recuperate. At last, she endeavored to confront this new trial once more. Regrettably, much like the previous level, she too was unable to pass this one smoothly, as a formidable energy swept her away. She clenched her teeth in frustration and agitation. And just as she contemplated exiting the Tower of Ascension, Fang Yang unexpectedly appeared by her side, channeling his vital energy to aid her recovery. Her expression tightened in alarm. She wished to refuse his assistance. However, the instant the energy flowed into her, she discovered her body had no inclination to resist, plunging her into a state of profound complexity. Momentarily dazed, she quickly regained her composure and snapped at Fang Yang. "Leave me be. I do not require your help." Fang Yang remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Miss Murong, given the current circumstances, what further reservations do you have? Is your notion of chastity truly of such paramount importance? Having ventured this far, why not continue to explore?" As he spoke, a mesmerizing allure flickered in Fang Yang's eyes, casting an enchanting aura that penetrated Murong Yu's gaze, instigating within her a moment of hesitation and inner turmoil. Subsequently, she found herself unable to regain control. Had she withdrawn from the Celestial Tower prior to Fang Yang's arrival, it might have been different. Alas, it was too late now. Fang Yang awaited her at her most vulnerable state following a failed attempt to ascend to the next level. Moreover, the absence of any attacks upon him by the tower indicated that Murong Yu's current condition was voluntary, albeit possibly facilitated by some cunning means. As time slipped away, only half a month remained until the commencement of the Luoxing Lake Grand Competition. During this brief period, numerous rumors circulated, prompting fervent discussions among the cultivators of various sections. The most talked about topic was the sudden emergence of a dark horse in the Celestial Tower, Fang Yang. Within these 2 weeks, Fang Yang, a disciple of the Lingdao sect, and Murong Yu of the Zhengqi sect had seemingly surged forward together, ascending from their initial positions of 99th to now holding the 65th and 66th ranks, respectively. Outside the tower, a multitude of information brokers from the realm of cultivation had gathered, eagerly awaiting any changes in the rankings. Many cultivators, drawn by a sense of curiosity, flocked to witness the unfolding drama. Throughout this time, various accounts regarding Fang Yang's identity proliferated among the cultivators. Some claimed he was a hidden prodigy of the Lingdao sect, while others suggested he had employed some extraordinary means to fabricate his age and cultivation level to gain entry into the Celestial Tower. There were even whispers that he was merely a steward of some menial tasks within the Lingdao sect. Among these narratives, the latter was deemed the least credible and least palatable. Yet, even those who might have discerned the truth found their insights unlikely to reach the ears of the majority, who would likely remain skeptical regardless. Consequently, anticipation grew among the cultivators, eagerly awaiting the grand competition at Luoxing Lake, where they hoped to witness the remarkable prowess of this dark horse known as Fang Yang, who was poised to captivate all with his appearance and demeanor. Alongside him was Murong Yu, who had also made impressive strides, leaving the higher-ups of the Zhengqi sect astonished. They had not anticipated her ability to achieve such heights. Yet the reality was that she was on the verge of surpassing Zhang Tianyi, who currently held the 63rd rank. 65, perhaps that corresponded to the 70th level? Indeed, if she could conquer the 70th level, she would receive a significant boost on the 71st level, equaling the accomplishments of the illustrious Zhang Tianyi. It was truly astonishing that, amidst the current decline of the southern cultivation realm, 2 such prodigies could emerge from the Zhengqi sect. Within the Celestial Tower, as time passed, the dynamic between Fang Yang and Murong Yu underwent a peculiar transformation. Following the events at the 65th level, Murong Yu began to display unusual behavior, and Fang Yang, taking advantage of this, propelled her further upward, simultaneously dismantling her boundaries and resistance. Gradually, their relationship evolved into one of mutual assistance. Although Murong Yu outwardly maintained an air of reluctance, the relentless pressure began to lead her into a state of gradual capitulation. Now, with Fang Yang's support, they had both ascended to the 70th level, and upon overcoming this trial, they would earn the rewards of the 71st level. The 70th level presented a pristine expanse of grass, where Fang Yang and Murong stood ready to face the forthcoming challenge. Notably, Murong exhibited a newfound maturity compared to her previous demeanor. However, the peculiar glimmer in her eyes suggested she still grappled with the acceptance of her circumstances. Deep within, remnants of resentment lingered, yet the benefits she gained outweighed her losses, preventing her from succumbing to utter despair. Perhaps there was an element of retributive psychology at play. Having sustained a loss, she felt compelled to reclaim her standing by pushing herself further. Miss Murong, give it a try. This time should be successful, while your spirit is still invigorated, Fang Yang courteously suggested, carefully concealing any signs of arrogance. He understood that once one had gained an advantage, it would be unwise to feign innocence, for even if she had internally reconciled with her choices, her pride might lead her to forsake her current gains to preserve her dignity. Such was the nature of young ladies raised in luxury, in stark contrast to Fang Yang, who had endured a life of hardship, forging a heart and resolve as unyielding as iron. Murong opted for silence, employing a cold demeanor as she charged forward. Shortly thereafter, she completed the trial and vanished from the 70th level. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yang no longer hesitated. He summoned his strength and advanced forward, effortlessly completing the trials of the 70th level. In the next moment, with a shift in consciousness, he arrived at the 71st level, the realm of cultivation rewards. To his surprise, upon entering the reward cultivation layer, he found himself in the presence of Murong. With a figure as graceful as jade and a height that was both balanced and striking, she turned her beautiful eyes in astonishment upon sensing Fang Yang's reappearance behind her. Fang Yang was equally taken aback. After all, were not the training levels of the Celestial Tower meant to be solitary? Why were they brought together this time? Could it be that the Celestial Tower possessed some form of sentience, aware that their joint presence would enhance their growth exponentially? Miss Murong, what a coincidence to meet again, Fang Yang said, scratching his head as he walked into the central area. To his astonishment, there lay an expansive formation circle, twice the size of those preceding it, evidently designed for two individuals. Murong lightly furrowed her brows, a hint of reluctance and shyness flickering in her eyes. She still refrained from speaking to Fang Yang, holding onto her last vestige of stubbornness. Even if her body acquiesced, her lips remained resolute in their silence. Fang Yang stood within the formation circle, gesturing for Murong to join him. Murong bit her lip in reluctance, her demeanor a mix of defiance and shyness. Yet, this was a reward from the 71st level. She had ascended with great difficulty, and was this not the very purpose of her efforts? To abandon this opportunity now would be sheer folly. Resolving to cast aside her hesitations, she approached with an air of feigned arrogance. As they both stood together within the formation, the array began to activate, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, akin to a mighty tsunami, overwhelming in its intensity. Fang Yang immediately summoned the vital energy within his body, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently towards him, being devoured in the process. Observing this, Murong hastily attempted to channel her own energy, only to discover that all the spiritual essence had been absorbed by Fang Yang, leaving her with none. In a fit of frustration, she began to stamp her feet and exclaimed, "You." Fang Yang wore an innocent expression, remarking, "Miss Murong, it is evident that we are meant to cultivate together here. Do not fret. How could I possibly monopolize all the resources in this place?" Chapter 51, Emergence from Seclusion. Only a day remained until the grand competition at Falling Star Lake. The entirety of the area surrounding Falling Star Lake, including the central island, had been adorned in a vibrant and splendid manner. At the heart of the island, nearly 100 competition platforms were intricately arranged, encircled by tiers of varying heights for spectators, with a few elevated platforms erected nearby, designated as special viewing areas. Beyond the competition grounds lay a vast expanse resembling a city, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, complete with attractions and diverse establishments, boasting a thoroughly developed infrastructure. Even in years devoid of the Falling Star Lake competition, this locale remained a favored retreat for many cultivators. In the outer regions, various factions, including several independent cultivators, had already arrived, with arrangements made for their temporary lodgings, while some opted to procure accommodations independently. Notably, some exceptional beings had yet to make their appearance. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the decade-long Falling Star Lake competition, with the rewards announced by the Zhengqi sect stirring excitement and anticipation. The first prize was a flawless 5th-grade foundation building pill, reportedly procured from the Central Plains, treasured by the sect leader of the Zhengqi sect for many years, now serving as a reward for this competition. However, There existed another narrative among cultivators, suggesting that this reward was, in fact, intended for the sect leader's disciple, Zhang Tianyi. In this upcoming competition, the title of champion seemed almost preordained for this individual, whose extraordinary talent shone so brightly that it rendered other prodigies somewhat lackluster. His 8th grade golden core spoke volumes, and only the newly emerged saintess of the Spirit Sword sect, Gu Qingxue, garnered any comparable attention, albeit to a lesser extent, as her brilliance would likely only become evident in the next Falling Star Lake competition. Aside from these well-established prodigies, discussions among cultivators at various leisure spots around Falling Star Lake predominantly revolved around the unexpected rise of Fang Yang, a dark horse cultivator who had emerged alongside Murongyu from the ascending tower. Cultivators exchanged opinions, each with their own interpretation, yet none could ascertain the truth. They could only await the unfolding of events at the competition to unveil the identity of this individual. Meanwhile, outside the ascending tower, as the moonlight deepened, the atmosphere remained lively, akin to that of Falling Star Lake, with many congregating around. Curious cultivators mingling with messengers of news and those from the Zhengqi sect come to celebrate Murongyu's achievements. On the leaderboard above, the names Murongyu and Fang Yang continued to hold the 65th and 66th positions, respectively, a status they had maintained for nearly half a month, clearly indicative of their ascension to the 71st level of cultivation, promising significant gains upon their emergence. As cultivators engaged in idle chatter, a captivating figure emerged from the ascending tower, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd and igniting a wave of murmurs. It was none other than the proud Murongyu. Her delicate, fair chin slightly elevated, her eyes radiating an air of dignified pride, though a closer inspection revealed a hint of flush and peculiarity upon her exquisite cheeks. Junior Sister Murong, how wonderful! Congratulations on your advancement. A male cultivator from the Zhengqi sect hastily approached, eager to flatter her. However, Murongyu dismissed him entirely, her gaze shifting to an elder of a nearby sect, subtly dispelling the complexities in her beautiful eyes. The ignored cultivator's face turned green with embarrassment. Yet he continued to force a smile. Such was the plight of countless male cultivators. Their affections and pursuits towards a woman as extraordinarily gifted and beautiful as Murongyu resembled the value of stale bread. After exchanging a few words with a steward, Murongyu, accompanied by a group of Zhengqi sect disciples, departed. Before leaving, she cast a glance back. As they took flight, the steward inquired, "Little you, did you encounter a male cultivator who also reached the upper levels?" Murongyu's expression shifted slightly, hesitating before nodding. "Yes, but we did not communicate much. We were each focused on our own paths." "Oh, is he formidable?" the steward continued. Murongyu's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of discomfort. "Quite formidable. I did not expect to encounter such a dark horse from the Spirit Path sect." Not long after Murongyu's departure, Fang Yang emerged from the 71st level. His appearance unremarkable and his attire not reflective of the Spirit Path sect. Without lingering, he left, concealing his actual cultivation level, which had indeed reached the 8th grade of Golden Core after a month of intensive training within the Ascending Tower. Listening to the discussions of the crowd outside, Fang Yang smiled silently, glancing at his ranking of 66 before making his exit. En route, the fox spirit Lingo appeared, her demeanor one of longing, "Ancestor, you have finally emerged. How was it? Was everything normal during this past month? How did the outside world react to my ranking?" Fang Yang embraced her, and together they soared back to the Spirit Path sect. Lingo's enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration as she replied, "The ancestor has garnered much discussion, emerging as a dark horse from the shadows." "Is that so?" Fang Yang mused thoughtfully. Upon returning to the Spirit Path sect, he encountered the long-awaited Mu Xianyin. After a month apart, her beauty remained captivating, her eyes reflecting a blend of intellect and elegance that was utterly enthralling. She glanced at Linger before refocusing her attention on Fang Yang, her lips parting gracefully. "Congratulations on your breakthrough. I have heard you ascended the Ascending Tower leaderboard, bringing prestige to our sect." Fang Yang approached her with a smile. "Xianyin baby, I've missed you dearly." Hu Linger silently watched, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy and resentment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Mu Xianyin, however, remained unfazed by the praise or reproach, her countenance still radiating warmth. Neither shy nor vexed, fully embodying the allure of a mature woman. "So, have you made your plans?" she inquired. Fang Yang's expression turned serious as he reached out to grasp her delicate, fair hand, only to have it elude him. He paused momentarily, locking eyes with Mu Xianyin. from whom he could discern a subtle allure of feigned retreat. Resolving not to pursue further, he contemplated casually engaging in the competition, indifferent to the rank he might achieve. Yet, he declared, I have no intention of concealing my true capabilities. When the tempest strikes, will you stand by me, dear Xianyin? Mu Xianyin's demeanor shifted slightly as she replied softly, that depends on you. Then, with a deft change in conversation, she added, I shall meet you at Falling Star Lake before dawn. I won't intrude any longer. With that, she vanished from sight. Fang Yang's eyes twinkled as he smiled and embraced Hu Linger, returning to the servant peak. Upon arrival, he discovered that Mo Wuxie had not yet departed and was keeping company with Qin Lian. Seeing him return, Mo Wuxie's gaze softened, gently calling out master. Qin Lian's face lit up with joy as she rushed over, affectionately addressing him as Grandpa Steward, holding the delicate girl in his arms. Fang Yang smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. They then spent several cherished hours together in his room, with dawn approaching in roughly a quarter of an hour. He took the three of them towards Falling Star Lake. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Fang Yang gazed at the shimmering waters, reflecting the dim light of the dawn. Momentarily lost in its tranquility, the silver moon cast a pure glow, adorning the lake's surface with a splendid veil, reminiscent of an enchanting fairy swaying gracefully. Just then, Mu Xianyin appeared before Fang Yang. Observing him and the three women by his side, a barely perceptible flicker of unusual color passed through her eyes. Mo Wuxie instinctively withdrew to a distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. In contrast, Hu Linger, with Qin Lian, raised her chin defiantly, unperturbed by Mu Xianyin's presence. Without giving Fang Yang a chance to speak, Mu Xianyin waved her delicate hand, and the four of them vanished, reappearing in a quaint private residence, her exclusive temporary abode. Soon, Fang Yang felt the shift in his surroundings again as Mu Xianyin led him into a room. As dawn broke, a bell tolled from the island's center, reverberating across the entire island and the lake. The sound was deep and soothing, instilling a sense of calm within. I shall take my leave now. You should proceed to the venue. The event will commence in about half an hour, and you must arrive at the designated area within 15 minutes, Mu Xianyin said, donning her attire before vanishing, leaving behind a lingering fragrance and her melodious voice. Fang Yang donned his attire and, accompanied by Mo Wuxie, proceeded to the designated location. Meanwhile, Hu Lingo proactively expressed her decision to refrain from attending the event. Although she held great confidence in her disguise, she harbored concerns about unforeseen circumstances and thus chose to remain at their residence with Qin Lian. Fang Yang, resembling an elderly sage clad in black attire, advanced alongside Mo Wuxie with an air of harmony that belied their contrasting appearances. A distinctive aura emanated from him. His raven hair framed a visage marked by subtle angles, the lines of age neither detracting from his appeal nor rendering him unattractive. His gaze was profound, complemented by a prominent nose, making him a rather distinguished elder. In contrast, Mo Wuxie, accompanying him, appeared somewhat reserved and reticent, akin to a pet in the presence of his master. As the pair journeyed forth, they captured the attention of numerous cultivators, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, for they resembled esteemed elders of a sect traversing together. As they soared through the air, an unabashed presence suddenly stirred a wave of astonishment among the surrounding practitioners. Fang Yang maintained a serene demeanor and turned his gaze, only to behold a formidable man soaring through the air in the distance. His proud brows and eyes radiated an air of dominance, his countenance distinguished and his stature as upright as a pine tree. Zhang Tianyi, someone among the cultivators exclaimed. Fang Yang's expression subtly shifted as he etched this visage into his memory. Was this the renowned prodigy that had long been the talk of the town? As he pondered this, he suddenly felt the man's gaze inexplicably directed at him. Their eyes briefly met, and Fang Yang discerned a flicker of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Fang Yang offered a subtle smile and continued to advance alongside Mo Wuxie. Soon, they arrived at the venue, where a grand and expansive setting unfolded before them, complete with meticulous arrangements and structures. A crowd had gathered in the viewing area, with numerous attendees already present. Zhang Tianyi's imposing aura permeated the atmosphere as he made his entrance into the seating area designated for the Zhengqi sect, landing with poise. This elicited a wave of murmurs from the crowd, to which he remained unperturbed, exuding calm confidence as he engaged in brief conversation with the elder attendants before settling into the solitary seat prepared for him. After taking his seat, his gaze swiftly traversed the surroundings until it locked onto Fang Yang once more. Fang Yang met his gaze without a hint of apprehension. his serene smile unwavering as he and Mo Wuxia soared toward the position allocated to the Lingdao sect. Mo Wuxia, the youngest elder of the outer sect, had long been preparing for the impending Luoxing Lake competition. Upon their arrival at the designated preparation area for Lingdao sect's competitors, the expressions of the dozens of disciples and elders present shifted noticeably, revealing a hint of surprise, their attention primarily fixated on Fang Yang. It was evident that, as participants in the Luoxing Lake competition, they recognized the elderly figure before them as Fang Yang, the one who had secured a ranking on the Celestial Tower. Even the elders were unaware of his true background, merely perceiving him as a hidden asset long kept by Mu Xianin, having refrained from inquiring further into his details. Elder Xian, Mo Wuxia felt a twinge of self-consciousness under the collective gaze of the crowd and offered a slight bow towards the white-haired elder before him. Fang Yang imitated others and remained silent. This Elder Xian was the second elder of the Lingao sect, with Elder Lin having been dealt with. He had now become the most senior elder. He regarded Fang Yang with a scrutinizing gaze, nodding solemnly to indicate that the two should take their seats. After Fang Yang and Mo Wuxia took their seats, the surrounding disciples participating in the competition engaged in hushed discussions. Yet there was an air of caution that restrained them from uttering anything inappropriate. Fang Yang remained utterly indifferent, his gaze sweeping continuously until it finally settled on the preparation area of the contestants from the Righteous Qi sect. It was evident that over 100 participants from the Righteous Qi sect were present, divided into two distinct zones. One area was exclusively designated for the esteemed Tian Yi, and not far from him, there was an unoccupied seat, the purpose of which remained uncertain. Fang Yang turned his gaze towards the two ordinary preparation seats, fixing his eyes upon a seemingly unremarkable male cultivator, whose appearance bore an air of resilience, Jiang Fan. Fang Yang gazed at him for a considerable time, even perceiving a hint of peculiarity in his expression, as though he were acutely aware of the scrutiny. Before long, Fang Yang sensed that numerous eyes had turned towards him, and upon closer inspection, he could discern a chorus of discussions emanating from nearby. Clearly, these individuals were also intrigued by Lingdao sect, eagerly speculating about the identity of the cultivator named Fang Yang. Gradually, the crowd swelled, nearly reaching its capacity, with murmurs echoing throughout the venue, creating an atmosphere of fervent excitement. At that moment, a figure emerged, drawing considerable attention and gasps from the onlookers. Morongyu, clad in a flowing green dress that seemed to float like a celestial being, made her entrance. Her presence captivated countless male cultivators, their gazes fixated upon her, revealing admiration and infatuation, sparking animated conversations. Morongyu, exuding an air of pride and tranquility, gracefully descended into her designated area reserved by Zhang Tianyi, exchanging brief greetings with the elders and attendants before settling into another vacant seat. Fang Yang observed, casting a deliberate glance at Jiang Fan's demeanor. He noticed that with the arrival of Morongyu, Jiang Fan's emotions exhibited a slight fluctuation, his expression momentarily becoming grave, though it quickly dissipated, restoring the resilience that shone in his eyes. The fallen genius, spurned by his fiancée Yi, bore the humiliation of a decade-long pact. Now, it was the moment for his resurgence. It is rather realistic to note that, akin to Fang Yang's complete domination over Morongyu within the Heavenly Tower, the benefits she ultimately reaped, coupled with her intrinsic apprehensions, rendered her powerless against Fang Yang. Just as one wave of astonishment subsided, another surged forth, a new presence emerged. Sharp and austere, Gu Qingxue, draped in white, her countenance icy, appeared in the designated preparation area of the Spirit Sword sect. Yet she did not seclude herself in any particular spot, instead mingling with the participating disciples of the sect. Fang Yang's gaze fell upon her. After several months of absence, she remained as beautiful as ever, yet her demeanor exhibited a marked transformation. Now, she was the saintess of the Spirit Sword sect, a key figure under focused cultivation. After Gu Qingxue took her seat, Fang Yang noticed her casting a glance in his direction, one imbued with a hint of complexity and a trace of resentment. Fang Yang responded with a gentle smile. While secretly pondering the situation, it appeared that she had not harbored resentment towards him for deceiving her, which was rather acceptable. Moreover, the system informed him that his favorability rating remained at 85, unchanged, with only a 5% increase needed to receive the reward of pure spirit bone. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly fervent, and before long, several powerful auras manifested in the air above, exuding an extraordinary presence, with expressions that were both refined and amiable. The appearance of the handsome, middle-aged man instantly stirred a wave of excitement among the crowd, surpassing the previous commotion. He was the current sect leader of the righteous sect, Shun Qianquan, who had once overshadowed a generation of prodigies in the southern cultivation realm. Distinguished guests, as a decade has swiftly passed, I hope that this Starfall Lake Grand Competition will allow each of you to achieve the results you desire without regrets. Shin Qianquan spoke with grace, delivering his opening remarks that elicited continuous murmurs of astonishment from the audience. Following this, numerous judges made their appearances, totaling over 100, with each competition stage featuring a judge whose countenance was serious and solemn. Then, the leaders of various sects stepped forth, each emanating an impressive aura that inspired admiration and reverence. As Mu Xianin entered the public eye, the scene ignited once more with a fresh wave of excitement and fervor. She was a new formidable presence in the southern cultivation realm, as well as the top-ranked female cultivator on the beauty list. Her breathtaking beauty drove the crowd to a frenzy. It seemed that the sun hanging in the sky sensed the fervor below, showering down brilliant rays that illuminated the entire Starfall Lake. The highly anticipated Starfall Lake Grand Competition officially commenced amidst the tumultuous emotions of the gathered cultivators. Chapter 53. Overwhelming dominance. Following the uproarious opening deliberations, the Starfall Lake Grand Competition officially began. The judges at each combat stage took their positions, with the largest central arena remaining unoccupied. Experts from various sects congregated on a high platform, where an elder stood as the chief judge, radiating an imposing presence, thus inaugurating the Grand Competition. The Starfall Lake Grand Competition has now officially commenced. Fellow cultivators, once you step onto the combat stage, your life and death are your own responsibility. Should you declare surrender, the judges will intervene. Moreover, if you are knocked off the stage, it will also result in a loss. With the chief judge's command, the assembled cultivators felt their blood surge with excitement, their repressed fighting spirit ignited. The judges atop each combat stage immediately adopted serious expressions and began calling out the names of the cultivators. Those summoned, whether exhilarated, anxious, or thrilled, swiftly flew towards their respective arenas. The competition was divided into two segments: Foundation Establishment and Golden Core, with the former's arena being noticeably smaller than the latter's, and the judges' strengths varying accordingly. The first round followed a double elimination format, where the victors advanced directly, while the remaining defeated cultivators would continue to draw lots for further matches, with the same rule applying. The rationale behind this format was to prevent two prodigies from facing each other at the outset, ensuring that even in the event of a narrow defeat, one would not be immediately eliminated. The likelihood of encountering another prodigy in consecutive matches was exceedingly low, nearly non-existent. Fang Yang sat in his seat, stirred by the atmosphere of the event, feeling a surge of restlessness and excitement. His purpose for attending this time was solely to claim the first place. In the face of the system's rewards, no one could stand in his way. Lingdao Sect. Fang Yang. The referee announced his name from a martial arts platform, instantly igniting a commotion among the audience, who turned their attention to the stage, their gazes shifting towards the Lingdao Sect. Not only the majority of the cultivators present, but also those from various sects in the preparation area, as well as the powerful beings on the high platform, momentarily redirected their focus, taking note of the unfolding events. Beside Fang Yang, his fellow disciples appeared even more anxious than he was. Mo Wuxia cast him a gentle glance and softly encouraged, "Do your best." Fang Yang smiled softly, her heart racing slightly in response to the overwhelming attention and murmurs surrounding her, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Rising gracefully, she swiftly made her way to the designated competition platform. Her opponent, a cultivator of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage from a sect known as the Jinshao sect, was immediately struck by a profound sense of pressure, his expression turning grave as he prepared for battle. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Shun Qianquan of the Zhengqi sect spoke quietly, "Master Mu, I did not anticipate that the Lingdao sect harbored such a dark horse." Mu Xianin, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Yang, slightly altered her expression upon hearing this, responding coolly, "It cannot be compared to the Zhengqi sect." Shun Qianquan chuckled softly, opting not to pursue the matter further, his attention now focused on Fang Yang, who had already ascended the competition platform. Fang Yang ascended the martial arts platform, the elder's presence exuding an aura of profound wisdom. while his opponent wore a visibly grave expression. Despite Fang Yang's cultivation being merely at the 8th level of the golden core, his demeanor betrayed no hint of carelessness. The referee regarded Fang Yang with a keen gaze, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation crossing his features as he raised his hand to signal, "Prepare yourselves. The outcome is yours to bear. Any act of surrender or interference will result in disqualification. 3, 2, 1, begin." As the referee's voice echoed through the air, a multitude of eyes converged upon Fang Yang's martial arts platform, while the attention on the other platforms waned. With the command given, Fang Yang's opponent immediately unleashed his full strength, 3 faint golden auras shimmering around him, a third-grade golden core, emanating a formidable presence. He let out a low shout, channeling his true energy to summon a pale yellow tiger before him, its fangs bared, emitting a chilling roar that sent ripples across the platform, causing both him and Fang Yang's hair to billow and robes to flutter. However, Fang Yang stood observantly, perceiving the frailty of his foe's energy, which seemed almost negligible. As the opponent exerted himself with a determined expression, the fiercely conjured tiger surged forward with impressive momentum towards Fang Yang. Fang Yang effortlessly unleashed a punch, dispersing the fierce tiger before the astonished gazes of the onlooking cultivators. In the next instant, he appeared before his opponent, who was struck with utter disbelief, and with a gentle kick sent him flying off the competition stage. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the referee stunned, only to be followed by a tumultuous uproar of astonishment. The gathered cultivators buzzed with excitement, utterly amazed by Fang Yang's overwhelming prowess, their senses ignited with joy and exhilaration. Particularly those who had long awaited this moment, finally witnessed the remarkable capabilities of this individual named Fang Yang, confirming that his strength was no fabrication and the rankings of the Heavenly Ascension Tower were indeed legitimate. Lingdao sect, Fang Yang victorious. The referee declared the result. As the opponent, dazed, rose to his feet, Fang Yang returned to the preparation area with an air of calmness, feigning nonchalance. Meanwhile, in the combat zone of the righteous sect, the proud prodigy Zhang Tianyi could not help but reveal a flicker of unusual emotions, though it was quickly overshadowed by his innate arrogance. Nearby, Murong Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a complex hue, her thoughts in disarray, despite her awareness of her peculiar feelings. She found herself unable to resist the allure of the scoundrel before her. Over at the Lingjian sect, Gu Qingshue's cold countenance subtly betrayed a hint of emotion. Upon returning to the preparation area, the disciples of the Lingdao sect blushed deeply, taking the initiative to flatter Fang Yang, who smiled in response and settled back into his seat. Beside him, Imo Wuxia appeared somewhat distracted. Soon after, Imo Wuxia was called upon, her graceful figure and stunning beauty capturing the attention of numerous male cultivators. Unsurprisingly, she triumphed with ease. Next, the most anticipated prodigies took the stage. When Zhang Tianyi's name was announced, he epitomized arrogance. His opponent, lacking the courage to face him, conceded immediately. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and whether by design or coincidence, Zhang Tianyi glanced at Fang Yang on his way back. Their eyes met, yet Fang Yang offered no response. Subsequently, Murong Yu and Gu Qingxue made their appearances, effortlessly securing victories, drawing attention and excitement. However, they were not the ones Fang Yang held in the highest regard. The last to be considered was Fang Yang, who held the utmost concern. Zhengqi sect, Jiang Fan. As this voice resonated, Fang Yang regained his focus, revealing a hint of seriousness. Jiang Fan made his entrance, yet it was striking to observe that not a single comrade from his sect was there to cheer him on. Instead, they all exhibited a cold indifference. This was evidently due to their apprehension towards Murong Yu, purposefully distancing themselves from Jiang Fan. As a man viewed as a template, he naturally faced a degree of skepticism. Subsequently, when he confronted his opponent, he emerged victorious, though it was not an overwhelming triumph. It was clear that he had held back. Fang Yang's gaze was intense. Throughout this round of combat, he gleaned nothing from Jiang Fan. Just then, the system emitted a notification sound. A foreign cultivator has been detected within the necklace around Jiang Fan's neck, with undetermined cultivation level, posing significant danger. Upon hearing the system's alert, Fang Yang's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that this fellow possesses a golden finger? Is it an elder from beyond? Fang Yang's gaze was fixed on Jiang Fan, who was returning to the preparation area, deep in thought. As the daylight gradually faded, brilliant lights suddenly illuminated the scene. emanating from specially crafted spiritual stone devices, transforming the entire venue as if it were daylight once more, evoking awe among the spectators. With the conclusion of the first round of the competition, victors could choose to either remain and observe or depart to recuperate. In the upcoming second round, the defeated would truly lose their qualifications, while those with one victory and one defeat would also advance to the following day's contest. Upon hearing this, Fang Yang rose promptly. Those he wished to see had naturally progressed through the first round, and Mo Wuxia also stood up in response, while some fellow disciples around them rose as well, others offering friendly smiles. This experience profoundly reinforced Fang Yang's understanding of the significance of strength. In moments of weakness, he had been relegated to a mere servant in the menial ranks, receiving naught but disdain and ridicule, yet now such scenarios were a thing of the past. Upon departing, Fang Yang did not return to his temporary lodgings, but instead focused intently on a certain direction, signaling Mo Wuxia to return on his own as he moved towards that orientation. Mo Wuxia's eyes reflected a trace of contemplation, yet he complied obediently. The path Fang Yang took led him towards the direction Jiang Fan had flown away. However, he was not seeking Jiang Fan, merely passing by him. Their eyes met for a brief moment, igniting a fleeting spark of something unspoken. Under the serene glow of the silver moon, Fang Yang concealed his presence, silently arriving at a solitary courtyard nestled in the mountains. Ascending to the second floor, he unceremoniously entered the room. At the instant he crossed the threshold, a woman dressed in azure, seated with poise, abruptly turned her head. Upon recognizing him, her expression shifted to one of surprise, immediately replaced by wariness as she stood with an unusual intensity. "You," she began. "Miss Morong, it is a pleasure to see you again," Fang Yang replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stepped into her loft. Morong you wished to protest, yet for reasons unknown, a hint of trepidation flickered in her eyes, prompting her to merely admonish him verbally. "What do you intend? Leave at once." "Why so agitated, Miss Morong? I merely wish to share some words with you, which are undoubtedly crucial for your forthcoming endeavors." Fang Yang strolled into the courtyard as if it were his own, nonchalantly taking a seat on a nearby bench. In response, Morong Yu clenched her delicate fists, her face etched with indignation. "Do you dare to threaten me?" she challenged. "Go ahead, if you think you can," Fang Yang replied, a smile unwavering on his lips, his demeanor exuding a calmness that was both infuriating and perplexing. Morong Yu bit her lip in frustration, her chest heaving as she realized she was at a loss for how to proceed. Confronted with this shameless individual, she found herself powerless, especially given that he possessed something that could easily undermine her. "Sit down and don't let anger consume you," Fang Yang casually suggested, patting her chair. Unmoved, Morong Yu remained resolute, prompting Fang Yang to continue. "What do you think of your former fiancé, Jiang Fan? How do you perceive him now?" Fang Yang suddenly mentioned Jiang Fan, causing Morong Yu's beautiful eyes to widen slightly, her expression transforming into one of unusual concern as she furrowed her brows. "What does it have to do with you? What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Observing her eagerness to sever ties, Fang Yang felt no surprise and refrained from applying any pressure. "During the upcoming competition at Falling Star Lake, you will suffer defeat at his hands and be thoroughly humiliated." Upon hearing this, Morong Yu regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Have you finished? You may leave now." Fang Yang's face revealed a trace of helplessness. Indeed, would she not believe it? It is understandable, for in her eyes, Jiang Fan was hardly worthy of even carrying her shoes. "Do you not believe it? Then just wait and see." As Fang Yang rose to leave, she was once again obstructed by a fuming expression from the other party. "Hand over those despicable and shameless things," she gritted through her teeth. "No, I wish to show them to Jiang Fan, to see his reaction." "Haha, I might just shatter his resolve," Fang Yang replied with a laugh. As soon as the words left her lips, Morong Yu immediately grew anxious, even preparing to take action. However, at that moment, an aura suddenly emanated from a distance, causing her expression to freeze abruptly as she shot an alarmed glance at Fang Yang. Fang Yang concealed his presence and took refuge beneath her bed. "Xiao Yu." The voice of the elder resonated. Morong Yu appeared flustered, yet upon realizing that this individual had managed to mask his aura, her anxious heart found a semblance of calm, prompting her to hastily open the door. "What is it, master?" she inquired, gazing at the elder outside, her demeanor somewhat awkward. The elder, taken aback, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all," Morong Yu replied. The elder chose not to pursue the matter further. instead posing a different question. As for Jiang Fan, do you require my assistance in devising a strategy for your confrontation tomorrow? We could utterly vanquish him, extinguishing any hope he harbors, and thus bring an end to this so-called 10-year agreement. Upon hearing these words, Fang Yang, hidden beneath the bed, visibly changed his expression. Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and responded with unwavering confidence. Very well. Then it is settled. I shall take care of the arrangements. The elder affirmed before departing. Yu closed the door and, seeing Fang Yang emerge from beneath the bed, let out a sigh of relief. She immediately fixed him with a warning glare. Leave at once. Do not presume that a few unscrupulous tactics can intimidate me. I am not foolish enough to be swayed by such tactics. If it comes to it, I shall fight to the bitter end. Fang Yang emerged, shaking his head repeatedly. Silly child, are you not going to explode tomorrow? Yu furrowed her brows, dismissing him with a sharp retort. Nonsense, get lost. Do you honestly believe he is a 9th-grade golden elixir? A hint of mockery danced across Fang Yang's face as he found her current demeanor oddly amusing, igniting a sense of anticipation for how she would fare the following day. Yu tightened her frown further, utterly unconvinced, viewing his words as mere ramblings. Leave. Will you truly not seek my assistance to enhance your abilities just a little before it's too late? Fang Yang inquired with a grin. His smile incited a growing ire within Yu, her vexation becoming increasingly evident. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Fang Yang departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving her alone in the attic, unable to quell the tumult of her emotions. She stamped her feet in frustration, her lips uttering ceaseless curses. Meanwhile, in a modest temporary dwelling, Jiang Fan sat resolutely within, meditating in preparation for the competition the following day. Suddenly, the fiery-haired woman emerged from the necklace around his neck, alighting upon his head. With her arms crossed and a hint of skepticism on her face, she spoke. That fellow is no simpleton. You should exercise caution. Understood, Sister Hong, Jiang Fan replied, opening his eyes and nodding solemnly. A flicker of unexpressed indignation and youthful sorrow concealed within his gaze. As for Fang Yang, after departing from Yu's temporary residence, she quietly made her way to the temporary abode of the Lingjian sect, seeking the long-unseen Gu Qingxue. Chapter 55, Gu Qingxue. Fang Yang silently approached Gu Qingxue's private temporary residence and immediately sensed her familiar aura. He pushed the door open, startling Gu Qingxue, who was seated in meditation, causing her to open her beautiful eyes wide, her gaze tightening. However, upon recognizing him, her expression softened, revealing a complex and somewhat bewildered demeanor. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she had much to say but hesitated, rising to her feet. Clad in white, her graceful figure was elegantly enveloped, and her pale, exquisite face radiated an ethereal beauty. It has been a long time, Xiaoxue, Fang Yang remarked as he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a blend of intricate emotions and perplexity reflected within them. It seemed that upon seeing the elder before her, she was at a loss for how to confront him. Months prior, she had come to realize that she had been deceived. Yet she found herself devoid of hatred, perhaps due to the elder's past assistance, or for reasons unknown to her. She wished only to focus on her cultivation, striving to forget those things not worthy of attachment. Yet, upon encountering the elder today, she discovered that the feelings capable of stirring ripples within her heart had not dissipated with the passage of time. Instead, an inexplicable flutter of emotion surged forth. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, her voice cool. How should I address you? Her words bore a hint of chilliness. Yet Fang Yang remained unfazed. Feel free to call me Mr. Shuling or Fang Yang. And what brings you to seek me today? Gu Qingxue inquired, her expression still retaining its icy demeanor. Fang Yang approached her, his heart laden with nostalgia. Is this reason sufficient? He inquired, a hint of mischief flickering across his face. Gu Qingxue's expression shifted, her delicate brows furrowing in mild irritation as she retorted, Why deceive me? You have even taken away my purity. Fang Yang approached her with an irreverent demeanor, declaring, Because that is simply who I am. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxue's face displayed a look of indignation, and an air of determination enveloped her, seeking to distance Fang Yang. If that is the case, I have nothing further to discuss with you. Please leave. Fang Yang smiled serenely, a hint of murkiness emerging in his gaze as he produced the binding rope of celestials and effortlessly bound her. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She attempted to resist, but found herself unable to break free. Instantly, Her expression grew more intricate as she coldly inquired, "Why do you do this?" A blush of crimson suddenly appeared in Fang Yang's eyes as he met her gaze, softly articulating, "This is simply the most expedient method. I have grown accustomed to it." The abrupt and absurd words caused Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes to tremble slightly, her expression revealing profound confusion and an unusual gaze. "Xiaoxue, this is my swiftest means. I shall not harm you, yet I will possess you. This is my selfish desire." Fang Yang paused momentarily. Then a demonic aura emerged on his face, as he spoke with a beguiling tone. Gu Qingshue's enchanting eyes reflected a struggle and bewilderment as she locked eyes with him. Realizing she was utterly unable to extricate herself from this man before her, she felt a whirlwind of complex emotions, unable to untangle her feelings. Despite her resolution to no longer be ensnared by the whims of passion, she found herself powerless to resist the impositions thrust upon her. "Without me, you cannot achieve the 8th grade golden core. Without me, you would meet the same fate as others, perishing in the minor secret realm. Thus, you are mine. Do you understand?" Fang Yang drew closer, capturing her, his demeanor both frightening and astonishing. The following morning, Fang Yang donned his attire and departed, leaving Gu Qingxue to ponder her own transformation. Ensnared in a state of bewilderment, she found herself grappling with existential questions. What had she truly gained? What had she irrevocably lost? What course of action should she pursue? Why did it feel as though an invisible shackle had been imposed upon her, as if under a spell? She concluded that she had fallen prey to the man's arcane influence. Yet, in this moment of introspection, she recognized her own vulnerability and powerlessness, a sensation that weighed heavily upon her spirit. Simultaneously, she became aware of a latent desire within her to be cherished and safeguarded, a notion she found utterly intolerable, especially given her resolute decision to sever any unwarranted attachments just months prior. Rising to her feet, the turmoil and strangeness in her expression gradually dissipated, leaving only a steely determination and unyielding resolve in her gaze. As she stood, a subtle yet palpable aura of swordsmanship emanated from her being. Shortly after her arrival, the day's competition was set to commence anew. Fang Yang's gaze turned towards Gu Qingxue, and upon observing her condition, he felt a surge of astonishment. Truly, she embodied the essence of a pure spirit. Despite enduring an abundance of darkness, she was able to emerge from her cocoon. Her innate masochistic disposition only grew stronger through adversity. With this realization, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, and the last remnants of guilt dissipated entirely. As the competition commenced, the following day echoed with the same fervor and excitement. A third of the participants had been eliminated the previous day, and today would witness a clash between those who had achieved victory and those with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. The outcome of this single match would determine yet another third of the contestants, leaving only a third remaining. In the afternoon, the double elimination format would continue, leading to further confrontations that would eliminate 2/3 of the remaining participants. Amidst the cacophony of excitement and uproar, the day's contest officially began. The battles among the cultivators were markedly more intense, with prolonged stalemates. The disparity between the victorious group and those with mixed results remained evident. Indeed, the victorious group triumphed more often. For those who had lost in the first round but won in the second, facing off against the victors today resulted in further defeat, marking them as part of the 2/3 destined for elimination. Fang Yang found the proceedings exceedingly tedious, only occasionally diverting his attention to the few noteworthy prodigies that graced the arena, while the rest of the time his mind wandered aimlessly. After half an hour, the referee's voice calling his name jolted him back to reality. Fang Yang of Lingdao sect, competing against Xue Ping of Jingqi sect. This announcement instantly sparked a wave of murmurs and discussions among the crowd, not solely due to Fang Yang, but also because his opponent was a celebrated talent from Jingqi sect, a consummate golden core practitioner, drawing considerable attention. In contrast, Fang Yang was merely at the 8th level of golden core, prompting many to lament his misfortune at facing such a formidable adversary so early on in the competition, one with the potential to secure a place among the top 30. Fang Yang regained his composure and stood up, while Mo Wuxia quietly encouraged him from the side. Fang Yangchao intended to ascend the platform with a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of casualness, while his opponent bore a serious expression tinged with a hint of arrogance. Upon witnessing Fang's demeanor, the opponent couldn't help but smirk in disdain, yet chose to remain silent. Subsequently, at the referee's signal, the competition commenced in earnest. The crowd, filled with eager anticipation, including the illustrious prodigies seated in the preparation area, turned their gazes toward the arena where this contest was unfolding. Fang Yang was acutely aware that there must be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, leading to his unexpected pairing with this individual. Fang Yang channeled his true energy, unleashing a powerful punch that sent forth a torrent of pure, formidable energy, akin to a surging ocean. The atmosphere became charged with intensity. In an instant, his long hair billowed wildly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face as he hastily summoned all his strength to resist. Yet, despite his efforts, he was forced to stagger back several steps. Just as he attempted to regain his balance, an even more forceful and violent wave of true energy surged forth, causing his pupils to constrict, and he was unceremoniously hurled away. The crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence, quickly followed by an uproar of astonishment. It was an overwhelming victory. Chapter 56. The defeat of Murong Yu. The scene fell silent, only to be engulfed by a wave of commotion, a boiling surge of excitement, an absolute domination. Fang Yang effortlessly dominated the pride of the Zhengqi sect, exhibiting a remarkable ease and mastery. The unexpected turn of events left many, including the sect leader Shen Qianquan and his disciple Zhang Tianyi, visibly unsettled. In the preparation area of the Zhengqi sect, Jiang Fan sat at the periphery, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Yang on the arena, a flicker of gravity in his eyes that soon dissipated. Lingdao sect, Fang Yang victorious. The judge, recovering from his astonishment, trembled as he declared, while the Zhengqi sect's champion, having been thrust from the stage, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. He hastily rose, exclaiming, No, I wasn't ready yet." The moment he uttered those words, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, his head buzzing as he wished to vanish into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he appeared both constrained and reluctant, casting a glance at the elder on the arena. Fang Yang, with an expression of indifference, turned and soared into the sky, showing no inclination to linger. The other figure, left with no choice, returned in a dejected manner, resembling a drenched chicken, flying back to the preparation area of the Zhengqi sect, still appearing utterly disoriented, clearly suffering from a severe blow to his pride. The entire scene was rife with astonishment, as the crowd's gaze fixated on Fang Yang, engaging in fervent discussions. This so-called dark horse had once again left everyone in awe. With an 8th grade golden core cultivation, he had effortlessly crushed a fully realized golden core practitioner, a true prodigy. What tier of golden core could he possibly be? Surely, he must also be of the 8th tier. Someone exclaimed. The likelihood seemed high. An 8th grade golden core so effortlessly defeating a perfected golden core surely indicated a 7th grade golden core at the very least. Remarkable. The recent Luoxing Lake competition had indeed been filled with excitement, giving rise to numerous dark horses. The Lingdao sect had concealed its strength so deeply. Could it be on the verge of a resurgence? The ethereal Xian Yin fairy, now at the stage of separation, along with this cultivator named Fang Yang. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Mu Xianyin, perched upon the high platform, regarded Fang Yang with her enchanting eyes, filled with admiration that flickered incessantly, tinged with an elusive sentiment. Finally, the leader of the Zhengqi sect, Shen Qianquan, relaxed his previously furrowed brow and spoke. Master Mu, congratulations. It appears the Lingdao sect is poised for significant progress in the future. Mu Xianyin returned to her senses and replied calmly, I appreciate your kind words. Sect leader Shen. Upon Fang Yang's return to his seat, his fellow disciples of the Lingdao sect erupted in a chorus of praise, while the elders wore beaming smiles that seemed almost irrepressible. Mo Wuxia, seated nearby, appeared utterly entranced. Thus, the competition continued to unfold, and before long, a voice from one of the martial arts platforms called out the name of Zhang Tianyi, stirring a wave of excitement throughout the crowd. Fang Yang regained his composure and cast his gaze upon the remarkable individual seated in a position of distinction. Perhaps, in some ineffable way, a connection existed between them. As Zhang Tianyi returned his gaze with an air of haughty superiority, he then soared towards the martial arts platform he desired, and this time, his opponent, much like the one from the previous day, was already gripped by trepidation, his resolve wavering even before the contest had commenced. As the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, and the referee solemnly initiated the bout, Zhang Tianyi extended his right hand and nonchalantly flicked his fingers. He exhibited not a trace of agitation, while his adversary, resolute and desperate, unleashed all his might in an attempt to secure a decisive victory. Yet, in an instant, he was sent flying, and only the referee's timely intervention spared him from further injury. The audience gasped in disbelief. Many disciples failed to discern how Zhang Tianyi had executed his maneuver. It appeared as though he merely stood there, casually flicking his fingers, effortlessly overwhelming his opponent. An uproar of fervent cheers erupted, amplifying the atmosphere to an even greater frenzy, surpassing the excitement that accompanied Fang Yang's previous dominance over his foe. Zhang Tianyi remained composed, an innate pride glimmering in his eyes, untainted by the tumultuous energy of the crowd. To him, it seemed entirely natural that he should be the focal point of attention, an entity exalted above all others. This was the essence of his unwavering confidence and self-assurance. Fang Yang witnessed the entire process and felt a spark of intrigue. The earlier display of power, which mobilized true energy without external manifestation, had utterly crushed his opponent through sheer strength. The extent of his true capabilities is difficult to fathom. Yet it is evident that an ordinary Yuanian cultivator would stand no chance against him. Nevertheless, this did not seem surprising. Fang Yang's gaze was primarily fixed on Jiang Fan. After the fervor subsided, the disciples of the Zhengqi sect on the high platform wore expressions of pride. As if in their eyes, the outcome of the Luoxing Lake Grand Competition was already a foregone conclusion, devoid of any unexpected twists or deviations. The competition continued, and half an hour later, Gu Qingxue made her entrance. The moment she appeared, she captivated a multitude of male cultivators, resembling an ice fairy, wielding a long white glass sword. With a single stroke, she vanquished her opponent, causing a stir among the audience. Following her, figures such as Mo Wuxia, Morong Yu, Jiang Fan, and other prodigies from various sects also emerged victorious without any surprises. Before long, the first round of the day concluded, eliminating 1/3 of the participants, leaving only 1/3 of the original total. After a brief respite, the competition would resume in the afternoon with a new round of the double elimination format. Upon departing, Fang Yang sought out Morong Yu, who maintained her usual demeanor. Fang Yang learned that she had already been prearranged to team up with Jiang Fan for the afternoon matches. Fang Yang chose not to say much more, deciding to let her learn a lesson, as that was the only way for her to mature. The afternoon's double elimination tournament commenced, and before long, Fang Yang effortlessly concluded his match, successfully completing his day's endeavors. Subsequently, a series of prodigies naturally emerged victorious in their respective battles. Fang Yang's anticipation grew as his gaze shifted towards the tranquil figure of Morong Yu, seated in a special area reserved for the Zhengqi sect's preparations. He also glanced at Jiang Fan, who was not far away. A quarter of an hour later, at a martial arts platform, the referee revealed a hint of amusement on his face and announced, Zhengqi sect's Jiang Fan, competing against Zhengqi sect's Morong Yu. As this proclamation echoed through the air, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions and gossip, as it appeared that the majority were well aware of the intricate relationship and grievances between the two. Morong Yu remained composed and self-assured, adorned in green attire, exuding an air of pride and aloofness as she gracefully descended onto the platform, standing quietly without casting a glance at Jiang Fan. In contrast, Jiang Fan wore an expression of intense focus, exhaling a deep breath as he confronted the waves of skepticism and chatter, his face resolute as he ascended the martial arts stage. Fang Yang felt a moment of bewilderment as he absorbed the current situation. Is a counterattack about to commence? Jiang Fan. The surrounding discussions were devoid of any dissent, with a unanimous belief that Morong Yu was destined to triumph. Although Jiang Fan, her former fiancé, had made a modest comeback, he was still leagues behind her, as if belonging to an entirely different realm. Such sentiments echoed repeatedly, leading Fang Yang to perceive them as merely bestowing undue advantages upon Jiang Fan. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the judge initiated the contest. At that instant, a hint of disdain flickered across Morong Yu's face as she summoned the vital energy within her, revealing her cultivation at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Despite her prowess, she, like Fang Yang, had managed to surpass the perfected Golden Core level, yet due to her cultivation status, she was not regarded as a strong contender for an exceptional rank. Nonetheless, no one truly believed she would fall to Jiang Fan, who was only at the 6th level of the Golden Core. Even though Jiang Fan's ascent to the 6th level was impressively rapid, the onlookers seemed oblivious to this fact. Fang Yangshuan regarded this as a consequence of his own enhancement. He chose to withdraw, lest he subject himself to humiliation. Morong Yu hovered in midair, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she spoke, her true energy swirling around her, revealing a 7th-grade golden core. Jiang Fan's gaze was resolute, infused with a youthful rage that had long simmered within him. His voice resonated with conviction. Murong Yu, it has been 10 years. A decade ago, you humiliated me. And today I stand here to cleanse that disgrace and demand an explanation for my past. As his words fell, his true energy surged forth, unwavering. Murong Yu was momentarily taken aback, but her expression swiftly transformed back to one of contempt. Channeling her true energy, she gathered it into her palm. Whether it's been 10 years or 100, I, Murong Yu, disdain you utterly. Cleanse the humiliation? Then let us see you try. With that declaration, she unleashed her true energy, launching an attack towards Jiang Fan, igniting excitement among the onlookers. Just as everyone believed Jiang Fan was destined for instant defeat, he produced a heavy sword in his hand, and with a single strike, he unleashed a torrent of true energy that overwhelmed Murong Yu's own. Murong Yu gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening. She immediately summoned her full strength, no longer holding back, as a long scarf swirled around her, her figure darting to evade the onslaught, before she charged once more at Jiang Fan. Fang Yang observed silently, his expression focused and earnest. Jiang Fan wielded his heavy sword, his fervent energy surging and captivating. After several rounds of combat, Murong Yu could no longer maintain her composure. Memories of Fang Yang's words from the previous day flooded her mind, and disbelief along with absurdity reflected in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed all her hidden cards. A pure azure light emanating from her, instantly amplifying her aura. Before her, an arrow formed from strands of silk materialized, stirring the surrounding air. The explosive force transcended the capabilities of a golden core cultivator, even disturbing some of the practitioners on the nearby martial stage, prompting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Just as everyone expected Jiang Fan to evade Murong Yu's onslaught, he leaped into the air, gripping his heavy sword, with a golden cauldron appearing above him. Accompanied by a resplendent golden lotus, his aura surging wildly, revealing an equally terrifying strength. The scene erupted into a frenzy, with elders from various sects, including those on the high platform, unable to conceal their astonishment. The intensity of their battle rivaled the fluctuations typically produced by nascent soul cultivators, leaving the judges in awe. Their expressions tense. The head judge in the sky furrowed his brows, ready to intervene at any moment. Drink, Jiang Fan shouted, while Murong Yu's face reflected determination. Their attacks collided with a resounding bang. The overwhelming force of the impact favored Murong Yu, whose expression shifted to one of joy mixed with ferocity, intent on defeating her opponent in one fell swoop. Yet at that moment, a blue light suddenly emanated from Jiang Fan's forehead, instantly reversing the tide of battle and shifting the pressure towards Murong Yu. Her face displayed disbelief and an inability to accept the current state of affairs. Yet reality remained unchanged. Fang Yang remained observant, feeling no surprise, yet his regard for Jiang Fan deepened significantly. Jiang Fan's rate of growth was nearly on par with his own, and he recognized the urgency to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, given time, the situation could spiral out of control. Murong Yu's master grew increasingly anxious, rushing forth in concern for her safety. He even urged her to surrender as it became evident that the tide was turning against her. However, Murong Yu could not fathom such a notion. Her expression reflected disbelief as she clenched her teeth, her long hair billowing, and her robes fluttering, her body trembling with resolve. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan became increasingly frenzied. As if the grievances accumulated over a decade were finally unleashed, his voice booming in a fervent outcry. Ultimately, Murong Yu found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. Her offensive faltered, and it appeared she was on the verge of severe injury. The chief referee and her master acted swiftly. But it was too late. Murong Yu would at least suffer a bout of harm. Just then, a glimmer of golden light suddenly emanated from within her, shielding her and momentarily deflecting the assault. It was then that the chief referee and her master managed to reach her, fully blocking the attack. Fang Yang observed the scene with a slight click of his tongue. It was over. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone was taken aback by Jiang Fan's revealed prowess, including the esteemed figures on the high platform, their expressions shifting with newfound respect. Jiang Fan, suspended in midair, spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his face bore an expression of vindication and resilience. Without uttering a word, he sheathed his heavy sword and prepared to depart. Murong Yu's master, filled with indignation, intended to reprimand him. However, at that moment, Another elder from the Zhengqi sect surprisingly stepped forward to defend Jiang Fan. Everything unfolded so naturally, leaving Fang Yang entirely unperturbed. Mu Rongyu stood in a daze, her face ashen, still yearning to retaliate, but was halted by the chief referee. Thus, the matter was quelled. Jiang Fan had fulfilled his 10-year promise. When he chose to remain silent, he astonished everyone with his sudden revelation. Mu Rongyu, utterly disheartened, appeared as if her soul had fled and was escorted back to the preparation area. An hour later, she secured victory in the second round of the double elimination match, successfully advancing, thereby concluding the day's contest. As night descended, Fang Yang entered Mu Rongyu's temporary quarters, where he found her wearing an exceptionally vivid expression, one of shock, numbness, and a deep sense of wounded pride. Gritting her teeth, she weakly inquired, "How did you come to know? Did you come to witness my humiliation?" Fang Yang's demeanor was unruffled as he approached with a faint smile. "You need not concern yourself with how I came to this knowledge. You must simply acknowledge that you are presently a failure, a defeated soul subjected to profound humiliation." Fang Yang's words instantly provoked Mu Rongyu, but before she could retaliate, Fang Yang had already ensnared her with the binding rope of immortality. His eyes gleamed with a sudden crimson hue as he locked gazes with her. "This is the consequence of disregarding my counsel. Do you see? You have forfeited your dignity, your pride, and everything that once defined you. You are now nothing but a subject of ridicule." Fang Yang incessantly articulated his thoughts, causing Mu Rongyu to break down in tears, subsequently succumbing to a state of bewilderment. In Chapter 57, the resolution of 1,000 unfolds. "Revive, revive, triumph in the resurrection match, and be released from the dark confines," he proclaimed. With a defeated spirit, he offered to assist her in healing, sparing her further embarrassment. In her residence, Mu Rongyu, having suffered a severe blow, once again found herself the subject of Fang Yang's unconventional teachings, which oddly filled a void within her. As dawn approached, Fang Yang donned his attire with nonchalance and departed, leaving the disheveled Mu Rongyu reclining on the couch. Mu Rongyu's submission level rose to 50%, granting her the incomplete version of the Wei Wu ring. Upon reaching 100%, she would acquire the complete version. By embracing the traditions of Wei Wu, she would gain the power of Wei Wu, particularly effective against her tormentors, temporarily enhancing her combat prowess. After departing, Fang Yang heard the system's notification, revealing a black ring that shimmered subtly in his hand. It appeared unremarkable, yet harbored extraordinary potential. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips as he placed the ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Thus, he felt more confident in dealing with Jiang Fan. As Fang Yang made her way to her temporary abode and had just arrived at the doorstep, Mu Xianyin suddenly materialized before her. A fragrant breeze wafted in the air, enchanting and refreshing. The exquisite and alluring contours of her figure captivated the senses, evoking a sense of irresistible attraction. The once haughty and unapproachable visage softened in that moment, revealing a hint of concern as Mu Xianyin gently parted her rosy lips and invited, "Come, let us converse in my room." Fang Yang's gaze flickered with a momentary intensity as he beheld the 85% favorability rating above her head. He stepped forward and embraced her soft, delicate form, feeling an instant purification of the soul as her fragrant essence enveloped him. "My dear Xianyin." Unlike the last time, Mu Xianyin did not shy away. Instead, a hint of tenderness graced her features. After they returned to the room, however, the worry etched on her face became more pronounced as she spoke earnestly. "Currently, various sects have begun to suspect that you did something to the disciples of the other sects during our time in the small secret realm, which ultimately led to their failure to return. Some even suspect that you colluded with Gu Qingxue, when initially, the suspicion was solely directed at her. What are your thoughts?" Seated beside the couch, Fang Yang paused his gentle caress of her supple waist and contemplated. "In truth, it was indeed my doing, my dear Xianyin." Upon hearing this, Mu Xianyin momentarily froze, yet she did not betray any overt surprise, only displaying a flicker of concern in her beautiful eyes. "In the upcoming Falling Star Lake Grand Competition, I will strive to secure the first place without reservation. As for what may follow or whether I will encounter any tribulations, it matters little. Having made this choice, I shall bear the repercussions. Should the situation become unmanageable, I will depart from the Lingdao sect, as acting independently would be more convenient and would spare the sect from any repercussions," Fang Yang stated earnestly. Mu Xianyin's eyes shimmered with emotions as she gazed deeply into his, her thoughts unspoken yet palpable. She refrained from uttering any reckless words, fully aware of her own sentiments and the steadfast position of the Lingdao sect in her heart. something Fang Yang understood well. The countless years they had shared had bestowed upon him a profound comprehension of her thoughts. Gently, Mu Xianyin placed her delicate hand upon Fang Yang's cheek. I will support you, regardless of the choices you make. Thank you, my dear Xianyin, Fang Yang replied, holding her soft form close, his heart calm and untroubled. Should it come to it, he could always leave the southern cultivation realm, as he also harbored intentions of venturing into the central plains. As for Mu Xianyin, she had reached the level of a spirit separation expert. As long as she severed ties with the Ling Dao sect, no other sect would possess the justification or authority to act against it. Everything lay within the bounds of his calculations. The best and worst scenarios had already been deliberated in his mind, and he had devised a clear and lucid plan for the most favorable course of action. Fang Yang pressed his lips against the ruby-red lips of the maiden in his embrace, savoring a delight envied even by the celestial beings. Not only the divine entities would covet such a moment. Had the practitioners of Falling Star Lake been aware, they would surely gnash their teeth in jealousy. On the third day, the grand competition of Falling Star Lake commenced in earnest, with the venue brimming with spectators. The competition mechanism remained a double elimination format, aiming to eliminate 2/3 of the current participants. A total of 3 matches would be held, a method deemed both rigorous and humane, allowing for a certain margin of error. Today, the number of contestants was to be narrowed down to 1,000, who would ultimately determine the final victor and hierarchy. The atmosphere was electric. And aside from Zhang Tian, Fang Yang had emerged as the most prominent figure, drawing attention as a dark horse. Yet, over the past 2 days, whispers and speculations had surfaced among the crowd, suggesting he might be the true mastermind behind the recent Secret Realm incident, rather than Gu Qingxue of the Spirit Sword sect. However, lacking any substantial evidence, such conjectures remain mere gossip, with few willing to assert their claims. Yet, in truth, as they theorized, it was indeed Fang Yang who was involved. The morning passed swiftly, with Fang Yang effortlessly defeating his opponents, a feat mirrored by Zhang Tian. Jiang Fan also triumphed over his adversary, yet he still faced skepticism from others. In contrast, Mu Rongyu, who had suffered a defeat the previous day, transformed as if reborn, unleashing a dazzling display of power to vent her frustrations upon her current foe. Gu Qingxue, however, faced a setback today, succumbing to a fully realized Golden Core opponent due to her lower cultivation level and consequently being eliminated. The members of the Spirit Sword sect, including the sect leader and elders, regarded her efforts as commendable, considering she had only broken through to the Golden Core stage less than a year ago. They believed that in 10 years, she would undoubtedly radiate formidable prowess and claim the top position. Yet, within her heart, she felt otherwise, plagued by discomfort. After all, had not that man also attained the Golden Core in the Secret Realm? Moreover, he had achieved an unprecedented 10-rank Golden Core and ascended to the 8th level of the Golden Core within a year. Why was this the case? She could not fathom it. Despite her belief that her own cultivation was progressing well and her innate talent had garnered the attention of the entire sect, elevating her to the status of a saintess, the sudden emergence of this man disrupted her rhythm entirely. She felt inadequate, defeated, and tumultuous within. Others claimed Fang Yang was a hidden ace of the Spirit Path sect, asserting he could not have reached the 8th level of the Golden Core in less than a year. Yet, she knew the truth. Fang Yang had indeed achieved this remarkable feat in under a year. In her heart, he loomed like an insurmountable chasm, rendering her feelings profoundly complex and unsettling. As time flowed swiftly, night fell on the 3rd day, and the final 1,000 cultivators were determined. The chief judge solemnly announced, "Tomorrow, we shall conduct a challenge match. The results of this challenge will not be recorded, and those eliminated shall not be revived. The challengers may choose whether to participate, which will not affect the subsequent competition. Thus, we conclude today as proceedings. Everyone, please return and rest." The 3rd day came to an end. Fang Yang made his way to Murongyu's chamber. "Tomorrow, I shall assist you in avenging yourself, trouncing your former fiancé beneath my feet." Fang Yang bound Murongyu's neck with the binding immortal rope and took a seat on the couch, speaking with a calm demeanor. Murongyu's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of struggle and an unusual expression, yet she remained silent, standing before him. "The next day, I shall crush Jiang Fan beneath my feet, which will be tantamount to trampling upon you as well." Fang Yang extended his foot, pressing it upon Murongyu's head, wantonly trampling her dignity. Several hours later, her submission level rose to 70%, and the effects of the Ring of Wei were naturally enhanced as well. Tomorrow, Fang Yang would thoroughly test the extent of Jiang Fan's capabilities. Even if his golden finger proved too formidable to defeat him, at the very least, He would ascertain his threat level and ensure his own safety on the martial stage. As dawn broke, Fang Yang donned his attire and departed from Murong Yu's temporary abode. The day of the challenge stirred a fervor among many cultivators, who arrived at the venue early, eagerly anticipating this moment. Some sought revenge, while others sought to clear grievances. Before long, the venue was once again filled with people. This challenge was not limited to participating cultivators. Those without slots could boldly step forward and call out challengers on the vacant martial stages. If an opponent did not respond or appear within 10 breaths, it would be deemed a refusal to fight. Soon, the grand platform was occupied by representatives from various sects, and judges took their positions on the numerous martial stages. The chief judge hovered in midair, announcing the basic rules of the day's challenge along with stirring words that ignited the spirits of countless cultivators. Thus, the challenge officially commenced, with a time limit of 3 hours. As the chief judge's resounding voice echoed, many cultivators leaped from their seats, landing on the empty martial platforms. In nearly an instant, over 100 stages were occupied, while latecomers were signaled by judges to return to their seats. Quickly, a cultivator cast a cold gaze towards a certain direction, pointing and shouting, "Li Lingxiang, get down here. I've long been displeased with you." The named individual turned crimson with anger, his face flushed. And amidst the uproar and taunts from surrounding cultivators, he immediately responded without hesitation. Other martial platforms echoed similar calls, with disciples challenging various opponents, many of whom were relatively unknown figures, resulting in minor skirmishes that did not provoke significant discussion or excitement. Clearly, the true spectacle was not yet at hand. Thus, these cultivators exchanged shouts and challenges, some humiliated and defeated under pressure, while others triumphed, sending their challengers away in shame. This continued for about 15 minutes until a familiar name was called, drawing everyone's attention and discussion. "Linlei, you took my partner. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall make you pay dearly." A furious voice rang out, causing a stir among the crowd, each person wearing an expression of intrigue. The challenged cultivator frowned and coldly retorted, "Your weakness is evident. Flowers naturally fall to stronger hands. This is the way of the world, survival of the fittest. Do not embarrass yourself." Having said this, he showed no intention of stepping forward. Despite the crowd's insistence that he do so, he merely replied, "He isn't even within the top 1,000. He is unworthy." At that moment, a figure soared from the seating area, capturing the attention of the audience, and the commotion quieted somewhat. "Is that so? Then I too wish to seek guidance from my senior brother. I am fortunate enough to have entered the top 1,000. May I request your instruction?" A composed and mature voice emerged, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in surprise. The individual who had flown out was none other than Fang Yang. His unexpected appearance certainly astonished everyone, as their impression of him had always been one of arrogance. They had not anticipated he would step forward for such a matter. Showcasing this sense of righteousness, Fang Yang landed before the trembling challenger, offering a smile. "Brother, allow me to take it upon myself to teach this person a lesson." As his words fell, the atmosphere erupted into a lively commotion. The disciple who had declined the challenge appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this individual would interject at such a critical moment. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a greater sense of displeasure and indignation. Without hesitation, he soared into the fray, no longer evading the conflict. Under the overwhelming momentum, retreat was no longer an option, and a surge of resentment surged within him, convinced of his impending victory. Upon the high platform, the esteemed figures were taken aback by Fang Yang's sudden intervention, their expressions shifting in various degrees of surprise. "Thank you, brother. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness," Wang said. The cultivator behind Fang Yang displayed a hint of emotion before departing from the martial arts arena. The summoned cultivator then positioned himself before Fang Yang, his gaze unwavering and confrontational. "Surely, you do not believe I would fear you? After all, you are merely a hollowly renowned 8th-tier golden core cultivator. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that the chasm of our realms is insurmountable." Fang Yang, in response to the harsh words, smiled and said, "Enough of the nonsense. What I detest the most are those who covet the companions of others. Such petty behavior is utterly repugnant." Fang Yang spoke with righteous fervor, while his opponent gritted his teeth, visibly agitated. As the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excitement, and with the referee's signal, their challenge on the stage commenced. The opponent unleashed his full power, his golden core perfected to a terrifying degree. In response, Fang Yang also sprang into action, channeling the true energy within him and delivering a powerful punch. The opponent, feeling the immense pressure of Fang Yang's overwhelming energy, was momentarily taken aback, but then, gritting his teeth with a hint of ferocity, he retaliated with all his might. The two fists collided, and the opponent was immediately sent flying. Akin to a kite severed from its string, ultimately losing consciousness upon impact. The crowd erupted in a thunderous uproar, the excitement palpable, and many began to regard Fang Yang with newfound admiration, their perception of him significantly transformed. Fang Yang smiled silently, exuding an air of righteous indignation as he spoke. In the realm of cultivation, it is indeed true that strength commands respect. However, to assert that without power, one's partner will inevitably seek companionship elsewhere is a statement both ludicrous and absurd, deserving of scorn. Now, as I have you beneath my foot, do you believe I shall claim your partner? There are always greater beings beyond us. Do not seek such ridiculous excuses for your own base and shameful actions. As cultivators of the righteous path, we must uphold integrity and refrain from oppressing the weak or abusing our power. Only then can we coexist harmoniously. If everyone were to harbor the malevolent thoughts akin to yours, would it not lead to a scenario where all women in the cultivation world are subjugated by the mightiest among us? Fang Yang's commanding presence resonated throughout the crowd, as his eloquent words of righteousness stirred the hearts of many, evoking a profound sense of emotion. In response, a thunderous chorus of support erupted, igniting an overwhelming wave of admiration and endorsement for him. Indeed, how could the weak be subjected to oppression and humiliation, if the powerful are free to act without restraint? What then is the purpose of others' existence? Well said, Brother Fang Yang, I stand with you. The sudden turn of events momentarily left Shun Qinkuan on the high platform in a daze, before his gaze sharpened, fixating on Fang Yang, who stood resolutely on the martial stage, embodying the essence of justice. A flutter of unease stirred within him. Fang Yang chose not to elaborate further, urging the others to continue. With a slight bow, he gracefully returned to his preparation area. Following this interlude, the atmosphere in the venue surged to an even greater fervor. Chapter 59. A grand declaration. Fang Yang's sudden appearance garnered considerable favor from many cultivators, swiftly dispelling numerous external doubts and speculations. On the high platform, Mu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of warmth, her lips curving into a beguiling smile that could enchant anyone. In the seating area of the Zhengqi sect, Mu Rongyu's gaze shimmered with a peculiar struggle, unable to meet Fang Yang's eyes as she was acutely aware that he was the antithesis of the person he portrayed. In truth, he was the one who would bully the weak, wielding his power to coerce and even seize others' partners. Yet he could utter such righteous words with a steady heart and unflinching demeanor. This contradiction filled her with an unsettling sense of rejection, coupled with an inexplicable fear. Zhang Tianyi of the Zhengqi sect observed silently, letting out a cold snort, clearly unconvinced by Fang Yang's rhetoric. In his eyes, he too believed himself to be exceptional, unique, and deserving of the finest treatment, far superior to these ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's eyes flickered with a mix of concern and curiosity, momentarily taken aback. He recalled witnessing Fang Yang's ruthless slaughter of other cultivators in the minor secret realm, making it hard for him to accept Fang Yang's claims. Before long, Jiang Fan's name was called, reigniting interest and anticipation among the crowd. The one who called out to him was a prodigy from the Zhengqi sect. Though not as formidable as Zhang Tianyi, he was still expected to rank within the top 30. His motivation to step forward was evidently driven by his unrequited affection for Mu Rongyu, seeking to redeem her honor and win her favor, while Mu Rongyu remained blissfully unaware. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Jiang Fan chose to take the stage. The red-haired woman from his necklace advised him against responding to the provocation, deeming it unnecessary as he had already proven himself. Yet, for reasons unknown, a surge of fervor welled up within Jiang Fan, prompting him to declare, "No worries, Sister Hong. I know my limits." As the impending battle loomed, Fang Yang furrowed his brow and turned his attention to the unfolding duel between Jiang Fan and the challenger, drawing gasps of excitement from the gathered cultivators. This opponent, while not significantly stronger than Mu Rongyu, soon found himself exchanging blows with Jiang Fan, who quickly regained the upper hand. In fact, Jiang Fan appeared even stronger than the previous day, ultimately defeating his adversary and sending him tumbling from the martial platform, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. With a resolute expression, Jiang Fan departed with a sense of nonchalance. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as other disciples followed suit, soaring into the air. As the challenge segment dwindled to an hour remaining, the grievances of ordinary cultivators were finally addressed, and those well known among the crowd began to emerge. calling out names to clarify their disputes. Some sought resolution, while others were merely eager to engage in sparring and testing one another. Fang Yang seized the opportune moment to soar once more, instantly captivating the attention and gaze of many. The formidable beings atop the high platform likewise immediately focused their sights upon him. Fang Yang alighted upon a deserted training platform near the center, taking his position beside the referee, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Fang Yang's gaze fell upon Jiang Fan, who was seated at the preparation area of the Zhengqi sect. Their eyes met, causing a momentary flicker of surprise in the latter's expression. However, Jiang Fan's eyes soon filled with steadfastness as he maintained his unwavering gaze in return. Fang Yang spoke aloud. Zhengqi Zong, cultivator Jiang Fan, I believe your prowess in the upcoming Luoxing Lake competition is on par with that of any contender. Might we engage in a friendly spar? Fang Yang's words elicited a wave of peculiar expressions and astonishment among the assembled cultivators, who began to whisper and murmur amongst themselves, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his statement. What did he mean by suggesting that Jiang Fan's prowess was on par with anyone else's? While it was undeniable that Jiang Fan had showcased his exceptional talents and abilities, such a claim seemed rather exaggerated. Not only were the cultivators puzzled, but Zhang Tianyi, seated in a prominent position within the Zhengqi sect, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixating on Fang Yang. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, as he felt both provoked and overlooked, which greatly displeased him. The disciples of the Zhengqi sect around him also engaged in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow in response, promptly stating, "Friend, your words are somewhat excessive. I am but a mere individual." Fang Yang's face broke into a smile. "On what grounds do you say so? You and I entered the secret realm together and even chanced upon each other once. Now, you have advanced to the 6th level of the Golden Core, while I have ascended to the 8th level. Our innate talents are no less than anyone else's. And both of us have engaged in combat beyond our ranks, holding our own without faltering. It is evident that we are the unparalleled dark horses of this year's Falling Star Lake competition. Why the humility? I ask all the cultivators present, who among us can, in less than a year, progress from the initial stage of the Golden Core to the 6th level, or even the 8th level, besides the two of us?" Fang Yang's sudden arrogance and flamboyance left the audience momentarily bewildered as they struggled to comprehend his words. Yet, there was an undeniable logic in his statements. Indeed, such extraordinary talent was truly formidable. Jiang Fan, seated in the preparation area, felt an increasing weight of seriousness as he listened to Fang Yang. His heart inexplicably filled with apprehension and tension. The red-haired woman from the necklace around his neck immediately interjected, urging him to silence Fang Yang before he further alienated potential allies and placed himself in jeopardy. Was this person truly deranged? Why act in such a self-destructive manner, inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to damage others? Jiang Fan's expression grew grave as he internally acknowledged, "He was warning me not to disclose the secrets of the minor realm." In that moment, Fang Yang dominated the scene, eclipsing the presence of others, standing out with an almost unnaturally loud demeanor. On the high platform, Mu Xianyi narrowed her eyes, her beautiful gaze reflecting confusion and uncertainty, yet she refrained from questioning Fang Yang. The righteous sect leader, Shen Qiankuan, and other powerful figures exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in perplexity. Was he implying that the two of them surpassed Zhang Tianyi and his illustrious reputation? A provocative remark echoed through the assembly, igniting an atmosphere thick with tension. Zhang Tianyi, seated in a special position and convinced of his unique status, felt his expression darken, his brows knitting in discontent. In response to the insinuation, Fang Yang laughed boastfully, affirming, "That is precisely my point. Not only do I disregard Zhang Tianjiao, but my brother Jiang Fan feels the same." Jiang Fan's eye twitched, his expression morphing into one of extreme discomfort. Chapter 60. So, I am this powerful? Fang Yang's words resonated throughout the venue, leaving the gathered cultivators in a state of astonishment. Zhang Tianyi, seated in a special position, suddenly grew cold, his gaze imbued with an air of dominance. Fixated on Fang Yang as he spoke, such theatrics, utterly laughable. These 8 words underscored his arrogance and disdain. In response, Fang Yang remained unfazed, offering no reply. His eyes locked onto Jiang Fan as he calmly suggested, "Friend Jiang Fan, come down and engage in a friendly duel with me. Let us determine the champion of the Falling Star Lake competition." The words of Fang Yang rendered Jiang Fan's expression even more grave and peculiar, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. Locking eyes with Fang Yang, he felt as though those profound orbs could see right through him, sending a chill down his spine. This individual do not fall into his trap. Disregard him. The voice of Sister Hong within the necklace also bore a tone of solemn surprise. No, Sister Hong. I must confront him. Jiang Fan's demeanor grew serious as he mentally replied, convinced that he must take action to uncover the true nature of this person. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face greater troubles in the future. Without waiting for Sister Hong to continue her persuasion, he soared forth, landing steadily on the martial arts platform where Fang Yang stood. Instantly, the scene erupted into a cacophony of excitement and fervor, as the grand competition at Falling Star Lake brought forth a wave of exhilaration and intriguing developments. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyi, seated in a special area, wore an expression darkened to the utmost degree. Confronted with Fang Yang's indifference, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He silently vowed that this person would come to understand the price of inciting Zhang Tianyi's wrath. Fang Yang and Jiang Fan stood facing each other atop the martial arts platform, their respective auras radiating with intensity. Jiang Fan, positioned before Fang Yang, did not appear dimmed in the slightest. Rather, his unwavering demeanor exuded a remarkable uniqueness. His gaze, steady and penetrating, locked onto Fang Yang's, as if attempting to fathom his very essence. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, he inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Fang Yang maintained a gentle smile. "It's nothing much, just a simple spar with you." The referee, slightly sweating, watched Fang Yang with trepidation. Unsure how he had the audacity to speak such bold words, it was indeed rather ostentatious. "Are both sides ready?" "Ready." Fang Yang's gaze sharpened, sensing a flicker of excitement within his heart, and he spoke first. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, responding solemnly, "Ready." Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Fang Yang's mind, detected a special foreign cultivator within the necklace around Jiang Fan's neck. The host may attempt to seize it, and this system will suppress and transform it for confinement. Upon hearing the system prompt, Fang Yang's gaze turned more aggressive, locking eyes with Jiang Fan. The two stood opposite each other, yet under the scrutiny of the gathered cultivators, it felt as though their auras collided, creating an overwhelming sense of destiny intertwining, inciting further excitement and uproar. The powerful figures atop the platform regarded the scene with grave attention, eager to discern the unfolding events between the two. "All right. We will count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. The match begins." As the referee's voice rang out, a pure and dense golden spiritual energy erupted from Fang Yang's body, marking the first time he truly unveiled his inner essence since entering the Starfall Lake competition. In an instant, a formidable aura surged forth, leaving the cultivators engaged in battle on the other platforms momentarily stunned, feeling an inexplicable pressure wash over them. Jiang Fan, witnessing this display, was equally astonished. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, with many rising from their seats in excitement, observing from a special seat in the Righteous Chi sect. Zhang Tianyi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the essence emanating from Fang Yang's body. His master, Shin Qianquan, also exhibited a look of disbelief, as he had never encountered such pure and rich energy in his many years, not even from his most prideful disciple, Zhang Tianyi, standing 50 meters away. Jiang Fan felt the weight of pressure, his brow furrowed as his own clean and robust essence began to manifest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The red-haired woman within the necklace gasped, "What is this? Pure young energy. How is it possible that such a thing exists on this humble Xuanian continent?" Hearing her exclamation, Jiang Fan grew increasingly tense, for it was the first time he had seen her in such a state. The atmosphere became electric as Fang Yang radiated like an elder descending from the celestial realm, his entire being aglow with golden light. Subsequently, a magnificent black long sword materialized in Fang Yang's hand, its swirling dark energy invoking a sense of dread. The leader of the Spirit Sword sect, Kong Yun, who usually remained composed, was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixating on the sword Fang Yang wielded. "Jiang Fan, my friend, I have cultivated for a century. Yet your achievements in just a few years leave me feeling disheartened." Fang Yang's aura soared, his voice profound and resonant, as he hovered in the air, hair billowing. With a swift motion, he unleashed a striking black golden sword, energy slicing through the air with a deafening roar, hurtling towards Jiang Fan. The ground of the martial arena was instantly carved into a deep trench, leaving the referee astonished and alarmed. He activated his foundation of the 5th level of the nascent soul to protect the arena, yet felt an overwhelming pressure that nearly overwhelmed him. In that moment, the chief referee appeared beside him, utilizing his complete nascent soul power to erect a special barrier around the arena, preventing the shockwaves from affecting the other platforms. At this instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the other cultivators froze, their previous fighting spirit and hostility dissipating. replaced by expressions of shock and awe as they turned their gazes towards the arena where Fang Yang and Jiang Fan faced off. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations, while several powerful figures atop the platform stood in stunned silence. Jiang Fan's hair whipped about, his eyes wide with disbelief, pupils contracting as he summoned his colossal sword, Golden Lotus and Great Cauldron appearing above him, unleashing his full power to counter the incoming sword energy. With a resounding crash, a colossal energy field erupted, displacing the entire martial arena into a massive pit, causing the grand formation to tremble under the residual force. The chief referee, in a state of shock, hastily summoned more energy to maintain the formation. The unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished. Fang Yang hovered in midair, observing Jiang Fan's desperate attempt to withstand his casual strike, and finally smiled with a sense of relief. So, I am this strong? Chapter 61. The slaying of Jiang Fan and the acquisition of the necklace. The galloping of the dark horse left the onlookers in a state of shock. Its aura comparable to that of a nascent soul powerhouse sweeping through the arena, relentlessly battering the barrier formed by the chief referee. The atmosphere surged with excitement. A cacophony of gasps filled the air, as countless cultivators stared with wide eyes, mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg. Their hearts and senses ignited by the spectacle before them, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. Before the crowd could regain their composure from the astonishment, Fang Yang, standing upon the martial stage, let his long hair flow freely as he unleashed a series of strikes. His seemingly casual attacks erupted with astonishing force, causing Jiang Fan, who was fully engaged in defense, to wear an expression of utmost gravity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Shock and disbelief contorted his features, yet he remained silent. Unable to utter the words of surrender, despite the incessant pleas from the red-haired woman and the necklace around his neck urging him to yield or even flee. His teeth gritted, blood oozing from his mouth, his body marred with wounds, veins bulging as he summoned all his strength to fend off the relentless onslaught of dark golden sword energy. Suddenly, Fang Yang vanished from sight, causing Jiang Fan's pupils to constrict in horror. In the next moment, he felt his clothing being torn, and the necklace around his neck was seized. Simultaneously, a strange power threatened to erupt from the necklace, but before it could unleash itself, it was suppressed and sealed by an even more bizarre force. The system detected the presence of an extraterrestrial cultivator within the necklace and had initiated a sealing process. In the midst of this tumultuous spectacle, as the crowd gasped in astonishment, Jiang Fan, realizing his necklace was taken, was plunged into a state of utter shock. His eyes trembling as he gritted his teeth and once more summoned all his might to launch an assault on Fang Yang. His cultivation at the 6th level of the Golden Core had now erupted with the might of a nascent soul, shouting fiercely, "Return it to me." Fang Yang merely scoffed, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy far more formidable than before, tearing through the air with a thunderous crash that shattered the golden refining cauldron and the heavy sword before him. With a single strike, he cleaved it in two, reducing it to mere remnants. "Farewell, fleeting template boy," Fang Yang remarked coldly, devoid of any hesitation in his eyes. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Without pause, he unleashed dozens more strikes, and Jiang Fan was reduced to mere ashes, devoid of any trace of flesh or blood. The arena fell into a sudden silence, the atmosphere thick with shock and dread. The chief referee stood dumbfounded, gazing at the merciless figure before him, feeling an inexplicable chill. No one intervened, for Jiang Fan had not indicated any intention to surrender, and thus he perished at the hands of Fang Yang. In this hushed atmosphere, all present were left in stunned silence, including the mighty cultivators from various sects, their gazes fixated on the figure atop the martial stage. The entire arena had been reduced to ashes, pockmarked and disfigured beyond recognition. Gradually, the cultivators emerged from their stupor, their eyes now filled with an unusual fear directed at this individual. Even an elder from the righteous sect stepped forward, voice raised in accusation. "You. This was merely an exchange. Why did you strike with such ferocity? How can you instill such terror, like a demon?" As the elder's rebuke echoed, he soared into the air, prompting whispers among the crowd, and the atmosphere began to settle into an uneasy calm. On the high platform, Mu Xianyin furrowed her brows slightly, her body shifting as she regarded Fang Yang. Fang Yang turned to the elder who had spoken, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. "Esteemed senior, what do you say? Once on the martial stage, life and death are one's own responsibility, and since he does not concede defeat, what can I do?" With that, Fang Yang soared back towards the preparation area of the Lingao sect. His demeanor was one of unrestrained demonic manifestation, almost as if he were deliberately flaunting it, showing no signs of concealment. This caused a palpable tension among some of the disciples of Lingdao sect, who swallowed hard, their gazes toward him filled with trepidation. Yet, despite having clearly achieved victory, why did he continue to unleash successive strikes? The elder's anger remained unabated, but Fang Yang chose to disregard him. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly uncomfortable, prompting the chief referee to intervene with a complicated expression, for rules are rules. And the presence of life and death on the martial stage is indeed commonplace. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyi of the Zhengqi sect, who had always prided himself on being superior, could no longer maintain his composure. His face reflected shock and disbelief, his expression a tapestry of gravity and astonishment as he gazed upon the utterly devastated martial stage, struggling to process the unfolding events while feeling his mind go blank. Throughout his life, he had never entertained the notion that anyone could potentially match his strength. He had always regarded his peers as significantly weaker, thus never contemplating the possibility of someone surpassing him. In this moment, he found himself instinctively shocked, unable to fathom the prospect of defeat. His pride would not permit such thoughts, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil and confusion, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Not far from him, Morong Yu also exhibited wide-eyed clarity, her face reflecting profound astonishment interwoven with fear. Having witnessed the events unfold before her, she was first struck by shock, then by disbelief, and ultimately consumed by terror. Fang Yang indeed fulfilled her words, exacting revenge and even slaying Zhang Fan. Yet, at this moment, she felt neither exhilaration nor relief, only a profound sense of fear and bewilderment. After a moment of unusual atmosphere, the elder was persuaded to withdraw, and the chief judge subsequently announced the continuation of the proceedings. Upon the high platform, the powerful figures remained silent, their attention riveted on Fang Yang, each bearing a solemn expression, as if sensing the profound unpredictability and significance radiating from him. Following Fang Yang's intervention, it was evident that no one dared to take the stage for demonstration, nor did anyone raise their voices. All had transitioned from a brief revelry into a state of subdued apprehension. Observing the lack of further participation, the chief judge furrowed his brow and declared the conclusion of this phase, officially commencing the final decisive round for the top 1,000. However, even as this stage unfolded, the atmosphere remained unrevived. The crowd was still in shock at Fang Yang's terrifying talent and strength, with countless prodigies feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, convinced that even Zhang Tianyi would not stand a chance against Fang Yang. In contrast, Fang Yang appeared remarkably composed, perhaps excessively so. Despite the slight surprise on Mo Wuxie's face beside him, he remained unfazed. The first place was his for the taking, and the display of his power was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. The slaying of Jiang Fan was a matter for celebration, while the ensuing perceptions of the other cultivators and any potential complications were, in his view, inconsequential. He had already considered every worst-case scenario. Everything remained within his control. His battle with Jiang Fan had deeply impressed upon him the sheer magnitude of his own power. This was merely the surface, and he still held numerous trump cards: demonic power, the color wheel eye, the nine-tailed fierce child, and the divine ability of Yang Sheng. He could not fathom how terrifying he would be if he unleashed his full strength and all his hidden cards. With the sealing and suppression complete, the foreign cultivator Xia Qingwei had been subdued. Chapter 62, Foreign Cultivators. The top 1,000 cultivators faced a dual elimination round to determine the top 300. The chief judge steadied the rhythm, his voice resonating powerfully, stirring the crowd and drawing the cultivators from their lingering shock. Following this, the judges standing on the demonstration stage regained their composure and called out the names of the cultivators as previously communicated. Fang Yang sat at the preparation seat. The atmosphere among his fellow disciples was slightly tense and silent. No one uttered a word. Mo Wuxie, sitting beside him, observed Fang Yang's dazed expression and refrained from interrupting. Fang Yang grasped the necklace in his hand, appearing lost in thought while, in reality, he was communicating with the woman within it. With the assistance of the system, the so-called outsider practitioner had been subdued, incapable of resistance or mischief. She was merely a tool at my disposal, and I am quite willing to collaborate with you. The myriad realms are far more vast than you can imagine, and in the near future, an event will transpire that will cause tremors throughout the cosmos. If you can join forces with me, I can guide you towards a more prosperous path. The mature woman's voice echoed in Fang Yang's mind, exuding calmness, showing no trace of anger or sorrow over Jiang Fan's demise. Yet, Fang Yang did not believe she could truly be so unfeeling. Her demeanor might very well be a facade imposed by the circumstances. How can I trust you? Your words are mere fabrications, fantastical tales, Fang Yang replied coolly. The woman's mature voice continued. I have had dealings with the emperor of your human race in the central continent. The reason your people triumphed over the demon race was partly due to my assistance. At this, Fang Yang's expression remained unchanged, revealing no surprise or other emotions, and so? The woman fell silent for a moment, maintaining her calm demeanor as she responded. Your potential rival's his, after he unified the human race. He sought to control me. Little did he know that his methods were insufficient to bind me, and I ultimately escaped. I can offer you unimaginable aid, even help you ascend to become the new emperor, the most formidable entity in this realm, and assist you in facing the impending chaos that is likely to arise. All I desire in return is for you to aid me in reconstructing my physical form once you have grown powerful. That is my only request. I have extended my utmost sincerity. If you are still unwilling, I shall seek others. The woman's words carried an air of truth, and had it been anyone else, they might have pondered carefully. However, Fang Yang merely chuckled nonchalantly. Are you implying that you can escape right now? Fang Yang felt amused. If it weren't for the system, he would likely transform into Jiang Fan, becoming a sycophant to this woman. However, with the presence of the system, her words struck him as nothing short of comical. The pretense of her composure was truly laughable. The woman named Xia Qinghua fell into a momentary silence before she let out a soft sigh and resumed speaking. What a pity, in that case. I shall have to seek others. After saying this, she fell silent, appearing as though she had truly departed. Yet, Fang Yang found the situation amusing. For the system had clearly informed him that she had not escaped. She remained ensnared within the necklace, her abilities thoroughly sealed. Fang Yang chose silence, returning his focus to the arena. Meanwhile, within the necklace, Xia Qinghua's delicate brows were furrowed to the utmost, her chest rising and falling with tension. Her face bearing the remnants of suppressed fury, mingled with astonishment and helplessness. She could never have anticipated that her efforts at concealment would deceive even a master of the spirit division, only to be discovered by such an individual. Stripped of her power through a peculiar force, she found herself unable to escape. Her teeth clenched in frustration, she sank deeper into silence. And the two exchanged no further words. Fang Yang, having grown weary of the lackluster competition, retrieved the unique black token inscribed with the number 18, which he had acquired from Ishio. Channeling his thoughts into it, he infused half of his consciousness into the token. He was transported to his initial white chamber, akin to donning a virtual reality headset, yet far more vivid than any VR experience he had previously encountered, indistinguishable from reality itself. The only distinction lay in the fact that while he resided in this realm, a portion of his awareness remained anchored in the outside world. As he glanced around, he noticed the woman from the northern immortal realm, Artie, still bound to her chair, her expression vacant and dazed. Clearly a result of her consciousness being sealed within this extraordinary space, devoid of any capacity for thought. Fang Yang understood that this had no bearing on reality. As long as he did not antagonize her, and given that his mere awareness of her presence could not alter her essence, this was assuredly the case. However, indulging in a brief VR gaming experience remained a possibility. As Fang Yang approached and lightly touched, the body, reminiscent of a lifeless toy, immediately shuddered. A flicker of expression graced its exquisitely beautiful face. First, a look of astonishment, followed swiftly by wide, beautiful eyes filled with a hint of shock upon recognizing Fang Yang's visage. In an instant, she clenched her pearly teeth and furiously exclaimed, "You wretched scoundrel! Here again! Should I ever find you, I will ensure you experience the most excruciating death imaginable in this world. No, I shall make your existence a living hell, forcing you to endure agony day after day, year after year." Fang Yang couldn't help but smile at her demeanor, somewhat surprised that despite his previous harshness, she still dared to resist. It must be said that the female cultivators of the northern immortal realm possess remarkable tenacity, a quality he greatly admires. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate the day we meet in person. As for now, our interactions are merely online. I am curious to see if you can maintain your defiance in a face-to-face encounter, Fang Yang remarked, playfully pinching her cheek. After engaging in an online game for an hour, reality intruded as the referee called out Zhang Tiany's name, momentarily bringing Fang Yang back to the present. He shifted his consciousness, with 9/10 returning to reality, while leaving a fraction online to continue the game. Upon refocusing, he noticed Zhang Tiany's expression, reminiscent of someone who had just lost a fortune, as he stormed out, casting a fierce glare at Fang Yang. The moment he stepped onto the martial arts stage, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, startling several cultivators on adjacent stages. The head referee swiftly intervened, erecting a barrier to contain the rising tension, causing a ripple of astonishment among the spectators. Zhang Tiany's opponent, upon entering the stage, felt an involuntary tremor of fear. His demeanor became grave, breath-quickening as he clenched his fists tightly. After a deep breath, he locked eyes with Zhang Tiany, who radiated fury, and in that instant, his heart sank. "I concede," he exclaimed, panting heavily as the pressure mounted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The referee, unsurprised by this outcome, promptly declared Zhang Tiany the victor. With a disdainful huff, Zhang Tiany returned to his position, throwing another menacing glare at Fang Yang, whose attention and consciousness shifted back to the online game. At this moment, Alti was in tears. Witnessing Fang Yang's indifferent demeanor, Zhang Tiany's forehead bulged with veins, his rage causing him to crush the armrest of his chair into dust. Chapter 63, A Gift Left for Yulingao Sect. Fang Yang versus Lin Yin of Huiyuan Sect. The referee's voice echoed across the martial arts arena, causing a stir among the crowd. Fang Yang snapped back to reality, momentarily ignoring the distraught Alti as he soared towards the stage, his gaze landing on a familiar figure. Ling Yun, the sect leader of Huiyuan Sect, and his daughter Ling Shuyue were present. Although Ling Shuyue, a first-level Golden Core cultivator, did not participate in the Starfall Lake competition, she observed intently, her gaze fixated on Fang Yang. The almost pathological yearning and attachment in her eyes had taken root, and witnessing Fang Yang's astonishing prowess only deepened her insecurities. Simultaneously, a talented disciple from Huiyuan Sect appeared, visibly startled, his anxiety palpable. Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged. He regarded Fang Yang with a newfound sense of relief, grateful he had not confronted him. In his heart, he perceived Fang Yang as a formidable anomaly. "Sect leader, what should we do?" the disciple asked, visibly distressed under the scrutiny of his peers. Ling Yun, with a serious demeanor, replied, "The decision is yours." The disciple wrestled with his thoughts as the referee called his name again. Instinctively, he glanced at Ling Shuyue, catching a glimpse of the peculiar light in her eyes directed at Fang Yang, which left him momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. He ascended the martial arts stage, standing before the composed man, his heart racing with fear. The memory of Jiang Fan being obliterated by a flurry of strikes flashed in his mind, leading him to wonder if Jiang Fan had truly wanted to concede, or if he had been compelled by this man. The moment this thought crossed his mind, his fear escalated. As both parties prepared for battle, the countdown began. 3. At the referee's signal, he panicked and shouted, "I concede." This spectacle drew strange expressions from the audience, whispers and murmurs rippling through the crowd. How could the first prodigy of Huiyuan Sect display such a reaction against Fang Yang? It was even more exaggerated than the previous opponent who had faced Zhang Tiany. The referee paused before announcing the result, while Fang Yang calmly returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiany, seated in a special area, was once again rattled. His expression frozen in disbelief, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, and frustration bubbling to the surface. He felt his inner turmoil reaching a boiling point, nearly wishing to unleash his rage. It was intolerable to him that while he had exuded an imposing aura upon entering, compelling his opponent to surrender, Fang Yang had casually entered, instilling sheer terror in his adversaries. He could not bear this reality, feeling utterly unhinged. In a fit of rage, he stormed out of the venue, drawing the attention of many spectators. The victors had already secured their place in the top 300 for tomorrow, rendering their presence unnecessary. Zhang Tiany had intended to stay and observe Fang Yang's matches, hoping to rekindle his pride and dignity, yet Fang Yang's overwhelming presence only served to further eclipse him. Upon returning to his seat, Fang Yang was suddenly graced by a melodious transmission that resonated within his mind. It was gentle, imbued with an air of intellect, and utterly enchanting, stirring a longing to capture the essence of the sender. "Fang Yang, return to your residence. I have matters to discuss with you." Fang Yang followed the sound of the transmission and gazed towards the high platform, locking eyes with the ethereal and enchanting Mu Xianyin, who sat gracefully above as if descended from the heavens. In her gaze, he could discern a hint of intricate concern. Fang Yang responded with a reassuring smile, exchanged a few words with Mo Wuxia, and then rose to depart. Shortly after his exit, Mu Xianyin also got up and left. Not far away, the head of the Zhengqi sect, Shen Qianquan, frowned slightly. In their temporary abode, Fang Yang embraced Mu Xianyin, savoring her soft and fragrant form. Mu Xianyin wore a gentle yet worried expression, tenderly reaching out her delicate white hand to caress the back of his head. Xianyin, there is nothing to worry about. Rest assured, I always contemplate my actions thoroughly. My willingness to proceed signifies that I have considered the worst-case scenario. The two settled by the edge of the bed, with Fang Yang speaking in a relaxed yet dependable manner. The worst-case scenario. Mu Xuanyin's beautiful eyes lowered slightly. Does that refer to leaving alone? Fang Yang pressed her onto the couch, saying, perhaps, but it certainly will not affect the Lingdao sect. I will handle the matter appropriately. The two exchanged glances, while Mu Xianyin fell into a brief silence. Her enchanting eyes, filled with a myriad of emotions, revealed her thoughts without uttering a single word of intervention. Instead, she extended her fair, delicate arm to embrace Fang Yang's neck, gently parting her alluring crimson lips to offer a kiss. Will you forget me when you venture into a more colorful and splendid world? Mu Xianyin asked softly, her cheeks flushed. Never, my dear Xianyin. Before we part, I shall present you with a gift, something to serve as my surrogate, to keep you company until I return, Fang Yang replied, feeling little emotional turmoil. For him, departure held no sorrow. No one in his life was irreplaceable. A ripple of emotion stirred in Mu Xianyin's beautiful eyes, her gaze now brimming with an intense, honeyed tenderness that she no longer concealed. Shall I receive the gift now? She inquired gently. Fang Yang countered with a question. Do you desire it? If so, I shall leave it for you now. Mu Xianyin and he exchanged a profound gaze for several moments before she nodded gently and responded with a soft murmur. Fang Yang has completely cast aside his final reservations and resolved to bestow the gift upon her. Perhaps, in the eyes of the world, this may be deemed a reprehensible act of irresponsibility, yet he remains indifferent to the judgments of others. He perceives it as a continuation of the flame of destiny. Go forth, my child, in the prime of my vitality, what extraordinary reality will you manifest? Fang Yang could not help but feel a sense of anticipation as the day drew to a close. In a certain conference hall of the Righteousness Alliance, several formidable figures gathered, their expressions heavy with gravity and an undercurrent of tension. This individual will undoubtedly prove to be of no use to us. If we do not eliminate him, he will inevitably bring disaster in the future. But how to eliminate him? How to do so? Mu Xianyin will shield him. Mu Xianyin? Regardless of her protective measures, this person must be dealt with. He is unquestionably the mastermind behind that minor secret realm incident, and through this matter, we can incite the righteous indignation of various sections. At that point, we shall act. No, we are still lacking. Did you not witness the tactics he employed today? That dark golden energy he exhibited is, in my estimation, highly likely to be a manifestation of malevolent techniques. There is no need for further discussion. We shall act when the time comes, even if it tarnishes our reputation in front of numerous cultivators. Time will dilute such matters, under our guidance. These issues will not pose fundamental obstacles, and the prevailing winds can be altered. Well then, we shall heed Qian Kuan's counsel. If the will of heaven cannot contend, we shall act. If it can withstand, Chen Biao, you shall secretly intervene to deny this person any opportunity to surrender. Understood. As dawn broke, Fang Yang and Mu Xianyin lay entwined upon the couch, their forms nestled together. Fang Yang, with an air of contemplation, gazed upwards. After a moment, he returned to himself, a hint of something distinct glimmering in his eyes, and spoke. Xianyin, my dear, if it is a boy, we shall name him Fang Zheng. If it is a girl, we shall call her Fang He. Mu Xianyin, caught in a state of reverie upon hearing his words. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with soft hues, and she gently inquired, is there a special significance behind these names? Fang Yang earnestly stated, regardless of whether they are boys or girls, everything they possess from birth is something that an ordinary person could spend a lifetime striving for yet never attain. Unlike myself, who achieved greatness later in life, they are inherently endowed with superior qualities and talents. Thus, it is unnecessary for them to inherit the flawed and disreputable traits that I bear. I envision my son as a person of integrity and brightness, and my daughter as a pure and dignified lotus flower. I sincerely hope they embody these ideals. Fang Yang's earnest words stirred a flicker of emotion in Mu Xianyin's enchanting eyes, as she appeared to savor his sentiments. With a gentle nod, Mu Xianyin etched his words into her heart. At the venue of the Falling Star Lake Grand Competition, nearly all cultivators had gathered. For today marked the day when the top 8 would be determined, whittling down from 300 participants to the elite few. The atmosphere was electrifying. buzzing with excitement and fervor, reaching its zenith over the past few days. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of Falling Star Lake, in the vast expanse above, Fang Yang, along with Hu Ling'er and Qin Lian, stood suspended in midair, facing one another. Hu Ling'er bore an expression of reluctance and deep affection, her gaze locked with Fang Yang's. While Qin Lian's eyes shimmered with a hint of dependency, her beautiful orbs trembling slightly, tinged with unease. "Go, and wait for me in the demon realm," Fang Yang said with a solemn countenance, gently caressing the heads of both girls. A soft, elongated tail emerged behind Hu Ling'er, and a pair of pristine white fox ears appeared atop her head, bestowing upon her an enchanting allure. "Ancestor," Hu Ling'er said, her face awash with reluctance as she leaned in to embrace Fang Yang, offering him a kiss. Qin Lian, with a somewhat aggrieved expression, murmured, "Grandpa," her eyes glistening with a hint of tears, evoking a heart-wrenching sympathy. Throughout these days, she had subconsciously come to understand something profound. Or perhaps her innate memories began to surface, revealing a significant mission that she bore, one that could not be overlooked. Despite this, she felt an overwhelming sadness at the moment, even though Fang Yang assured her that he would return to the demon realm to find them. With a charming blush gracing her cheeks, Hu Ling'er reluctantly parted from Fang Yang, only for Qin Lian to leap into his embrace, embodying a sense of longing. Fang Yang enveloped her gently, his expression softening as he tenderly stroked her hair. "Little Lian, there is no need to be sorrowful. It is merely a temporary separation." Qin Lian sniffled softly, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking in a pitiful tone. "Grandpa, little Lian will grow up quickly, and when that time comes, I will surely be able to assist you." Upon hearing this, Fang Yang smiled delightedly and gently caressed her delicate face, saying, "No need, as long as you are happy." In that uniquely complex atmosphere, Hu Ling'er took Qin Ling and departed, leading her back to the demon realm, to the Spirit Fox clan. This was precisely the task Hu Ling'er had set out to accomplish. However, due to Fang Yang's unexpected presence, she had lingered with Qin Ling for a while. Now, it was time for her to escort Qin Ling back, providing some reassurance to the members of the Spirit Fox clan. Moreover, Fang Yang needed to cast aside her concerns. Their continued presence would only add to her troubles. After their departure, Fang Yang felt a sense of lightness, liberated to pursue what she truly ought to do. Fang Yang watched as they gradually vanished from her sight, her gentle gaze fading as she soared towards Falling Star Lake. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the scene. Capturing the attention and astonishment of the crowd, Fang Yang was the last to arrive, exuding an air of nonchalance and composure, thus becoming the focal point of the event. Even eclipsing Zhang Tianyi, who was widely regarded as the certain victor of this competition. Seated in a special section, Zhang Tianyi's expression darkened the moment Fang Yang made her entrance. The chief judge's eyes glimmered with a hint of something unusual as he spoke in a resounding voice. Officially commencing today's contest, Fang Yang sat at her seat, while Mo Wuxia leaned closer, inquiring softly and tentatively, "Master, where have you been?" Within her beautiful eyes lingered a hint of insecurity and complexity, the true nature of her emotions remaining elusive. Fang Yang turned to gaze at her, his eyes revealing little warmth, locking onto her own as he observed the 90% compliance hovering above her head. "It's nothing," Fang Yang spoke calmly, while Mo Wuxia's enchanting eyes flickered with a hint of doubt and a different hue. At that moment, the compliance level above her head began to diminish, dropping from 90 to 89%. Noticing this, Fang Yang's expression subtly changed, a trace of surprise evident upon his countenance. Has it truly decreased? In recent days, he had admittedly been preoccupied and had not devoted time to her, yet witnessing a decline in compliance or affection was an unprecedented experience for him. Was it indeed prudent to harbor a degree of caution towards this woman? Is something amiss? Do you lack confidence regarding today's competition? Fang Yang inquired tentatively. Mo Wuxia, emerging from her momentary daze, responded with a hint of peculiarity. I should probably be eliminated. And you, my master? What is your target rank?" In response to her probing, Fang Yang maintained his composure, unabashedly declaring, "First. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious, my master? You might attract unwanted attention." Mo Wuxia replied softly, concern flickering in her eyes. Fang Yang smiled faintly, his silence speaking volumes without the need for excessive explanation. He felt no surprise regarding this woman. After all, she epitomized a self-serving and opportunistic nature. Even under the influence of the color wheel, her propensity to yield had increased at a painfully slow pace, and had even diminished. She sought to cling to him, drawn by his sense of reliability, stability, and security, yearning for his attention, perhaps even love. Yet, as she began to perceive a decline in his steadfastness and a rise in uncertainty, her concerns and doubts would inevitably surface, leading her to reassess his worth based on her own interests. It was evident that his recent flamboyant demeanor contrasted sharply with the dependable and reassuring image he had previously cultivated in her mind, instilling in her a sense of instability and insecurity. Thus, she initiated new tests, even offering advice, in an attempt to ascertain his true state and value. Fang Yang, however, remained indifferent, for Mo Wuxia held little significance in his eyes. She was merely a pastime, her position predetermined from the outset and impervious to subsequent changes in his perception of her. The underlying principle was simple. She was drawn to him for his strength and would naturally depart upon sensing his vulnerability. The initial version of her was the most authentic, viewing him as worthless trash. Despite the self-serving nature inherent in all beings, the expressions of that self-interest varied widely. Fang Yang, clear-minded, cared for feelings. Even if the emotions she projected were feigned, their semblance of transcendence was enough to elevate her standing in his eyes. Conversely, her status would never surpass that of a mere pet. Even if she were to perish the very next moment, he would remain unaffected. This reflected the comprehensive framework Fang Yang had developed over the years to navigate the complexities of existence. Mo Wuxia turned to gaze at Fang Yang, her eyes increasingly reflecting insecurity. Chapter 65. The Top 8 Fang Yang of the Lingdao sect, facing Lin Zhun of the Strength sect. As the names were called out on the martial stage, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Lin Zhun was a remarkable talent, anticipated to break into the top 10, a stark contrast to the other impressive figures Fang Yang had previously encountered. The audience brimmed with expectation, curious to see whether Fang Yang truly possessed such prowess, or if yesterday's display had merely been an illusion created by the grandeur of the occasion. Perhaps, despite his innate talent, he would struggle to contend with a top-tier golden core cultivator at the 8th level. The anticipation grew as Lin Zhun, a towering figure standing nearly 2 meters tall, leapt onto the stage. Upon landing, the ground beneath him cracked slightly. His angular features were devoid of excessive flesh. Not the typical bulging muscles one would expect, but rather a lean physique that belied his strength. A closer inspection revealed broad bones and sinewy ribs, his hands appearing like blades and hammers, calloused and vascular, exuding an unusual sheen. His hair was cropped short, exuding an air of decisiveness that commanded attention. His previous matches had been overwhelmingly victorious, intensifying the crowd's eagerness to witness his clash with Fang Yang. Lin Zhun fixed his sharp gaze upon Fang Yang, his eyes gleaming with excitement and combativeness, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fang Yang soared into the air, landing gracefully without revealing an overwhelming presence. His gaze fell upon the man before him, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Following the referee's signal, the countdown commenced for this highly anticipated contest. The moment the referee uttered the word begin, Lin Zhun lunged forward with a force akin to a bullet, a resounding crash echoing as he charged at Fang Yang, his body radiating a crimson aura, creating a small crater in the area where he had once stood. Upon witnessing the fierce clash, Fang Yang summoned the true energy within his body, radiating a brilliant golden light as he delivered a powerful punch. The sound of impact resonated like thunder, prompting the referee to furrow his brow and swiftly cast a barrier. The explosive noise was deafening, igniting a fervent uproar among the spectators. As the martial platform beneath the combatants showed signs of damage and cracks from their immense might, Lin Zhun, caught in the visceral exchange of blows with Fang Yang, widened his eyes in astonishment, his pupils slightly contracting. The exhilaration on his face reached a fever pitch, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, the aftershock sweeping away debris from the platform's surface. Simultaneously, the members of the Li sect looked on in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Among them, a muscular man on the elevated platform stared wide-eyed. He had not anticipated that this individual could withstand Lin Zhun's physical assault without succumbing, even gaining the upper hand and compelling Lin Zhun to temper his strength. What an impressive feat! What kind of extraordinary talent had the Lingao sect nurtured? The man marveled, astonished by Fang Yang's prowess, recognizing him as one of the few divine transformation experts in the southern cultivation realm. The arena echoed with a cacophony of sounds as Fang Yang and Lin Zhun continued their relentless exchange, generating sonic booms and wreaking havoc on the martial platform with such speed that even early-stage nascent soul cultivators struggled to keep pace, their faces painted with shock. The crimson energy of blood clashed with the pure golden light within the confines of the arena, creating a scene that stirred the blood and ignited fervor. The sheer physicality with which Fang Yang matched Lin Jun was nothing short of terrifying, especially considering he was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, while Lin Jun had achieved the consummate level of Golden Core for several years. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, particularly at the special seating for the Righteous Chi sect, where Zhang Tianyi's eyes twitched uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the arena. A sense of unacceptance began to brew within him, leading to an involuntary surge of frustration. He pondered whether he could hold his own against Lin Jun in a similar confrontation. As he recognized this unfamiliar emotion stirring within him, he felt a surge of madness rising, unable to reconcile it. His expression began to reveal a hint of ferocity and murderous intent, and he swore silently to eliminate this adversary, believing that only then could he calm his inner turmoil and restore his pride. Just as the spectators anticipated a prolonged exchange between Fang Yang and Lin Jun, a shocking turn of events unfolded. With a thunderous crash, a massive pit formed on the martial platform, dust swirling into the air as all eyes turned to the figure above, not Lin Jun, but Fang Yang. Lin Jun emerged from the dust of the crater, veins bulging and his face flushed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, instead of displaying signs of defeat, he grew even more tenacious, unleashing a powerful roar as an overwhelming aura enveloped him, propelling him towards Fang Yang once more. Alas, Fang Yang's energy surged as well, and in mere moments, Lin Jun found himself struck down once again, crashing into the ground and creating another deep pit. Pain etched across his features, his complexion turned ashen, blood escaping his lips. Nevertheless, his fighting spirit remained undaunted as he continued the struggle. Time and again, he was knocked down only to rise again, repeating this cycle for nearly a quarter of an hour without intervention from the Li sect. Ultimately, Lin Jun could no longer rise, his expression a mixture of reluctance and discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the calm and unruffled elder above, declaring, "You have won, but I refuse to concede. If given the chance, I shall fight you again." Fang Yang did not display any disdain or contempt. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right." Subsequently, Lin Jun conceded defeat and was escorted away by a senior from the Li zone. The elder cast several astonished glances at Fang Yang, his eyes reflecting a sense of shock. "Ling Dao zone. Fang Yang wins," announced the referee, eliciting an uproar from the crowd, filled with voices of admiration for Fang Yang, dispelling the doubts and skepticism that had only recently emerged. People invariably hold a deep respect for the strong. This adage is not merely a statement, but a profound truth. Fang Yang returned, and the competition continued. Emma Wuxie observed Fang Yang's profile from the side, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, filled with admiration and a complex, even uneasy emotion. Before long, Zhang Tianyi was called up. His opponent was also a contender for the top 10. Perhaps fueled by a competitive spirit, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, forcing his adversary to retreat at every turn. Yet, he refrained from delivering a decisive blow, instead opting to display his arrogance and strength, humiliating his opponent and inciting a commotion among the spectators. After the match, he cast a cold glance at Fang Yang, who, however, did not acknowledge him at all. Thus, the day concluded, revealing the top 8 competitors. 1. Zhang Tianyi of the Zhengqi sect 2. El Sheng of the Zhengqi sect 3. Wang Zhixin of the Zhengqi sect 4. Yun Xiao of the Spirit Sword sect 5. Lu Xiaoying of the Creation Valley 6. Deng Ping of the Xianyuan Gate 7. Qin Wenda of the Golden Dawn Martial sect 8. Fang Yang of the Spirit Path sect. Among them, the Zhengqi sect claimed 3 spots, while the Zhengqi Alliance secured 6. With only Fang Yang and Yun Xiao from the Spirit Sword sect standing apart from the Zhengqi Alliance. After the sect leader of the Zhengqi sect, Shen Qingquan, personally announced the list of the top 8 disciples, the gathered cultivators buzzed with anticipation, concluding the day's competition as they dispersed, engaging in animated discussions and whispers. Fang Yang emerged unexpectedly, becoming the only contender, aside from Zhang Tianyi, whom many believed could potentially vie for the top position. However, there were still numerous skeptics who deemed it impossible. The first place was undeniably Zhang Tianyi's. Fang Yang remained indifferent to these opinions and instead made his way to Gu Qingshue's temporary residence. "Your constitution is remarkably unique and pure. Conversely, my flawed existence only serves to torment you further, leading to your transformation. Do you truly hold me accountable for this, Xiaoxue?" Fang Yang ensnared Gu Qingxue with the binding immortal rope, activating his color while to initiate a process of mental manipulation. He aimed to obtain the pure spirit bone by tomorrow. Gu Qingxue displayed both resistance and an inexplicable acquiescence, responding with a chilling retort. Do not seek excuses for your shamelessness. Does this truly bring you a sense of comfort? Of course not, he insisted earnestly. I am aiding you. Just as I did in the secluded realm when you fainted and I guided you up the final steps. My intentions are benevolent. Fang Yang continued his earnest brainwashing, eventually leading her to the confines of her bed. Chapter 66, The Day of Reckoning. The path of the sword that resides in your heart. The truth you cling to is utterly unstable. It is all a fade, just like now. I can dismantle your beliefs over and over, again and again. A path born of illusion, lacking genuine substance, is not the true path. Without having truly experienced the myriad of worldly emotions, one cannot cleanse oneself of desires and feelings. Do you understand? In her temporary abode, as Fang Yang continued his mental manipulation, he sought to elevate her affection level to 90, in hopes of obtaining the system reward of the pure spirit bone. With the decisive day approaching, he felt a sense of urgency, believing he might soon depart and miss his chance. Nonsense. If that is all you have, you are far from being able to destroy my path. Gu Qingxue retorted, beads of fine sweat adorning her delicate face, her teeth clenched in defiance. Fang Yang remained utterly unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips, as the iridescent hues in his eyes flickered with intensity. Nonsense? He continued, you may deny it verbally, yet your body speaks the truth. Xiaoxue. I deeply admire this quality in you. My sincerest hope is for you to carve out a realm of your own in the future. To forge a unique path in the way of the sword, not merely confining your aspirations to the meager southern immortal realm, but to gaze upon the entirety of the world, and even venture into realms yet unimagined. It is from the depths of my heart that I wish for your well-being and growth. Otherwise, I would not have assisted you in the small secret realm, nor chosen to keep you by my side. Even now, I am here to support you, both physically and mentally, regardless of your reluctance to acknowledge it. This remains an undeniable truth. Fang Yang's words flowed continuously, imbued with a peculiar charm. Gu Qingxue bit her lower lip lightly and replied, your actions and thoughts are no different from those of evil spirits. I could never heed a single word of your enchanting rhetoric. Enchanting rhetoric? Still clinging to defiance. How can one erase the complexities of love, hatred, and desire without ever having experienced them? Moreover, I have always believed that the notion of transcending emotions is a fallacy. People have sanctified the concept of the Tao excessively. What, after all, is the Tao? For instance, can what you are doing at this moment also be considered a form of Tao? Are the emotions and desires intrinsic to humanity merely meant for obliteration? Is it conceivable that the celestial beings above us are devoid of emotions, reduced to mere automatons? Do you truly believe that? Is it realistic? This is nothing but a deception. The idea that eradicating emotions allows one to cultivate like a machine, uninterrupted and unaffected, fails to acknowledge the motivation and yearning that these very emotions bring to the practice. Take this moment as an example. I hold hope for you. I wish for your continued growth. You and I, as distinct individuals, share a rare and precious connection, the courage to confront our own shame and loyalty, which is, in itself, a manifestation of inner strength. By your own reasoning, is it not so? Your body does not resist, yet your lips continuously deny. Do you not yearn to shatter these chains and become a person who can face any challenge with tranquility? Under such circumstances, do you still harbor disdain for me? Or perhaps a sense of resentment and aversion? Our lack of deep understanding is inconsequential. Mere interaction throughout our existence suffices. Clinging to certain concepts is inherently a form of self-imprisonment, contradicting your own path, is it not? Your relentless pursuit of the sword path, whether to ascend as an immortal or to strengthen and perfect yourself, ultimately fosters a mutually beneficial and harmonious relationship between us, Xiaoxue. Tell me, do you accept this? Cultivation resembles navigating upstream. Stagnation equates to regression. On this endless river of existence, forging ahead alone or advancing alongside a companion does not inherently conflict with the so-called Tao. On the contrary, to break free from some shackles in pursuit of the Tao, to flow like water in body and spirit, is perhaps the truer path, is it not? Fang Yang tightly embraced Gu Qingxue, enveloping her in warmth as he softly spoke, each word resonating like an enchanting melody, leaving Gu Qingxue in a daze, and stirring within her an inexplicable sensation, as if some hidden string within her being had been plucked. For a moment, she was at a loss as to how to process her thoughts. After a brief pause, she murmured, "You are so selfish. I hate you." Yet, despite her words, a system notification surged into Fang Yang's mind. "Congratulations, host. The affection level of the cool and aloof Gu Qingxue has risen to 90%. Reward, pure spirit bone. The sudden notification left Fang Yang momentarily stunned. Instead of feeling joy or excitement, he found himself unnervingly calm. He introspected for a moment before accepting the reward. He soon sensed a transformation within his body, feeling remarkably lighter, as if he had undergone a rebirth. A translucent spiritual light began to emanate from his exterior, and he felt his physical strength significantly enhanced. If he were to face that prodigy from the Li sect now, he would be confident in defeating him with a single punch. Keep going, Xiaoxue. I believe you can emerge from the southern cultivation realm and venture into broader worlds. Unconfined by the rigid frameworks of cultivation, strive to discover the true meaning you seek deep within your heart. But remember, the foundation of all this is your own strength. Fang Yang gently encouraged. As he spoke, the sky gradually brightened, and he affectionately ruffled Gu Qingxue's hair before departing. Left alone, Gu Qingxue lingered in a state of bewilderment. And after a while, a faint spiritual light began to manifest on her body, with a hint of brilliance at her brow and a peculiar hue appearing in her eyes. As dawn broke, the long-awaited final day of the Starfall Lake Grand Tournament arrived, with a throng of cultivators gathering early, filled with excitement and anticipation. Curious to see if this year's competition would yield surprises that would astonish all. It was unexpected that Zhang Tianyi did not secure the top position. Instead, it was the dark horse Fang Yang who seized victory. Perhaps driven by a sense of gamble, many spectators inexplicably hoped to witness a miracle, as if this disruption of fate could plant a seed of hope within their hearts. The atmosphere was electric, with cheers and excitement echoing throughout the venue as Fang Yang and Zhang Tianyi entered one after the other, further igniting the fervor. Everything appeared to be ablaze with energy. Yet unseen, countless dark eyes were fixated on Fang Yang. Fang Yang sat in the preparation seat, turning his gaze towards Mo Wuxia, only to find that his level of submission had diminished once more, decreasing from 89 to 85. Fang Yang withdrew his gaze, a silent chuckle echoing in his heart. He felt no emotional turbulence. Rather, he saw this as an opportunity to bring a resounding conclusion to the grand competition at Falling Star Lake and to present a splendid spectacle. It was time to leave this novice village and venture into a broader world. The expanse of this world is vast, and one need not be confined to any single place. Before long, the final day of the grand competition officially commenced. Shun Qianquan stood in the center of the arena, his demeanor grave and solemn, announcing with a resounding voice the commencement of this decisive day at Falling Star Lake. All 8 contenders were summoned to the grand martial stage, where no one had fought before, standing in a line. Fang Yang appeared relaxed and nonchalant at the far left, while Zhang Tianyi exuded an imposing presence at the center. These 8 individuals were rare prodigies of the southern cultivation realm. The future belongs to you. Sweat freely upon this stage, leaving no regrets behind. Shun Qianquan, visibly moved, surveyed the 8 with an appreciative gaze, inviting each disciple to express their thoughts before the decisive battle. The responses varied. Some were modest, others boisterous, some anxious, and some remained composed. When it was Zhang Tianyi's turn, he spoke with an air of arrogance and confidence, his sharp brows furrowing, disdain and fury flickering in his eyes. He proclaimed, "Some are born standing atop the mountain, while others boast of soaring towards the peak. Between these two, there exists an insurmountable chasm." His haughty words left the assembled cultivators momentarily stunned, followed by a ripple of murmurs. Shun Qianquan regarded his disciple with a momentary pause, then shook off his surprise and nodded, directing his gaze towards Fang Yang, an evaluative glint in his eyes. "Young friend Fang Yang, it is now your turn. What would you like to say?" As the words fell upon Fang Yang, the gathered cultivators displayed an eager anticipation, curious about the rebuttal he might offer. Fang Yang's demeanor was composed, his aged eyes deep and indifferent. Standing at the far left, he exuded a distinct aura that set him apart from the other 7. His maturity creating a somewhat discordant harmony. He spoke softly, his voice clear and resonant, reaching the ears of every cultivator present. The mountain need not be lofty. It is the presence of a celestial being that grants it renown. The water need not be profound. It is the dragon that imbues it with spirit. Often, those who stand too high to perceive their own position are the truly pitiable. His words momentarily silenced the gathering, which quickly erupted into a cacophony of excitement and fervor. The atmosphere at Luoxing Lake charged with palpable tension. Zhang Tianyi's expression tightened abruptly, his face flushed with rage. veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, utterly ridiculous. The atmosphere was ignited with a sense of rivalry, the uproar from the assembled cultivators echoing through the venue. The other 6 contestants, overshadowed by the palpable tension between Fang Yang and Zhang Tianyi, appeared diminished, akin to mere supporting characters. Yet, the reality remained that each of them was indeed a remarkable prodigy, having surpassed their peers since childhood, and naturally, feelings of discontent brewed within them, especially towards the unexpected dark horse. Some wondered if, while they might not match Zhang Tianyi, could they not contend with this individual? As the banter concluded, the 8 disciples remained poised, and after expressing his sentiments, Shen Qianquan announced the matchups for the draw. The first match, Zhang Tianyi of the Zhengqi sect versus Yun Xiao of the Lingjian sect. The second match, El Sheng of the Zhengqi sect versus Lu Xiaojing of the Zhao Huagu. The third match, Wang Zhixin of the Zhengqi sect versus Fang Yang of the Lingdao sect. The fourth match, Deng Ping of the Xianyuan Gate versus Chun Wenda of the Jinshao Yuanwu sect. With Shen Qianquan revealing the pairings, anticipation surged through the crowd of cultivators, who had come to witness this very moment. Despite the excitement of previous events, they had all been waiting for this day. Zhang Tianyi and Yun Xiao remained on stage while the other contestants returned to their respective preparation areas. The chief referee re-entered, taking control of the proceedings, while Shen Qianquan ascended back to his seat on the high platform, casting a glance at Fang Yang, his eyes reflecting a hint of peculiar intrigue. Fang Yang returned to the preparation area, exuding an air of calmness. Zhang Tianyi and Yun Xiao from the Lingjin sect remained on the largest, unused martial stage at the center. Yun Xiao's expression betrayed a hint of seriousness, soon replaced by a piercing sharpness in his gaze. Zhang Tianyi, still simmering with anger, shot a fierce glare at Fang Yang. The chief judge descended slowly to the center of the grand stage, his demeanor serious and solemn. Zhang Tianyi and the contemporary prodigy Yun Xiao stood apart, each wearing distinct expressions. This expansive martial stage was specifically designed for the top 8 contestants, larger and sturdier, capable of withstanding even the full force of a Yuaning master. With the chief judge, a perfected Yuan, presiding over the proceedings, everything was in order. The contestants prepared themselves. Should they find themselves outmatched, they were to concede immediately, or else bear the consequences of their choices. Thus, the first match of the top 8 in the Luoxing Lake competition began with a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. As the chief judge's resonant voice echoed, the audience of cultivators stirred with excitement, particularly for the highly anticipated duel between Zhang Tianyi and the Lingjian sect's prodigy, Yun Xiao. It was well known that Yun Xiao was also a top-tier talent, expected by many to secure a place among the top 3, potentially challenging Zhang Tianyi for supremacy. However, at the moment the chief judge declared the start, Zhang Tianyi's aura erupted dramatically, unleashing an astonishing surge of true energy that rippled through the air, causing the entire martial stage to tremble. The pre-established grand barrier surrounding the stage experienced some disturbances as well, with hair billowing and an air of invincibility. Zhang Tianyi extended his right hand towards Yun Xiao in the distance, his face still etched with anger. The crowd erupted in fervor, the visual spectacle far surpassing anything previously witnessed. Faced with Zhang Tianyi's overwhelming presence, Yun Xiao momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly steeled himself, revealing a formidable aura of his own. A long sword manifested in his hand, transforming him into a humanoid sword, radiating an indomitable spirit. A flicker of azure light appeared at his brow, intertwining with the sword, exuding a chilling aura that enveloped the entire martial stage, akin to invisible blades slicing through the air. Sword intent. In an instant, numerous cultivators, even formidable masters, were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Yun Xiao with astonishment. He had comprehended sword intent? Such a young age? Had he been concealing his strength all along? The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, as the revelation of Yun Xiao's sword intent heightened anticipation for the Luoxing Lake competition, promising further suspense. Yet, Zhang Tianyi's expression shifted from surprise to one of haughty arrogance. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips, and a mocking gleam appeared in his eyes as golden outlines materialized around him, encircling him in 8 radiant rings. His momentum surged, lifting him off the ground, overshadowing Yun Xiao's display of sword intent. He spoke, his voice calm, yet dripping with condescension. You are indeed strong, and your talents commendable, but regrettably, you are not worthy to dance on the same stage as I. Though his tone was serene, It laid bare the deep-seated arrogance within. Raising his right hand, a surge of white energy erupted from his palm, as if an unseen force emerged from the martial stage, bearing an overwhelming pressure directed at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, his eyes widening. He summoned the full force of his sword intent, fiercely swinging his long sword. Despite his formidable aura, comparable to a Yuaning master, he found himself utterly powerless against Zhang Tiany's might. The translucent hand continued its relentless assault, forcing Yun Xiao to evade desperately, leaving the martial stage in disarray with numerous scratches. Zhang Tiany remained suspended in midair, his form unwavering. A semi-transparent aura seemed to envelop him. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Shun Qinkuan displayed no hint of surprise, remaining composed, fully aware of his disciple's terrifying combat prowess. Soon, the martial stage witnessed Yun Xiao, despite his utmost efforts, being pinned down by an overwhelming force, unable to withstand the pressure, ultimately collapsing to his knees. Grasping his sword, his face filled with disbelief, he felt the sword intent dissipate, the weapon clattering to the ground with a resounding thud, signaling his total collapse. Zhang Tiany hovered above, a look of wild enjoyment on his face, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he prepared to eliminate his opponent. The invisible hand loomed like a net, wreaking havoc on the martial stage, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a more terrifying sword intent erupted, sharp as blades, piercing the hearts of all present, leaving them in shock, their pupils contracting. In the next moment, a tremendous sound echoed as a massive handprint was imprinted on the martial stage, yet Yun Xiao had vanished. The oppressive sensation lifted, and the spectators gasped for breath, shaken by the near brush with death. Within the Lingjian sect's seating area, Yun Xiao was whisked away by an elder whose demeanor resembled a sword. With a furrowed brow, the elder gazed at his disoriented disciple, whispering, "It's all right, child, calm yourself. Do not let a moment's defeat break you." Simultaneously, another formidable presence emerged, as Shun Qinkuan expressed his discontent, addressing Kong. "What is the meaning of this? Why interfere with the competition?" The atmosphere thickened, turning the martial stage into a battleground, as tension escalated among the cultivators, who swallowed nervously. Zhang Tiany, floating in the air, shot a displeased glare at the elder, his thoughts unreadable, perhaps believing that in due time, all would be beneath his feet. "The outcome is decided. Why must you ensure my disciple's defeat at your hands?" Kong retorted calmly, his aura unwavering. "Rules are rules. If one does not concede, then they must bear the consequences." Shun Qinkuan showed no signs of yielding. At that moment, an elderly woman appeared and began to mediate. "Enough, enough. Let us value harmony. Yun Xiao is a rare talent in our southern immortal realm. Should he truly perish, it would be a loss felt by all. What say you, young Qinkuan?" As the old woman's voice resonated through the air, the tension among the onlookers dissipated instantly, leading to a flurry of murmurs. Shun Qinkuan exhaled deeply, his displeasure subsiding. What elder Yunjia says holds merit. However, the disciples competing should adhere to the rules and choose to concede gracefully. After all, as long as life endures, there remain countless possibilities. Confronting one's shortcomings is not inherently negative. With Elder Yunjia's intervention, the situation did not escalate further. On the grand martial stage, Zhang Tiany snorted coldly before casting a mocking yet lethal glance at Fang Yang, then soared away. The head judge proceeded to continue with the ensuing contests. Fang Yang sat at the preparation seat, observing the entire event. He could not help but acknowledge that Zhang Tiany indeed possessed considerable strength, though it was nothing extraordinary. What piqued Fang Yang's curiosity was the presence of the old woman, Yanjiapo. He had some knowledge of her. She was significantly older than him and was among the oldest living elders in the southern cultivation realm, even surpassing many of the formidable beings present in the spirit division realm. It was precisely for this reason that she held such a respected position. There were records suggesting that this old woman possessed some celestial divination techniques, enabling her to predict the future, which further solidified her status within the southern cultivation realm. Returning to the present, Fang Yang noted that the upcoming matches among the top 8 disciples appeared far less dazzling compared to the earlier ones. He took out a black token and entered online mode, passing the time with the Saintess Alti from the northern cultivation realm. Chapter 68, Overwhelming Dominance. The confrontation between Zhang Tiany and Yun Xiao raised the threshold of excitement among the gathered cultivators to its peak. As a result, the subsequent matches seemed to lack the same level of anticipation and significance. The crowd's discussions revolved primarily around Zhang Tianyi and Fang Yang. Initially, Fang Yang had showcased astonishing strength and talent, leading the spectators to believe he might contend with Zhang Tianyi. However, after witnessing Zhang Tianyi's nearly monstrous prowess firsthand, the crowd's judgment swiftly shifted. They returned to a consensus that aligned with the overarching sentiment of the southern cultivation realm. The title of the best belonged unequivocally to Zhang Tianyi. Although Fang Yang emerged as a dark horse with remarkable abilities, the spectators no longer regarded him as a contender against Zhang Tianyi. Lingdao sect's Fang Yang faced off against Zhengqi sect's Wang Zhixin. The chief judge's expression shifted slightly as he called out Fang Yang's name along with that of his opponent. Notably, another talented individual from Zhengqi sect, named Lu Sheng, had also secured a victory. This meant that Zhengqi sect now boasted 2 representatives in the top 4. Should Wang Zhixin win as well, Zhengqi sect would achieve the remarkable feat of occupying 3 spots in the top 4 during this Falling Starlight competition. A development that was nothing short of astonishing and would elevate the sect's standing in the eyes of the gathered cultivators. Fang Yang regained his composure and temporarily set aside the now weeping and pleading Altai, soaring towards the grand martial stage. Simultaneously, a refined-looking, yet subtly arrogant, fair-skinned cultivator emerged from the seating area of the righteous Qi sect, landing gracefully upon the grand stage. He and Fang Yang locked eyes, neither displaying a hint of trepidation, but rather exuding an air of confidence and certainty. I apologize, but Wang cannot concede victory to a fellow cultivator. It seems you may not have the opportunity to spar with Brother Zhang, Wang Zhixin said with a courteous smile, his demeanor exuding politeness. In response, Fang Yang merely curved the corners of his lips, offering no verbal reply. The chief judge cast a penetrating gaze at Fang Yang. Then, amidst the rising anticipation and fervent murmurs of the crowd, announced the final match of the top 8. Competitors, prepare yourselves. Should you fail to endure, the consequences are yours to bear. Departing the stage will also be deemed a loss. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The match commences. As the words echoed, the excitement and commotion intensified, with everyone eagerly anticipating whether Fang Yang could conjure further surprises. In the special seating area of the righteous Qi sect, Zhang Tianyi lounged against his seat, relaxedly propping his chin with the back of his hand, exuding an air of superiority, his eyes devoid of anger, replaced instead by disdain and scorn. On the grand martial stage, as the announcement concluded, Wang Zhixin's expression shifted to one of seriousness, tinged with slight displeasure. A scholarly aura enveloped him, accompanied by a robust blue true energy. In his hand, a large brush materialized, which he wielded with rapid strokes, unleashing a flurry of formidable characters directed at Fang Yang. As he executed his technique, the characters morphed into various offensive forms. Resembling a net spun from black ink or dark blades, their overwhelming pressure astonishing, rivaling that of the previous matches. This peculiar method of attack captivated the onlookers, who had previously witnessed his effortless victories over opponents, but had never seen him employ such a diverse array of tactics. However, in the face of this extraordinary onslaught, Fang Yang appeared relaxed and unflustered. His gaze was steady as he observed the incoming assaults, perceiving them as sluggish. Even though an unseen force of law seemed to linger, it felt negligible to him. Fang Yang's skeletal structure radiated a subtle, translucent luminescence, while a surge of vital energy coursed within him. When the initial onslaught sought to ensnare him, he vanished from sight. His speed astounded even the most formidable of nascent soul cultivators. The confidence etched on Wang Zhixin's face abruptly faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as his pupils constricted, revealing a look of utter astonishment. Before he could react, a force beyond his resistance seized him by the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. His pupils contracted sharply, just as he began to utter a word of surrender. A sickening crunch echoed as his neck was crushed into a pulp. The head judge, caught off guard, swiftly intervened, barely managing to preserve the man's life from total oblivion. The sudden turn of events rendered the elders of the righteous Qi sect atop the platform momentarily speechless, particularly an elderly man with white hair, whose face was a tempest of urgency and fury. He materialized on the grand martial stage, channeling his vital energy to envelop Wang Zhixin. His gaze fixed on Fang Yang with palpable ire as he shouted, You vile scoundrel!" In his agitation, he nearly lost control and struck out. But the head judge promptly restrained him, signaling gravely to prevent any further escalation. The audience fell into a stunned silence, reeling from the shocking display of overwhelming force. Especially those who had witnessed the brutal snapping of Wang Zhixin's neck, their faces pale with terror. Upon ascending this martial stage, one must bear the consequences of life and death. This was your own declaration, Fang Yang remarked, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes as he chuckled softly before soaring back to his designated seating area. His words snapped the other cultivators from their shock, their expressions varying as they whispered amongst themselves. The disciples of the righteous Qi sect glared at Fang Yang with indignation, while those from the Spirit Sword sect, including their elders, regarded him with newfound admiration and approval. The white-haired elder, suppressing his rage, fixed Fang Yang with a fierce glare before exerting all his energy to stabilize his disciple's life. Yet, even if he managed to save him, irreversible consequences loomed, potentially diminishing his future potential significantly. Cursed be this fate, the elder cursed inwardly as he carried Wang Zhixin away from the grand martial stage. Above, Shen Qianquan's expression betrayed a flicker of anger, while Zhang Tianyi, seated in a special position, wore a mask of disbelief that quickly morphed into an uncontrollable fury. The situation spiraling beyond his expectations. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense as the head judge announced a 1-hour break for the contestants before commencing the semifinals. Fang Yangfei returned to the preparation room, exuding an air of composure and tranquility. He turned to glance at Mo Wuxia beside him, and it was evident from her countenance that she was still grappling with a lingering astonishment, a flicker of bewilderment evident upon her features. Her favorability towards him had undeniably plummeted to 78, a remarkably swift decline. Clearly, in his perception, his actions had become tantamount to courting disaster. She could no longer derive a sense of security from him and was seemingly ready to flee or even contemplate betrayal at any moment. Fang Yang seized her and, under the watchful eyes of numerous cultivators, led her away from that place. After a period of respite lasting an hour, the final actions would be completed. Mo Wuxia felt a sudden wave of unease and apprehension, softly inquiring, "Master, where are we going? Do you have any objections to my methods?" Fang Yang retorted, her demeanor cold and unyielding. The words struck Mo Wuxia, leaving her momentarily stunned, and she hastily shook her head. Of course not. Despite her verbal assurances, her submission waned slightly, and she continued to probe, "Master, are you confident? That must be the reason for your actions, right?" As she spoke, Fang Yang had already taken her back to their temporary quarters. With a rough motion, Fang Yang tossed her onto the couch, her emotions evidently overtaking her reason as she exclaimed, "You infuriate me. Confidence? Am I not capable of being my own greatest source of strength? Are you questioning me?" Fang Yang deliberately displayed an expression of irritation and immediately struck her across the face, causing her beautiful eyes to tremble in fear, tears welling up in her gaze as she repeatedly shook her head, exclaiming, "I did not. Master, I did not." Fang Yang then delivered a kick, declaring, "You wretched creature, I am fully aware of your thoughts. Just as before, I compel you to question me." Fang Yang immediately transformed into a ferocious beast, embarking on a frenzied lesson. Meanwhile, Mo Wuxia's resistance plummeted dramatically, descending from over 70 to merely 40. As she sobbed and pleaded for mercy. Observing this, Fang Yang felt no trace of compassion. Instead, he found a sense of justification in his actions and unleashed his wrath upon her without restraint. Chapter 69, The Final Battle. "It hurts so much. Master, endure it." An hour swiftly passed, and Fang Yang returned to the scene with the now almost unrecognizable Mo Wuxia. The surrounding disciples noticed her strange condition, their expressions shifting. Yet none dared to utter a word. Fang Yang, upon his entrance, captivated the attention of the gathered cultivators. Moments later, the head judge reappeared to initiate the next round. The semifinals. The first match featured Zhang Tianyi from the Zhengqi sect facing Lu Xiaojing from the Zhao Huagu. The judge's announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy. For this pairing was highly anticipated, as it was likely to culminate in a climactic showdown between Zhang Tianyi and Fang Yang. The spectators were brimming with eagerness, yearning to witness the electrifying confrontation between these two formidable opponents. Zhang Tianyi, visibly displeased, stepped onto the grand stage, while his opponent, Lu Xiaojing, presented herself as a composed female cultivator of unremarkable appearance. She was the contemporary pride of Zhao Huagu and a direct disciple of the renowned Yunjia Granny. As the contest commenced, it was no surprise that within mere moments, Lu Xiaojing succumbed to the pressure, breaking into a sweat and conceding defeat. The head judge promptly intervened to avert a disastrous outcome. Victory was declared for Zhang Tianyi of the Zhengqi sect. The swift conclusion of the match did not shock the audience. Rather, it sparked a cacophony of reactions. Zhang Tianyi wore an expression of dissatisfaction and suppressed frustration, casting a glare at Fang Yang, eager to dispel any doubts in the minds of the onlookers and proclaim who the true prodigy was. In response, Fang Yang remained unperturbed, offering no extravagant retort, instead communicating silently with Mu Xianyin. Xianyin, trust me, everything that unfolds from here on will be within my control. Even what may seem to you as a potential annihilation. Just manage the Ling Dao sect and take care of our little one, Fang Yang assured her with confidence. Mu Xianyin, seated calmly, her beautiful eyes flickering with varied emotions, exhibited a hint of reluctance accompanied by a faint smile. Yes, I believe in you. Subsequently, the head judge restored Fang Yang's focus from his moment of silent communication. The second match was announced, Fang Yang from the Ling Dao sect against LV Xing from the Jingqi sect. The crowd erupted in excitement, the fervor rivaling that of Zhang Tianyi's debut, perhaps even surpassing it. Fang Yang rose swiftly towards the Grand Marshal platform, his opponent displaying a countenance of hostility and apprehension. A seemingly unremarkable fellow. 3, 2, 1. The contest commenced. As the referee's voice resonated in the air, the clash was imminent. Fang Yang's adversary, wearing an expression of grave intensity, unleashed his full strength without the slightest hesitation. The aura of a perfected golden Dan surged forth, his true energy billowing like a tempest. Surrounding him, the illusory figure of a venomous serpent materialized, baring its fangs as it let out a fierce hiss and lunged menacingly towards Fang Yang. Fang Yang's gaze abruptly turned cold, and an overwhelming wave of genuine energy surged forth from his body like a torrent breaking through a dam. A sword, imbued with his emotions, materialized in his hand, and with a fierce strike, he cleaved through the air, unleashing a black and gold sword aura that rent the atmosphere with a thunderous roar, carving a chasm into the ground of the martial arts arena. In an instant, he obliterated the venomous serpent's illusion that threatened to engulf him. The opponent, taken aback and too late to concede, found himself rescued by the referee, who intervened just in time. The audience erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with exhilaration at the dazzling display of combat. All attention turned to the long-haired elder on the stage, whose every move seemed to resonate with an unseen string within the hearts of the spectators. On the elevated platform, as well as among the other distinguished figures present, expressions of shock reemerged, and even Zhang Tianyi, seated in a special area, momentarily froze, his jaw clenched and arms trembling, not from fear, but from an insatiable yearning for battle, a desire to tear this opponent asunder. Ling Dao sect, Fang Yang, victorious. The referee hovered in midair, gazing at the combatant below, his old eyes quivering with disbelief, a hint of trepidation flickering within their depths. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Fang Yang's face revealed a hint of disdain as he coldly snorted and spoke, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Come down. Zhang Tianyi. His high and flamboyant declaration caused the expressions of the gathered cultivators to shift once more, leaving them feeling invigorated, as if every pore in their bodies had opened wide. Upon hearing Fang Yang's words, Zhang Tianyi's expression turned to one of utmost fury. In an instant, he appeared atop the Grand Marshal stage, coldly declaring, arrogant, "Today, I shall make it clear who is the dragon and who is the worm. Should you utter the words I concede, I, Zhang Tianyi, will mock you for all eternity, and all present shall join in that derision." His thunderous proclamation exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. In response, Fang Yang remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness and composure. Very well, the same goes for you. It is best that I do not hear the words I concede from your lips, should you stubbornly refuse to admit defeat while your sect's elders intervene. It will not merely be a matter of enduring lifelong ridicule. Upon hearing Fang Yang's words, Zhang Tianyi appeared to feel a deep sense of humiliation. His expression turned icy as he seethed with rage, enunciating each word with gravitas. I, Zhang Tianyi, swear to the heavens. If I utter the words I concede, may I suffer a wretched fate in this life and the next. His pride, formidable and untouchable, compelled Zhang Tianyi to declare his oath. As his voice echoed, the skies shifted ominously, the winds howled, and a thunderous roar reverberated. Meanwhile, Shun Qiankuan, seated upon the high platform, could not help but display a fleeting look of astonishment, his brow furrowing slightly. In this world, oaths are not made lightly, the heavens watch, and they do not tolerate mockery or disrespect. Once an oath is sworn, its effects are immediate. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yang erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. I commend you for being a true man, but alas, it seems you are destined to perish here, unless your master or elder intervenes forcefully. Fang Yang's resolute words incited a fury in Zhang Tianyi, who felt an overwhelming urge to act immediately. He hastily cast a glance at the chief referee above, exclaiming urgently, "Elder He, let us commence." The chief referee, with a grave expression, turned towards Shen Kuan atop the high platform, seeking permission. "Master, shall we initiate the final showdown?" Shen Kuan exhaled deeply and nodded slightly. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony of excitement, reaching a fever pitch, with shouts ringing out in support of both Zhang Tianyi and Fang Yang. The two competitors on the Grand Marshal stage found themselves under the scrutiny of countless eyes. As they had proclaimed, surrender would subject them to lifelong ridicule. The chief referee nodded solemnly and declared, "Very well, the grand competition at Falling Star Lake commences. The final battle begins now. Should neither party concede, their lives are at stake. Departing the martial stage will result in an automatic loss. There is no limit on the duration of the contest. Prepare yourselves." A countdown ensued. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The chief referee, hovering above, solemnly uttered the final two words. Almost instantaneously, Zhang Tianyi unleashed his formidable power. A torrent of overwhelming true energy surged forth, a white tempest of energy rampaging around him. Surrounding his form was an ethereal presence, and in the air, a colossal skeletal arm materialized, hurtling towards Fang Yang with ferocious intent. Fang Yang did not hold back in the slightest. His figure instantly vanished from sight. With a furrowed brow, an overwhelming surge of pure, resplendent golden spiritual energy erupted around him, equal in intensity to the formidable aura he had been manipulating. Gripping his pitch-black longsword tightly, he unleashed a torrent of black and golden sword energy. In an instant, the Grand Martial stage was besieged by a rampant force, colliding and accumulating, sending shockwaves outward that ravaged the platform into a pitiful state of disarray. Sword marks, large craters, and fissures appeared in unison, as the grand formation conjured by the chief judge began to radiate with a brilliant light, showing signs of fluctuation. The chief judge wore an expression of grave concern and astonishment, hastily channeling his full cultivation of the perfected nascent soul to stabilize the formation, preventing the residual waves generated by the two combatants from breaching the martial stage and causing harm to the surrounding cultivators. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and disbelief, as countless disciples rose to their feet, wide-eyed in an attempt to discern the trajectories of the battle unfolding on the grand stage. Yet, even some nascent soul experts found it impossible to see clearly. Upon the high platform, the prominent figures of the southern immortal realm displayed expressions of shock and concern, pondering whether they had achieved such heights in their youth. Clearly, they had not. This generation had indeed birthed two prodigious talents, and it was likely that both would be hailed as paragons upon their arrival in the central continent. The terrifying force continued to erupt on the Grand Martial stage, with explosive sounds reverberating as sword energy clashed with indistinct skeletal hands. The two figures danced around each other, and in mere moments, the martial stage had been utterly devastated. Just as the spectators anticipated a protracted stalemate, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a resounding thud, one combatant was struck to the ground, creating a substantial crater. The crowd gasped and froze for a moment, their gazes fixated in an attempt to comprehend the scene, until a voice broke the silence. Exclaiming in astonishment, "It's Zhang Tianyi. He has been knocked down." As this cry echoed through the air, the others displayed expressions of surprise and excitement, their cheers rising to a deafening crescendo. Before the dust could settle, Zhang Tianyi had already soared from the pit, his face darkened with fury, yet remarkably unscathed. Not a trace of disarray upon him. It appeared as though something ethereal shielded him. The defeat seemed to have ignited a furious resolve within him, as he unleashed an even more potent wave of energy, suggesting he was now exerting his powers beyond their limits. Observing this, Shen Kuan on the high platform could not help but widen his eyes in slight astonishment. Fang Yang maintained his composure, continuing to unleash his fierce strikes with increasing ferocity. Just as the spectators anticipated an escalation of their intense standoff, Fang Yang's eyes suddenly shimmered with the power of the Sharingan, a crimson hue erupting forth, infused with an otherworldly force. This moment of eye contact with Zhang Tianyi caused the latter to momentarily freeze, caught in a trance. In that fleeting instant of distraction, Fang Yang closed the distance, his sword slashing downward with a ferocious intensity. The black and gold sword energy ravaged the air, producing a thunderous roar as it propelled Zhang Tianyi downward, accompanied by the sound of shattering, suggesting that the protective barrier surrounding him had been breached. With a resounding crash, A massive crater was formed beneath them. Meanwhile, the prominent figures of the Zhengqi sect, including Sun Qianquan, could no longer remain seated. They sprang to their feet, their expressions grave and filled with concern. Sensing within that Zhang Tianyi had sustained injuries, they noted that while his life was not in immediate danger, the situation could swiftly deteriorate. Sun Qianquan was taken aback, despite having devised a strategy to eliminate this unexpected contender to avert future complications. He had never anticipated that this individual could truly overpower his disciple with mere 8th-level Golden Core cultivation. It is crucial to understand that upon entering the Golden Core stage, every minor realm holds monumental significance, and even a single minor realm could present a vast disparity. His disciple was among the elite of the elite, yet this individual managed to subdue him despite the latter's superior standing. What manner of being was this? At that moment, Sun Qianquan was engulfed by a sense of foreboding, wondering if this person might be a disciple of a formidable master. However, this concern swiftly dissipated, replaced by a perplexity regarding the nature of the power Fang Yang had just exhibited. It bore an inexplicable familiarity, yet he could not place it. On the grand martial stage, amidst the thunderous uproar of the gathered cultivators, Fang Yang held nothing back, relentlessly wielding his sword. Zhang Tianyi emerged from the crater, appearing utterly disheveled. It was evident that he could no longer maintain his composure or arrogance. His body was battered and bloodied, enveloped in true energy, his complexion ghostly pale, and blood seeping from his mouth. Most strikingly, amidst his disarray, a look of trepidation and fear had taken root on his face. This was the first time in his life he felt such devastation, and he was acutely aware of the looming specter of fear and death. He struggled to accept the reality, his mind in turmoil. Despite having exerted his utmost effort, even employing previously unreleased trump cards, he found himself bewildered by the outcome. Why? Why? His heart screamed incessantly as the flawless pinnacle he had constructed within himself began to crumble in that moment. Fang Yang's face was filled with murderous intent, denying him even a moment's respite as he charged forward once more, aiming to sever his opponent's head with a single stroke of his sword. He exerted all his strength to defend himself, but was once again struck down to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The expressions of dread and terror in his eyes had intensified to an overwhelming degree. He yearned for assistance, wished to surrender. Yet his pride and the fear stemming from his oath to the heavens forbade him from doing so. Thus, he could only turn his gaze to the high platform and, in a state of panic, cried out to Sun Qianquan, "Help! Save me, master!" Almost instantaneously, as his plea echoed in the air, Sun Qianquan intervened, positioning himself before Fang Yang and thwarting Fang Yang's assault. Fang Yang hovered in midair, observing the unfolding events below with an air of nonchalance, a glimmer of mockery and detachment dancing in his eyes. The chief judge above let out a sigh of relief, gazing at Fang Yang with a look of shock and bewilderment, as though beholding a creature of the extraordinary. The assembled cultivators had long since been swept into a frenzy, their excitement palpable, yet upon witnessing Sun Qianquan's forceful intervention, a solemnity gradually enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it grave and tense. Zhang Tianyi, cowering behind Sun Qianquan, was seized by panic, trembling uncontrollably, his demeanor a portrait of embarrassment and disarray. Realizing the extent of his humiliation, his face flushed a deep crimson. And in a fit of indignation, he bellowed, "Kill him. I demand you kill him. This is impossible. He must have harnessed other powers. He has violated the rules." His petulant display, akin to that of a cornered dog, further intensified the peculiar atmosphere, leading to an undercurrent of awkwardness among the spectators, who began to murmur and whisper amongst themselves. Fang Yang let out a derisive laugh, his voice bright with amusement. "How intriguing, truly fascinating. Ha! Is this your pride? Your indomitable spirit? Zhang Tianyi, the grand hero, you resemble a child crying for his mother, throwing a tantrum. Ha! If I were in your position, I would certainly lack the courage to continue living. How utterly ridiculous, how shameful. And you, old fool, were you not aware that the rules of the competition prohibit interference? What prompts your meddling? Have your left and right brains become entangled, starting to battle against each other?" Fang Yang's words astonished the crowd once more. Despite Sun Qianquan's intervention, no one anticipated that Fang Yang would dare to confront him so boldly, leaving them all with a sense of trepidation. After all, the man before them was none other than Sun Qianquan, a pivotal figure in the entire southern immortal realm, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, and the master of the Righteous Sect. Sun Qianquan lifted his gaze to meet Fang Yang's, revealing no trace of anger. Instead, he bore an expression laced with contemplation. Observing this individual closely, he found himself puzzled, questioning the source of his audacity. Was it genuine confidence or merely a fade? After a brief silence, Shinchin Kuan finally spoke, his voice resonating with conviction. The reason I intervened is that I harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of your abilities. Thus, is it not justifiable for me to intervene? Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the gathered cultivators shifted once again, leading to hushed conversations and fervent discussions among them. Fang Yang, unfazed by the shameless words of this individual, scoffed. What? Do you believe that I will pose a threat to your righteous alliance in the future? And thus you are preparing to eradicate me swiftly? Reflect upon your conscience. Will this path truly lead to a brighter future for the entire southern cultivation realm? Or will it merely allow you parasites to incessantly devour it, ultimately resulting in an extreme polarization where your righteous alliance entirely monopolizes and controls it, leaving ordinary cultivators with no hope of rising? Fang Yang's resounding voice erupted, reverberating with such force that it stirred a commotion among the gathered crowd, eliciting expressions of empathy and complexity from several cultivators. Upon hearing his words, Shun Qiankuan's brow furrowed deeply, and at that moment, several formidable members of the Righteous Alliance appeared, completely encircling Fang Yang. Nonsense! You speak baseless accusations, young man. Do you truly believe your tricks will bear fruit? My willingness to step forward is grounded in solid evidence. That sword in your possession, in my eyes, is nothing short of a malevolent artifact, infused with dark energy. Who knows how many lives you have extinguished to forge it? Shinchin Kuan's remarks left the audience momentarily stunned, plunging them into a state of bewilderment as they grappled with the truth of the matter. Uncertain of who was right or wrong, who was genuine or deceitful, I have long harbored doubts. The energy within that sword is indeed sinister. Furthermore, you were one of the fortunate few to survive the incident in the minor secret realm. Yet, in less than a year, you have amassed such terrifying power. The cultivators who perished within that secret realm, were they your victims? At this juncture, the leader of a major sect emerged, his visage flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Yang. The moment his words left his lips, the scene erupted into a cacophony of whispers and fervent discussions among the crowd. Fang Yang smiled silently, observing their back-and-forth discourse without rushing to explain or interject. Meanwhile, he conveyed a message to Mu Xianin, who wore an expression of concern and complexity from the high platform. Fear not, my dear Xianin, everything is within my control. You need not intervene. Indeed, it was true. How could anyone ascend from the foundation establishment stage to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm in less than a year, acquiring such formidable power? Especially when your sword emanates a sinister energy? Another individual soared into the air, exclaiming, your eagerness to eliminate Jiang Fan can only stem from a fear of him revealing secrets about the small secret realm. Furthermore, Lingjin sect, Saintus Gu Qingxue, and Hui Yue sect S Ling Shu Yue, also survivors from the secret realm, cannot escape suspicion. With these words, Elder Kong from Lingjin sect let out a cold snort. Beware. Should anyone speak baseless accusations, my sword shows no mercy. I care not for this individual's fate, but if you seek to harm our sect's saintess under pretense, even at the cost of my life, I will drag you down with me. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene, the oppressive aura causing the accuser to break into a cold sweat, swiftly sealing their lips. Shinchin Kuan turned his gaze towards Mu Xianin, seated upon the high platform, his eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions. Sectmaster Mu, do you have anything to say on this matter? Do you comprehend how this malevolent entity has achieved such feats? Called upon, Mu Xianin furrowed her delicate brows, exchanging a deep glance with Fang Yang before responding. I am uncertain. Within the sect, he has played the role of a mere errand handler, remaining inconspicuous for years, yet suddenly rising to prominence. As her words resonated, the crowd's perception shifted once more, their confusion palpable, as if they were caught in a bewildering haze. Shinchin Kuan and Mu Xianin exchanged glances, seemingly attempting to peer into her thoughts, but found nothing discernible. Redirecting their scrutiny back to Fang Yang, demanding, do you have further explanations? I advise you to clarify your position. Perhaps it may grant you the chance for rebirth. When did you seize this individual's body? Faced with the unfounded accusations of the crowd, Fang Yang merely stood in midair, a cold smile gracing his lips. Finding the spectacle rather amusing, he felt as though he were an observer from a third perspective, watching a preordained scene unfold, unburdened by concern. Having already devised an escape route, to bear false accusations is no concern, for I merely wish for my fellow cultivators in the southern immortal realm to awaken, to not be deceived by certain individuals. The vastness of this world, with its mountains and rivers, does not belong to a select few. It does not belong to certain powers. We all exist within this realm, endowed with 2 eyes and 1 mind. How can we not pursue our own desires and aspirations? Fang Yang's words resonated with profound implications, leaving a momentary bewilderment among the assembly of cultivators. The members of the Jingqi Alliance, led by Shen Qianquan, furrowed their brows even deeper, with a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in their eyes. At that juncture, a melodious yet plaintive voice emanated from the seating of the Lingdao sect. This individual is nothing but a malevolent entity. Do not allow his words to ensnare you. This utterance not only astonished the elders seated within the Lingdao sect, but also drew the attention of all present, including the formidable figures on the Grand Marshal stage, who momentarily paused and turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. Fang Yang also turned to look, his gaze falling upon that familiar face, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. At this moment, the degree of her submission had just dipped to zero. Emma Wuxie donned an expression of grievance and profound sorrow, as if she had endured endless torment and persecution for an extended period. Her delicate figure trembled, evoking pity as she wept and spoke. This person underwent a drastic change in temperament months ago, just prior to the opening of the minor secret realm. He resorted to despicable means to control and torment me, compelling me to grant him a spot in the secret realm. Woe is me. It is all my fault. Yet I was left with no choice. I could not resist him. He is a demon. Furthermore, he coerced the daughter of the Fire Origin sect's leader, which is how Ling Shuyue managed to return alive. You may inquire with her. My words are utterly truthful. Emma Wuxie's declarations caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, with the onlookers displaying various expressions of shock and indignation, some even revealing anger and disdain as they began to hurl insults at Fang Yang. In the seating area of the Fire Origin sect, Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback, while Ling Shuyue, seated beside him, appeared equally at a loss. Her gaze trembled as she fixed her eyes on Fang Yang, her degree of submission remaining unwavering. However, Fang Yang had already given her prior instructions on how to proceed. Fang Yang exchanged a glance with her, delivering a piercing look. She bit her lip lightly, her face reflecting reluctance, yet she obediently spoke. It is true. As her words echoed, the atmosphere became charged with uproar. A storm of curses erupted, with countless faces contorted in anger and disdain, vehemently denouncing Fang Yang. The abruptness of this transformation was akin to a tempest, striking suddenly and decisively. In response, Fang Yang began to feign distress, deliberately glancing at Mu Xianin, and with a tone of affected accusation shouted, Mu Xianin, you wretched creature. Why do you not assist me? You lot are all despicable. Seated upon the elevated platform, Mu Xianin maintained an air of indifference as she spoke. Though I know not the true nature of your malevolence, as a member of the Lingdao sect, I bear some responsibility. Today, I shall personally see you on your way. With that, she prepared to strike, only to be interrupted by Shen Qianquan, whose expression bore a hint of unease. He sensed that everything fell within a reasonable scope, yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered. There is no need for such extremes, sect leader. We will not be swayed by this person's words. Rather than execute him now, we should confine him and extract some truths, Shen Qianquan suggested, gathering his energy to take action. However, at that moment, Fang Yang erupted in a fit of rage, screaming with fervor, You accursed beings! One day, even if I must die, I will take you all with me. Her piercing cry was deafening, and amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Fang Yang suddenly vanished. A strange, crimson light flickered in her eyes, and her presence surged to an extraordinary level. Tenfold amplification. She radiated like a blazing sun, her pure and intense energy blinding, causing many cultivators to squint in shock. Almost instantaneously, chaos erupted as if a powerful being had intervened. Fearing collateral damage, they were unable to unleash their full might. Then, shrill screams pierced the air, and pandemonium ensued as experts from various factions guarded their juniors with grave expressions. Moments later, the blinding light dissipated, and the overwhelming aura faded. As the glare subsided, the onlookers finally discerned the situation. Fang Yang's figure and presence had vanished entirely, leaving the powerful individuals in a state of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyi, who had hidden behind Shen Qianquan, was found decapitated, his eyes frozen in a gaze of disbelief. The crowd stood in shock, bewilderment, and astonishment. The elite, particularly those from the righteous sect and Shen Qianquan, stared at the unfolding scene with widened eyes, their pupils quivering in disbelief, and soon, Shen Qianquan had vanished from sight. Simultaneously, at the Lingdao sect's position, Emma Wuxie had also disappeared. The scene descended into chaos as confusion reigned. None could ascertain what had transpired, nor whether the malevolent force had been eradicated. Yet, judging by the expressions of the prominent figures, it was evident that the threat remained. Members of the Righteous Alliance soared off in various directions, while the chief judge stayed behind to stabilize the situation, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Just moments ago, he experienced firsthand an extraordinary surge of power from an opponent that he scarcely recognized. Moreover, several prominent figures from major factions, such as Elder Kong of the Lingjin sect and a powerful entity from the Lijiang, remained motionless, their eyes reflecting a complex blend of confusion and intrigue. They understood all too well that the individual capable of unleashing such power could not possibly be a nefarious practitioner. It seemed that this person had meticulously planned and prepared from the outset, orchestrating events to culminate in the current situation, a feat truly remarkable and monstrous. Chapter 71. Central Continent. As night fell, the silvery moonlight cascaded through the forest, casting a delicate veil over the landscape. A figure traversed the boundary between the southern immortal realm and the central continent with astonishing speed, clad in a pair of unique boots, abruptly halting. It became evident that she was clutching a woman under her arm. Bathed in moonlight, who else could this be but Fang Yang? After he had unleashed his overwhelming power and eliminated Zhang Tianyi, he activated an escape talisman based on a previous system, capable of traversing 1,000 kilometers. He deployed 5 such talismans, instantly covering a distance of 5,000 kilometers, making it impossible for even a divine spirit realm expert to capture him. Continuing in his state of heightened vigor, augmented by the boots that multiplied his speed nearly 100-fold, he pressed onward. Now, under the cover of night, he had arrived at the intersection of the southern immortal realm and the central continent. He suppressed his aura, exhaling deeply, a calm and serene smile gracing his face, his heart swelling with excitement and anticipation. This departure was not a retreat, but rather a clever maneuver to confound his adversaries. His journey to the central continent, the most powerful realm of this world, heralded a new path ahead. Mu Xianyin and Guqing Xuelingxiu had also adhered to his expectations, severing ties with him flawlessly and without a hint of hesitation. The smoothness of these events was largely attributable to this woman. Fang Yang turned to look at Imo Wuxia, who was pale and trembling in terror beneath her arm, and couldn't help but find the situation amusing. She had indeed not disappointed herself, as everything unfolded seamlessly, culminating in the most favorable outcome. Imo Wuxia appeared utterly dazed, her delicate body taut with fear, shaking uncontrollably, lost in thoughts that could either be regret or desperate contemplation of survival. Notably, her submission level had returned to 50%, rendering her an unequivocal wretch. Master. I wasn't thinking. Imo Wuxia stammered, her eyes pleading as she noticed Fang Yang halt her steps. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate any coherent explanation. Soon, she recognized the futility of her attempts to justify herself, adopting a posture of desperate supplication, tears and fear mingling as she implored for mercy. Master, I deserve to die, I am wretched. I swear I will never again, please spare me, in the future. Let me serve you. I will do anything. I beg you, do not kill me, she sobbed, her eyes reflecting an intense will to survive, trembling uncontrollably. Fang Yang gazed at her, causing her to grow increasingly anxious and fearful. As a mere plaything, what fault could you possibly possess? Fang Yang remarked with a mocking and playful smile. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped her cheek, a fleeting glimmer of cruelty and ferocity flashing in his eyes. On the contrary, I am currently exhilarated, unable to contain my eagerness to unleash my desires. Zhangzhou, the most powerful region of the entire Xintian continent, spans an area several times greater than that of the southern cultivation realm, and its strength surpasses that of the southern cultivation realm. Here, one can find beings that exceed the limits of the southern cultivation realm, existing above the divided spirit realm. In contrast to the southern cultivation realm, this place is governed by an emperor, with a more stable pyramid structure that vividly illustrates the principle of the survival of the fittest. Yet, on the surface, it appears remarkably harmonious. Ziyun City, the closest city to the southern cultivation realm, represents the weakest area of Zhongzhou. The closer one is to the center of Zhongzhou. The more powerful it becomes. Conversely, the nearer one is to the periphery, the more it resembles the southern cultivation realm. Today, the sun shines brightly, and the air is refreshing. The streets of Ziyun City are bustling, filled with a diverse crowd of cultivators, martial artists, and ordinary people. Unlike the southern cultivation realm, Zhangzhou, despite its strength, is also the most secular region, with worldly dynasties scattered throughout, governed by various sects and ultimately overseen by the Emperor of Zhongzhou. creating a vast yet orderly framework. At this moment, two striking figures caught the attention on the streets of Ziyun City, an elderly man of remarkable demeanor. Clad in well-fitted attire, astonishingly leading a stunningly beautiful woman who provoked desire. This woman, humbled like a dog, was tethered by a rope, crawling along the ground. Her gaze constantly evasive, reflecting deep-seated fear and trepidation. Fang Yang disregarded the peculiar gazes and murmurs of the crowd, casting a sweeping glance over the city, which appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed several distinctive signs of unique factions, merchant guilds, and establishments such as taverns that were absent in the southern immortal realm. "Hey, old man, miss, do you require assistance?" A voice brimming with indignation broke through the air as a young man, possessing the cultivation of qi refinement, stepped forward, confronting Fang Yang. His gaze flickered towards Emma Wuxie, revealing a hint of admiration and concern as he inquired gently. In response, Emma Wuxie displayed a look of panic, hastily leaning closer to Fang Yang, adopting a posture of submission and humility. She pressed her face against Fang Yang's shoes to signify her allegiance, even shooting a cold retort at the young man. "Get lost. Mind your own business." Upon hearing this, the young cultivator stood frozen in astonishment, his entire being rendered motionless, his face flushing with embarrassment as laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. This only deepened his mortification and anger, prompting him to glare at Fang Yang. "You old man, I shall rid the people of this menace today." With that, he drew forth a longsword, his agitation evident as he prepared to strike. Fang Yang, however, appeared unfazed and somewhat amused, treating the entire situation as a mere jest. Before the young man could make his move, Emma Wuxie, her anger flaring, acted first, unleashing her true energy to send him flying. She then returned her focus to Fang Yang, continuing to display her subservience. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Some sensed the formidable aura exuded by Emma Wuxie, a golden core cultivator. How could she be? Of course, she must be stronger than him. Are you foolish? The crowd buzzed with speculation, casting furtive glances at Fang Yang, now filled with a newfound respect, parting ways to allow him passage. Fang Yang wore a smile, thoroughly relishing the feeling of ostentation, as he made his way, drawing attention and whispers from the crowd. He arrived at a tavern to rest briefly and gather information about this unfamiliar land. In the opulent suite on the top floor, he retrieved the necklace he had seized from Jiang Fan's neck, infusing it with a surge of fervent energy to compel the woman within to cease her pretense of unconsciousness. The woman, named Xia Qingyue, emitted a sound as the energy enveloped her, prompting her to abandon her charade, softening her tone. "Please, do not proceed this way. I am in a vulnerable state, and harming me would yield no benefit for you." Her voice betrayed a hint of something deeper. Despite having been concealed within the necklace for days, stripped of her powers, she remained attuned to the world outside. She had witnessed Fang Yang's ostentatious behavior, his triumph over Zhang Tianyi, and his astonishing display of strength that allowed him to escape from the siege of powerful adversaries, all of which left her profoundly astonished. Although she believed herself to possess an inherent superiority in this realm, the actions of this man continually filled her with astonishment and disbelief. She had observed every step he took, including his interactions with several women, which left her utterly taken aback. In comparison to Jiang Fan, she perceived that this man was considerably more formidable, lacking the naive fervor and resilience that made Jiang Fan so easily manageable. "Come out, or I shall roast you," Fang Yang declared, unyielding. Reluctantly, Xia Qingyue yielded, emerging from the necklace. Her petite form appeared before Fang Yang's gaze, her crimson hair framing a delicate face imbued with an air of nobility. Yet, in Fang Yang's presence, she no longer exuded the same arrogance she had displayed before Jiang Fan. Instead, she appeared humbled and anxious. With a flushed face, Xia Qingyue carefully spoke. "I can offer you insights about my world and my existence. If you release me from my confinement, I could also provide you with further assistance. You need not be wary of me. Your potential is remarkable, far superior to that of Jiang Fan. I am quite willing to collaborate with you." Though diminutive, her demeanor was earnest as she addressed Fang Yang. Emma Wuxie knelt before Fang Yang, having been rendered somewhat withdrawn from the unexpected turn of events, choosing to ignore the astonishing scene before her, as if she were invisible. Fang Yang gazed at the little creature before him, a smile gracing his lips after listening to her words. With a swift motion, he seized her in his grasp, his hand perfectly encircling her slender waist. "Ah!" Xia Qingyue trembled, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "Cooperate? Why should I collaborate with you? Do you not comprehend the current situation? Fang Yang remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You are merely my pet spirit now, and should you choose to defy me, I shall be compelled to discipline you. Do you understand? He continued, observing her sparkling eyes intently. Now, tell me, from what realm do you hail? How does it differ from this one? What has brought you to this world? Fang Yang's authoritative words elicited a tremor in Xia Qingyue's eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless, caught in a dilemma of how to respond. The elder before her stood in stark contrast to those she had previously encountered, including the Emperor of Humanity, far beyond the comparison with Jiang Fan. Although the Emperor had harbored ulterior motives from the outset, eventually seeking to undermine her, he at least maintained a facade of respect initially. Yet this man, employing some peculiar force, had managed to bind his own power, exhibiting a cunning and domineering demeanor. Very well, Xia Qingyue conceded, appearing defeated as Fang Yang held her captive. Projecting an aura of weakness and helplessness, she could not help but reflect on the irony of her situation, being the sovereign of the Tsangming realm, reduced to such a state in a mere lower realm. Nonetheless, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. She had no choice but to comply with this individual for the time being. Could you, perhaps, release me? I wish to converse with you properly, she said. Mustering a faint smile, Fang Yang nodded gently, grasping her waist and placing her atop Emma Wuxie. With a hint of embarrassment, she spoke. I hail from a realm known as the Tsangming realm. The world you inhabit is but a fragment of the vast universe. Beyond your realm lies a multitude of worlds. The Great Thousand World encompasses innumerable Middle Thousand Worlds, which in turn contain countless Small Thousand Worlds. The realm you occupy is called the Blue Sea Realm, a diminutive Small Thousand World, while the Tsangming realm I speak of is a Middle Thousand World that encompasses your small realm. Xia Qingyue spoke earnestly, while Fang Yang maintained a steady gaze upon her, activating his color will eye, his thirst for knowledge igniting within him. The Great Thousand World, the Middle Thousand World, and the Small Thousand World? It seems the cosmology is indeed grand, and my current abode is merely an insignificant speck. Perceiving the strange glimmer in Fang Yang's eyes, Xia Qingyue's expression faltered slightly, sensing an anomaly. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unable to resist, compelled to relinquish her intent to deceive. She continued, I cannot assert that the Middle Thousand World is inherently superior to the Small Thousand World, but objectively speaking, in terms of strength and dimensions, this holds true. However, after spending these years in your realm, I have cultivated some alternative judgments and understandings. Particularly, your Small Thousand World is unique. Even I have yet to fully comprehend some of its principles. For instance, there exists an extraordinary force hidden within the Earth's core, which you refer to as the Heavenly Tao. One of the effects of this Heavenly Tao is to protect your Small Thousand World, should any entities exceeding its boundaries descend. Their powers would be forcibly suppressed. It was precisely due to this that I found myself in a precarious situation, heavily injured and further restrained. I could only attach myself to this necklace. Fang Yang listened intently, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement within him. Why are you injured and have sought refuge here? He inquired. Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of complexity. It is a long story, fundamentally rooted in conflicts of interest, much like how you were driven out of the southern immortal realm, or perhaps it was your own desire to escape. Fang Yang appeared pensive, while Mo Wuxian knelt beside her, attentively listening, his heart shaken by the gravity of the moment. Chapter 73. Turmoil in the Southern Cultivation Realm. Jiang Fan's mother, Yi Zitong. In the Southern Cultivation Realm, the entire Righteous Alliance was in upheaval, employing every possible means in a futile search for any trace of Fang Yang. Despite the efforts of Shun Qianquan and the two venerable ancestors of the righteous sect, they could not spare Zhang Tiany's life. In a fit of desperation, Shun Qianquan unleashed his fury upon a desolate area within the 10,000 mountains, unleashing his power for an entire day and night, leaving the landscape devastated and unrecognizable. A vast, bottomless pit marred the earth, and all signs of life had vanished, with vegetation wilting into desolation. The events of the final day of the Falling Star Lake Grand Competition became etched into the memories of the Southern Cultivation Realm, casting shadows of fear and anxiety in the hearts of countless cultivators. Those who had not secured the opportunity to witness the event learned of the calamity through a flurry of reports. As individuals recounted the astonishing and terrifying occurrences in taverns across various factions and cities, their accounts filled with emotion and vivid detail. How did Fang Yang, with his singular strength, manage to sever Zhang Tiany's head from his body right beneath the noses of numerous formidable beings, and to this day, there has been no news regarding him? Has the Righteousness Alliance truly captured him? As the public discourse began to spiral out of control, with the statements made by many providing ample fodder for speculation among the cultivators of the Southern Immortal Realm, the Righteousness Alliance swiftly intervened. Their specialized propaganda control organization mobilized, targeting those storytellers and wandering bards who recounted the actual events of the scene. They redirected the narrative to condemn Fang Yang as a malevolent entity, urging that he be eradicated due to his numerous atrocities, portraying him as a reincarnated demon who had possessed the steward of the old miscellaneous affairs. This immediately instilled a sense of dread among the cultivators of the Southern Immortal Realm, extinguishing any inclination to indiscriminately speculate on the unfolding events. Nevertheless, despite the Righteousness Alliance's fervent intervention, the entire landscape and situation of the Southern Immortal Realm underwent an unavoidable transformation due to the incident caused by Fang Yang. The absolute authority of the Righteousness Alliance faced scrutiny, having been outmaneuvered by a demon cultivator of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, leading to a perceptible shift in the perception of the Alliance's omnipotence among the practitioners. Furthermore, various factions, large and small, began to harbor ulterior motives, seizing opportunities as they arose. The fate of the Righteousness sect was foreshadowed by the demise of one elite and the incapacitation of another, indicating a fragility in their once unassailable dominance. In summary, Fang Yang's actions thoroughly disrupted the entirety of the Southern Immortal Realm. Within the Linggao sect at Tianxia Peak, aside from Mu Xianin, there was also an elderly man present, whose figure was as formidable as a sword. Exuding an air of solemnity, he was Elder Kong of the Lingjian sect. The two sat across from one another, imbued with mutual respect and gravity as they engaged in conversation. Sect Master Mu, it is settled then. The Linggao sect and the Lingjian sect shall formally become allied sections. In a few days, we will publicly announce this. Elder Kong stated with a serious demeanor. Mu Xianin gently nodded in agreement. Very well. I look forward to Elder Kong's continued support for the Linggao sect. Mutual benefit and assistance, Elder Kong added before vanishing from the Grand Hall. Mu Xianin remained seated, appearing contemplative. After a while, the sternness in her enchanting eyes softened, giving way to traces of tenderness and longing. She placed her delicate hand upon her abdomen, gently caressing it, and a maternal warmth radiated from her gaze. Subsequently, she retrieved a piece of white spiritual paper imbued with fervent true energy. This paper remained intact, exuding a pure and intense vitality. Her gaze lingered upon it, filled with even deeper affection and yearning. This was a token left by Fang Yang. As long as it remained whole, it signified that he was unharmed. As she pressed the paper against her abdomen, the warm energy surged within her. At that moment, she felt a slight flutter in her lower belly, an unformed fertilized egg resonating with this influx of true energy. Mu Xuanin's eyes quivered with surprise, and she couldn't help but feel anticipation for the extraordinary talents her child would possess upon birth. Verdant, towering trees released life energy to fend off the encroaching inferno. However, the flames had already surged halfway, and crossing the remaining distance would lead to the complete engulfment of the majestic green trees. Fang Yang cast a sweeping glance, his demeanor imbued with a heightened seriousness and gravity. As he had anticipated, the rate of spread was alarmingly swift. He realized he must swiftly devise some countermeasures. This tree was undeniably crucial to him, as was this miniature world. Upon the grand martial stage of Falling Star Lake, it was within this diminutive secret realm that he had accomplished his remarkable feat alone, in a state amplified tenfold by Yang Sheng. It would have been impossible for him to slay anyone before the formidable beings of the spirit-severing realm. Thus, he had ingeniously exploited this small world to create a misjudgment on the part of his adversary, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Zhang Tani. He then hastily activated a teleportation talisman, instantly moving 1,000 miles away, repeating this 5 times to cover an astonishing distance of 5,000 miles. Even a spirit-severing expert would be utterly unable to trace his whereabouts, as he vanished without a trace in all directions. After a few more glances, Fang Yang regained his composure and returned to his opulent suite, where Mo Wuxian knelt, his demeanor marked by a cautious humility. Upon seeing Fang Yang's return, he instinctively tightened his expression, revealing a smile laced with trepidation and deference, and hurriedly drew closer in a submissive posture. Fang Yang seized her and departed from this place, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. As for the interrogation of Xia Qingyue that had occurred a day prior, during which her journey and the experiences that brought her here were thoroughly examined, She had even gained a clearer understanding of Zhongzhou and the Emperor of Humanity. The first individual Xia Qingyue encountered was a formation cultivator, who perished at the hands of this emperor, with the necklace subsequently falling into his possession. With Xia Qingyue's assistance, the emperor advanced with remarkable ease, as if aided by divine forces, rising alongside his sect amidst the chaos, leading humanity to repel the demonic tribes and ultimately becoming the sovereign of the human race, securing their dominion. However, he did not fulfill his promise to aid Xia Qingyue in reconstructing her physical form. Instead, emboldened by his newfound power, he began to sever ties and betray her. Left with no choice, Xia Qingyue utilized her remaining strength to escape, only to find herself in a prolonged silence, until she was discovered by Jiang Fan's mother, who subsequently entrusted her to him. This unfolded Xia Qingyue's tribulations after being betrayed by her kin in the Songming realm of the Middle Thousand World, leading her to the Hailan realm. Through her narrative, Fang Yang learned another significant detail. Jiang Fan's mother was no ordinary woman. She still lived, residing in Zhongzhou. For various reasons, she had fled to the southern immortal realm and united with Jiang Fan's father, only to leave when circumstances compelled her. Xia Qingyue admitted her ignorance regarding the woman's affiliations in Zhongzhou, only knowing that her name was Yi Zitong, while indeed, there was a renowned Yi family in Zhongzhou, though she was unaware of any potential connections between them. Chapter 74. The Great Xia Dynasty, the residence of the Southern Marquis, Lady Xia Kaidai, beep beep. The system detected that the host had entered the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty and identified a defective dragon pearl of the royal lineage, which could be utilized to nurture a Pinduoduo version of the world tree. A side quest has been issued to steal the pearl, accompanied by a subsidiary task to captivate at least 10 royal women with your youthful, handsome, and charming visage. In order to obtain additional rewards, a rechargeable dragon pearl that allows the host to traverse areas imbued with a hint of dragon energy, such as royal courts, and engage with the women therein to recharge the dragon pearl for the nurturing of the Pinduoduo version of the world tree. Fang Yang sped through the night, suddenly startled by the system notification that brought him a moment of joy. As his gaze swept downward, he glimpsed several temporary military encampments flickering with light, evidently the forces of the Great Xia Dynasty. A low-grade dragon pearl? How intriguing. It was as if he had quenched his thirst just as water appeared before him. This provided a means to nurture the world tree of the Pinduoduo version of Yunpin, safeguarding it from being entirely consumed by the inferno. It is worth noting that at the moment Fang Yang killed Zhang Tianyi and made his escape, the system awarded him the first prize from the Luoxing Lake Grand Competition, namely, the Heart of the Golden Crow. One cannot deny its formidable power. Taking a slight risk for such a reward was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. At this very moment, his heart had been replaced by a pulsating organ radiating golden light, each beat invisibly fortifying his physique, and his full burst of strength was assuredly far superior to before. The heart is the most vital part of the human body. This heart made his Tianyang sacred body even more vigorous, a perfect symbiosis, a celestial match. After obtaining the Heart of the Golden Crow, Fang Yang's eyes glimmered with a newfound brightness, imbued with a subtle nobility. This was a territory of a mundane dynasty, yet it was not devoid of cultivators, particularly within the royal family, where it was likely a powerful divinity realm expert presided. As he flew, a voice emanated from the necklace. Xia Qingyue, now resembling a small guide, dared not utter superfluous words, shedding the demeanor she once held around Jiang Fan. Fearing that Fang Yang might become exceedingly ruthless, sparing no one, not even her. Fortunately, Fang Yang had yet to act against her, which somewhat eased her mind. Could it be that a mundane dynasty might host a divinity realm expert? Fang Yang was surprised. Yes, the closer one gets to the outskirts of the central state, the more autonomy these dynasties possess. Conversely, the deeper one ventures, the more these so-called dynasties become mere appendages to the powers of cultivation. Xia Qingyue continued to explain. Is that so? Quite interesting, Fang Yang pondered, reflecting on the notion. He discerned a certain truth in it. The outer dynasties wielded greater autonomy, yet remained unable to escape central control. As marginal collectives, they could thwart the rise of ambitious cultivation factions and prevent greedy cultivators from the southern cultivation realm from easily encroaching into the central state for a share of its wealth. Upon further contemplation, it seemed entirely reasonable. Thus, attempting to seize the seemingly vital royal dragon pearl amidst a situation where a divinity realm expert was stationed would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. However, fate is shaped by human will, As long as one is determined to proceed, no path remains impassable. Fang Yang, pulling Mo Wuxia, traversed several counties and towns before finally arriving at a magnificent city, its imposing walls towering high. Above the grand entrance, 3 bold characters were inscribed: Wuling City. Fang Yang did not exit through the main gate. Instead, he silently soared into the city, taking advantage of the faint light that was just beginning to emerge. He conducted a preliminary exploration of the town. Subsequently, he made his way to a nearby tavern to gather some information. He learned that this city was the exclusive domain of a marquis who possessed a perfected golden core cultivation. Furthermore, his wife was the younger sister of the king of Xia, a union graciously bestowed upon them by the king himself. Fang Yang inquired about the distinctions of the Lord of Zhennan. The innkeeper, with utmost caution, leaned closer and whispered, "Esteemed guest, this Lord of Zhennan is the offspring of an elder from the Qingxian sect. Due to his inherently restless nature, he found himself ill-suited for cultivation and thus chose to embrace a life among the mundane. In an effort to foster relations, the king of Xia employed beauty and various privileges, even offering his own sister to retain this individual here, which indeed facilitated a certain exchange between the great Xia dynasty and the Qingxian sect." Upon hearing this, Fang Yang nodded with intrigue. The coexistence of cultivation and secular life is indeed fascinating. However, the underlying logic and the myriad causalities arising from human nature are not significantly different. The world remains as it is. It is no longer solely the royal bloodline that enjoys the highest privileges and opulence. Cultivators, particularly those with fathers who are esteemed elders of grand sects, can also partake in such luxuries. Coughing lightly, the innkeeper ventured timidly, "May I inquire who you are?" "Esteemed guest?" He cast a cautious glance at the stunning woman beside Fang Yang, feeling a surge of anxiety and refraining from further scrutiny. Fang Yang bestowed upon him a piece of spiritual stone, casually remarking, "Me? I am no great figure." Fang Yang rose, escorting Mo Wuxia away, while the innkeeper gazed in astonishment at the spirit stone in his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief before he hastily concealed it, fearful of being observed by others. As dawn broke, the servants and managers of the Zhennan Marquis Manor commenced their day's toil with utmost respect, bustling about amidst the lively atmosphere. Within a quaint and antiquated abode, a door was gently pushed open, revealing a maid who emerged with great deference, supporting a resplendent and exquisite woman. The woman, adorned in opulent attire, boasted an alluring figure, her curves elegantly enveloped by luxurious garments, reminiscent of a ripe fruit, intoxicating and extravagant. Her porcelain skin, smooth and tender like that of a youthful maiden, yet imbued with the charm of maturity, epitomized an exquisite duality. However, her countenance bore a heavy gloom, reflecting an oppressive spirit, akin to a canary confined within a gilded cage. Her long, fluttering eyelashes hinted at her bitter anguish. As she made her way to the dining area, she reprimanded several servants, revealing the extent of her pent-up frustration. Ever since her arrival here, not a single day had brought her joy. Yet, she found herself helplessly ensnared, serving as a mere pawn in a game of interests, trapped beneath a meticulously carved eve with no sight of the azure sky. Today, she dined alone once more. After consuming a few bites of her simple meal, she was assisted by her maid to a secluded garden, where she settled into a rocking chair, inhaling the essence of nature, which offered her a momentary respite. Dismissing her maid, she gradually closed her eyes amidst the symphony of birdsong and floral fragrance. Suddenly, amidst her hesitation, she heard a voice calling out, prompting her to open her enchanting eyes in bewilderment. "Madam? Madam?" Xia Kaidai gazed at the elderly man before her, whose demeanor was distinctly remarkable, and upon regaining her composure, she knitted her brows and chided, "How dare you? Is this where you are meant to be?" She mistakenly regarded the elderly gentleman as a mere servant of the estate. Fang Yang gazed upon the resplendent and luscious beauty before him, akin to a ripe peach, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Unfazed by the reprimand, he could not help but recite a poem that perfectly captured the essence of the moment, imbuing it with a unique charm. The gauzy window dims as dusk descends. In the gilded chamber, no one sees the tear stains. In the desolate courtyard, spring wanes away, pear blossoms litter the ground, the door remains shut. This unexpected poetic utterance caused Xia Kaidai to pause momentarily, her displeasure dissipating as she sensed an unusual quality about the elderly man before her. However, upon reflecting on the lines, her brows furrowed in indignation, and she cast a furious glare at Fang Yang. Clearly, she had grasped the meaning behind the verses, which blatantly ridiculed her, a mere servant. Seeking retribution, Xia Kaidai rose, intent on striking the old man, but her hand was swiftly intercepted by a large grip. Momentarily taken aback, she was about to call for help when Fang Yang covered her mouth with one hand, while the other encircled her slender form, drawing her into an embrace and settling her upon a chair. The softness of her body against his was intoxicating, and the mature fragrance enveloped Fang Yang, compelling him to inhale deeply, savoring the moment. Xia Katie's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes wide with surprise and embarrassment. In Chapter 75, the Duke of Southern Peace, Gu Jianping, is controlled, the atmosphere thickened with tension. As she found herself ensnared in his hold, Xia Katie's initial instinct to resist faltered, for she discovered the strength of the man before her was insurmountable. Strangely, proximity to him brought an unexpected warmth and comfort. What was this sensation? Madam, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely observed you resting in this tranquil setting, amidst the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blooms, and found you particularly enchanting, prompting me to awaken you with a poem. Might I suggest that this residence, devoid of company for days, must feel rather lonely for you? As Fang Yang's words resonated, Xia Kaidai hesitated in her struggles, yet the flush of embarrassment and indignation on her face intensified, leading her to thrash anew, muffled sounds escaping her lips. Fang Yang then withdrew his hand and sealed her delicate lips with his own. Xia Kaidai's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an expression of disbelief mingled with an unusual hue. Gradually, a hint of enchantment and confusion flickered in her mesmerizing gaze. She closed her eyes and ceased to resist, her supple body relaxing into a languid surrender. Outside the residence of the Duke of Jinan, a splendidly adorned procession rode on magnificent steeds, making their way down the main thoroughfare. Many residents, observing a middle-aged man seated atop a fine black horse at the forefront, could not help but feel a twinge of envy as they beheld his luxurious and noble demeanor. The Duke of Jinan had returned. For the people of Wuling City, this event was akin to a festival. The Duke, who often roamed far and wide, indulging in a carefree lifestyle, would generously distribute numerous benefits upon his return, thus earning him a reputation of great esteem and affection among the residents. Welcome back, Duke. The Duke is formidable, the townsfolk cheered, while the middle-aged man atop the black horse wore an expression of pride and satisfaction, waving in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, the servants and officials promptly gathered in the outer courtyard, preparing to warmly receive their master. However, the most significant person was notably absent, causing murmurs of speculation among the crowd. The steward immediately instructed the servants to search for her, yet no news returned. Before long, the Duke had dismounted and stepped through the main gate of his estate, surveying his surroundings with an air of contentment and charm. Yet, as a hint of nostalgia washed over him, he scanned the gathering before him, only to find the figure he sought absent. A slight frown creased his brow as he inquired, "Where is my wife?" Despite his prolonged absence, he harbored a lingering affection for his legitimate wife, not only because she was the younger sister of the current king, but also due to Xia Katie's unique character and grace. However, her somewhat cool demeanor towards him and her attempts at control often left him feeling pressured, prompting his frequent absences from home. Nevertheless, to claim he did not yearn for her would be untrue. Upon hearing his question, the steward and servants grew anxious, with one stepping forward in a bow, saying, "My lord, the lady is feeling slightly unwell and has sent for someone to attend to her." At this, the Duke's expression shifted to one of concern. He raised his hand dismissively, saying, "You may disperse." With that, he strode inside. As he traversed the expansive estate towards their private quarters, a sense of eager anticipation and nostalgia filled his demeanor. Approaching closer, he called out, my lady, I have returned." Suddenly, his expression froze, his ears catching an unusual sound. His eyes widened in alarm as he hastily crossed the threshold, flinging open the door to peer inside. In that instant, a golden cord lunged at him, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared, unable to summon his inner energy or even utter a sound. A look of astonishment and fury crossed his face as he beheld an elderly man emerging from within, utterly unclothed, yet wearing a faint smile. "You." Gu Jianping's eyes trembled violently, his countenance paling as he fixed an unblinking stare at Fang Yang, unable to struggle or call for help. No servants or stewards dared approach him from behind. He glared at the elderly man before shifting his gaze into the room. Yet his wife was nowhere to be seen. However, he could sense her presence, feeling her aura unstable and somewhat frantic. Kai Dai you. Gu Jiangping's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a blend of shock and incredulity. Fang Yang approached and gently closed the door, lowering his gaze to take in the entirety of the man's appearance. He then crouched before him, locking eyes at an intimate distance. Gu Jiangping regained his senses, the murderous intent and fury in his eyes nearly bursting forth, his teeth grinding audibly, his entire body trembling with rage, his face turned an extreme shade of green. Fang Yang's profound gaze was suddenly illuminated by a blush of crimson, an enchanting hue that surged forth, permeating his eyes and rendering him momentarily transfixed. Ensnared in a state of control. What is your name? Fang Yang inquired. Gu Jiangping. Gu Jiangping answered, lost in a daze. Concurrently, a faint stir was heard from within the inner room. Xia Kaidai, her cheeks still flushed, appeared anxious and apprehensive, wrapped in a blanket with only half her head visible. Upon witnessing the scene outside, her expression grew even more flustered and bewildered. She felt powerless, merely a spectator in this chaotic moment, fervently wishing for a resolution while remaining indifferent to the fate of her nominal husband, hoping only that she would not be adversely affected by the current situation, nor that it would jeopardize the relationship between the great Xia dynasty and the Qingxian sect. Yes, you are Gu Jiangping, but now? Your wife is no longer solely yours, she is also mine. This you must bear in mind, and you shall harbor no grievances. Do you understand? Fang Yang's beguiling words echoed, a terrifying force of manipulation surging forth. Gu Jiangping stood in stunned silence for a brief moment, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes before he numbly replied, understood. Meanwhile, Xia Kaidai, peeking from the inner room and witnessing the entire ordeal, felt her beautiful eyes tremble, her face reflecting disbelief and shock as she covered her mouth. Very well, depart now. Leave the residence of the town South Marquis. It is now under my dominion, Fang Yang continued, his tone resolute and persuasive, compelling Gu Jiangping to rise and vacate the premises. The crimson hue in Fang Yang's eyes gradually faded. With his current prowess, utilizing the color wheel eye to control a golden core cultivator was a trivial endeavor. Fang Yang withdrew the binding immortal rope and closed the door once more, turning to gaze at Xia Kaidai, whose expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. It's all right. This fellow will no longer disturb us. Kaidai, Fang Yang spoke softly. Xia Kaidai's eyes revealed a tumult of complex emotions, tinged with a hint of trepidation. What have you done? Are you certain? If he regains his senses, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. With that, she turned her head, her expression fraught with inner turmoil. You should leave. I can pretend that nothing has transpired. Fang Yang chuckled softly as he approached her. Do you genuinely wish for me to leave? I find it hard to believe. It seems to me that you are, in fact, quite eager for my presence to linger. Xia Kaidai revealed a hint of embarrassment and unease, as if her true feelings had been laid bare. At that moment, the Wei Wu ring on Fang Yang's finger emitted a flicker of energy, responding to him. Chapter 76. A letter from the royal family. The offspring of royalty are, from birth, unable to truly live for themselves. Much like you in the prime of your youth. Compelled to marry a man you hold no affection for, serving as a mere pawn in the game of political gain. Are you content with this? I cannot help but feel it is an injustice on your behalf. On the soft bed, Fang Yang, with a visage full of sympathy, gently caressed Xia Kaidai's cheek. Speaking in soothing tones, Xia Kaidai, visibly moved, found his words striking a chord within her. As she gazed into the eyes of the man before her, an inexplicable affection surged within her, compelling her to unburden her heart of its sorrows and grievances. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she bit her lip. Under Fang Yang's sweet words and heartfelt expressions, she instinctively nestled into his embrace, gradually loosening the emotional constraints she had long held and began to articulate her woes and frustrations as if she had found a kindred spirit. An overwhelming urge to bare her soul to this man surged within her. Of course, this was not solely due to the influence of the color wheel. Fang Yang's silver tongue alone could achieve such results, but it would be impossible to attain such rapid progress without the added impetus. I understand you, Kaidai, truly. You have never been anyone's possession, nor a mere bargaining chip. You are simply yourself, and you possess the right to determine the course of your own life. Fang Yang spoke softly, while Xia Kaidai had nestled deeply in his embrace, her face illuminated with affection and love. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with tenderness, reminiscent of the gentle flow of autumn waters. Do you know, Kaidai, that in this world, even cultivators cannot achieve true freedom and unrestrained ease? However, If one can cultivate, it will undoubtedly be far superior to merely existing as an ordinary person. The assets you possess are always created for your own benefit, not for others. I can assist you in embarking on the path of cultivation, for even if you cannot fully seize control of your life, at least you will have acquired the ability to protect yourself. Can you feel the warmth within you and the changes in your body? Fang Yang spoke softly, while Xia Kai Dai gently nodded, locking eyes with him, her gaze brimming with a yearning that threatened to overflow. Fang Yang's words painted a magnificent vision, causing every pore of her being to expand, as a myriad of fantasies and aspirations surged within her mind. Is it truly possible? Xia Kai Dai's beautiful eyes trembled. But I possess no talent for cultivation. I attempted it in my youth, while my siblings in the royal family, endowed with such gifts, were sent to prestigious sects. And I could only endure the weight of fate. It is possible. Trust me, I can assist you, Fang Yang replied tenderly. Her enchanting gaze deepened with emotion as she softly inquired, why me? Am I truly deserving of your efforts? Of course, there need not be so many questions. At this moment, as we gaze into each other's eyes, with mutual recognition, that is sufficient, Fang Yang declared, his words melting the barriers of Xia Kai Dai's heart, overwhelming her with a tide of affection, prompting her to offer him a tender kiss. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since Lord Gu Jiangping returned home before he departed again, leaving the entire Gu household in bewilderment and the residents of Wuling City perplexed, especially since this time they had not received any benefits from him. Once again, the Gu household was under the sole management of Xia Kai Dai, who that very day ordered all servants to leave, asserting that she did not require their assistance. The servants were confounded by her decision, but dared not question it further. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. On this day, a letter arrived at the Gu household, delivered to Xia Kai Dai by the servants. In her abode, clad in resplendent attire, Xia Kai Dai nestled against Fang Yang, her delicate, porcelain-like skin radiating an ethereal beauty. The depths of her enchanting eyes were suffused with a tender affection that had already blossomed, her feelings in submission having reached an unprecedented level of completeness days prior, an experience Fang Yang had never encountered before. Fang Yang gently teased her chin with one hand, while the other held a piece of correspondence, his expression tinged with seriousness. It was a letter from the royal family, indicating that soon representatives from the Qinxian sect would be arriving to engage in discussions with the royal court of the Great Xia dynasty regarding matters of collaboration and exchange. They wish for you and Gu Jiangping to be present, as Gu Jiangping's father was the foremost elder among the negotiators. You were advised to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Gu Jiangping, for in a few days, someone would come to escort you both. Fang Yang spoke solemnly as he provided a rough interpretation of the letter from the royal family. Upon hearing this, Xia Kai Dai's expression darkened with frustration and resentment. She wrapped her arms around Fang Yang's waist, resting her cheek against his chest, and with a hint of unease, she inquired, "My lord, could there be an error? What shall we do if there is?" Fang Yang gently reached out to caress her silky hair, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. Everything is fine. This fellow is already under my control, and it will all unfold naturally. I will accompany you in the capacity of a servant, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will ensure your escape." Fang Yang's words were grounded and reliable, dispelling the unease that lingered on Xia Kai Dai's face. She responded with a soft hum, but soon thereafter lifted her delicate, tender face, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Will you take me away now? I do not wish to remain here any longer. Anywhere is fine, as long as I am with you." Fang Yang met her gaze and softly replied, "This is not a long-term solution. If discovered, they will surely search to the very depths for us. I do not yet possess the confidence to confront the royal family. For now, let us proceed with caution. It is the more prudent course." Upon hearing this, Xia Kai Dai's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she murmured in agreement, subsequently yielding to an irresistible impulse to bestow a fragrant kiss. 2 days later, under Fang Yang's instruction, Gu Jiangping returned once more, and the royal family dispatched a flying vessel. The collision of elements from the realms of cultivation and monarchy momentarily stunned Fang Yang. As the royal envoy descended, Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai Dai prepared themselves, feigning an affectionate demeanor, with Xia Kai Dai putting forth the greatest effort in her act. After exchanging pleasantries with the royal envoy, they were invited aboard the flying vessel, with Fang Yang accompanying them as a servant, a role that raised no suspicion from the royal guests. A royal guard led Fang Yang to a modest chamber beneath the deck of the vessel, nodding in acknowledgement. Fang Yang responded with a subtle bow and nod. Meanwhile, Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai Dai continued their conversation with the royal envoy before descending the deck to return to their luxurious private quarters. Once inside their room, Xia Kai Dai immediately shed her facade, revealing a hint of repulsion and distancing herself from Gu Jiangping. In response, a fleeting complexity flashed in Gu Jiangping's eyes, quickly replaced by a dullness under Fang Yang's influence. The flying vessel would take several hours to reach its destination, approximately overnight. Under the cover of night, Fang Yang quietly slipped into the room of Xia Kai Dai and Gu Jiangping, carefully closing the door behind him. Xia Kai Dai's beautiful eyes instantly lit up with excitement as she leaped towards him. Gu Jiangping, under Fang Yang's control, feigned ignorance and silently settled onto a nearby stool. Notably, Mo Wuxia had been dispatched by Fang Yang to Qin Xuanzhou. With only a step away from the Yuaning stage, she was remarkably talented for her age. Under Fang Yang's guidance, she had undergone a complete transformation and was poised to join Qin Xuanzhou, a prospect Fang Yang trusted she could navigate successfully. As for the risks involved, Fang Yang had preemptively established safeguards against potential threats. Should danger arise, Mo Wuxia was equipped with a self-destruct mechanism, a precaution she found more daunting than Fang Yang himself, especially given the precedent that had been set. She was now reluctant to betray him lightly. As dawn broke, the flying vessel had already traversed above the royal city. Fang Yang stood solemnly on the deck, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that set him apart from the ordinary. The representatives sent by the royal family were only aware that he accompanied Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai Dai, unaware of his true identity. Furthermore, as they were unable to discern Fang Yang's cultivation level, they instinctively regarded him as a highly skilled bodyguard, treating him with utmost courtesy. Fang Yang surveyed the royal city, overwhelmed by its grandeur. The moment he stepped into this realm, he keenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. In no time, the flying vessel arrived at an even more opulent area, descending gracefully. Under the polite guidance of several individuals, Gu Jiangping, Xia Kai Dai, and Fang Yang, along with Gu Jiangping's personal bodyguard, disembarked from the vessel. Members of the royal family treated Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai Dai with utmost reverence, leading them to a designated location. Meanwhile, Fang Yang and Gu Jiangping's bodyguard were escorted by another individual. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a resplendent hall, where Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai Dai were ushered inside. Fang Yang and Gu Jiangping's personal bodyguards remained outside with the guide. Fang Yang cast a glance inside and beheld a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an air of dignity and grace. His countenance was profound, and his demeanor distinguished. He was none other than the emperor of the great Xia dynasty, the elder brother of Xia Kai Dai. Furthermore, Fang Yang could sense the aura of a nascent soul master emanating from him, marking him as a formidable presence. As for the identity of the divine transformation expert presiding over the great Xia dynasty, Fang Yang had already inquired during his intimate moments with Xia Kai Dai, and the revelation was somewhat surprising. This divine transformation powerhouse was, astonishingly, a prince of a different surname, who, it was said, had once served as a eunuch, being the personal attendant and protector of the deceased Grand Emperor. The old emperor had passed, yet this individual remained alive, serving the great Xia dynasty without any hint of rebellion. This perplexed Fang Yang, leaving him to ponder the reasons behind such loyalty. Clearly, he possessed the strength and qualifications to establish himself as a sovereign. Why then did he continue to act as a mere pawn of the royal family? Was it truly a case of being accustomed to servitude? Fang Yang deemed this possibility unlikely, suspecting deeper motives at play. "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?" inquired Gu Jiangping's personal guard, politely snapping Fang Yang from his reverie. "You may call me Elder Yang," Fang Yang replied with a calm demeanor. "Elder Yang?" The guard nodded repeatedly, displaying utmost respect. After approximately 15 minutes, the superficial pleasantries between the three individuals concluded. They emerged from the chamber, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Before departing, the emperor cast a glance at Fang Yang, though to Fang Yang's perspective, it bore no particular significance, merely a casual glance. The following day was designated for the arrival of Gu Jiangping's father and other members of the Qin Xian sect. Thus, several members of the royal family escorted Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai Dai to their prepared temporary quarters. Another royal family member guided Fang Yang and Gu Jiangping's personal guard to a different temporary abode. Along the way, Fang Yang's attention was captivated by a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of regal elegance. She donned luxurious garments, her hair adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, embodying the essence of opulence. Surrounded by attendants and eunuchs, She held her alabaster chin high, her face radiating nobility and pride. Her gait was distinctive, graceful yet devoid of vulgarity. Perhaps sensing Fang Yang's gaze, the woman shot him an irked look, prompting him to avert his eyes. The royal family member before him promptly halted, bowing deeply in respectful greeting. "We pay our respects to the esteemed Ruo Fei." Fang Yang, observing with keen interest, pondered to himself, could she be a favored concubine? The delicate consort Ro, with her chin raised, directed her gaze at him, her expression tinged with discontent. The royal attendant standing before her perceived this subtle shift, and a hint of tension flickered across their countenance. Who were these individuals? Consort Ro parted her rosy lips, her voice melodious, yet laced with arrogance. The attendant promptly replied, "Your Highness, these two are the personal guards of Lord Gu and Princess Kaidai." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of significance and a different hue appeared in the consort's eyes, yet the trace of displeasure lingered, not dissipating. Whether it was a reflection of her foul mood or an instinctive intuition common among women, Fang Yang's fleeting glance had rendered her uneasy and distinctly irked. "This old man is of no use now, is he? Allow me to borrow him," Consort Ro commanded imperiously, her tone brooking no refusal. In front of Fang Yang, a person displayed a hint of difficulty and unease, yet did not dare to speak too much, for the gentle consort held a significant position in the imperial harem. Her father was a high-ranking official, and she had a formidable elder brother, coupled with her youth and beauty, making her a challenging figure to contend with, particularly as she enjoyed the favor of Emperor Xia. "Your Highness, if there is anything you require of this humble servant, do not hesitate to express it." Fang Yang feigned a demeanor of subservience, moving to the rear of the entourage, assuming the role of a temporary bodyguard. The gentle consort, with a charmingly mischievous smile gracing her lips, chose not to speak further and led her companions in a specific direction. Before long, Fang Yang found himself following them to the edge of a picturesque lotus pond, where the scenery was breathtakingly tranquil. He could observe several elegantly dressed noble children frolicking and laughing joyously. Suddenly, a boy, in a fit of laughter, rushed forth and inadvertently collided with the gentle consort's leg. Upon raising his gaze, he was immediately overtaken by fear and trepidation. The consort, adopting a fade of a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, which only intensified his fright. "Xinping, how could you be so careless?" "Consort, I did not do it on purpose," the boy stammered in fear. At that moment, a mature and articulate voice resonated from a distance. "Xinping." Fang Yang raised his gaze and beheld a striking woman, adorned in splendid attire and crowned with a golden jade pendant. In comparison to the gentle consort, this woman exuded a more mature and intellectual charm, her figure more voluptuous and elegantly curved. Her face was embellished with vibrant makeup, radiating both opulence and allure. As she approached, her commanding presence rivaled that of the gentle consort. The gentle consort rose in response, her countenance losing its excess hues, revealing a semblance of a standard, albeit artificial, smile. She softly called out, "Sister Zhao Yi, it has been a few days since we last met. You appear to be in good spirits." The woman addressed as Sister Zhao Yi returned with a subtle smile, her demeanor poised and composed, exuding an even greater aura of authority. She gently replied, "Gentle consort, it seems you are not in the best of moods. Is there something troubling you?" A boy dashed to the side of the mature woman, grasping her hand. The gentle consort's expression momentarily shifted, but she quickly masked it with another smile, responding, "Sister, you worry too much. I am quite well." "Is that so? Then do enjoy yourself. I shall take my leave," the mature woman stated, gracefully stepping aside as her attendants followed suit. As she passed by Fang Yang, a waft of fragrant air lingered in her wake. Fang Yang, lost in thought, seemed to have discerned the woman's true identity. She must be the empress. As she shifted her position, the expression on her Yufei's face immediately soured, her delicate fists clenched in irritation. Fang Yang observed this scene with keen interest. The group then proceeded forward until they reached a tranquil courtyard, where a Yufei took a seat on a bench, gazing at the lotus pond. Her earlier jovial demeanor evaporated, and she imperiously commanded, "Old man, come here." Fang Yang was summoned, a hint of servility evident on his face as he approached and offered a slight bow. "What are your instructions, Lady Ro?" he inquired, with an air of haughtiness. Lady Ro raised her chin and commanded, "I require you to go and catch fish for me." At her words, the surrounding maids and servants exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of amusement. Fang Yang's eyes glinted with a hint of playful intrigue, and without a trace of hesitation, he replied with a gentle smile. This old servant obeys your command. He then turned, casually gesturing with his hand, and an invisible force surged forth. The serene scene of the lotus pond remained unchanged. Yet suddenly, a multitude of red carp and goldfish leaped gracefully from the water's surface, hundreds of them shimmering in the air. The unexpected spectacle was breathtaking, momentarily rendering the gentle concubine Rose spellbound, as she gazed in astonishment at the enchanting scene before her, uncertain of which fish the concubine desired. Fang Yang remarked with a soft smile, while the old man's visage revealed a unique charm. Regaining her composure, concubine Rose fluttered her long lashes like colorful butterflies, her beauty resplendent. She shifted her gaze to Fang Yang's face, her eyes reflecting a newfound interest, dissipating some of her previous displeasure. You are a practitioner, are you not? What realm do you belong to? She inquired with genuine curiosity, neglecting to respond to Fang Yang's question about her preferred fish. Fang Yang remained unfazed, gently waving his hand. And a more spectacular scene unfolded before him. The water of the lotus pond enveloped the emerging fish, transforming them into floating orbs as the fish swam freely within, creating unique water spheres that hovered above the pond. Observing this, the gentle concubine's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, a smile gracing her lips, which instantly lifted her spirits. The old servant's cultivation level was that of the nascent soul. It was uncertain whether the gentle concubine was aware of this. Fang Yang responded with a soft smile, his gaze gentle and clear, locking eyes with the concubine as if their eyes were engaged in a silent conversation. I am indeed aware that the king also possesses the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, my aptitude for cultivation is lacking. Even with the consumption of longevity elixirs, I shall not live for several centuries, the gentle concubine remarked, the complexity in her eyes dissipating slightly, replaced by a ripple of emotions. Whether 100 years or 1,000, to live a life without regrets is what truly matters, Fang Yang said, a hint of maturity gracing his features. Upon hearing this, the gentle concubine's expression shifted subtly, her beautiful eyes now reflecting a blend of intrigue and playful mockery. So, do you believe that you live your life freely? You have reached the nascent soul realm, yet you still serve others. Fang Yang appeared to be lost in thought, his expression revealing no turmoil. With a gentle smile, he replied, if the gentle consort believes herself to be at ease, then I too find solace in my existence. If she feels otherwise, then so shall I. The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere around them shifted palpably, and a eunuch immediately admonished Fang Yang, you dare. Do not be impertinent. How dare you jest about the gentle consort? Surprisingly, the gentle consort did not display any anger. Instead, a contemplative look crossed her face as she locked eyes with the elderly man, inexplicably sensing a stirring in her heart. It matters not, she said, waving her hand gently. The eunuch, taken aback, fell silent, his expression contorting into one of sycophancy. The gentle consort then gazed at Fang Yang once more, inquiring, what do you think? Do you believe I am at ease? At this question, the maids and servants all tensed up, their faces tightening, for this was indeed a perilous inquiry. To say she was not at ease would imply that the royal family had imprisoned the gentle consort, that Emperor Xia had confined her. Fang Yang was acutely aware that this was a question of life and death, yet his expression remained unperturbed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, though the lotus pond is exquisite, it can be traversed in a few days, while the rivers may be murky. They allow for endless exploration day and night. Thus, whether the gentle concubine finds solace is beyond my knowledge, for it all hinges upon one's thoughts. If the heart is clear, the lotus pond can be as vast as the rivers. Conversely, the rivers may also embody the beauty of the lotus pond. Fang Yang's words left the attendants in a state of perplexity, as if they grasped the meaning yet remained unable to comprehend fully. After a brief moment of astonishment, the gentle consort let out a soft huff and smiled. Your response is no different from silence. Nevertheless, I suppose you lack the courage. Return to the palace. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as she gracefully rose and strolled towards the serene courtyard, disregarding the fish ensconced in their watery spheres. The attendants swiftly flattered and followed the gentle consort, while Fang Yang's gaze sharpened, fixating on her enchanting figure, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tonight, we shall discover whether courage prevails. Fang Yang visited his temporary abode before proceeding towards the temporary residence of Xia Kaidai and Gu Jiangping. Along the way, he encountered no further disturbances. At the temporary dwelling of Gu Jiangping and Xia Kaidai, several servants awaited outside. Upon Fang Yang's arrival, they were awed by his imposing presence and did not impede his entry. Upon entering, Fang Yang beheld Gu Jiangping sitting alone in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. At the sight of Fang Yang, Gu Jiangping's expression flickered momentarily, before he rose to his feet, appearing somewhat dazed. In Fang Yang's eyes, a strange hue of crimson flickered as he once again exerted continuous control over him, approaching and inquiring, "What is your father's cultivation level? How many experts of the divine transformation realm are there within the Qingxian sect?" Gu Jiangping, momentarily dazed, responded, "My father is at the perfected nascent soul stage. And within the Qingxian sect, there are two formidable beings of the divine transformation realm." Fang Yang pondered in silence, gaining a clearer understanding of the extent of the central continent's prosperity. The Qingxian sect, in the grand scheme of the central continent, undeniably ranked low, perhaps known only within this specific territory, with the rest of the lands remaining oblivious to its existence. Yet, this sect, situated on the periphery of the central continent, boasted two formidable beings in the divine separation realm, nearly rivaling the esteemed Zhengqi sect. The Zhengqi sect, after all, stood as the most powerful force in the southern cultivation realm, also serving as a central governing authority. Tomorrow, do not falter, maintain a cheerful demeanor. But there is no need to extol the virtues of the great Xia dynasty excessively. Do you understand? Fang Yang instructed. "I understand," Gu Jiangping replied, somewhat dazed. Fang Yang gently patted his shoulder and made his way into the inner room, where he found Xia Kaidai seated on a round stool. Her enchanting figure, gracefully accentuated by her flowing gown, revealed an alluring silhouette, though her expression bore a hint of anxiety and concern. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head. And upon recognizing Fang Yang, her eyes shimmered with infatuation, a soft ripple of emotion dancing within them. She immediately rose and approached him, her gaze as sweetly adhesive as honey. "Master," she murmured with a voice that caressed the senses. Fang Yang embraced her and laid her gently upon the bed, offering a few simple reminders. He advised her to avoid any missteps the following day and reassured her that there was no need to extol the virtues of the great Xia dynasty. It sufficed that Gu Jiangping's father felt his son was comfortably settled within its embrace. Xia Kaidai nodded obediently, resembling a docile and affectionate kitten, having completely transformed into Fang Yang's devoted companion. Several hours later, as night cloaked the sky, a radiant silver moon hung aloft, casting its luminous glow over the royal city like a delicate veil. The soft chirping of insects added a touch of tranquility and ease to the night. Outside the palace of the gentle concubine, a figure appeared, grasping a wriggling creature, dark and elongated, which squirmed restlessly in his hand. With a nimble leap, he infiltrated the confines of the gentle concubine's palace. One penetrating glance rendered the attending maid faint, allowing Fang Yang to approach the entrance of the gentle concubine's chambers and gently push the door open. "Who goes there?" A startled voice emerged from within, tinged with a hint of fear. Fang Yang strode into the inner chamber, only to behold the gentle consort clad in gossamer-like silks, standing resolutely by the bedside with a long sword in hand, her visage tinged with a hint of trepidation. Upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "It is you? What do you intend? How dare you intrude upon my private quarters?" Fang Yang wore a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over her fair and alluring figure, and said, "I have come to deliver fish for the gentle consort." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, holding a wriggling black loach. The gentle consort's eyes fell downwards, and upon seeing the thrashing creature in his hand, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and disbelief etched across her face as she opened her mouth to call for help. But Fang Yang swiftly sealed her lips. "The old servant lacks courage," she asserted, to which Fang Yang countered with a playful glint in his eye as he moved closer to her. The gentle consort, in a state of utter terror, gripped her sword, her hands shaking violently. Chapter 79. The Flower Thief of the Imperial Palace. No one could have anticipated that within the grand city of the kingdom, a brazen flower thief had infiltrated, audaciously targeting the most exquisite and claimed blooms. The gentle consort could not foresee that a simple act of whimsy would ensnare her in a quagmire from which escape seemed impossible. As a consort who had never cultivated any martial arts and had merely benefited from superior elixirs and spiritual nourishment, her physique, though better than that of an ordinary person, was no match for the terrifying onslaught of Fang Yang. With the heavenly sun's sacred body, the heart of the golden crow, and the pure spirit bone, even without mobilizing a shred of true energy, Fang Yang could effortlessly rend apart a nascent soul master, let alone a mere mortal like her. Fortunately, Fang Yang's unique true energy could aid her, allowing her to experience both pain and pleasure, while the influence of his mesmerizing eyes left her with no glimmer of hope to escape his grasp. As the king's woman, she had long been accustomed to looking down upon others, her commanding demeanor ingrained in her very essence. Little did she expect to be subjected to such treatment within her own palace. These memories would indelibly mark her for a lifetime, forever etched in her mind. Gentle consort, do you still harbor affection for your king? In comparison to me, how do you view your majesty? Fang Yang, embracing the gentle consort, uttered words laced with seduction. Lost in a daze, she instinctively murmured, "No, I do not like him anymore. I like you." Upon hearing this, Fang Yang smiled with satisfaction, a beguiling glimmer dancing in his eyes as he continued to gaze into hers. "That's right. Remember, our affair must remain a secret from everyone. You are no longer just the gentle consort. You are also my gentle slave. Remember this." Lord Fang Yang. Fang Yang smiled gently, tousling her hair before rising to don her garments. With the black loach she had brought along, she stealthily exited the soft confines of the concubine rose chamber, taking advantage of the dimness of dawn. In a desolate corner of the palace, the atmosphere was grim and damp, evoking a palpable discomfort, devoid of any insect chirps. Embodying a profound silence, two shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, surrounded by an indistinguishable assortment of objects. As a faint, ethereal blue light flickered to life, one of the figures became discernible. If Fang Yang were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him as the Summer Emperor, whom she had encountered earlier that day. Beside him stood a man whose enigmatic presence overshadowed even the emperor's, exuding a formidable aura that rendered the Summer Emperor seemingly tentative in his demeanor. "My lord, the discussions with the Qingxian sect should proceed without incident. We should be able to forge a partnership, setting the stage to seize a few disciples without raising suspicion," the Summer Emperor stated, his tone slightly hesitant. The mysterious man, whose features remained obscured, spoke with a somewhat effeminate voice, his gaze sweeping over the disarray of corpses before them. "Indeed, I hope your predictions hold true. Additionally, have you located any women with special physiques?" The mysterious man's silky voice heightened the Summer Emperor's anxiety, prompting a serious response. "My lord, when it comes to the most exceptional, it must be the saintess of the Qingxian sect. However, her status is exceedingly delicate, and engaging her could prove perilous. Rest assured, I have been actively seeking others. I am confident there are undiscovered female cultivators. Xiao Qian, do not entertain any foolish thoughts. Your father once served my interests, and you shall not escape my grasp. Do you understand?" The mysterious man's voice lowered ominously after a brief silence, echoing in the Summer Emperor's ears. The Emperor visibly trembled, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes as he cautiously replied, "My lord, you worry too much." Burdened with thoughts, the Summer Emperor hardly had the leisure to indulge his harem, where flowers bloomed in abundance yet received no admiration. Fortunately, a flower thief had intruded upon the palace today, not only appreciating the blooms but also rudely plucking them without ceremony. Before dawn broke, Fang Yang felt a fleeting curiosity to explore the royal city but prudently decided against it, for she lacked a means of swift escape. The dragon vein and dragon pearl were not easily obtained, necessitating a period of contemplation and deeper infiltration into the palace. She resolved to thoroughly understand the Qingxian sect and to unearth the hidden elder behind the great Xia dynasty before initiating any actions. In the meantime, she would indulge in the lavish offerings of the palace, beautiful women, fine wines, and abundance to savor at her leisure. As dawn approached, Fang Yang sought out another concubine's residence, scaling the walls to launch her nocturnal raid. An hour later, as the light of day began to emerge, a soft, languorous sound began to resonate throughout the royal city. Fang Yang cradled the concubine's face, a mesmerizing hue of crimson and allure glimmering in his eyes. Locking gazes, he uttered seductive words. "Let us pretend that nothing has transpired. From this moment forth, you are not merely the consort of Emperor Xia. You are also my servant. Do you understand?" "I understand." The concubine, whose beauty paled slightly in comparison to the gentle consort, yet possessed a unique charm, replied, lost in reverie. Fang Yang nodded in satisfaction, rose to dress, and departed for the temporary residence of Gu Jiangping and Xia Kaidai. Upon entering, he immediately ensnared the servant with his mesmerizing gaze, rendering them speechless. Proceeding further, he found Gu Jiangping alone, asleep in the outer room. Fang Yang advanced and pushed open the door to the inner chamber, discovering the exquisitely delicate Xia Kaidai just awakening and changing her attire. Upon noticing Fang Yang's entrance, she was initially startled, hastily covering herself. However, as she recognized his visage, her expression transformed into one of affectionate allure, and she immediately leaped toward him, softly uttering tender words, "My lord." Fang Yang gently caressed her silky hair and softly inquired, "How are you, Kai-dai? Did you sleep well last night?" "Not well," replied Xia Kai-dai, her expression filled with affection and longing as her delicate face nestled against Fang Yang's chin, resembling a clingy little kitten. "Is it because you missed me?" Fang Yang remarked with a playful smile. Xia Kai-dai, blushing, shyly responded with a soft "After this matter concludes, I may need to stay here for a while and not return with you," Fang Yang suddenly announced. Xia Kai-dai's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her face reflecting a sense of unease and sorrow. "Why?" she asked. Fang Yang gently reassured her, "Of course, it is for our future. I must take certain steps to empower myself so that I may one day take you away." Upon hearing this, Xia Kai-dai tightened her embrace around his waist, her eyes glistening with a hint of mist that evoked sympathy, while her beautiful gaze overflowed with an unyielding attachment. She rose on her toes, offering her soft lips. In response, Fang Yang remained largely unmoved, for he was acutely aware of the distinctions between those who were merely tools and those with whom he harbored genuine feelings. This woman, for instance, epitomized a mere instrument. In the face of reality, she would not hesitate to betray her husband, only to turn and offer her unwavering devotion to him. Such a cheap entity could hardly elicit any genuine emotion from him. She was nothing more than a tattered cloth, a worn-out shoe to be toyed with at his leisure. Chapter 80. Visitors from Qin sect. Fang Yang and Xia Kai-dai donned their attire and summoned Gu Jiangping from outside, proceeding together. Gu Jiangping's personal guard had already been stationed outside the residence. Upon seeing Fang Yang accompany the two, he was momentarily taken aback but thought little of it. "Lord, lady," the personal guard greeted with a respectful bow. "Let us be on our way," Gu Jiangping declared with the authoritative demeanor of a head of the family, leading the way in a particular direction. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the grand hall prepared to receive the visitors from Qin sect. It was evident that the royal family of the great Xia dynasty had made hasty arrangements for their arrival, even before approaching. The diverse and enticing aromas wafted through the air, accompanied by the sight of dancers waiting outside. Upon the arrival of Gu Jiangping and Xia Kai-dai, attendants promptly approached with utmost reverence, bowing deeply and saying, "Lord, Princess, please enter."